001. Exile. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up quickly. In her dazed state, Tang felt a sharp kick to her leg. A kick was not sufficient. The assailant continued to berate her. Who dares to kick me? She winced in pain, curling her legs and slowly opening her weary eyes. The world before her seemed to have had its veil of obscurity lifted, transforming from a frosted haze to a crystal-clear vision. What has transpired? The excruciating pain forced a gasp from her lips as she stared in bewilderment at the unfamiliar surroundings. Wasn't I engaged in a drinking contest with someone last night? It seemed she had reached the latter part of the evening when an editor's call had interrupted her, compelling her to grasp a paintbrush despite her inebriation. Beyond that, her memory eluded her. However, one thing was certain. This was not the scene she had anticipated. Tang discreetly pinched herself until a sharp sting broke through her skin, shattering her fleeting hope. Upon seeing her unfamiliar hands, words sprang to her mind. She had traversed dimensions. Simultaneously, the implications of traversing dimensions dawned upon her. It remains unclear whether it was the alcohol or the late-night deadlines that led to this demise. The more she pondered, the more her head throbbed, as if tiny figures were wielding hammers within her skull, causing Tang to hastily seize her thoughts. Hurry and eat. Once you finish, you'll be ready for the journey ahead. As she pressed her hands to her head to ease the pounding pain, a towering shadow blocked the sunlight above her. A figure approached, clad in a pair of straw sandals caked with dark brown mud, casually tossing a small, charred and coarse flatbread that landed in the muddy ground beside her ski. RT. Without a thought for whether Tang would consume the soiled bread, they continued to distribute to the next individual. In the blink of an eye, a hand shot out beside her, seizing the flatbread and retracting swiftly. Tang, a beat behind, cast a dubious glance in that direction. The thief was a disheveled woman, fervently shoving the bread into her mouth with both hands, resembling a famish. Spirit returned from the beyond. Fearing that Tang might reclaim her snack, the woman neglected to brush off the mud and soon devoured the entire morsel, her fingers lingering as she savored the remnants. Tang was left speechless. It was unclear how long it had been since this woman had tended to her appearance. Her once lustrous hair was now greasy and matted, and a closer INSP action revealed a layer of yellowish grime nestled within her exposed hairline. A peculiar and unpleasant odor emanated from her, reminiscent of weak-soled, damp socks mingled with the scent of heather. The only redeeming feature was her face, marred yet unmistakably expressive. With good-natured patience, Tang attempted to reason with her. Madam, that flatbread belongs to me. Yet the woman appeared deaf to her words, engrossed in savoring the flavors of the bread. That moment, Tang noticed the stark contrast between the color of the woman's fingers, stained from the bread, and the rest of her hands. An involuntary spasm gripped her throat at the unsettling sight. Though she did not possess a penchant for cleanliness, the close proximity to such a disconcerting visual provoked a visceral reaction within her. Su Guang caught sight of the change in Tang's complexion. The woman, fearing that this fool might go mad and strike her, shifted her backside. This slight movement, however, caused Tang to feel a pull as well. Lowering her gaze to the source of the tugging sensation at her waist, she discovered a thick hemp rope binding her to the woman and a motley assembly of disheveled, aged women and children, all of varying ages. Raising her eyes to survey her surroundings, she found herself surrounded by individuals clad in coarse, hempen prison garb, their faces etched with fatigue, both men and women alike. In addition, there were about 10 young men dressed uniformly, each bearing a sheathed dagger at their waist, some standing watch, while others kept a vigilant eye on the group. Her gaze occasionally lingered on the youthful female prisoners, their figures strikingly attractive. What was this? A family of wrongdoers dragged to the execution ground to have their household registrations annulled? It was equally plausible that they were en route to exile. The distinction lay merely in whether one faced an early death and swift reincarnation or a delayed demise followed by rebirth. Gurgling sounds emanated from her empty stomach, betraying her hunger with an audibility that even the others could hear. Tang raised her hand to cover her slightly cramping belly, the gnawing hunger causing her to salivate incessantly. The more she swallowed, the more pronounced her hunger became, intensifying to an insistent degree that was impossible to ignore. Furrowing her brow, Shuntang realized she could only distract herself from the torment of hunger. In her line of sight, a fellow prisoner was eating too hastily. The dry bread lodged in his throat caused him to cough violently. He pounded his chest in a desperate attempt to dislodge the obstruction, his complexion turning increasingly ashen. The others merely observed, unfazed. No one stepped forward to offer a comforting pat on the back, nor did anyone provide water. He struggled to push himself towards the man dressed as an official, exerting every ounce of strength to extend his right hand in a plea for help. Yet, despite his desperate effort, his hand fell limply as he succumbed to his final breath, while the man showed no inclination to assist him. After delivering a couple of kicks and confirming the man's demise, he muttered, "Damn it." He drew a dagger from his waist and bent down to slice away the skin near the man's right ear, carelessly discarding it into a filthy bag. Shuntang observed in silence. "Time to hit the road. Be quick about it. Get up, don't make me whip you." The prisoners were once again shackled with heavy chains. The female prisoners bore shackles weighing approximately 35 pounds, while the male prisoners were burdened with chains that exceeded 80 pounds, weighing at least 50. The group of uniformed young men urged them on, kicking those who were slow to respond. Should the kicks fail to rouse them, they resorted to the whip, delivering strikes that left bloodied welts, each one a gruesome reminder of their brutality. Shuntang silently trudged along, striving to uncover any memories related to this body. Unfortunately, her efforts were in vain. Not only had she failed to obtain the benefits of time traveler, but she also lacked the memories of the original owner of this body. All she knew was her name Shuntang and that she had a pen name, idly, relying on her artistry for sustenance. She was plagued by fears of her editor pressuring her for submissions, with all other memories shrouded in obscurity. Stealing glances at both the prisoners and the officials overseeing them, she inwardly lamented, "What a misfortune! This must be the beginning of hell." Truly, she had been cursed with the worst of luck. Regardless of the circumstances, her life was of utmost importance. Should she choose to escape midway, or follow the group to their destination and wait for an opportunity to flee? At present, none of the choices appear to be optimistic. Beneath the scorching sun, the journey continued, with several prisoners fainting along the way. It was only when the evening glow tinged the horizon that they were permitted to rest for the night. The guards gathered to kindle a fire, retrieving jerky from their packs to simmer in a clay pot, adding a sprinkle of salt to create a meager broth. Shuntang, quick to react this time, managed to preserve her flatbread. She sat down heavily, meticulously chewing the hard, cold bread, softening it with saliva before swallowing, while her attention remained fixed on the softly conversing guards. Though their chatter was trivial, it allowed her to piece together fragments of information. These prisoners belonged to a single family. Their surname was Gong, with even the elderly and the servants unable to escape, all captured without exception. They were divided into 3 groups, escorted to their destination in batches. The men were sent to the borderlands to serve as laborers, while the women were dispatched to the pleasure quarters of the city. Shuntang's group constituted the second batch, primarily consisting of the female relatives and maidservants of the Gong household, including the venerable matriarch, several young mistresses in the bloom of youth, and beautiful concubines of various ages, along with the remaining servants. She surmised that in this body, she was either a maidservant or a child. Estimating her age, she appeared to be around 11 or 12. The men bore tattoos and markings, while the women had their ears inked. Should a prisoner perish along the way, their marked skin or ears would be severed as grim evidence. She raised a hand to touch her ear and indeed found a scab blood clot behind her left ear. Shuntang, goddamn. What a wretched meteorite. The moon is dim and the stars are sparse. The night sky resembles a thick ink that is difficult to dissolve, profoundly solitary. The prisoners, shackled and trudging under the scorching sun for an entire day, have been physically and mentally drained to their limits. Even a small, moldy, foul-smelling biscuit has transformed into a delicacy. After finishing it, they lie down on the ground, and soon the air is filled with the sound of soft snoring, occasionally punctuated by the crackling of the campfire. The guards, gathered around the fire, produce wine skins and begin to drink. The jerky in the earthen jar has softened, and sprinkled with spices, it emits a rich, overpowering aroma. For this group of weak-bodied prisoners who have not had a full meal in a long time, it is an almost lethal temptation. Shuntang, with her keen ears, hears the sound of others swallowing hard, and the rumbling of their stomachs. She glances down at her own emaciated belly and sighs inwardly. She is hungry too. Want a drink? A guard scoops a bowl of soup from the jar, blowing gently to cool it while preparing to sip. Out of the corner of his eye, he notices the eager looks from the prisoners, and with a malicious glint, he sweeps his gaze over them and says with a smile, "This meat soup is quite precious. If you wish to drink, you'll need to trade something." The prisoners fall silent. Shuntang lifts her eyelids, pursing her lips, a flicker of anger flashing in her dark eyes. Just because she has lost her memory does not mean she has become a fool. She understands the implication. This is a group of female prisoners with uncertain futures, soon to be absorbed into the brothel, and even if they possessed silver, it would have been thoroughly confiscated. What could they possibly offer in exchange for the soup? The answer is glaringly evident. After the guard finishes speaking, he lazily surveys the women, seemingly enjoying the spectacle of their hesitant and indignant expressions. Another guard playfully slaps him on the back of the head, chiding, "Have you looked in the mirror? Do you think you are worthy of climbing into their beds?" These are all nobles of the Gong family. He deliberately drags out the word nobles. Nobles? What kind of nobles? The guard, scratching his head, shouts. Those who go to the brothel to serve the nobles? Exactly. The third guard, emboldened by the wine, joins in. Isn't the brothel a place where you can spend money for fun? If one of us can't afford it, we can pool our resources. If you can't pay for a whole night, you can pay for half a night. I'll take half a stick of incense. You take half a stick of incense. Who are you looking down on? Whoever takes half a stick of incense is a fool. The guards continue their raucous banter, oblivious to the humiliation they heap upon the prisoners. Faced with such disgrace, the male prisoners dare not voice their anger. And those female prisoners with even a hint of beauty are filled with dread, their faces ashen. As their conversation becomes increasingly ludicrous, the senior guard intervenes sharply. "You lot need to calm down. This is becoming utterly ridiculous. Once we finish our duty, you can go to any brothel you like. So why focus on these few?" He straightens up, reminding them, "Keep your eyes on the prisoners. If any of them escape, it will be on all of us." The guards fall silent, and one of them mutters under his breath, "They have all been stripped of their literary aspirations and martial courage. How can they escape?" Literary aspirations? Martial courage? Shintang keenly picks up on these terms. Without warning, a sharp pain pierces her mind from deep within. She hears the guard flatter the senior officer, saying with a sycophantic smile, "These prisoners of the Gong family, no matter how glorious their past, that is all bygone. Although we are mere low-ranking officials, you are a third-tier noble." The other guards chime in, "Exactly, Chief. These prisoners are either women or useless people. How could they possibly escape? Low-ranking officials? Third-tier nobles? What do these terms mean?" Shintang furrows her brow, clenching her teeth, enduring a wave of painful sensations that cause her forehead to bead with cold sweat, her complexion turning pale. Despite her restraint, her trembling movements catch the attention of the other prisoners. A woman glances at Shintang, noticing her pained expression, snorts softly, and turns away, muttering, "Madwoman." Time passes uncertainly until the pain crosses a threshold, bursting forth like a tide receding. Shintang exhales in relief, her gaze becoming foggy and disoriented. As her thoughts clear, fragments of unfamiliar memories emerge within her mind. She closes her eyes, piecing together the remnants of 200 years ago, when the world was on the brink of change. Under a starry night, meteors fell like rain, and one particularly peculiar star emitted an eerie, dazzling purple light, illuminating the entire sky. This meteor shower not only altered the course of war, causing a once-near conqueror to meet bitter defeat, but it also swiftly transformed the world. From that point forward, chaos reigned supreme as warlords and military leaders asserted their power. The world descended into turmoil, leading to a division of countless nations at war. Amidst this strife, some discovered extraordinary changes in their bodies. Through the practice of literature and martial arts, they could absorb the essence of heaven and earth, condensing it within their dantian to refine themselves. The dantian was divided into literary and martial categories. Those who could solidify the essence into elixirs became endowed with literary aspirations or martial courage, each possessing unique merits. As these individuals ventured forth, a systematic classification gradually emerged. Literary aspirations were divided into 9 ranks, capable of manifesting reality from nothingness, strategizing troop formations, and achieving victory from afar with mere words. Martial courage comprised 20 ranks, with one warrior able to fend off thousands, cutting through enemy lines with ease. Officials and nobles belong to the realm of martial courage, classified as low-ranking and third tier, while the highest rank of martial courage is the 20-tier chieftain. Since the fall of the peculiar star, only 3 individuals have achieved the chieftain level, all of whom are unparalleled heroes, pillars of strength for their nations. As Shen Tang organizes these strange memories, her expression shifts to one of bewilderment. She had just contemplated her potential rank in literary aspirations or martial courage, thinking that even if she were diminished, she would be better than an ordinary person, perhaps able to utilize her skills to escape. Yet, just as this thought crossed her mind, a line of information dashed her hopes. She is female. In this world, a woman's body is akin to a broken bag. While she can sense the essence of heaven and earth, she cannot condense it within her dantian, thus rendering any notions of literary aspirations or martial courage moot. Shen Tang. Damn, does that wretched meteorite also discriminate by gender? Before she can finish cursing inwardly, she hears the senior guard sternly reprimanding his subordinates. You fools, what do you know? The senior guard, flattered to the point of comfort, remains grounded in reality. While the Gong family has been raided, not everyone has been captured. Rumor has it that a 5th-tier official is still at large. If they were to encounter him, a 3rd-tier noble can easily overpower these low-ranking officials. The 5th-tier official belongs to the 9th rank, easily defeating a noble as if it were child's play. If that 5th-tier official were to come and rescue someone, they might not even have time to flee. Of course, the likelihood of that happening is slim. The guards exchange knowing glances, their hearts heavy with concern. Following this little interlude, they rein in their desires, refraining from any further mischief. Silence envelopes the surroundings, broken only by the chirping of insects. Shen Tang, feeling despondent, suddenly senses movement in the rope around her waist, followed by the sound of a small stone being tossed away. The guard, alerted by the noise, approaches with a sharp warning. What are you doing? The woman who had tried to steal Shen Tang's biscuit during the day swallows hard and asks, Is there any meat soup left? Shen Tang, feigning sleep, raises an eyebrow. Are you polite? The woman's words momentarily catch the guard off guard. Then, understanding dawns on him. One hand brazenly roams over the woman's soft waist, his gaze audaciously appraising her. Coincidentally, there is still a bowl left. Would you like to try some, my lady? The woman inquires again. Is there any biscuit left? The guard pretends to hesitate, yet his hand lingers on her waist, relishing the moment. As the woman's attention is drawn away, the hand resting at her waist pinches hard. A soft gasp escapes her lips, a sound so delicate it pricks at the heart, leaving the listeners flushed and tingling. Ah, my lady, that voice could enchant anyone. If you went to the brothel, you would quickly become the star attraction. The guard loosens his grip. As for the biscuit, we have some, but it depends on how well you serve. Although this woman appeared disheveled and was enveloped in an unappealing odor, the harsh conditions of their journey under the scorching sun rendered everyone equally malodorous. Furthermore, given that the officer had not encountered a woman in quite some time, the prospect of sharing a bed with her was quite appealing. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. It was no wonder that his colleagues relished the task of escorting female prisoners. Not only was the pay generous, but the work was also light, and it came with such unexpected pleasures. However, when the woman placed her hand over his, gently removing it, he was taken aback. What do you mean by this? He was about to express his irritation when she calmly replied, I am a woman who has borne a son and a daughter. In terms of allure, how could I possibly compare to those young maidens? Concerned about her ability to serve adequately, she continued, her gaze shifting towards Shen Tang. The officer immediately understood, scoffing. What a devious woman. You serve, and she enjoys the feast? Sir, you are mistaken. This girl is my own flesh and blood. You gave birth to her. He questioned, disbelief evident on his face. What mother would push her daughter into a man's arms for a bowl of soup and a pastry? As the previous gentleman had aptly pointed out, given the circumstances, it was inevitable that she would face humiliation in the brothel. Rather than allow her to suffer such a fate at the hands of a lowly scoundrel, it would be better to request your assistance. If you were satisfied, she might endure less hardship along the way. Her words, seemingly sincere, might convince the unknowing observer that she was a doting mother. The officer, taken aback by her rhetoric, was momentarily dazed. Such a delightful turn of events. Not only could he enjoy the fruits of his labor, but he could also be seen as a benefactor. Shen Tang, however, interjected, Is this polite? You, a woman of no more than 20, how could you possibly have a daughter of 11 or 12? If you wish to act as a madam, just say so, To shamelessly assume the role of a mother is utterly intolerable. Unable to maintain her facade any longer, Shintang slowly awoke, fixing her dark eyes on the woman. The officer glanced between them, pondering, "Why does she not draw near to you?" The woman explained, "This child was born with a mental affliction, sometimes deranged, at other times vacant. She has always been well taken care of, and her delicate complexion ensures she can serve well. Why is her surname Shin and not Gong?" The officer, cautious, glanced at the tattoo behind Shintang's ear. Not bearing the surname Gong and being of such tender age, he surmised from the list of offenders that she was likely just a servant girl. Yet, the woman quickly countered, "She is my eldest daughter from my late husband before I was taken into the Gong household. Naturally, she bears her father's surname." The master, feeling pity for her plight, kindly allowed me to bring her into my care. The officer, realizing she was not a significant offender, decided to take Shintang. As for the woman, they were still far from slouching and opportunities would abound. He kept his promise, handing the woman a bowl of warm meat soup and a pastry. After exchanging pleasantries with his fellow guards, he led Shintang to a secluded spot behind a small hill. The night was dark, and only a vague silhouette could be discerned. The night watchman jested, "After your business is done, don't forget to share the joy with your brothers. Don't think of keeping it all to yourself." "Of course," he replied, acknowledging that one must not forget their comrades. Shintang's fingers curled subtly at her sides as her thoughts began to crystallize. If she were to refuse now, it would only provoke the officers, leading to an uncontrollable situation. However, if approached discreetly, it presented an excellent opportunity. A mediocre officer was far easier to manage than a group. Though her memories were fragmented, her instincts told her that this lesser officer was her brother. Her eyes flickered momentarily before she lowered her gaze, striving to embody the role of a mentally challenged child. As Shintang was being led away, she caught a glimpse of the woman drinking soup, her head lifting just in time to meet a pair of dark, penetrating eyes that seemed to seek the depths of her soul, leaving her feeling exposed. The woman shuddered, muttering, "Madwoman." Beyond the small hill lay a field of tall grass, dense and stifling. Given Shintang's condition, the officer was unconcerned about her escaping. He half knelt, anxiously loosening his belt. Suddenly, a shadow flitted past, and before he could comprehend, a coarse rope tightened around his neck from behind. A surprise attack. How could he have anticipated that Shintang would strike back? Yet, even as a mediocre officer, dealing with a fleeing female prisoner should have been simple. He summoned his strength, his muscles swelling with explosive power. This strength was formidable enough to crush her skull, break her limbs, and shatter her bones. With little effort, he broke free from the rope and, in a flash, aimed to seize Shintang. Unexpectedly, she struck faster, her movements almost leaving an afterimage, quick and precise, landing a blow to his jaw that resonated in his skull. Seizing the opportunity, Shintang pressed her advantage, locking his wrist while silencing him with a fierce grip on his throat. The sound of bone cracking was instantaneous. Shintang, observing the officer's head at an unnatural angle, felt a fleeting sense of unreality as relief washed over her. A mediocre officer, was this truly it? She scrambled to the side, astonished at how easily he had fallen. While she had benefited from a surprise attack, the swiftness of her success was almost surreal. With little time to ponder, she quickly searched the officer for valuables and food, seizing what she could before fleeing in the opposite direction. Escaping was paramount. Should she be discovered and pursued, she faced two grim fates. Either she would have to eliminate all the officers, including the unknown third-tier leader, or be captured and subjected to a fate worse than death. As for the woman, she would return to Xiaoqing's brothel to pay a visit later. Shintang gritted her teeth and ran, ignoring the sharp stones that cut into her soles. Little did she know that after barely half a stick of incense had passed, the sound of hooves began to echo behind her, drawing ever closer. Hoofbeats. Wait a moment, the convoy had no horses. Where were those hoofbeats coming from? Before she could contemplate whether they were friend or foe, a sharp instinctual fear surged through her, and without thinking, she rolled to the side just as an arrow embedded itself where she had been standing. Following the direction of the arrow, she saw the officer in charge, mounted and exuding a murderous intent. Shintang. Damn, why are you the only one on watch? The officer in charge returned from his patrol. Noticing that one guard was missing, he had a female prisoner who was currently lost in her own world. One of the subordinates pointed towards the small hill, exchanging knowing glances with his superior. Such occurrences were not uncommon on the road of transportation. Prisoners willing to endure hardship often sought to curry favor through various means. With the Gong family's downfall, former colleagues were preoccupied with their own survival, leaving the female prisoners with little choice. It was indeed a lucrative task. The officer in charge was well aware of this unspoken rule. How long had he been gone? Not long at all. Dereliction of duty. However, given the speed of that young man, he should be wrapping up soon. He could return and extend the watch by another hour. Yet, after waiting for a while, no one reappeared. Could it be that the lad had found a remedy and cured his affliction? Restless, he observed the prisoners sleeping soundly, seemingly oblivious to the chance of escape, and quietly set off in the direction of Xuntang and the woman, hoping to take over the watch. As he drew closer to the small hill, an ominous premonition began to stir within him. The silence here was profoundly unsettling. Instead of the panting and fervent activity he expected, only the chorus of insects and the rustling of night winds through the wild grasses filled the air. Old Joe, are you there? He quelled his unease, quickened his pace, parted the dense thicket of weeds, and called out to his colleague. His voice abruptly ceased. He glanced down at what his foot had encountered, an arm. In the dim moonlight, he barely discerned that the male corpse with the grotesquely twisted neck was indeed Old Joe. Death had claimed him. His cry of alarm summoned the officer in charge. The man was utterly lifeless, yet his body remained warm and pliable, as if recently deceased. The officer examined the fractured neck and wrists, noting that the injuries suggested instantaneous breaks inflicted by an immensely powerful grip. Despite traces of martial energy within the corpse, there was no evidence of resistance. The assailant must possess strength exceeding that of a low-ranking gongshur. What of the female prisoner? Has her body been located? The officer inquired, realizing the corpse had been looted. His subordinate replied, No, we haven't discovered her. Only Old Joe. The officer's expression darkened. The man was dead, and the female prisoner had vanished? Had there been an abduction? This suspicion filled him with dread. Return and watch the remaining prisoners. Eliminate anyone suspicious. Yes, sir. The officer followed the trail left by Xuntang, soon spotting a shadowy figure darting through the darkness. Without hesitation, he nocked an arrow and released it, aiming for Xuntang's back. This arrow would have effortlessly killed the female prisoner. Yet, as if possessing eyes in the back of her head, she rolled to the right at the last moment, narrowly avoiding the projectile. So, another one slipped through the net. He steered his horse past Xuntang, reining it in to block her path. Exploiting your androgynous appearance to infiltrate the female prisoners and then escape, a cunning scheme, Gong thief. The confiscated male members of the Gong family, regardless of age, had their dantian crippled. This was to prevent escape and future retribution. This prisoner was alone, without support, suggesting Xuntang had used her looks to lure someone out, then attacked when they were vulnerable. However, even a relaxed low-ranking gongshur couldn't be killed so quickly by a woman. The wounds indicated the presence of a literary heart or martial soul, impossible for a woman. Therefore, the female prisoner was a man. The fact that he had gone undetected for so long meant the Gong family was protecting him, implying he held a significant position. Such an important escapee could not be allowed to go free. In a flash, a logical deduction formed in his mind. Xuntang rose from the ground, spitting out the dirt that clung to her lips. She overheard the officer's words. Exploiting my androgynous appearance? Calling me a Gong thief? Don't think you can just make up my background because I don't remember. Oh, and what do you propose? As Xuntang spoke, she inadvertently aggravated the wound on her cheek, the sharp pain causing her to gasp. The rough ground had scraped her cheek raw. Her eyes remained fixed on her adversary. Return with me, and I'll spare your life. Xuntang laughed. Spare my life? I think you're full of it. You're ugly, but you have high hopes. Since negotiation was impossible, the officer gathered his strength, a glint of murderous intent in his eyes. Spears, blades, swords, halberds, bows, crossbows, and spears. Kill. Xuntang was taken aback. What does that mean? As the question formed in her mind, the officer's longbow transformed into a cross halberd. The massive weapon, nearly a zhang in length, with its cold spearhead aimed directly at her face, was utterly dishonorable. Xuntang recoiled in shock, dodging the lethal strike. In the hands of the officer, the strange halberd moved with precision, creating a dense, impenetrable screen of attacks. Xuntang, however, was unarmed. At this rate, she would be exhausted and become an easy target. As for the idea of uttering a phrase and conjuring a weapon, defying all scientific principles, she now understood where the horse came from. Could this world become even more absurd? The halberd's spearhead grazed her left arm, embedding itself in the ground, causing her scalp to tingle. Had she reacted more slowly, the strike would have pierced her heart. Desperate, she tried to manifest a weapon, wondering if she could be an exception to the rule that women couldn't cultivate a martial soul or literary heart. You insignificant ants overestimate yourselves. The officer sneered. Shintang felt utterly humiliated. As the halberd struck again, she grabbed the spearhead with her bare hands in a surge of anger. Enough! A nameless rage surged through her, igniting a series of words that flashed through her mind. She sensed that these words were key to breaking the impasse, a loving mother's sword. Shintang was confused. Was it a sword or a thread? And the next line was, slashing the wanderer's back. This loving mother was toxic. The line about the son being beaten into obedience was understandable, but the next line was shocking. 18 strikes per second, each a critical hit. Shintang wondered if the wanderer was still alive. Could this absurd horror story really break the stalemate? The officer, whom Shintang had pulled from his horse, shared her disbelief. He had been dragged off his warhorse by a 10-year-old convict. He now felt a genuine desire to kill. If I don't kill this gong thief today, she will be a threat in the future. He mustered his strength, retrieving the spearhead and thrusting it out again, aiming for Shintang's left eye. But the spearhead didn't pierce her skull. It met resistance from a force that numbed his grip. With a clang, the spearhead met a plain, bright sword, accompanied by the faint sounds of dragons and tigers. The wielder of the sword was Shintang. The officer's pupils dilated. The two struggled, locked in a stalemate. This gave Shintang a moment to breathe. She wondered if she should complain that a loving mother's sword could actually summon a sword, or lament her decision to grab the spearhead. As an artist, her hands were more important than her brain. She had grabbed the spearhead with her bare hands. Fortunately, she hadn't damaged any tendons. Shintang's eyes turned cold. She would teach this oversized child a lesson. As they remained locked in place, Shintang shifted her feet, and the bright sword brushed past the halberd, closing the distance. At the same time, she silently finished the last line. 18 strikes per second, each a critical hit. At the very moment she unleashed her sword, an invisible yet formidable force gathered in her right hand from the dantian, rendering the weighty long sword as light as a feather. Her arm felt as though it were powered by 18 supermotors, leaving a trail of phantom blades with each strike. Indeed, every sword stroke was a critical hit. What once allowed only a single strike now enabled 18, each aimed directly at the vital points. The interplay of sword shadows and gleaming sword lights wove a net of deadly precision. Logically, such an assault could have skewered the leader of the constables like a hedgehog. Yet, this world was devoid of martial ethics and scientific rationale. He crossed his arms defensively, utilizing solidified black metal bracers to withstand the barrage of 18 strikes. Emerging largely unscathed, not entirely unharmed, however, his hairpin had been dislodged by her relentless assault. Witnessing this, Shintang nearly erupted in a tirade. Could this world be any more absurd? If a third-rate constable posed such a challenge, what of the 20th-rate officials? Would they ascend to the heavens on the spot? The constable leader's expression grew increasingly focused, a frown deepening on his brow. As Shintang's speed slightly waned, he seized the opportunity to launch a counterattack, sending forth a crimson fist shadow. Shintang dodged just in time, but the punch struck the ground, creating a massive crater. The swirling dust obscured her vision. When she regained clarity, a brilliant blade was descending upon her. She had no choice but to cross her sword defensively, bending her knees under the immense pressure, her center of gravity sinking as she braced for the impact. The resounding clash of blade against blade was deafening, ringing in her ears like a phantom sound. The constable leader remarked, "I underestimated you." His ferocity intensified, pressing forward relentlessly. After a fierce struggle, both parties were considerably drained, and he had yet to subdue the prisoner. Shintang's breath became slightly erratic, a thin sheen of sweat forming on her forehead. It was important to note that a third-rate constable possessed strength 2 or 3 times that of an ordinary official. With every swing of his blade, the constable leader exerted his full might, aiming to cleave her in two. Shintang suspected her arm was on the brink of failure, pain coursing through her, deepening her frustration. Clearly, I overestimated you. If one cannot perform, why feign superiority by claiming I underestimated you? Undeterred by Shintang's provocation, the constable leader suppressed his anger and swiftly approached with his blade drawn, halting just a yard away, his thick brows furrowing. He shouted into the emptiness, "Who is it? Show yourself." Shintang felt a chill run down her spine. Were there others nearby? Just then, a deep, magnetic male voice rolled into her ears. The strong lose first. The soft survive last. The gentle can conquer the hard, and the weak can triumph over the strong. The constable leader's face turned ashen upon hearing these words. As the last syllable fell, A black and white intertwining script unfurled beneath Shintang's feet, with characters flying out and embedding themselves into her body. In an instant, she felt rejuvenated. The pain in her arm vanished, her breath steadied, and all her lost energy returned. No, it surged beyond her previous limits. She sensed that with her next sword stroke. It would not be 18 but 36. This was clearly an ally. Could it be that this was the long-awaited beginner's boon for a time traveler? Observing Shintang's rapid recovery, the constable leader's thoughts turned to cursing. His teeth ground in frustration. Obstructing official duties is a crime deserving of death. The man taunted. Why not slay one of them for me to see? The constable leader remained unyielding. The Gong family's tyranny is well known, and you align yourself with the Gong rebels. Are you not afraid of bringing calamity upon yourself? Why the Gong family was obliterated, I know better than you. Who the real rebel is remains uncertain. The constable leader realized he had no chance left. Continuing to entangle himself further would mean facing the combined wrath of Shintang and this mysterious man. His life would surely be at stake. Reluctantly, he sheathed his sword and retreated, riding away after several paces in defeat. Almost simultaneously, the script beneath Shintang dissipated. With its disappearance, the invigorated Shintang reverted to her previous state. Shintang thought, is the duration of this buff truly so brief? With the crisis averted, she collapsed onto the ground to catch her breath, incredulously gazing at her hands. Against all odds, she had survived the initial hellish onset, benefiting from the protective grace of a beginner's boon and reclaiming her life. Surviving a great calamity surely brings future blessings. Wiping away the perspiration, Shintang looked up to see a slender young man with pale lips emerge from behind a tree. She quickly rose to express her gratitude. Thank you, sir, for saving my life. The young man surveyed Shintang with narrowed eyes, responding coolly, no need for thanks. Had I not detected your presence and called out, I would have preferred not to save you, perhaps even sought your death, solely based on your connection to the Gong family. Shintang's smile froze. Just escaped the tiger's den, only to enter the wolf's lair? Steadying her nerves, she met the young man's gaze directly and inquired, do you have a vendetta against the Gong family? To her surprise, the young man replied, no vendetta. Then why intervene? Shintang queried, perplexed. The young man leaned against the tree, hands tucked within his sleeves, his gaze lowered. You are a descendant of the Gong family. How could you not know? I am not a descendant of the Gong family, Shintang asserted, observing a flicker of surprise in the young man's eyes. She continued, regardless of whether he believed her. Secondly, I truly do not understand your hostility. And thirdly, I am certainly not a male heir of the Gong family. Clearly a genuine female. Although still young and lacking evident secondary sexual characteristics, her face would not allow her gender to be mistaken. The young man scrutinized Shintang's face, his gaze penetrating her eyes as though weighing the truth of her words. After a long pause, he nodded. I believe you, young lord. Shintang thought, what? You believe me? Having stated my gender, why is he so obstinate? Does he need me to remove my trousers to prove my identity? The young man jested. While your skills are commendable, such frivolous use of literary talent, flailing about indiscriminately, certainly does not suggest a proper education. No respectable scholar would directly confront a martial artist. Considering that the exiled prisoners are not solely from the Gong family, I surmise you might be an outsider, fortunate to have been mistaken for a female relative, thus avoiding extermination. Shintang was momentarily at a loss for words, only able to seize on one point. Did you say literary talent? I possess literary talent? This body harbored literary talent? She felt invigorated. You truly did not know? Seeing her expression of genuine ignorance, it was now the young man's turn to be astonished. Shintang sincerely shook her head. She had only traversed into this world for less than 24 hours. Not only did she lack the original owner's memories, but she had also been robbed of her home. How could she possibly know such matters? The young man pressed, if you were unaware of your literary talent, how do you explain the words you just uttered? Words? Shintang questioned. What do you mean? The phrase, the sword in the mother's hand. Cleaving the son's body, that is your literary talent. As he spoke, his brow furrowed in a curious expression. A mother cleaving with a sword certainly did not sound like a standard literary talent, but the world was vast, and oddities abounded. Perhaps he had simply seen too little. Shintang replied candidly, I was contemplating a way to save my life when it suddenly manifested in my mind. The young man was taken aback. This is absurd. Shintang redirected the conversation. You haven't explained why you harbor such disdain for the Gong family. A problem left unresolved is akin to a fruitless anticipation. a sensation that gnaws at one's very core. The young man cast a glance at Shintang, his face betraying no emotion as he spoke. Though I harbor no personal vendetta, I carry the resentment of a fallen nation. Upon hearing this, Shintang immediately ceased her idle curiosity. This was no trifling matter. Should one inadvertently provoke him, it could lead to dire consequences. Yet, amidst the myriad nations vying for supremacy, the cycles of destruction and rebirth were commonplace. In a lifetime, an individual could change nationalities more than twice. The young man felt a connection to his homeland, but it did not run so deep. And then there was the issue of the word spirit. Shintang, undeterred, regarded the young man as a free source of knowledge. Why should she toil for answers when they were readily available? Who wouldn't relish such an opportunity? The young man confirmed, with increasing exasperation, that Shintang was indeed ignorant of the most fundamental concepts, her inquiries so basic they raised doubts about her origins. Thus, he began his explanation, far more coherent than the fragmented memories swirling in Shintang's mind. In bygone days, the fallen star of thieves shattered into pieces scattered across the vast lands, while the populace busied themselves with the cultivation of literature and martial prowess, neglecting its significance. It was not until a craftsman carved one of the fragments into a seal and presented it to the monarch that its true power was unveiled. Upon receiving the seal, the monarch was enveloped in a radiant violet light, and an array of mystical characters emerged, intertwining with the official's essence. It became apparent that certain characters, when combined with specific literary and martial intent, could unleash extraordinary powers. These characters were known as word spirits. For instance, the young man's earlier utterance, "The resilient teeth may falter first, while the pliant tongue endures," served to bolster one side in conflict, with the same word spirit yielding varying effects depending on the wielder. Consequently, fragments of the fallen star became standard accoutrements of national seals. The word spirit contained within directly influenced a nation's strength. Should the monarch invoke the seal, it could transform into a formidable national artifact, safeguarding the realm's destiny. As the young man concluded this account, he paused briefly, stealing a glance at Shintang's expression, and continued in a subdued tone. "The capital of Chongtai has been breached, and the national seal is lost. Rumors abound that the Gong family has hidden it away for themselves. However, even after the Gong family's downfall, the whereabouts of the seal remain elusive." Shintang paid little heed to the national seal, instead fixating on the mention of Chongtai. She inquired, her curiosity piqued. The young man's expression became a tapestry of complexity. Chongtai was formerly known as the Kingdom of Xian, and there were whispers that its name was to be changed to Chongtai. He assumed Shintang's question stemmed from her ignorance of current affairs, not realizing she merely found the name peculiar. The act of renaming a fallen nation, what could that signify? The young man explained, "It is an act of humiliation." Humiliation? Shintang echoed, intrigued. The term Chongtai refers to the servitude of servants to servants, a term laden with disgrace for the remnants of the Kingdom of Xian. What did it mean to be a servant of a servant? In layman's terms, it denoted the lowest of the low. And as one of the architects of the nation's downfall, the Gong family was hardly beloved. As long as the national seal remained hidden, the unrest would persist. These matters were mere curiosities to Shintang, who was far more invested in understanding the essence of her own literary spirit. The young man suggested, "Perhaps it would be prudent to test it." The literary spirit, classified into 9 grades, required knowledge of its specific tier to find a compatible word spirit. "How does one measure it?" Shintang inquired. "With the literary spirit seal," he replied, extending his right hand, palm upwards. Shintang hesitated before placing her right hand atop his, tilting her head in inquiry. The young man regarded her with a somewhat perplexed expression. Realizing her misunderstanding, she quickly withdrew her hand, as if jolted. "Concentrate the energy in your palm." Seeing her still bewildered, he felt compelled to offer further guidance. He assumed he had been sufficiently clear, yet Shintang seemed unaware of what energy entailed. After a prolonged silence, he prodded, "When you previously invoked the word spirit, did you feel something coursing from your essence through your meridians? That is energy. Now, attempt to draw it from your essence, condensing it in your palm. Can you do that?" The mastery of word spirits was not guaranteed. It hinged upon one's proficiency. The young man believed that someone capable of countering a third-rank Zhanxiao with their literary spirit ought to possess some understanding. He articulated his thoughts clearly, prompting Shintang to reflect on her earlier sensations: energy, essence, word spirit, literary spirit. After a moment, she grasped a flicker of comprehension. guiding the energy to flow into her palm. At last, a translucent orb of energy began to coalesce, hovering just above her palm. Tang looked up at the young man and asked, "Is this energy? It's rather fascinating. What tier is my literary spirit?" The young man, his gaze lowered, obscured much of his face in shadow, making his expression difficult to discern, yet she was certain he was focused on her palm. Sensing an awkward atmosphere, she inquired again, and he seemed to snap back to attention. "Now, refine and solidify this orb of energy, just as I demonstrated." As he spoke, the young man's right hand manifested a pale blue vortex of energy, resembling mist at first, but swiftly transforming into a viscous, deep blue substance. Ultimately, under Tang's watchful gaze, it took the shape of a uniquely crafted seal, roughly the size of a baby's fist. Noticing the glimmer of curiosity in her eyes, the young man extended the seal toward her. It was exquisitely designed, with the side inscribed with the characters for 6th rank, middle lower, and the base bearing the same inscription with the name Qi Yuan Yang. "Is your name Qi Yuan Yang?" Tang inquired. If this was indeed a name, then 6th rank. Middle lower would signify his literary spirit's tier. "Qi, as in goodness, courtesy," he replied, his gaze fixed on Tang's eyes. Seeing her clear and unprejudiced gaze, he felt a slight satisfaction, his demeanor becoming less aloof. "That is indeed a fine name," Tang remarked, "with both goodness and courtesy. You must be a person of virtue." Qi Yuanliang was momentarily taken aback. As Tang returned the seal, she said, "I believe I understand what to do now." Following Qi Yuanliang's demonstration, she endeavored to compress the swirling energy, which gradually morphed from colorless to a milky white gel, and then into a transparent, crystal-like trinket. Only then did Tang cease her concentration, eagerly inspecting the seal from all angles. "Huh, why are there no characters?" "No characters?" Qi Yuanyang echoed, his tone betraying no surprise, as though he had anticipated this. Indeed, there were no inscriptions on the side, only at the base. "Where 4 wild and elegant characters read Shin's young pair." Shin. Young pair? You truly are not a descendant of the Gong family. The transparency of the seal made deciphering the characters somewhat challenging, and as Qi Yuanyang examined the base, he commented, "However, young sir, your chosen name is a tad too delicate. At first glance, one might mistake it for a woman's given name." Tang fell silent, having given up on clarifying her identity as a female. In this world, where the existence of a literary spirit was implicitly associated with masculinity, defending herself would yield little benefit. Let the misunderstanding persist. She would unravel the mystery of her literary spirit or bolster her strength in due course, lest she be branded as an anomaly. "I am Tang," she stated. "The leaves of the pear tree fall in shades of rouge, while the buckwheat blooms with a fragrance akin to snow." Qi Yuanliang smiled gently. "That is also a splendid name." Tang, despite her yearning to clarify that her name was Tang and that young pair was a randomly assigned pen name devoid of special significance, refrained from dampening his enthusiasm. She accepted the compliment, her primary concern still revolving around the tier of her literary spirit. "Mr. Qi, what tier is my literary spirit?" To her surprise, Qi Yuanyang countered. "What tier do you desire?" Tang, what does this mean?" Qi Shan began to speak of something else. "Unlike martial courage, which has 20 ranks, literary talent is classified into only 9 grades. The 1st grade is the highest, the 2nd is intermediate, the 3rd is lower, and so on until the 9th grade. Which is the lowest? Martial courage can be honed and elevated through postnatal efforts, and those with exceptional gifts can even attain the rank of Marquis. While literary talent is fixed at birth, I possess a literary talent of the 6th grade, which is below average yet above the lowest. What grade do you hope to achieve?" Tang was taken aback. "Am I allowed to choose?" Qi Shan replied, "For others, it may not be possible, but since you have encountered me, I can assist you in this matter." Tang felt perplexed. Her intuition told her that Qi Shan's words held deeper meaning. However, he did not elaborate, merely hinting softly, "A child bearing treasures in a bustling marketplace is not a wise act." Tang instinctively tensed. What exactly was this literary talent that it could be so serious? Was it true that her status as a time traveler brought her potential peril? Suppressing her curiosity, which could lead to disastrous outcomes, she asked, "Can any grade of literary talent be disguised?" Since Qi Shan himself was of the 6th grade and literary talent cannot be altered, one is born with their grade, he clearly could not assist anyone in genuinely changing their literary grade. Thus, the only option left was disguise. Tang tentatively inquired, "Would it be possible to feign a 1st grade literary talent?" Qishan nearly laughed at her question. A first-grade literary talent belongs to the sages. It is an illusory grade that only lords in possession of the national seal can claim. Are you seeking death? Shintang lowered her gaze to her literary talent seal, contemplating for a moment. Then it would be wiser to disguise it as a ninth-grade lower talent. Ninth-grade lower? Oh, how astute of you. When the seal revealed the 4 characters for ninth-grade lower in seal script, Shintang toyed with the transparent seal, unsure how to proceed. How does one retract this? And for what purpose? It serves as proof of identity. Even a ninth-grade lower literary talent is superior to that of an ordinary person. In this chaotic era where one generation can change nationalities twice, the lives of ordinary people are worth less than straw, especially since Shintang was a fugitive. The characters etched behind her ear were inscribed through special means, and unless she were to sever her ear, they would remain for eternity. However, with the literary talent seal, and by covering it with ear ornaments, even the most casual enforcer would hesitate to investigate. People cannot be judged by appearances, thanks to the kind support from the talented Mei. Mr. Qi. Shintang hesitated. Qishan lifted an eyelid and said coolly, "Speak your mind. I dislike beating around the bush and prefer straightforwardness. Then I shall be direct, if it is convenient. Could you allow me to accompany you for a few days?" Shintang appeared somewhat embarrassed, aware that her identity as a fugitive could bring trouble and that she should not trouble him, but feeling lost in unfamiliar territory. She truly did not know what to do. Qishan, skilled in manipulating literary talent, recognized this as an excellent opportunity to gain free tutoring. How could one not seize such a chance? An opportunity like this is rare, and missing it would be regrettable. Gaining further understanding of literary talent would allow her to better integrate into this strange world. Shintang fully utilized her youth and pitiful appearance to evoke sympathy. Yet Qishan showed little compassion in his gaze. He merely observed this seemingly pitiful young man with his head bowed. A novice, barely grasping literary talent, dared to confront the third-grade Zhanxiu head-on without faltering. Where was the pitiful little pup? Clearly, it resembled a wolf pup with sharp fangs and a predatory gaze. Though its fangs were still tender, once it gained confidence, it could be dangerous. Feigning weakness? That trick might deceive others, but not him. Qishan lowered his eyelids, playing with the deep green literary talent seal hanging from his waist. After a long contemplation, he finally said, "It is not impossible. But we must part ways at the next town, or you might regret it." Shintang asked in surprise, "Regret? Why?" Qishan pointed to the sword at his waist and retorted, "Do you think this sword is merely decorative or a reliable weapon?" Shintang. Qishan chuckled. "Do not assume that just because someone helps you once, they are a good person. The troubles I carry far exceed those of a fugitive like you. Not just me. Anyone seeing you alone in the wild, whether adorned with a literary talent seal or a martial courage token, should be alert." Shintang blinked, whispering so that Qishan could hear, "Mr. Qi, you may be underestimating my naivety." Qishan scoffed inwardly. This young man was certainly not naive. But in this world, only the cunning could survive. Having already assisted once, why not do so again? It could also foster connections. The two set up a campfire in a sheltered spot. Qishan rested with his sword in hand, and before he could drift into slumber, he heard Shintang's stomach rumbling. He opened his eyes to look at her. Shintang, clutching her stomach, awkwardly said, after walking for 7 or 8 hours with shackles and only having consumed a stale biscuit, "I must be embarrassing you." Shintang's insatiable hunger was evident, and he could not pretend not to hear. He unfastened his water pouch and food bag, handing them to her. "Eat something to tide you over." Shintang did not hesitate to accept. "Thank you." Once the cool, soft food slid down her throat and into her stomach, the intense burning hunger was somewhat alleviated. Despite her extreme hunger, she only ate half and left the other half untouched. Qishan was somewhat surprised, but said nothing. Due to this interruption, he lost his desire for sleep and pulled out a scroll made of animal hide and gunpowder from his pack, reading it closely by the firelight. Shintang vaguely saw the characters for Ling and seemed entranced. Qishan, unable to concentrate under her curious and bright gaze, sighed softly. "Curious?" Shintang hugged her knees with one hand and rested her chin on the other, smiling sheepishly. "Yes, I am. Literary talent is truly fascinating. Could you teach me, sir?" Qishan replied, "You are quite forward. Did you not say you dislike beating around the bush and prefer straightforwardness?" Qishan. He did not say he would teach her. However, the scroll in his hand was not a rare artifact. It contained well-known and common Ling that any strategist would encounter in a larger town or academy. Moreover, Ling was rather abstract. Most of its essence could only be grasped intuitively. The same phrase could be learned by some, while remaining elusive to others for a lifetime. Only those intrigue that resonate with oneself or can be comprehended offer the chance for mastery, becoming second nature. You may read it yourself. Qishan generously lent her the scroll, advising her to ask if she did not understand. Shintang, brimming with curiosity, took it, but after reading one line, her expression turned blank. Qishan asked, "Do you not recognize the characters above? If so, I cannot assist you." Shintang shook her head. "I recognize the characters. I merely wish to ask if phrases like, to quench thirst by envisioning plums, are also considered intrigue?" Qishan nodded. "Indeed. Do not underestimate it just because it is short and concise like martial courage intrigue. Its power is not to be dismissed. It is one of the essential intrigue that strategists must master. If wielded by someone with strong literary talent and used appropriately, it can even sway the outcome of a war at a critical moment." Shintang was flabbergasted. Influence the outcome of a war? Naturally. This phrase can boost the morale of soldiers. Seeing Shintang's skeptical expression, he assumed she misunderstood that intrigue must be lengthy and elaborated. Originally, intrigue was quite lengthy, recorded in a fable. When Wei Wu lost the source of water during a military campaign, the troops were parched. And he declared, "Ahead lies a great plum grove. It is sweet and sour and can quench your thirst." Upon hearing this, the soldiers' mouths watered, and they hastened to the source. However, after refinement, it has been condensed to just 4 characters. Shintang's mouth hung open, her expression one of newfound enlightenment. "So, to deploy troops in a scattered formation?" Qishan replied, "It can be used to arrange troops and engage in strategy with the enemy. To eliminate the root of the problem?" Qishan, "It enhances the soldiers' morale, but it consumes immense energy and should not be used lightly." Shintang pointed Qishan Dao, primarily employed in strategic military formations. It serves to provoke the enemy into disarray. There is no need for further inquiry. One glance at the dense annotations by Qishan reveals that each is intended for warfare. It is no wonder he claims not to be a benevolent character. Observing these intricate words of wisdom, coupled with the simulated military formations depicted on the scroll, Shintang realized that this gentleman is indeed a fervent enthusiast of offensive strategies. Lurking in the grass like a predator, just shy of tattooing "I am LYB" on his face. "Mr. Qishan, I have another question." Qishan was taken aback by her audacity. They had barely known each other, yet she posed questions with such frequency. However, considering Shintang's intellect, he narrowed his eyes, displaying a hint of patience. "Ask away." Upon further examination of the scroll, Shintang noticed not only the words of wisdom but also those of martial courage. Truth be told, she was not entirely clear on the distinction between the two. "Aren't both adept at combat?" Shintang inquired, "What exactly differentiates literary insight from martial courage?" Qishan, once again, found himself questioning whether Shintang hailed from some remote corner of the world, as her inquiries consistently caught him off guard. The air grew awkwardly silent for several breaths. With a resigned tone, Qishan explained, "Martial courage embodies the essence of physical prowess, whereas literary insight governs external affairs. While martial courage cultivates strength within oneself, literary insight manipulates the complexities of the battlefield." Although Shintang longed to assert her understanding to avoid being perceived as lacking intelligence, she hesitantly admitted, "I do not quite grasp it. Could you elaborate further, Mr. Qishan?" Qishan, not expecting her to comprehend immediately, opted for a more straightforward explanation. Martial courage centers around action. A warrior, armed and resolute, exemplifies this. To cease hostilities is to embody martial strength. Thus, most martial spirits enhance one's physical capabilities, empowering one to confront 1,000 foes alone. Shintang nodded thoughtfully. "So, does that imply a minority of spirits operate differently?" "Indeed," Qishan confirmed. "Take, for instance, the martial spirit one call, 100 respond. When utilized by a strategist, it can rally 100 soldiers, but in the hands of a commander, it can compel them to don armor and mount steeds, merging their spirits into a single, formidable force. With unity of purpose, their strength becomes unparalleled." Having anticipated Shintang's next question, Qishan preemptively clarified, "Some spirits are applicable to both martial courage and literary insight. There is no need for curiosity here. However, the efficacy of the same spirit may vary significantly based on the individual's comprehension and cultivation." Shintang pondered for a moment. "So, martial courage involves direct confrontation, while literary insight operates behind the scenes, hiring others to engage on one's behalf. The former showcases strength, while the latter displays intellect. One serves as the offense, the other as support. Qishan remained silent for a few breaths. Although he was unfamiliar with the term showcase, he inferred its meaning from the context. With a stoic expression, he replied, "You may interpret it that way if you wish." Shintang, contemplating further, asked, "But doesn't that position one as reactive?" "Reactive?" Qishan countered. "Even the most astute mind cannot withstand an onslaught of fists. Literary insight plays a supportive role, with skills predominantly geared towards guidance, while martial courage handles the majority of the offensive. What if one finds themselves isolated and captured? Wouldn't they be left defenseless?" Shintang pressed. "As an adult, shouldn't one master both literary insight and martial courage? Is it not possible to pursue both paths simultaneously?" Qishan began to understand her perspective. Throughout recorded history, there have been instances of individuals mastering both literary insight and martial courage. But what? Shintang urged. Qishan fiddled with the campfire, his tone nonchalant. Such individuals either perish prematurely or are deemed foolish, ultimately remaining as ordinary as the rest. Shintang fell silent, disheartened by the idea that she may not possess the dual aptitude she desired. Clutching the scroll, she felt overwhelmed, though she recognized every character and could memorize Qishan's insights. The methods of cultivation and application eluded her. Seeking guidance from a novice NPC only yielded cryptic, esoteric advice akin to a stream of consciousness tutorial. It was evident that one should not demand too much from a free service. As time passed, the sounds of the temple bell reverberated through the air. Shintang rubbed her belly, her thoughts drifting to the image of green plums, recalling that literary insight could conjure something from nothing. Is it too much to ask for a few green plums? If there were enough, she could find other uses for them. Qishan, possessing acute hearing, doused her hopes with cold water. That would indeed be excessive. While literary spirits are wondrous, they cannot provide sustenance. If they could, the world would not be plagued with hunger. Lost in thought, Qishan sighed as he recalled a city of starving citizens he had witnessed months prior during his travels. He paused, instinctively ceasing the topic. Without him needing to elaborate, Shintang could envision the grim reality he had witnessed, one filled with the harrowing sights of famine. Driven by curiosity, she asked, "Why can't they? If literary spirits can create weapons and armor, enabling a mere commoner to confront armies, why can't they produce simple green plums? It's all about conjuring something from nothing. Why the discrimination? Even if it's truly impossible, shouldn't they assist with agriculture? Utilizing literary insight and martial courage in farming would surely yield better results than the toil of the average farmer. If they could produce food," she mused, "I could sell plums for some traveling funds. Being transported to another realm, penniless and on the run, is quite challenging for an ordinary homebody artist." Qishan refrained from providing a definitive answer. He merely stated, "As for the earlier inquiries, I cannot answer them. However, you will understand the last question with time and experience. In this chaotic world, who would willingly exchange their sword for a plow? Those who attempt reform often meet with failure and dire consequences." Contemplating these unsettling thoughts, he closed his eyes for a moment of respite, occasionally hearing Shintang murmur about green plums. After approximately 15 minutes, she continued to wrestle with the concept of conjuring plums. Qishan, keeping his eyes shut, reminded her, learning about literary spirits requires a certain affinity with countless spirits in existence. If one path does not yield results, it is best not to waste time fixating on it. Instead, pursue another. Yet, one cannot endeavor to learn every spirit. Excessive ambition leads to failure. It is better to specialize in a few than to spread oneself too thin. "Oh, I understand." What followed was a crisp crack and the sound of something being chewed. Qishan, with half of his rations and water pouch in his possession, where could Shintang have found food? A faint aroma of green plums wafted through the air. Qishan. He abruptly opened his eyes to find Shintang seated cross-legged on the ground, her legs piled with a dozen round, glistening green plums, each one appearing succulent and crisp. As she chewed, her face contorted in a sour expression, yet her hunger compelled her to swallow. "Where did you get these green plums?" Qishan asked, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Green plums? Oh, I've been attempting to utilize the literary spirit conjuring plums to quench thirst, diligently activating literary insight. But I have yet to achieve the effect you noted. After several attempts, a plum appeared out of thin air. You see, this is the essence of gazing at plums to quench thirst," Shintang concluded, demonstrating once more. As the incantation settled, a green plum materialized in her palm under Qishan's watchful gaze. Xin Tang took a bite, wrinkling her face in distaste, though it is quite sour. Each invocation yields only one, so the yield is low. Still, it is better than nothing. After all, it was a plum obtained without cost, and her expectations could not be overly high. She planned to procure more, intending to transform them into pickled plums, salted plums, or perhaps plum wine. It was a no-cost venture, and even if it did not yield great profits, it should suffice for her sustenance. She carefully selected a large, unripe plum, clearly sour, and offered it to Qi Shan. "Here, would you care to try it, Mr. Qi?" Qi Shan hesitated before accepting, first gazing at the green plum in her hand, then lifting his gaze to observe Xin Tang's triumphant smile, as if she had outwitted a predator. His brow furrowed slightly, revealing a hint of tension. After a long pause, he sighed and took the plum, wiping it carelessly with his sleeve before taking a bite. The texture and flavor were identical to that of an unripe green plum. Noticing Qi Shan's frown, Xin Tang remarked wistfully, "If it were a bit riper, it would surely taste better. I wonder if there exists an incantation that could conjure wine. It would be delightful to savor plum wine while admiring the snow at the lake in winter, sipping tea and enjoying plums, wouldn't it?" Qi Shan regarded Xin Tang with a complex expression, sighing, "If you find joy in that, then so be it. Just remember not to regret today's reckless actions in the future." Xin Tang paused, her chewing coming to a halt, puzzled by his words. "Mr. Qi, do you mean to say that being able to conjure things is not a good thing? It may be beneficial to others, but perhaps not for you." His gaze held a tinge of regret, as if she had unknowingly squandered a great treasure. Before she could inquire further, he abruptly changed the subject, adding, "Of course, if young Shun has no grand ambitions and seeks only to fill her belly and find shelter from the storm, then that could be considered a good thing." As Xin Tang chewed on the plum, she appeared confused on the surface, yet internally she was furrowing her brow, pondering Qi Shan's reasoning. Tentatively, she asked, "Is it related to my literary heart?" Qi Shan, surprised by her astuteness, nodded. "It has some relation." Xin Tang leaned in attentively, eager to listen. But Qi Shan was not forthcoming, unwilling to elaborate. What did he mean? That the national seal concealed by the Gong family might be linked to young Shen? Even though he held little interest in the seal, young Shen might not feel the same. To avoid unnecessary misunderstandings, it was prudent to feign ignorance. Most importantly, he suspected that young Shun's literary heart had awakened the path of the lords in resonance with the national seal. The relationship between the literary heart, martial courage, and the national seal was exceedingly unique. The national seal not only stabilizes the nation's fortune and wards off foreign enemies, but it also possesses a crucial ability, the path of the lords. A lord endowed with both literary heart and martial courage, wielding the national seal, has the opportunity to resonate with it and randomly gain a special ability based on their inner desires. The abilities most commonly chosen by lords include governance, public favor, and even the capacity to enhance the talents of their subordinates. While Qi Shan was unclear about Xin Tang's path of the lords, it was undoubtedly related to agriculture. A lord with agricultural talents. It was clear that such a prospect lacked promise. However, young Shen did not appear particularly ambitious, seeking merely self-preservation, making this ability quite fitting, at least ensuring she wouldn't starve. With a sense of unease gnawing at her, Xin Tang found the conversation increasingly frustrating. She detested vague insinuations that left one guessing. Mr. Qi had his reasons for withholding details, and under normal circumstances, she ought not to pry. Yet, given that it pertained to her own fate, she pressed on with subtle inquiries. "I wonder, is it possible that there is a flaw in my literary heart? How serious is this flaw? Is there a chance of remedy?" Qi Shan responded succinctly, "No." According to his knowledge, each national seal corresponded to a single lord and a specific path of the lords. Such abilities required the national seal as a medium for activation and, aside from one circumstance, remained fixed throughout one's life. What circumstance? Death. As long as young Shin was alive, the national seal she held would only confer the current ability, its sole advantage being that she would not starve. All else was detrimental. For instance, lacking any means of self-defense. Should anyone discover the national seal in her possession, the outcome would undoubtedly be fatal. If young Shun harbored ambitions, her plight would be even graver. Starting off on the wrong foot, she would be unable to contend against the ravenous wolves and tigers. Observing Qi Shan's increasingly grave expression, Xin Tang felt the plum in her hand losing its allure. Was her situation truly this dire? Was her life in jeopardy? Countless thoughts swirled in her mind. And had it not been for Qi Shan's voice bringing her back to reality, She might have envisioned herself ill and writing a farewell letter. Aside from the gazing at plums to quench thirst, can you conjure anything else? Shintang shook her head, setting aside her anxieties. For now, I suppose we should take things one step at a time. I do not know, but I can certainly try. If there were various types of fruit, perhaps she could open a fruit shop. Aside from rent and labor costs, it would be a zero-cost endeavor, guaranteeing profit. Qishan produced another scroll, pointing to a segment of incantation. Try this incantation. As Shintang leaned closer, she murmured, drawing a cake in the air, cannot be eaten? This incantation resembled gazing at plums to quench thirst. Since the latter could conjure green plums, perhaps this incantation could produce cakes? Shintang mused. But it states cannot be eaten. How can one consume a drawn cake? It would be better simplified to drawing cakes to satisfy hunger. Cakes are far more filling than plums. Though green plums are fresh, they are too small and sour. Even my steadfast stomach cannot handle too many. After just 20 or so, my jaws felt numb from the acidity. After attempting the incantation a dozen times with no success, she grew somewhat disheartened. Her peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the densely packed notes on the scroll, and her eyes lit up. She shifted her finger, stopping at a particular passage. Mr. Chi. Compared to drawing cakes, I find this segment far more intriguing. Turning stone into gold, as a means to pay tribute. Turning stone into gold. Qishan immediately grasped Shintang's intentions. Indeed, turning stone into gold. How many pounds of green plums and cakes could a small piece of gold purchase? In terms of value, this incantation was undoubtedly superior. Moreover, there was also the concept of a golden house to hide a beauty, which could be arranged. Yet, she pondered, would it conjure a golden house or the beauty? If it were the beauty, would she be male or female, beautiful or plain? Qishan regarded Shintang as though she were a Na'vi dreamer. Though she was young, her imagination was quite vivid. If you are not afraid of meeting your end right now, you may indeed give it a try. Shintang. Qishan chuckled softly. The value and effectiveness of an incantation correlate with the strength of one's literary heart. The stronger the literary heart, the greater the power of the incantation. If one forcibly employs an incantation beyond their capacity, the consequences will inevitably backfire on the wielder. For instance, one may suffer a shortened lifespan, be plagued by illness, or even experience hemorrhaging from all 7 orifices, resulting in immediate death. A single green plum. A cake. How could their value compare to gold and precious stones? As hopes of turning stone into gold and hiding beauty faded, Shintang felt disappointment but dared not gamble with her life. As time trickled away, the deep blue clouds were tinged with a faint orange glow, heralding the dawn. When a beam of mischievous sunlight kissed her eyelids, Qishan awoke from his slumber. Glancing at the sun, he rubbed his right eye sleepily and murmured, "Is it not yet dawn?" Shintang replied, "It is quite late." Upon hearing her voice, Qishan turned to see young Shin seated by the campfire, roasting something. "Did you not sleep at all last night?" The coarse hemp prison garb clung to her skin, dampened by dew, lacking the creases that would indicate a restful sleep. Shintang did not lift her head. "I could not sleep. Too much transpired yesterday. Would you care to sample my culinary skills, Mr. Chi?" As she spoke, she extended the forked branch in her hand toward him. Only then did Qishan discern what Shintang was roasting. 3 flatbreads, strung together by a forked branch, each approximately the size of an adult's palm, were grilled to a golden brown on both sides, silently exuding an enticing aroma of charred delicacies. In this desolate wilderness, one might wonder where such flatbreads came from. It was obvious without needing to guess. He did not bother with pleasantries with Shintang. "Thank you." Qishan was a meticulous individual. Before partaking in his morning meal, he engaged in a preparatory ritual. He took a cloth from his water pouch, dampened it with fresh water, and wiped away the remnants of sleep from his face. Then, he retrieved a toothpick from his bag, sprinkled a hint of mint green powder onto it, and rinsed his mouth with the leftover water from the pouch. Only after completing his cleansing did he reach for the aromatic flatbreads. Why is it sweet? Although the sweetness was subtle, largely overshadowed by the crispness, it was still detectable upon closer inspection. Shintang revealed, "The cauldron is as sweet as syrup, but it is unattainable." Upon hearing this, Qishan's expression shifted to one of indescribable discontent. Even the flatbread in his mouth lost its appeal. He lamented, "The phrase 'as sweet as syrup' originates from the Song of Integrity, which carries a high expectation for literary finesse. Are you intent on undermining these literary expressions? Regardless of their effect, in Shun Xiaolangjian's hands, they are merely food." How can I face as sweet as syrup again? Whatever its literary significance, to me, its utility lies solely in filling my stomach. Shentang gently blew on the steaming flatbread and cautiously took a small bite. As the delectable aroma spread within her mouth, she was enveloped by an overwhelming sense of satisfaction, realizing that the syrupy sweetness was not merely a result of the cauldron is as sweet as syrup. She discerned that this phrase consumed a considerable amount of literary essence, prompting her to abandon it. Qishan. So she has compromised other literary expressions for a piece of syrup? Which phrase did you choose? Shentang calmly extended her right hand. The land of Zhou is bountiful, and the bitter herbs are as sweet as syrup. A piece of candy, no larger than her thumb, materialized. Qishan's brows furrowed instantly. What is the significance of this literary expression? Shentang tossed the candy into her mouth, savoring it with closed eyes. What of it? No one has ever used it. Huh. Shentang replied. All the literary expressions we utilize are derived from those national seals, or rather, from that rogue star. The expressions inscribed upon them are vast and unfathomable. Since the appearance of the rogue star over 200 years ago, an increasing number of literary expressions have been employed by talented individuals, yet they remain merely the tip of the iceberg compared to those that are unusable. This phrase, the land of Zhou is bountiful, and the bitter herbs are as sweet as syrup, was simply something I jotted down by chance. I found it intriguing and noted it. Shentang. Qishan inquired, what is the effect of this literary expression? Does it merely conjure a piece of candy? Shentang retorted with a question of her own. Did you not see it, Mr. Qi? Her gaze was remarkably clear and forthright, akin to a spring that could be seen through to its depths. Qishan found it difficult to discern whether she was concealing something, yet he was certain that she possessed a depth beyond her apparent simplicity. Without further conversation, the two quietly consumed their breakfast, finishing all the grilled flatbreads, and after satisfying their hunger, they tended to the campfire. They packed their belongings and prepared to set off. Due to Shentang's conspicuous coarse hemp prison garb, Qishan offered her a clean, old garment. While she changed, he inadvertently stepped onto a patch of relatively soft soil. Curious, he crouched down to investigate. He pinched a handful of the loose, moist earth and discerned that it was strikingly different from the arid, dusty soil just 3 paces away. Suddenly inspired, he swiftly drew his sword and thrust it into the ground. The blade penetrated effortlessly at first, but after 6 inches, it met resistance as a sticky substance enveloped the sword's edge. He withdrew the blade, observing the soil clinging to it as a reflection of the situation. Qishan mused aloud. The land of Zhou is bountiful, and the bitter herbs are as sweet as syrup. The essence of this phrase suggests that the land of Zhou is fertile, allowing even the most bitter herbs to taste sweet like syrup. What is the focal point of Shunzailangen's literary expression? Is it the sweetness or the fertility of Zhou? Qishan lowered his gaze to clean the blade, sheathed it, and stood as if nothing had transpired, brushing the soil away with his wooden clogs to conceal the mark left by the sword. Before long, Shentang emerged from the thicket. The adult male's attire appeared excessively large on her youthful frame of 11 or 12, compelling her to cinch the sleeves with long ties, transforming them from wide to narrow, and lifting the overly long hem to align with her ankles, securing it with a waist cord. Coupled with her strikingly feminine, yet somewhat wild features, she exuded a youthful charm. Qishan called out, Shunzailangen, let us depart. Keep up. Shentang quickened her pace slightly. I shall be there shortly. As the sun ascended higher, the heat intensified. Shentang wiped the sweat from her brow and asked, Mr. Qi, do you not have any literary expressions to conjure a tall steed? That third-rate Zhanxiao from last night was equipped with swords and horses, making travel considerably easier. Qishan replied indifferently, Does Shunzailangen possess martial courage? Shentang shook her head. Well, no. Her lack of martial courage equated to a lack of a horse. This simple statement rendered Shentang speechless. She felt as though her literary essence was being belittled. Glancing down at her slender legs, resembling 2 thin bamboo poles, she felt a lump in her throat. Although she had treated her foot wounds and donned the soft-soled sandals Qishan had lent her, the rugged terrain made the prospect of walking to the nearest village uncertain and daunting. Qishan caught a glimpse of Shunzailangen, who appeared almost soulless, and couldn't help but chuckle. There was no necessity for such literary expressions to be shared. How could there be no necessity? In ancient times, a tall steed was equivalent to what? A luxury sports car. Generally speaking, scholars with literary essence would travel with carriages and horses. Why should they toil alone like a band of brutes? Shentang, after walking for a while longer, Qishan vaguely heard Xin Zilangjian murmuring listlessly behind him. Just as he was about to marvel at her exceptional insight in mastering such an advanced literary expression that could enhance military speed, he was taken aback by her next utterance. Great transport motorcycle. Qishan. At the end of the narrow path, wisps of smoke began to rise. The fatigued figures in the fields were packing up their tools and heading home. A pair of brothers with decent appearances arrived at Xinjia village, one walking ahead while the other rode a snow-white mule, nearly as tall as a person. The mule was strikingly beautiful, without a single stray hair on its body, and adorned with a valuable golden bell that jingled melodiously with each step. Their arrival caught the attention of the farmers. The elder brother wore a dark blue long robe, a scarf atop his head, wooden clogs on his feet, a lean figure, and a literary seal at his waist, suggesting he was a young scholar studying abroad. The younger brother, appearing around 11 or 12, resembled his elder sibling but had a distinctively handsome face with deep features, hinting at some foreign ancestry. At first glance, one might mistake him for a striking young lady, only to realize upon hearing the elder brother's address that he was indeed a young gentleman. Their humble dwelling was simple, and the two young gentlemen were invited to stay for the night. The village head led them into a side room. Xinjia village was a small settlement with fewer than 100 households, and the cleanest and most respectable house belonged to the village head. Upon learning that the two gentlemen wished to lodge, he warmly invited them to stay at his home, instructing his wife to tidy the side room for their accommodation. Qishan produced a piece of silver to give to the village head, requesting provisions for a few days and a pot of hot water for bathing, leaving the remainder as gratitude. The village head, smiling as he weighed the silver, estimated its worth and insisted it was no trouble. Before departing, he inquired whether they needed fresh grass for the mule. At the mention of the mule, Qishan's expression momentarily shifted. He shook his head. No need. That mule is not a living creature, but a creation of my younger brother's literary expression. Upon realizing this, the village head's demeanor grew increasingly respectful. The melodious jingling of the bell drew near. Qishan pushed open the window to let the stale air escape the room. Upon raising his head, he saw Shintang, one hand leading a mule, while the other playfully teased it with a handful of grass. He could vaguely hear Shun Shaoling murmuring to the mule, "Moto, why aren't you eating? Just take a bite. I picked this especially for you." Speaking of the mule named Moto, Qishan felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Who would have thought that with a mere utterance of strange words, one could conjure a snow-white mule from thin air? Shun Shaoling, brimming with joy, climbed onto its back. "Mr. Qi, would you like to conjure one as well?" Qishan decisively declined. Not only did he lack the ability to wield that particular incantation, but even if he could, the outcome would surely differ from Shun Shaolong's. Most importantly, no matter how splendidly the mule was adorned, it remained just a mule, and he had no intention of riding it. "What about riding together?" Shintang suggested, shielding her eyes from the glaring sun. Qishan again refused. Even if it meant breaking his legs, he would not ride that mule, which bore a foolish expression. Shintang shrugged, not pressing the matter. With the low-tier transport, the mule, at her disposal, her feet were finally liberated, as they passed a nameless tree that resembled a banana plant. She leaned over from the mule's back, plucking down 2 leaves. One she rested on her shoulder for shade, while the other she extended to shield Qishan's head. "Mr. Qi." With the sun now obscured above him, Qishan turned at her call. Shintang tossed the leaf to him. "Here, look at how you're shielding yourself from the sun." He chuckled helplessly. "What man fears such hardship? I do not fear. But as the saying goes, a fair complexion covers a multitude of flaws." Shintang adjusted the angle of the large leaf, laughing as she carried it. "If you get tanned, it will only create an uneven skin tone, detracting from your beauty." Qishan. After several hours of travel, they finally encountered signs of habitation. Years of drought and war had left Xinjia village with few households remaining. The village was devoid of youthful faces, inhabited only by elderly individuals and naive children. When 2 unfamiliar faces suddenly appeared, news flew from the village head to its farthest corners, with mischievous children peeking from their homes. Qishan had business with the village head, and upon returning, he heard the laughter of Shintang playing with a few children. The 2 factions were engaged in a mock battle. A cherubic child was atop the snow-white mule, wielding a withered branch as a lance, while Shun Shaoling stood on foot with a stick. They exchanged blows, locked in a fierce duel. Other children acted as soldiers, anxiously watching from the sidelines, occasionally cheering. "The general is formidable." Initially, Qishan thought Shin Tang was merely indulging in playful antics, considering that Shin Xiaoling was only an 11 or 12-year-old boy. Even though he had suffered hardships, his nature remained lively and mischievous. After observing for a while, he noticed that the unfamiliar child exhibited a certain charm. He inquired of the village head, "What is that child's name? Which family does he belong to?" The village head replied, "He is not from the village." "Not from here?" The village head sighed. "I've heard he is from a wealthy family, but has been afflicted with a chronic illness since childhood, residing nearby for treatment. In truth, he has been abandoned. The servants attending to him are hardly diligent, and he often sneaks out to play with the village children. Generally, he would frolic until dusk, at which point the estate's servants would come to fetch him." Qishan felt a flicker of curiosity. "A chronic illness? What affliction does he have?" The village head glanced at the joyfully beaming child and cautiously pointed to his head. "It is said to be a brain ailment." In plain terms, the child was somewhat simple-minded. Qishan was mildly taken aback, about to speak, when a chorus of jubilant cheers erupted from the children. It turned out that the child had cleverly feigned an attack, successfully striking the lord whom Shin Tang was protecting. According to the rules of their game, he had won. Looking at the fallen lord, Shin Tang could only shrug her shoulders in resignation, dropping her weapon in surrender. "Alas, I have lost." The victor was entitled to spoils, which consisted of tiny, thumb-sized pieces of candy. She opened the pouch at her waist, producing a handful of blandly crafted candies, distributing one to each child as a reward for their efforts, while the chief commander, the child confidently riding the mule and brandishing his stick, received 3 pieces. The other children eagerly popped their candies into their mouths, but the simple-minded child merely held his candy, seemingly unaware of what to do with it. "Aren't you going to eat?" Shin Tang squatted down to ask him. The child shook his head, hesitated a moment, then picked up 1 piece and offered it to Shin Tang. "You want me to feed you?" She understood immediately. "Yes, eat," the child replied. Shin Tang did not hesitate, opening her mouth to eat it, her eyes crinkling with a smile. "Ah, it's really sweet. You should try some too." Seeing this, the child finally bent down to pick up another piece and popped it into his mouth. The last piece he returned to the faded pouch at his waist, which felt heavy. Shin Tang, taking advantage of her vantage point, caught a glimpse of a delicate tiger head jade disc nestled inside, inscribed with tiny characters. As the other children returned home content, only this child, with his clothes washed to a faded hue, remained behind, taken by the village head to wait in the main house. The summer sky was notoriously fickle. It was not long before darkness fell, and the ominous clouds unleashed a torrential downpour. Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed. Shin Tang was engrossed in her reading by lamplight, diligently recording incantations, when a loud knocking echoed at the door. Outside, the rain poured heavily, blurring the boundaries between heaven and earth, accompanied by the occasional crack of thunder. Qishan, dressed in his clothes, had barely settled down when the cacophony of knocking roused him from his slumber. Rubbing his eyes, he rose to straighten his garments. Just as Shin Tang preemptively opened the door, the figure outside, clad in a rain hat and cloak, bore an anxious expression. It was none other than the village head of Qianjia village. Shin Tang stepped aside, inviting the guest in. "The rain is heavy outside. Please, come in to speak." The village head waved his hand in refusal. No. Qishan stepped forward. "I noticed your anxious demeanor. Has something happened? Have the 2 young lords seen Yin?" In the stormy weather, the village head stood for only a moment before his face was drenched. Worry etched across his features as he exclaimed, "That child. I just lost track of him, and now he has vanished." Shin Tang, puzzled, asked, "Who is Yin?" "The child who was playing with Xiaoling earlier." Upon hearing this, Shin Tang realized who he meant. It was that simple-minded child, named Yin. She glanced outside and replied, "We have been indoors the entire time, and we haven't seen Yin. When did he go missing?" The village head replied, "Just now. No more than 15 minutes ago." Upon hearing this, Shin Tang's expression visibly darkened. 15 minutes. That was no trivial matter. The downpour was so intense that even a cloak could not provide adequate protection. The howling winds and torrential rain made it difficult to hear anything else. But the distant cries of wild beasts from the mountains nearby sent shivers down one's spine. A child going missing in such weather was a grave concern, for it could mean that he had been snatched by a lurking predator. This was the village head's greatest fear. He added, "If he were just playing mischievously, it would be one thing, but I fear he may have been taken by a beast descending from the mountains." In recent years, drought had diminished harvests. Heavy taxes had burdened the villagers, and wars had plagued the land. The villagers' lives had become increasingly difficult, and the beasts of the mountains were no better off, frequently descending in search of food. It was one thing if they snatched livestock. However, the thought of a child being taken was terrifying. Similar tragedies had occurred 3 times in the past 2 years. Qishan took a hat hanging on the wall and donned it, securing the ties. "Do not worry, elder. I will help search for him. We will surely find the child." Optimistically, he added, perhaps the child was taken back by the servants from the estate. The village head sighed. He hoped everything would turn out as Qishan suggested, that it was merely a false alarm, and that the child had not gone missing nor been taken by a beast, but had instead been returned. However, he knew that this possibility was exceedingly slim. A yen was not valued. The quality of life in the estate was barely sufficient to keep him from starving. Just half a month ago, he had been returned after staying in the village for 4 or 5 days. A result of one of the villagers happening upon an old woman who had deliberately given a warning. Given the dreadful weather tonight, there was little hope that anyone would venture out in the rain to retrieve him. Shintang said, "I will also help in the search." Qishan glanced at her and replied, "You should refrain from doing so. Have you seen the weather outside? If you fail to find anyone, you might end up lost yourself." The village chief, while grateful for Qishan's assistance, also disapproved of Shintang venturing out. This young gentleman, still in his early teens, appeared quite slender and looked only 5 or 6 years older than a yen. Such concerns seemed excessive. After all, it was better than letting the villagers search in the dark. Shintang borrowed a raincoat and a bamboo hat from the village chief, who, still worried, handed her a chopping knife as a precaution against any misfortune with wild creatures. The rain fell heavily, turning the ground to mud. Despite her keen eyesight, Shintang occasionally stepped into puddles, causing mud and water to splash onto her garments. After a quarter of an hour, she had scoured the fields near Qianjia village but found no trace of a yen, and neither did the other villagers. As time passed, their confidence waned. Qishan inquired about the location of the manor, intending to ask if there was any news. Although the possibility of a yen being taken was slim, one could never be too sure. Shintang took the initiative. "I will accompany you." The village chief sighed. "Then I must trouble you both to make the trip." The villagers of Qianjia village decided to search towards the deeper mountains, recalling that a child taken by a wild creature had also been sought there, only to be found the next morning at the foot of the mountain, amidst the underbrush, with entrails, shards of flesh, and bones scattered around. Why does the enchanted language lack the ability to shield from rain? Despite donning the raincoat and hat, Shintang was drenched, the cold fabric clinging uncomfortably to her skin. If the night wind slipped through the gaps in her raincoat, it would raise goosebumps all over her body. Qishan remarked, "Perhaps such enchantments exist. After all, there are numerous forms of them. Furthermore, even if they do exist, not every enchantment can be mastered. It would be wiser to carry more rain gear." Shintang hurried to keep pace with him, disregarding the splashes of muddy water her heavier steps created. Are there any lighting devices that remain unaffected by rain? It would be convenient for traveling in such downpours and during the night. Qishan responded with silence. The manor was not far from Qianjia village. Following a muddy path, they walked for about half an hour before locating it. It was an enclosed courtyard, with faint glimpses of dark tiles and white walls. The courtyard was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any light, resembling a curled-up wild beast in the distance. Shintang approached and knocked on the door. As she did, a flash of lightning illuminated the sky, followed by a deafening clap of thunder. Concerned that her knocking might go unheard, she shifted from tapping with her fingers to knocking with a clenched fist. Just as she thought no one was inside, she faintly heard a man's impatient voice from within. "Who is it, knocking so rudely?" After a moment, the door creaked open, revealing a middle-aged man in a brown robe and a headscarf. He appeared displeased at being disturbed in the middle of the night and cast a scornful glance at Shintang and Qishan. However, upon noticing their youthful countenance, his expression softened slightly, revealing a hint of kindness. "Who are you two?" Shintang replied, "We are travelers lodging in Qianjia village. The village chief mentioned that a child named a yen belongs to your manor. He was playing in the village and has not returned. He was last seen not long ago. The village chief feared he might have been taken by a wild creature and is currently searching for him." The middle-aged man's demeanor relaxed significantly upon hearing her words. "Oh, a yen has already been brought back. You need not worry." "Brought back?" Shintang's brow furrowed slightly. Shielding her face from view with the bamboo hat, she maintained her composure. At this moment, Qishan offered a polite salute to the man, his demeanor amiable. "As long as the young master is safe, we are relieved. However, Given the darkness and the treacherous weather, may we take refuge in your manor until the storm passes? The middle-aged man hesitated for a brief moment, but ultimately stepped aside to allow them entry. You have ventured out in the rain for the sake of the child. It is only fair that you seek shelter. However, it is late, and the household is asleep. I cannot provide you with hospitality, so I ask for your understanding. Chishan smiled graciously. That is quite all right. A roof to shield us from the rain is all we need. The two followed the middle-aged man into the courtyard. Within, several trees stood, and between their trunks, ropes hung for drying clothes, adorned with 7 or 8 adult garments and a small child's outfit, patched and faded. Shintang cast a fleeting glance before discreetly averting her gaze. As they reached the steps of the corridor, Chishan removed his hat, bending down to set his shoes neatly aside, then lifted the hem of his garment and stepped barefoot onto the stairs. He took a water ladle hanging from a wooden post and scooped rainwater from a stone basin to wash the mud from his feet. Shintang also removed her shoes, instinctively searching for indoor footwear but finding none suitable. Chishan rolled up the soiled hem of his garment, securing it at his knee, and produced a handkerchief to dry his feet, then offered the ladle to Shintang. Their movements were swift, while the middle-aged man had already removed his ill-fitting, worn wooden shoes and stepped barefoot onto the wooden steps, leaving muddy footprints behind. Although the courtyard was well kept, with many areas paved with stones, the heavy rain still pooled into muddy puddles, easily soiling their feet. Observing Shintang and Chishan's flurry of activity, he chuckled. You need not go to such lengths, it's quite all right. Upon hearing his words, Shintang quickly rinsed her feet, laughing as she tossed the ladle back into the basin with a clatter and stepped onto the wooden stairs. Chishan's voice took on a slightly stern tone. Younger sister, where is your decorum? Shintang waved at him with a smile. Didn't you say that guests should follow the host's lead? Brother, you are being overly polite. Should you not come up and take shelter from the rain as well? Chishan took a deep breath, seemingly at a loss for how to respond to Shintang's antics. He turned to the middle-aged man to apologize. The man, displaying good manners, maintained a smile and repeatedly assured them it was no trouble at all, expressing admiration for Shintang's vivacious spirit. Chishan sighed, exasperated. But my younger sister is already 12 and still so impulsive. I fear she will face severe consequences in the future. The middle-aged man's expression froze momentarily. Younger sister? Is this a young master? Chishan nodded. Indeed, she is my younger sibling. She inherited our mother's looks, and due to her delicate appearance, she has often been mistaken for a girl over the years. The middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly, admitting he had misjudged her and mistook the young master for a young lady. He then led them to a side room, suggesting they wait there until the rain subsided. If the downpour continued, they could stay the night. Suddenly, the middle-aged man recalled. I believe there is a pot of ginger soup still warm in the kitchen. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch some for you to warm yourselves. Chishan gratefully thanked the man as his footsteps faded into the distance. Shintang's playful demeanor vanished, replaced by a serious and solemn expression. This man is lying. He is full of inconsistencies. Regardless of whether he goes to fetch the ginger soup, we must remain cautious. Chishan nodded. Indeed, we must be vigilant. The village chief mentioned that a yin has a mental condition and was abandoned at the manor since birth, leading to the neglect from the servants, as evidenced by the child's garments drying in the courtyard. Yet this man claims a yin is his son, huh? Shintang wandered around the room, occasionally touching the decorations. Her fingers brushed over clean surfaces devoid of dust. The room contained several bookshelves filled with bamboo slips, and near the window, 2 neatly arranged writing desks, one large and one small. Shintang casually picked up a slip from the table, discovering it was meant for children's education, featuring both adult handwriting and childish scribbles. It seems to be quite tidy. It appears the servants are not entirely negligent, she mused. However, on a day like this, with such heavy rain, it is illogical that no one has come out to retrieve the drying clothes from the courtyard. Chishan replied in a measured tone, moreover, that man, despite his scholarly attire, bears a fierce countenance, with a menacing gaze and an air of aggression about him. The scholar resembles a mere commoner, and though his tongue is rife with deceit, I fear it is not a matter of unwillingness to collect, but rather an inability to do so, or perhaps a lack of life to pursue it. Shintang raised an eyebrow. Are they bandits? Chishan replied, in these tumultuous times, it is not uncommon for individuals to resort to banditry, plundering homes, and stealing. Not only is it common, but for some, it has become their sole means of survival. often leading entire villages to prosperity. Thus, it seems that danger looms ominously. The likelihood of leaving no survivors is high. They are not mere bandits, but thieves. Certainly not the owners of this estate. In her quest to find a yin, Shun Tang instead stumbled upon a gruesome scene. She inhaled sharply. Qishan chuckled. Young Shun, are you afraid? The incredulity of his own words was evident. Shun Tang plopped down on the mat, blinking. I am but a law-abiding citizen. How could I not fear such vicious, merciless fiends who would extinguish entire families? Qishan, we have entered a den of wolves. Destined to be the next meal. As she spoke, she drew forth the hatchet concealed at her waist, shielded from the gaze of the middle-aged man. Gripping the handle of the hatchet, she felt a modicum of safety. Qishan had left his sword behind. The hatchet was their sole reliance. She found it perplexing that a sheltered artist would be thrust into such perilous circumstances. Though she had slain an officer, she had calmly accepted her reality, justifying it as self-defense. Yet, the remnants of this body's past urged forth a fierce, cold-blooded persona within her, despite her inherently amiable nature. After all, what malice could a beleaguered artist, pressured by deadlines and repressed anger, harbor? Qishan remarked. Indeed, we have entered a den of wolves. But it remains uncertain who shall be the prey. As he uttered the words law-abiding citizen, his expression grew somber, dismissively challenging her. A law-abiding citizen would not be a fugitive. To which Shun Tang retorted, Ah, Mr. Qi, you are unaware of my grand injustice. Should I meet an untimely demise during my exile, or perish on the stage of the Shao City brothel, perhaps a benevolent magistrate would later uncover my plight. But by then, I shall be gone, leaving only regret. To prevent such a fate and uphold the law's justice, I must preserve my life, and thus, my fugitive status is entirely justified. Qishan gazed at the eloquent Shun Tang, contemplating the absurdity of his youthful bravado compared to her articulate defense. Just as he was about to respond, Shun Tang's smile vanished, and she abruptly turned her gaze toward the door, raising a hand to her lips, signaling Qishan to remain silent. Moments later, heavy footsteps approached, and the middle-aged man entered, carrying 2 bowls of steaming ginger soup. You two have been waiting. Qishan and Shun Tang nodded in gratitude. Under the man's watchful eye, they lifted their bowls, tilting them to their lips, ready to drink. Sensing their unguarded state, a smirk formed on the man's lips, but before he could act, a bowl of hot ginger soup was splashed across his face. Following this, the low table was thrust upward, aimed straight at his face. Qishan doused him with soup, while Shun Tang overturned the table. Then, quietly retreating behind Shun Tang, Qishan calmly stated, Know the strong, guard the weak, when matters become perilous. Retreat is the path of prudence. Shun Tang was taken aback. Mr. Qi, why not share your wisdom of prudent self-preservation with me? She nearly choked with indignation. She had recently memorized that very phrase, condense energy into a shield, a protective barrier. It was acceptable for Qishan to shield himself, but to retreat behind her, a delicate girl of 11 or 12, while facing murderous fiends was utterly unacceptable. Qishan remarked, I am physically frail and not skilled in combat. Suddenly, Shun Tang recalled her recent assessment of Qishan's strategy as defensive, akin to a cunning ambush. It now struck her that this evaluation was incomplete. She must also note that he was quite adept at abandoning his allies. You may be unskilled in combat, but you are a young man of age, she exclaimed, kicking the middle-aged man squarely in the chest. Watching him fly backward, Qishan commented, a young man of age should not kick with such force. The middle-aged man, clutching his chest and filled with astonishment, never anticipated that the slender girl before him could possess such strength. With a sudden burst of energy, he sprang up and bellowed, If you seek death, do not blame me for being heartless. He brandished a glimmering red hatchet, lunging at Shun Tang. With a resounding clash, the man's weapon, imbued with strength, cleaved Shun Tang's hatchet in two. Elated by his success, he aimed another brutal strike at her neck, a cruel smile forming on his lips as he envisioned her fate. Yet, Shun Tang bent low, evading the relentless strikes, her movements deliberate and composed. The middle-aged man wielded brute force rather than technique, striking with his formidable, glowing hatchet. Each blow threatened to inflict mortal harm, and as cracks splintered the ground beneath them, Shun Tang's expression grew serious. Second-tier combatant, Qishan remarked, noting the man's lack of finesse. Seizing the opportunity, Shun Tang closed the distance, striking at the man's wrist with focused energy. He yelped in pain, relinquishing the hatchet, and she swiftly delivered a punishing kick to his lower abdomen. This strike not only sent the man reeling, but also drew a gasp of disbelief from Qi Shan, who instinctively shielded his face, unable to witness such brutality. No man could withstand such agony, and the middle-aged man was no exception. He doubled over in anguish, only to collide with Shun Tang's knee, resulting in a resounding thud. Qi Shan instinctively touched his own nose, feeling sympathy for the man's plight. At that moment, Qi Shan caught a glimpse of movement beyond the paper window and instinctively uttered, "In the face of adversity, we endure together." Almost as the words left his lips, a gray flash surged through the shattered window, aimed directly at Shun Tang's head, accompanied by a sudden surge of protective energy enveloping her. The two forces collided, resulting in a resounding explosion. Shun Tang had already evaded the attack, witnessing the blade of a spear embedded deep into the ground, and she looked up to realize there were more adversaries lurking outside. Qi Shan stated, "Allies, likely of the third tier." His extensive experience allowed him to gauge their strength based on the force of the previous shot. Yet, he followed with, "Youngshin should be able to handle this." Shun Tang was taken aback. The implication of his words suggested he wished to remain a bystander. Unlike the unrefined middle-aged man, the newcomer was evidently a trained fighter. He leaped into the fray, deftly retrieving the spear lodged in the ground. His target was not Shun Tang, but a feigned assault aimed at Qi Shan. Dressed in black, standing at nearly 9 feet tall with a powerful build, he exuded an imposing presence, making the once spacious room feel constricted and threatening. Qi Shan wore an expression of resignation, calmly reciting a single-word incantation as radiant energy surged beneath his feet, allowing him to retreat several paces. The black-clad figure attempted to pursue, but Shun Tang intervened with her sword. The clash resonated loudly. Qi Shan, now in a relatively safe position, leisurely added, "When danger befalls me, I must extend aid to others. Thus, if I am in peril, others must also be." As the incantation was uttered, the radiant energy illuminated beneath Shun Tang's feet. Upon comprehending Qi Shan's words, Shun Tang exclaimed, "Mr. Qi, be a decent person." Qi Shan truly was insufferable. The phrase, upon first hearing, seems unproblematic, yet its translation reveals a troubling sentiment. Should I find myself in danger, I would shift that peril onto others. If I were at risk, so too would they be. Thus, that individual, desiring safety, must assist me in averting the threat. This equates to a coercive redistribution of danger. Shunzailangen. All for the greater good, Qi Shan remarked with an audacious smile, invoking the saying, "As long as the literary heart persists, the martial spirit endures." This person, a practitioner of martial arts, surely understood this principle. "I am but weak. My life may be entrusted to Shunzailangen." Shun Tang replied, "Chu Yuanliang. Do you recall last night when you asked whether this sword I carry is merely decorative or a functional weapon? Have you already adopted the persona of a frail scholar after just one night?" With a mighty swing, the blade cleaved through the roof, creating a gaping hole. This individual possessed extraordinary strength, far surpassing that of a third-tier official. Shun Tang stepped back several paces to alleviate the pressure on her hands, her expression darkening as she rubbed her slightly numbed palm. "Chu Yuanliang, are you certain he is merely a third-tier official?" Qi Shan, about to affirm this, caught sight of the man's lips parting, murmuring something inaudible. Immediately, his entire demeanor transformed, unleashing a flurry of weaponry that danced like serpents, wrapping around Shun Tang's sword. She discerned his words. The military has no fixed formations. Water has no constant shape. Realizing the implication, Qi Shan gasped. "Be cautious. He is a fourth-tier practitioner." Almost as soon as he spoke, a shadowy figure appeared silently in Shun Tang's blind spot, flanking the man in black who was entangled with her. As the spear's wind surged toward her, Shun Tang instinctively grasped the hanging curtain and leapt up to the remnants of the crumbling beam, narrowly avoiding a direct thrust to her heart. "Goodness, he can even split himself." Just as she regained her footing, Qi Shan's voice reached her ears. "The stars are scattered." Words, interwoven in intricate patterns, unfurled from beneath his feet, resembling a vast chessboard. The appearance of this board caused the man in black to falter. His knees trembled as if burdened by an immense weight, his legs sinking into an invisible mire. With a roar, he unleashed a surge of martial energy, causing a deafening clash between the gray light and the literary brilliance. Shun Tang watched, uncertain of how to assist, overwhelmed by the complexity of the situation. Qi Shan, perceiving her concern, commanded, "Focus on your strikes. I shall handle the rest, alive." The threshold for becoming a public official is exceedingly low. Any martial artist can achieve it. Yet the third-tier official is the watershed. A fourth-tier practitioner can begin to utilize military strategies and verbal techniques, potentially rising to the rank of a centurion in an army. Should one choose to ally with powerful factions, they could live without worry. So why resort to banditry and violence for survival? Since Chu Shan had encouraged her to fight freely, Shun Tang obliged. With a fierce spirit, her confidence grew. The sword in her hand danced with an impenetrable rhythm, its gleaming light flashing. Even though the man in black wielded a spear, he struggled to withstand her relentless assault, forced to retreat repeatedly. With a decisive thrust, her sword embedded itself into the wall behind the man in black. Seizing the moment as Shun Tang retracted her blade, he bellowed, discarding his spear, channeling his gray energy into a fist aimed at her chest, accompanied by a slight explosive sound. Shun Tang, without a moment's hesitation, raised her hand to counter. To her astonishment, the target vanished into thin air. Before she could adjust her strength, her punch struck the wall, creating a large hole. Wait, where did he go? Chu Shan smiled gently, reminding her, Shun Zailangjin, do not lose focus in battle. You moved him away just now? Before Chu Shan could respond, the man in black, his expression grave, muttered, military formations and verbal strategies, moving flowers and connecting wood to fortify their own power and avoid being consumed. Various lords have employed individuals skilled in military formations and verbal techniques. Over 200 years, these techniques have been manipulated, becoming essential knowledge for those seeking a career in governance. However, mastering the literary art is far more challenging than cultivating martial spirit. The control of verbal techniques is difficult. Even if one can control them, the effectiveness remains uncertain. Furthermore, each individual's verbal technique yields slightly different results, and the ever-changing circumstances of battle necessitate adaptive strategies. One misstep could lead to utter defeat. Unexpectedly, this remote area harbors individuals of discernment. Chu Shan tacitly acknowledged the man's assessment. The man in black scoffed coldly, then you shall not retain your lives. A thunderous sound erupted. Chu Shan stood unflinchingly before an incoming spear, a smile gracing his lips as he observed the man, whose forehead bulged with strain from accumulating power. The spear's tip was mere inches from him, any closer, and it could claim his life. Yet, that scant distance seemed insurmountable. Shun Tang, how can you remain so calm? Can't you dodge? Chu Shan remained unfazed. Regardless of his willingness, Shun Zailangjin was determined to protect him, and with that assurance, he could afford to be at ease, occasionally alleviating Shun Tang's burden. Overall, he remained on the edge of the action. As they clashed again, Shun Tang distinctly sensed the man in black was not the same as before. Not only had his strength and speed changed, but his very presence felt diminished. Even she felt a twinge of numbness in her hands and a heaviness in her chest, as though he had undergone a transformation in a short span of time. Chu Shan, ever attentive, explained, do not be surprised by his change. This is a common last resort tactic among martial artists. In a short time, they can unleash their full potential, gaining immense strength temporarily. However, once the time passes, they will become weak and vulnerable. Just endure. Shun Tang retorted, isn't that a desperate measure? Why didn't you warn me sooner? The man in black charged at her with overwhelming intent to kill. If she had been unaware and underestimated him, a single encounter could have led to her demise. Chu Shan observed Shun Tang with a smile. I noticed that when faced with a formidable opponent, you rise to the occasion, effortlessly managing the situation. I feared that speaking would distract you. A mere fourth-tier practitioner hardly warranted his concern. Instead, he was far more intrigued by this enigmatic Shun Zailangjin. She was fascinating. Possessing a literary heart and engaging in a fierce battle without losing ground, could she possibly contend with even higher-tier opponents? A young man, bearing the national seal, endowed with unique literary abilities and martial prowess equal to any fifth-tier official, while also being closely connected to the extinguished Gong family, stirred his curiosity to uncover the truth. After 100 exchanges, the man in black's energy plummeted, and Shun Tang decisively pinned him against the wall with her sword, rendering him immobile. We have captured him alive, Chu Shan stated. No, he is already dead, Shun Tang replied, halting her movements. Dead? How can that be? As her gaze shifted back to the man in black, she saw his head drooping, dark, foul blood spilling from his mouth. He was lifeless, Chu Shan remarked. He was no mere bandit, but a death warrior. With his mission failed, death was his only escape. Choosing to end his life was a mercy. Living would have been far worse. Observing the situation, it became evident that his earlier judgment had been flawed. The man in black was not allied with the previously encountered second-tier official. The latter was likely the true bandit, intruding to kill and rob, only to be preempted by the man in black, who unfortunately crossed paths with them. A death warrior? Who was he sent to assassinate? Could it be a yin? Chu Shan, seemingly disinterested, replied, perhaps. Why would one target a child afflicted with a mental disorder? Shun Xiaolangjian, inexperienced in the world's dangers, could not fathom the complexities. How can you be certain the ailment is genuine? Perhaps this child possesses cunning, hiding his true nature and using his perceived foolishness to shield himself from harm. Chu Shan sighed. Earlier, when you offered him 3 candies, he refused, insisting that you eat one first. How could you ascertain that his actions weren't a test to see if you'd sample poison for him? Shintang. I'm uncertain, as he's merely 6 years old at most. Qi Shan. If circumstances compel it, even at the tender ages of 2 or 1, one will employ stratagems to safeguard themselves. Shintang. If a 6-year-old child possesses such profound cunning, how can a recluse with mild social anxiety hope to navigate this world? She stated, if that's the case, Ayan's background is far from simple. To eliminate a child, they dispatched a 4th-class Bugong, an ancient military rank, assassin. How impressive. Reason dictated to Qi Shan that the matter should conclude here, regardless of Ayan's fate. It was of no concern to him. He should extricate himself promptly to avoid becoming embroiled in the unsavory affair. Alas, the young master Shen lacked rapport with him and even sought to collect the remains of the deceased within the manor. One by one, the bodies were discovered and dragged into the main hall. Judging by the temperature of the corpses, Shintang surmised that these individuals had perished shortly after Ayan's disappearance. Around the time the village head of Qianjia village had rallied people to search for him. Alas, 11 lives. Qi Shan remained impassive. Human life is most trifling. It is so now, and it shall remain so in the future. Shintang demurred. Master Qi's words are inaccurate. If the realm were stable and the laws orderly, those who take lives without cause would invariably forfeit their own. Qi Shan was amused by her words. In all the land, there has never been a time of stability. There will be none now, nor will there be any in the future. Shintang was taken aback by his statement, unable to resist retorting, with your exceptional abilities. Master Qi, have you never considered assisting someone in pacifying the turbulent times? All you do is offer sardonic remarks. Qi Shan merely smiled without uttering a word. Shintang was about to carry the corpse and gather the remains when something struck her, halting her steps. Her gaze shifted to the hands of the corpses. Something's amiss. Qi Shan inquired, what is amiss? There is one body missing. Are you referring to Ayan? He might still be alive. Shintang responded, not Ayan, someone else. One more person is absent. Qi Shan scrutinized the 11 corpses, his gaze sweeping over each one. After pondering for a considerable while, he failed to discern any anomalies. Reluctant to dwell on it further, he opted to simply consult the answer. Who was missing? A man, Shintang replied, adding details. A man of approximately 7 Qi and 4 Cun, ancient Chinese measurement units, in height. A man of approximately 7 Qi and 4 Cun? Qi Shan repeated to himself, a spark of insight suddenly igniting in his mind. He knew who Shintang was referring to. Indeed, such a person was missing. That person might still be alive. Qi Shan's gaze locked onto the hands of the 11 corpses. The hands were coarse, with skin that was darkish and calloused. Even the old servant woman had hands that had worked all her life. However, among these corpses, there was not a single pair of hands accustomed to holding a writing brush. Prolonged use of a writing brush would cause the joints to deform, and the degree of deformation depended on the age at which one began practicing calligraphy and the duration of practice. The hands of these corpses exhibited no such characteristics. Yet, the side chamber where they had been staying contained several bookshelves, and in front of the window were 2 desks, one large and one small. The bamboo slips on the desks were for children's instruction. If Ayan was the child being instructed, then where was the person instructing him at this moment? Of course, these details alone were insufficient to prove anything. The tutor might have taught the child during the day and returned to his own home at night. However, the bandit who had opened the door for them earlier possessed martial prowess, yet wore an ill-fitting brown scholar's robe, which was quite intriguing. A plausible conjecture was that the robe did not belong to the bandit, but to the tutor who had been instructing the child. Qi Shan inquired, and then? What good will finding him do? Shintang responded, at least we can learn some of the story. Qi Shan couldn't help but chuckle, reminding Shintang. Does young Master Shin recall your current standing? Putting aside the fact that this matter is unrelated to you, even if it were somehow connected, You would be drawn into a quagmire from which you might never return. Righteousness is not always rewarded, and sticking your nose into other people's business is the mark of a foolish hero. Shintang. Though unpleasant to hear, these words held truth. She ought to be lying low rather than courting trouble. The entire estate had been searched, and apart from the two of them, there were no other survivors. Lacking any leads, Shintang donned her rain cape and hat once more and returned to Qinjia village with Qi Shan. Through the rain, they could see the village head waiting at the entrance, seemingly awaiting someone. Coincidentally, the village head spotted them and hurried over to greet them. You two have finally returned. Shintang said regretfully, we couldn't find him. To their surprise, the village head said, Yin has been found. Both Shintang and Qi Shan were astonished. Found? Qi Shan inquired, where is he? Shintang also asked, where did he run off to? The village head was delighted by Yin's safety. Seeing the two strangers so concerned, his smile broadened. He had been waiting at the village entrance specifically to inform them of the good news, saying, Yin was summoned by his teacher. The teacher said he was taking Yin away to find relatives in the north. Due to an unexpected turn of events, they had to depart immediately and have already left. Shintang and Qi Shan exchanged glances. Yin's teacher? What could be so urgent that they had to depart in the dead of night, braving the rain? The village head did not know and did not pry. Shintang asked, did Yin leave willingly? The village head found the question peculiar. What are you saying, young master? Shintang chuckled awkwardly. The village head continued, rest assured, the teacher is a good man. Even if he wasn't a good man, he wouldn't be a kidnapper. Children are worthless these days, especially a mentally challenged one. What would be the point of abducting him? The rain showed no signs of abating. Several miles from Qinjia village, a fiery red steed galloped through the dense forest, enduring the heavy rain. Astride the horse were two figures, one large and one small. The elder figure had graying hair, appearing to be of considerable age, and wore a moon-white scholar's robe beneath a rain cape and hat. The younger figure wore no rain gear, clutching the reins tightly. Upon closer inspection, the child with pursed lips and a solemn expression was none other than Yin, whom everyone had been searching for half the night. Giddy up! With each beat of the hooves, mud splashed. The red steed, like a fiery comet, bolted from the forest. Leaping a distance of 2 zhang ancient Chinese measurement unit, across the raging stream before halting. Yin, we can stop. A feeble voice came from behind. Yin controlled the steed, kneeling before helping the frail, old man dismount. Blood mixed with rain formed a puddle at the old man's feet. He slumped to the ground, his face a ghastly white, his right hand pressed against his lower right rib, from which blood continued to seep. The old man took several deep breaths to alleviate the excruciating pain, but the veins on his forehead still throbbed uncontrollably. Yin looked at the old man's wound with distress. As he helped the old man straighten his askew hat, the old man mustered a smile more bitter than sorrow. It's all right. Thankfully it wasn't too deep. I shouldn't die. After a moment, he saw Yin retrieve a thumb-sized piece of malt candy from his wet pouch. The candy was stained with blood and soaked by the rain, and mostly dissolved. He offered it to the old man's mouth, saying, Teacher, eat. The old man smiled and accepted it. The malt candy did not taste good. He tore off a sleeve from his robe, creating a makeshift bandage to wrap around the wound. After finishing, he stood up with Yin's support, muttering to himself. We need to find shelter from the rain and replenish our supplies before heading to Shao City. Yin murmured, Shao City? The old man replied, yes. We'll go there first and make plans. They had narrowly escaped this assassination attempt. But what about the next one? Luck would not always be on their side. They needed to prepare. He felt sorry for Yin, who had to follow him, an old wretch, on the run at such a young age. He had wanted to leave Yin behind, but the child had his own ideas. Yin nodded. Okay, let's go to Shao City. Did Yin know where Shao City was? No. Yin pointed at the steed. We have Big Red. The old man stifled a chuckle. You are still too young. The grand red horse will not last long. Forcing it will impose a considerable burden on you. Yin, put away your grand red horse. As for me, I am feeling somewhat better. Let us first seek shelter from the rain for the night. Yin nodded vigorously. That night proved particularly arduous. When Shintang awoke, the rain had ceased. The ground outside was muddy and pockmarked with pools of water, while the village had already prepared dry rations for the two. Seizing the opportunity before the sun rose too high, Qi Shan decided to set off early. After traveling for an hour, they came upon a roadside tea house and decided to stop for a brief respite to sip some tea and catch their breath. Before they could finish, the sound of galloping hooves approached from afar. Approximately 100 soldiers, clad in military garb, were seen escorting several prison carts at the rear of their procession. Qi Shan cast a sidelong glance and remarked, "Do not be alarmed, young Lord Shin. They are not here for you." This group likely comprises soldiers from the kingdom of Gong. Upon hearing that these soldiers posed no threat to her, Shin Tang's taut nerves relaxed, and she raised her hand to lower her sunshade. Sitting in a corner, she feigned drinking tea, striving to diminish her presence. Soldiers from the kingdom of Gong. Why would they be here? The moment she spoke, Qi Shan nearly choked on his tea. This young Lord Shin truly did not disappoint. Each question she posed catching him off guard. Where else would the soldiers from the kingdom of Gong be, if not here? Shin Tang felt an instinctive realization that her question was rather foolish. She attempted to salvage the situation. But this shouldn't be Zhongtai, should it? No. It is the kingdom of Xian, right? How could soldiers from the kingdom of Gong be? As she spoke, she abruptly halted, covering her eyes with one hand. Unwilling to meet Qi Shan's incredulous gaze, she recalled Qi Shan mentioning Zhongtai, referring to the fall of the kingdom of Xian and the news of the national seal, supposedly concealed by the Gong clan. At that time, her attention was solely focused on the seal and the Gong clan, never considering who might have breached the capital of the kingdom of Xian. Now, reflecting on it, it was highly likely that it was indeed the kingdom of Gong. This realization laid bare her naivety and ignorance, yet fortunately, Qi Shan had grown accustomed to young Lord Shin's unexpectedness and chose not to probe further. Shin Tang, feeling embarrassed, admitted, "I do not quite understand these matters." "It is never too late to learn," Qi Shan replied with a half-smile, tapping his fingers lightly on the table 3 times. In a hushed tone, he chanted a spell, and an almost imperceptible literary aura rose and dissipated. He then continued, "Young Lord Shun, it is clear you have been nurtured in luxury. A noble scion. I can empathize. You are relatively fortunate. Many other young lords may be even more ignorant and reckless, indulging in frivolities, oblivious to national grievances, familial enmities, and the hardships of the common folk." As long as she did not take offense, Qi Shan's words did not apply to her. Shin Tang, with a bold face, replied, "What you say is true, Mr. Qi." Qi Shan observed her with a hint of disinterest, realizing that his earlier emotional outburst had momentarily overwhelmed him. The massacre of the kingdom of Xian by the kingdom of Gong was common knowledge, even to a child of 3 or a peasant in the fields. It was absurd that this young Lord Shun, with significant ties to the Gong clan, would feign ignorance. He was unsure whether to feel anger or amusement. Shin Tang, feeling guilty, lowered her gaze to her tea. However, the kingdom of Xian and the kingdom of Gong were 2 sides of the same coin. Whether one nation fell or not made little difference. For the common people, the distinction was merely the change of a tyrant into a despot. Shin Tang was taken aback by this statement. She cast a furtive glance at the soldiers from the kingdom of Gong outside the tea house, relieved that they had not noticed her. "From what you say, Mr. Qi, it seems you hold a grudge against the fallen kingdom of Xian. But previously, you mentioned, when they first met, Qi Shan harbored malice towards her simply for being a member of the Gong clan, implying that the Gong clan had a hand in the downfall of the kingdom of Xian and had concealed the national seal. Shin Tang had believed Qi Shan was deeply patriotic, yet now it appeared otherwise. Qi Shan lazily lifted his eyelids. These sentiments are not mutually exclusive. Seeing that he had no intention of elaborating, Shin Tang took the initiative to change the subject, subtly probing for more information about the world around her. She pointed to the sky. "What is it that leads you to hold such a low opinion of that gentleman from the kingdom of Gong?" The fall of the kingdom of Xian, while blameworthy for the foolishness of its feudal lords, was not entirely unjustified. The kingdom of Gong was indeed powerful, expanding its territories during the reign of its lords. Why would Qi Shan label them as tyrants? Qi Shan scoffed. If such actions do not qualify as tyranny, then which lord can be called a benevolent ruler? Mark my words, unless the tyrant Zheng Qiao dies within 5 years, the kingdom of Gong will surely bring about its own demise. Shin Tang's curiosity was piqued. In what specific ways does he embody tyranny? Just as Qi Shan was about to enlighten her, a cacophony of shouts and curses erupted from outside the tea house, quickly followed by the sounds of whips cracking and anguished cries. Peering through the bamboo curtains, Shin Tang caught a glimpse of blood dripping from one corner of the prison cart. Another prisoner shouted defiantly, "Even if you beat me to death, I shall still declare, Zheng Qiao, you son of a wretched harlot, you crawled your way to power through your mother's disgrace, so let me die in peace, mourning for my ancestors." This man, with his shock of white hair and muscular physique, spoke with a voice like thunder. Shun Tang marveled at the literary art of insults from this otherworldly realm. The soldiers from the kingdom of Gong, of course, would not allow such defiance to go unpunished. They swung their whips with abandon, leaving bloody marks upon him. Yet, this defiant soul gritted his teeth, refusing to utter a cry or plead for mercy. The harder the in those years, the Gong family was a staunch supporter of Zheng Qiao's return to the kingdom of Gong. Ironically, the Gong family faced annihilation. The male members were exiled to the borders as laborers, while the women were sent to the teaching brothels of Shao City. This was the first command issued by Zheng Qiao after breaching the capital of Xian. Shin Tang nearly choked on the tea she had yet to swallow. So, this was the truth behind the Gong family's downfall. Based on Qishan's words, Shin Tang felt that the Gong family was hardly innocent. Knowing Zheng Qiao was treacherous, they still allowed the tiger to return to the mountain. Had they never considered the possibility of retribution? Not everyone in this world is grateful. Zheng Qiao's experiences in Xian could be regarded as a tremendous humiliation. At that time, being weak forced him to endure indignities, but now, as the esteemed ruler of Gong, having gained strength, the pent-up resentment within him erupted like a volcano, and the dark past became something he desperately wished to obliterate. Qishan remarked, "Well, I cannot say." Shin Tang teased, "I thought you knew everything, sir." Although it was a hellishly difficult beginning to the journey, Qishan, the guiding NPC, was exceptionally diligent and deserving of 5-star praise. Qishan feigned surprise. To receive such high regard from young Master Shun, I am truly honored. Shin Tang could not match Kai Wanliang in terms of audacity, so she tactically lowered her head to sip her tea. Meanwhile, Qishan observed Shin Tang's reactions in silence, curious about the nature of her relationship with the Gong family. Upon hearing that the Gong family's destruction stemmed from Zheng Qiao's revenge, Shin Tang displayed neither outrage nor hatred. She remained calm, as if the matter were irrelevant to her. Yet how could it be unrelated? If Shin Tang were indeed cold-hearted, how could she have rushed out into the rain last night for the sake of a mere acquaintance? As the soldiers of Gong had not yet departed, Shin Tang refrained from drawing attention to herself and requested another pot of tea from the tea house owner. The two continued to linger in the tea house, passing the time while subtly inquiring about the identities of the prisoners in the cart. The shopkeeper, casting nervous glances at the soldiers outside, whispered, "It is said to be the family of the vice minister of the imperial censorate." Shin Tang murmured in confusion, glancing at Qishan. The vice minister of the imperial censorate? Do not blame her for her ignorance. As an amnesiac, she truly did not know. Qishan asked, "Is the vice minister of the imperial censorate surnamed Tian?" It seemed to be Tian. The soldiers had been cursing, mentioning something about that old fellow with the surname Tian and Wat of the vice minister of the imperial censorate. The shopkeeper, not understanding these matters, lamented. Even the old soldiers guarding the city gate could easily do away with us common folk, regardless of the high officials. He poured Shin Tang another pot of tea, sighing, "It's best if you two gentlemen refrain from curiosity, lest you lose your lives." The conflict between Xian and Gong primarily affected the common people of both nations. The citizens of Gong fared slightly better. Aside from enduring a tax burden that had doubled, they were not starved to death. In contrast, the citizens of Xian suffered greatly. The battlefield lay within Xian, where its people were drained of their lifeblood to supply the military, all while facing the plunder and violence of Gong soldiers. They had hoped that once the fighting ceased, there would be a respite, but the ruler of Gong, adhering to the principle of not letting his brothers suffer losses, allowed his subordinates who fought alongside him to commit all sorts of atrocities. The commoners trembled at the sight of Gong soldiers. Noticing the two gentlemen's handsome appearances, the shopkeeper could not help but offer a warning, lest they recklessly lose their lives. "Fear not. We have our wits about us," Qishan replied with a smile. But once the shopkeeper busied himself elsewhere, the smile faded from Qishan's face, replaced by a grave demeanor. The vice minister of the imperial censorate was the head of the censorate, responsible for scrutinizing officials and overseeing their conduct. Shin Tang's intuition sparked. So, this vice minister of the imperial censorate must have frequently criticized Zheng Qiao? It seemed probable that he had made quite a few enemies. Reflecting on the earlier outburst, which showcased the art of language in its rawest form, it was indeed peculiar for Zheng Qiao to let the family off lightly. Qishan sighed. It is not merely a matter of offending. What else did the vice minister of the imperial censorate do? Shin Tang inquired. I have heard that the vice minister is known for his forthrightness and zeal, unyielding in his pursuit of justice. He spares no one, be they high-ranking officials or otherwise. If he uncovers any wrongdoing, he will not hesitate to report it. leaving no room for Zheng Qiao to escape scrutiny. Since Zheng Qiao ascended to power, the vice minister has been among the most vociferous critics, even blocking Zheng Qiao's path to court, publicly rebuking him in front of the people. Shintang asked, "Did he not show even a modicum of respect?" "None at all," Qishan replied. After that, from the highest officials to the common folk in the capital, who did not know how Zheng Qiao had risen to power. Following Zheng Qiao's return to the country, the vice minister was the most vehement opponent, asserting that allowing this man to return would be akin to letting a tiger return to the mountain, with endless future troubles. He submitted petitions for Zheng Qiao's execution no fewer than 19 times. By this point, Shintang had already deduced the fate that awaited the vice minister's family. With Zheng Qiao's rise, the vice minister's family, no, his entire clan, would surely suffer. The Gong family, at least, had once aided Zheng Qiao, yet they still met with death and exile. What of the vice minister? Yet Qishan countered, "It is more than that. Are there other grievances?" Shintang pressed. Before returning to the kingdom of Gong, the vice minister had rallied his students and family members within the court to petition the ruler of Xian for Zheng Qiao's execution. The ruler, under pressure and harboring his own grievances against Zheng Qiao, had contemplated the idea of murder. Rumor had it that the petitions were drafted, merely awaiting submission. However, Zheng Qiao, being astute, learned of the plot in advance and narrowly averted the crisis, fleeing back to Gong under the cover of night. Had he delayed even a moment longer, his fate would have been sealed. Shintang mused, "What can one say? This story teaches us that one must eradicate the roots of trouble and strike while the iron is hot, lest the night be long and dreams be many." Hearing Shintang's earnest absorption of this lesson, Qishan's lips twitched slightly, though he could not pinpoint what felt amiss. Just as he took a sip of tea, a heart-wrenching wail erupted from outside the tea house, followed by a prisoner's furious cries. "How outrageous! How utterly outrageous! Zheng Qiao, you treacherous scoundrel! How dare you!" Shintang turned to look outside the tea house. What was transpiring now? Qishan rose and approached the entrance to inquire softly, returning shortly with a grim expression that chilled the air around him. "Zheng Qiao has grown impatient after failing to retrieve the seal of the kingdom of Xian and has ordered the ruler of Xian to formally surrender along with his former officials." Shintang was taken aback. "I thought they had already surrendered." "There remains a ceremonial aspect," Qishan explained. "Zheng Qiao places great importance on this. Isn't it normal to surrender after losing? Why are the prisoners reacting so emotionally?" Shintang pondered. The man had been beaten within an inch of his life, yet remained defiant. And now, over such a foregone conclusion, he wept so bitterly. There must be more to this story. Qishan clenched his hands, his throat tightening, his voice trembling slightly. He shut his eyes tightly before reopening them. Speaking calmly, having failed to find the seal for too long, Zheng Qiao became enraged and compelled the ruler of Xian to abdicate in favor of his only daughter. Shintang inquired with her eyes, and then? It seemed that Zheng Qiao had an array of humiliating tactics, from renaming the throne to forcing the abdication to the princess, and even performing the ceremonial rites of submission and humiliation. Qishan's expression was complex. Then, the princess would perform the ritual of submission in disgrace, exposing herself, leading the officials in mourning attire to surrender. Shintang gasped, finally comprehending why Qishan's face was so dark. Such unparalleled humiliation, who could endure it? The defeated royal family leading the officials in surrender was a privilege that the victors should enjoy. With the situation now settled, it was likely that the ruler of Xian, no matter how unwilling, would not resist. But Zheng Qiao, had he lost his mind? Qishan's cold sarcasm revealed his underlying resentment. It seemed he was unwilling to accept the humiliation he had suffered in Xinghua, yearning instead to repay it tenfold, 100-fold, and to see Xinghua nailed to the pillar of historical disgrace. Shintang exclaimed in indignation, "This is truly despicable." Mere words could scarcely encapsulate Zheng Qiao's twisted malevolence. Shintang found the man to be malicious, narrow-minded, and utterly revolting. What does it mean to be bound and silenced? In simple terms, it entails having one's hands tied behind the back while holding a piece of jade in the mouth, a burial custom believed to prevent the decay of the deceased's body and to signify the noble status of the dead, thereby submitting to the conquering nation. In practice, one typically exposes their upper body to demonstrate the absence of weapons, symbolizing their vulnerability as a lamb awaiting slaughter. It is a surrender of one's life, allowing others to decide their fate, whether to kill or spare. Now, Zheng Qiao was compelling the ruler of Xinghua to abdicate in favor of Wang Ji, a woman devoid of literary grace and martial courage, who was also the only daughter of the Xinghua sovereign. He demanded that she expose herself before the public, surrendering the capitulation document, seal, household register, and treasury, an act that utterly trampled upon the dignity of the remnants of Xinghua, leaving no room for mercy. Qi Shan chuckled coldly as he stared at the teacup in his hands, summoning immense self-control to refrain from shattering it. After several deep breaths to quell the volcanic rage within, he remarked, having grown up in the depths of the palace, knowing only the flattery of superficial courtiers, what noble strategies or broad-mindedness could one expect from him? Without obtaining the national seal of Xinghua, Zheng Qiao would not rest easy, naturally intent on claiming his share of the spoils of war. TSK. Once again, the mention of the national seal made Shun Tang's eyelids flutter. A ruler like him could never secure his reign. Qi Shan had previously asserted that within 5 years, Zheng Qiao would not die a natural death, and Gengguo would be annihilated. Such a prediction was already conservative. Given Zheng Qiao's current brutality and vindictiveness, one could only wonder if he could last even 3 years. He had set a dreadful precedent, allowing his troops to commit atrocities, murder, arson, and plunder. Military discipline and loyalty are difficult to cultivate, but easily collapse. Outside the tea house, soldiers from Gengguo, drawn by the proprietress's beauty, exchanged lewd glances and maliciously prompted her to refill their cups. During this process, they dared to touch her delicate hands and waist, with some brazen enough to attempt to kiss her, causing her to pale in fright as they erupted in laughter. The tea house owner attempted to intervene, only to receive a resounding slap, swiftly reddening half his face. Get lost. You're ruining my mood. Do you court death? With a crack, Qi Shan looked down at Shen Tang's hand, where the teacup had been crushed under her grip. Fortunately, Shen Xiaolangjun did not erupt in anger or rush out. Instead, he maintained a stoic expression, stating, "If we cannot impose strict military discipline, these weapons that fight for Zheng Qiao will eventually turn against him, driven by unfulfilled desires, leading to resentment and, ultimately, betrayal." Upon hearing this, Qi Shan glanced into Shen Tang's eyes. This action was entirely instinctual. Her gaze was unnaturally calm, so tranquil that it evoked the notion of observing a swarm of dying ants. For a moment, Qi Shan felt disoriented, masking his subtle emotions behind the guise of sipping tea. Yet, before that, he could not fathom how many innocent lives and wise individuals would perish. Alas, the situation is thus. Shen Xiaolangjun, what can we do but be mere spectators? Yuan Liang, Qi Shan raised an eyebrow. Despite Shen Xiaolangjun repeatedly addressing him as Mr. Qi or Sir, which sounded respectful, he could discern the difference between genuine respect and superficial politeness. The earlier outburst of Qi Yuan Liang felt far more authentic. Now, directly calling him Yuan Liang, he did not feel offended. Rather, he felt a hint of anticipation. What is it? Shen Tang sat down, forcing herself not to focus on the soldiers outside, who were still in the phase of groping and taking advantage. Given that they also had prisoners to escort, it was unlikely they would engage in further outrageous behavior. If she were to intervene, it would only invite trouble. Thus, she sought to divert her attention, suppressing the frustration of her helplessness. I am curious, who exactly are you? Qi Shan possessed an abundance of knowledge. Furthermore, his timely appearance was too coincidental. How fortunate was Shen Tang to encounter such an astute individual right after entering hell. Yet, Qi Shan did not answer. Instead, he returned the question, suggesting that before addressing this matter, Shen Xiaolangjun ought to disclose his true identity to demonstrate sincerity. And what of the national seal? This question remained unvoiced, as he trusted that Shen Xiaolangjun's cunning would surely grasp his unspoken implications. Perhaps this was the tacit understanding between them. Shen Tang, this question is futile for me to answer. If I had any guarantees or the memories of the body's original owner, would I still need to rely on Qi Shan to gather information? What did Yuan Liang think she was? Shen Tang resorted to a vague rhetorical flourish. But who knew that after she spoke, Qi Shan fell into silence, his gaze complex and inscrutable. Suddenly, he sighed. I see. Shen, your surname is Shen. He seemed to have had an epiphany, his expression brightening. Shen Tang, bewildered, felt 3 question marks appear above her head, but could not afford to lose ground. Isn't it already known that my surname is Shun? Wenqin does not deceive, unless I have the ability to disguise myself as Yuan Liang. Yet what of it? What was the significance of her surname? The next words from Qi Shan rendered her speechless. So, you are Gongqing? Shintang. Who is Gongqing? She suddenly found herself deeply curious about what Qi Shan had conjured in his mind. Qi Shan continued, his gaze fixed firmly on Shintang. Recounting a scandal, the ruler of Xinghua has a notorious preference for beautiful women, treating them with great indifference. Perhaps it is karma. For many years, he has had only one daughter, Wang Ji, yet his affection for her pales in comparison to that for Gong Cheng, the legitimate son of the Gong family. There were suggestions to make Gong Cheng Wang Ji's husband, which the ruler vehemently rejected, even going so far as to demote the proposer. Hence, rumors began to circulate. Shintang interjected, are you suggesting that the ruler of Xinghua has sown discord with the head of the Gong family? Not quite. I mean, he has slept with the wife of the Gong family head? Gong Cheng is the son of the ruler of Xinghua? The head of the Gong family has been a cuckold for years? Wait a moment. Shintang suddenly froze, taking a while to process. Glancing at her Wenxin, and then at Qi Shan's eyes that seemed to read her secrets, she nearly spat blood in shock. With a slight tremor, she asked, the royal family of Xinghua has the surname. Qi Shan replied, Shun. 021. The glory of kings, the wonderful pen project, is finally online. I am honored to participate in this event, despite enduring the painful process of outline revisions and multiple edits from early to mid-year. I am grateful for the unwavering support of the editors. I believe the plot's completeness is relatively high, and I hope that friends who love kings and the hero Gong Sunli will take a look. Please support me. Everyone can find it under the account of the wonderful pen project in Kings, the era of heroes, and it should be updated and concluded in about 2 days. 022. Poisoning. The royal family of Xinghua has the surname Shin? Shintang suppressed the urge to spit blood, forcing a smile as she replied. Though you may not believe it, you are indeed overthinking this. Qi Shan countered, I am overthinking? Shintang nodded vigorously. Yes, you are overthinking. My Shun has no connection whatsoever to the royal family of Xinghua. Truly, it is merely a coincidence. Moreover, does Yuan Liang not find this absurd? If I were truly the identity you suspect, how would I find myself in such a situation? If Shintang were not the party involved, she might have believed it. For logically speaking, Qi Shan's conjecture holds considerable merit. However, the crux of the matter is that this body must belong to a young man. And Shintang is certain that her body has not sprouted any unfamiliar growths. She is unequivocally a genuine woman. Not to mention, the officials escorting the prisoners would not easily overlook me, nor would the members of the Gong family treat me as if I were invisible. Therefore, this body cannot possibly belong to Gong Cheng, as mentioned, nor can it be the illegitimate child left by the monarch of the Xian kingdom within the Gong family. Even if it were true, could Shintang admit it? A prince or princess of a fallen kingdom, what chance of survival is there? Qi Shan fell into contemplation upon hearing this. He appeared calm on the surface. Yet Shintang found it difficult to discern whether he was persuaded by her words or stubbornly clinging to his own whimsical ideas. I understand, he finally said. Shintang replied, what exactly have you comprehended, my good brother? At that moment, she felt an impulse to crack open his head. Go. Fill all the water pouches with tea. We are in a hurry. The commotion outside the tea house was filled with the shouts of soldiers. Due to the remote escort route and the sweltering heat, the water pouches had long run dry. They laughed as they smashed the pouches onto the owner's face. The owner endured, grimacing with a swollen and bruised face, bending down to retrieve the pouches and humbly saying, Yes, yes, I will do it right away. His worried gaze remained fixed on his wife. One soldier, noticing his hesitance, kicked him in the rear and urged, What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. The owner stumbled, almost falling to the ground, while his wife trembled with rage but dared not resist. The expressions of the couple, filled with frustration yet unable to voice their anger, delighted the soldiers, whose boisterous laughter mingled with the wife's fearful sobs, echoing in the ears of every tea patron. Many were incensed, and even Shintang silently recited the mantra of enduring for a greater cause. By the third recitation, she ceased. Damn it, to hell with lofty aspirations. Qi Shan clearly heard Shintang's vulgarity and thought to himself, I never expected this refined young gentleman to possess such a rebellious spirit. Only a rogue or an unrefined brute would dare utter such words. Seeing Shintang rise, he inquired, Are you going to seek justice, Shin Xiaolangjun? Shintang replied, I am not foolish. Advocating for others requires strategy. A frontal confrontation is impractical, but that does not preclude the possibility of subtlety. She rolled up her sleeves. adjusting her expression to one of innocent benevolence, and offered to assist the owner. The owner, taken aback, hurriedly declined. You mustn't, Xiao Langjun. Shintang countered. What makes it unacceptable? With nearly 100 water pouches to fill, I see only you two here. I worry you may struggle and face further difficulties. It would be wise to finish swiftly and send them off. Consider it a token of my goodwill. Upon hearing this, the owner's eyes welled with tears. He choked out. Thank you. The couple's sense of isolation and despair was a feeling known only to themselves. They were aware that the patrons had no obligation to assist. Who does not know how arrogant the soldiers of the Gun Kingdom are? They burn, kill, and plunder, taking pleasure in cruelty, and everyone fears for their lives. During this time, some soldiers approached to inspect the scene, their gazes occasionally sweeping over Shintang, who was quietly working in the corner. Due to her youth and nimble movements, her slender figure was mistaken for that of a tea-house servant. After observing for a while, the soldiers deemed her harmless and departed. The couple worked together for a quarter of an hour, perspiration beading on their foreheads as they filled all the water pouches and completed their task. Upon Shintang's return, Qishan asked, What did you do? Shintang took a sip of tea, her expression radiating joy. Soon, Yuan Liang will know. Qishan raised an eyebrow and speculated, Poison? You guessed correctly, she replied. What poison do you possess? As soon as the words left his mouth, Qishan suddenly realized something and asked, A word spirit? Shintang smiled and confirmed, Indeed. Qishan inhaled deeply. Which phrase? Or rather, which word spirit have you sullied or overturned? Shintang maintained an air of mystery. From the mouth of the green snake and bamboo, to the needle of the yellow wasp's tail. Qishan furrowed his brow. This word spirit? Just like the previous phrase, Zhou Yuan's sweetness, Jin Tu's like honey, both are unutilized, or deemed to have no value in word spirit research. Literally interpreted, the poison should be from snake venom and wasp stings. I fear that the poison alone may not be lethal, hence I added another ingredient. Yuan Liang might as well guess what it is. Qishan possessed a photographic memory. The ingredient Shintang mentioned was certainly among those recorded in his scroll of word spirits, and the only substance that could be classified as a medicine was. Without hesitation, he replied, Strychnine? Correct, she affirmed. But alas, no reward. While strychnine may sound unfamiliar, its more renowned counterpart, Qianji medicine, is well known. Qishan regarded Shintang with an increasingly complex gaze. This Shinshao Longjuan's path as a lord was not solely tied to agriculture. Could he conjure medicinal ingredients from thin air? Seeing his odd expression, Shintang assumed he disapproved. Did Yuan Liang disdain this method? A gentleman should be magnanimous and not necessarily take issue with employing poison. Qishan shook his head. No, the means by which one murders these individuals is not significant. What matters is the outcome. During his earlier travels, he had passed through many fallen counties, where women forced into pregnancy or afflicted with grave illnesses were plentiful. Every household bore the weight of mourning, and severed limbs were a common sight. Judging by the soldiers' previous demeanor, how could their hands be clean? If they were to die, it would be just desserts. However, do you truly believe that by adding so much, others would not be able to discern it? The moment they taste something amiss, they will spit it out. Shintang chuckled. While plain water may reveal the difference, they are serving tea. Even if the taste is odd, they will merely attribute it to the heat. Qishan. During their conversation, over 100 soldiers had already equipped themselves and departed. They had taken so much advantage, leaving the tea house owner with merely 3 copper coins, which they carelessly tossed at his face. Yet, the owner had to swallow his anger, wearing a smile as he expressed gratitude for the reward. Once the soldiers vanished from sight, Shintang stood and stretched. Yuan Liang. Let us go and enjoy the unfolding spectacle. Shintang led a mule out and mounted it, while Qishan continued on foot. The two followed at a leisurely pace. Shintang remarked, Poisoning the soldiers of the Gun Kingdom is a grave offense. Knowing it is a crime, why proceed? Qishan inquired. Shintang shrugged off the concern. There is no fear of too many lice. As a fugitive barely a step away from death, every additional day I live is a gain. What is there to fear about adding another crime to my record? What about you, Yuan Liang? Are you not worried that trouble may come your way? Qishan lifted his eyelids and replied calmly. I have stated before, I am not a virtuous person. A name, after all, signifies what one lacks. In a prosperous era, Qishan regarded the cheerful Shinshao Langjun atop the white mule and silently lamented that this might indeed be the most beneficial path for the realm. Alas, he was born at an inopportune time. 023, Master Tian, I possess a small motorcycle, yet I have never ridden it. Shintang, perched on the motorcycle, was anything but composed, occasionally singing loudly or plucking leaves and flowers. Accompanied by the jingling of bells, her off-key melodies harmonized with her occasional forgetfulness of the lyrics, resulting in hums instead. One day, on a whim, I rode it to the market. Qishan could endure no longer. Xin Xiaolangjun. From whom did you learn the music of the 6 arts? It is utterly misleading to others. Is it not unpleasant to hear? Shintang inquired earnestly, though her memories were scarce. She vaguely recalled being a talented singer, capable of captivating audiences with her voice. A proficient singer, an artist, a paragon of high-quality femininity. Qishan gazed at her, struggling to find words. Shintang's demeanor exuded confidence, clearly believing not only that her singing was unproblematic, but that his taste was questionable. Qishan could not fathom her unwavering self-assurance and remarked, "There exists a word spirit that fittingly encapsulates the essence of rustic songs and village flutes." Shintang was perplexed. What? Qishan chuckled. The cacophony is unbearable. Shintang clenched her fists. Yuan Liang has grown up unscathed, purely by luck, one would presume. A perfectly fine person. Yet he is cursed with a mouth. It must be due to sheer talent. Shintang, witnessing her expression slip into chaos, her features contorting, Qishan laughed heartily. Do not fret, young Shun. You are still young. Take your time to learn, and there is hope yet. An hour later, Qishan raised her eyes to the sun, which was at its zenith, scorching and relentless. It was not merely the act of escorting prisoners that was grueling. Even standing idly would elicit sweat that soaked through one's undergarments. Should we quicken our pace? Shintang replied. If we get too close, we risk detection. Qishan remarked. Given the soldiers' lazy habits, they are unlikely to continue under such blazing sun. They will most likely seek a shaded spot to rest and sip tea to cool off. With so many ingredients in the tea you provided, I fear we may miss the spectacle if we delay. Yuan Liang conceded. I shall proceed ahead to witness the unfolding drama. You may take your time. With that, Shintang lashed her motorcycle, which yelped in pain and bolted away. In no time, it dwindled to a mere speck. Shintang, feeling audacious, provoked Qishan, who merely smiled and began to chant, chasing the wind, treading on shadows. With wings, one can soar through the ethereal skies. With feet, one can pursue the swift wind and fleeting shadows. With a slight tremor, Qishan's form blurred, leaving only an afterimage, as if she were gliding on the wind. Each step taking her 3 paces forward, her demeanor serene and her posture relaxed. Shintang was left utterly astounded. As Qishan breezed past, a gust of wind followed, and in the blink of an eye, she had covered a distance of dozens of paces. Shintang was left in shock. Call the judge. There is someone cheating here. Ultimately, her inexperience with the art of language spells led her to realize that a 4-legged motorcycle could not outrun a 2-legged Qishan. Under the scorching sun, the soldiers escorting the prisoner carts could hardly withstand the heat and sought refuge under the dense treetops. They gathered in small clusters in the shade while several carts lay exposed to the sun. The prisoners within these carts were either suffering from heat stroke, their faces pale and their bodies weak, or they bore severe lash wounds, with the Vice Minister of Justice in the most dire condition. Exhausted, weary, hungry, and parched, he felt his vitality waning swiftly. To torment the prisoners, the soldiers employed every means possible. The carts were specially tailored to their heights. Some were exceedingly tall, forcing the prisoners to stand on their toes for relief, while others were particularly short, leaving them unable to stand straight or sit down, compelled to maintain a crouched position. Neither scenario allowed for peaceful sleep, and after days of this torment, even without lashes, a prisoner's life could be significantly diminished. The vice minister's cart was among the excessively tall. He had to strain on his toes to draw a proper breath, but this could not be maintained for long before his heels would drop. The severity of his injuries, combined with intense emotional turmoil, dehydration, hunger, and fatigue, led him to experience vivid hallucinations, his cracked lips murmuring, "Water, water, water," just as the Inspector General lowered his eyelids, discreetly casting a glance at the flower seal of literary merit at Qishan's waist. If memory serves, that young scholar's literary rank seemed to be of the 6th grade. Lower tier. Before he could fully retrieve that fragment of recollection, Qishan had already discerned the Inspector General's subtle movements and took the initiative to speak. The Inspector General remained silent, pressing his lips together. As clues began to accumulate, he slowly recalled some long-buried details. At that moment, his son glanced at Qishan and then at his father, interjecting, A sixth-grade literary merit? Why wasn't he recruited? Although a sixth-grade literary merit belonged to the lower tier, under normal circumstances, one would hardly be unable to secure a minor official position, especially during the years leading up to the fall of the Exian Kingdom, when the demand for talent was high and the standards were not stringent. It would have been improbable for Qi Shan to remain unutilized. The Inspector General did not respond, casting a sidelong glance as a silent warning for his son to hold his tongue. His son, intimidated by the glare, promptly fell silent. Only when his son quieted did he inquire of Qi Shan, "Did you offend someone back then?" The fact that Qi Shan was dismissed and unable to secure even a minor official position in a remote area was certainly not solely due to his literary rank. "Indeed, I did offend someone," Qi Shan admitted readily, his eyes curving into crescent moons. "Father, who was it that harmed my benefactor?" The Inspector General's son shared his father's temperament, perhaps even more straightforward and naive. Upon learning that Qi Shan's path was obstructed due to offending someone, his anger flared instantly. To his surprise, the Inspector General not only refrained from answering, but also discreetly pinched the flesh of his son's arm. "Father, silence," the son protested. The Inspector General shot him a stern look. Qi Shan continued, "It was not precisely a scheme, but rather my weaknesses fell into his hands. At that time, it was better to be dismissed than to serve and later be coerced." Qi Shan appeared quite open about it, showing no significant emotional fluctuations, as if discussing a matter unrelated to himself. Weaknesses? The naive son remained oblivious. Qi Shan suddenly smiled. "Yes, a forged background." The Inspector General's foolish son was taken aback. The Inspector General, who knew part of the truth, pondered in silence. Compared to a forged background, true weaknesses were but trifles. However, given that the Exian Kingdom had perished, even the most formidable threats no longer mattered. It was merely that their lives, along with those of a few relatives and friends, had been saved by the very person they were discussing, so why expose his shortcomings? "Do you know where that person is now?" Qi Shan inquired. The Inspector General's expression darkened as he recalled something. "In Shao City." "Shao City?" Qi Shan echoed. "He is now the governor of Sabaegu, and his office is located in Shao City. The troops of the Gung Kingdom are pressing in, and he is secretly colluding with Zheng Qiao, working from within to seize several fortresses of the Exian Kingdom. Had it not been for this, he could have held out for at least 5 more months, perhaps awaiting a turning point." Qi Shan remarked, "Such treachery from a petty figure is hardly surprising. Are you preparing to seek revenge?" he asked. Just as Qi Shan was about to respond, the unpleasant voice of Xin Shao Langjun intruded. "While I am fighting valiantly, you are here reminiscing?" Bloodied and wielding the motherly sword, Shen Tang approached, wishing to handle the corpses, ideally to destroy them to prevent any further complications. Upon spotting Qi Shan chatting, her fists clenched in irritation. She felt the one deserving of the motherly sword's lesson was not the filial son awaiting rebirth, but rather the oft-overlooked Qi Yuanliang. Seeing Shen Tang return, Qi Shan was taken aback. He knew she could handle the 10 or so soldiers, but he did not expect her to be so swift even without the enhancement of her words. Were it not for the authenticity of the literary seal, he would have doubted his recognition of her literary prowess. "I naturally trust Xin Shao Longjun's capabilities. Those rabble are no match for you." He dismissed the accusations with a lack of sincerity, his gaze drifting past Shen Tang to inquire, "Are they all dead?" She scoffed, "All dead. To eradicate the roots, leaving no future troubles." With a flick of her wrist, blood from her sword was flung onto the grass, leaving tiny crimson stains. "What are those poisoned?" she continued. "Someone as kind as I would not let them continue to suffer. One sword to the throat, another to the heart. I guarantee they die without a trace." Qi Shan and Shen Tang exchanged questions and answers while keeping an eye on the few prisoners rescued. As the chief of the inspectorate, the Inspector General had interacted considerably with the powerful Gong family of the Exian Kingdom. If Xin Shao Langjun were Gong Qing, he should have recognized her. However, the Inspector General exhibited no signs of familiarity, but rather a hint of curiosity and surprise. Indeed, a youth adorned with a literary seal wielded ferocity surpassing that of a brute bearing martial symbols, truly worthy of intrigue. Qi Shan reflected inwardly. Is Shen Tang truly not Gongcheng? Upon noticing Qi Shan's frown, Shen Tang guessed the turmoil brewing in his mind and restrained the impulse to roll her eyes. She knew that Qi Shan's previous statement of understanding was mere empty acknowledgement. Instead of wasting time on inconsequential thoughts, he might as well assist her in burying the bodies. Unexpectedly, Qi Shan decisively declined, offering an utterly preposterous reason. "I am frail and timid. unable to bear the sight of bloodied corpses. Shintang retorted. Resigned. She rolled up her sleeves to do the work herself, realizing she could not rely on Qishan. Nor could she depend on the prisoners who were barely clinging to life. While working, Qishan leaned against a tree, seeking shade, and asked her, Do you have any interest in visiting Shao City? Shintang slammed the digging knife into the ground, exasperated. What would I do in Shao City? Throw myself into the trap? Besides, what is appealing about that wretched place? She wished for her status as a fugitive to be respected. Is Shun Shao Langjun not concerned for your other relatives? At this, Shintang hesitated. Qishan had hit upon her innermost thoughts. Regardless, it was now her body, and she ought to learn about the past of its original owner to avoid being exposed when encountering someone familiar. She wondered if the original owner had any family. If they had survived their exile, she could discreetly look after them. If they had perished, she could at least recover their remains to prevent them from lying unburied. The change in Shintang's expression did not escape Qishan's notice, whose eyes sparkled with evident delight, confident that Shintang's choice would align with his wishes. I can tell that Shun Shao Langjun possesses remarkable potential and may achieve great things in the future. Qishan, though unremarkable himself, felt he could teach Shun Shao Langjun the basics, even if he lacked the stature of the renowned scholars of the realm. Shintang, having formulated a plan, refrained from voicing it. Instead, she deliberately stated, I have memorized those texts of Yuan Liang. Qishan chuckled in disbelief and pointed to his own head, confidently asserting, Shun Shao Langjun, the truly precious knowledge resides here. If merely perusing a few texts could grant mastery over literary merit, acquiring skills would be far too simple. Yuan Liang's words held some truth, but Shao City, that was the place where the Gong family sent prisoners for exile. After laboriously escaping, she would be foolish to rush back there. If she were to encounter the officials escorting her during her misfortune, it would be quite embarrassing. She needed some sort of assurance. For example, Shintang inquired. For instance, a word spirit capable of altering one's appearance. Qishan replied. He indeed had no such thing, or at least none that he recognized. In his understanding, all word spirits were utilized for power, schemes, or martial prowess. Why was Shun Shao Langjun's mind so peculiar? Although lacking in word spirits, he possessed something else. What is this? Shintang caught the small vial he tossed her. Opening it, she squinted at the dark, fine powder inside, uncertain of its purpose. Qishan revealed, ash from the bottom of a pot. Shintang was speechless. He grinned. Apply some to your face, or run around, sweat profusely, and refrain from bathing for 7 to 8 days. Who would recognize you? Imagining herself covered in sweat and unwashed for 7 or 8 days, she could almost smell the indescribable stench. Is this your brilliant idea? How can this be considered a bad idea? Qishan's smile faded slightly, devoid of any emotion, a truth born from experience. Shintang was taken aback. Experience? Yet Qishan clearly wished to move past this point, raising his voice again. Young Master Shin, there is truly no need for such concern. The officials escorting you are far more derelict in their duties than you realize. Should a fugitive escape, the likelihood of them reporting it is minimal. Their greatest inclination would be to cut off another's ear to cover your absence. Therefore, do not fret about encountering your wanted poster at the gates of Xiaocheng. Even if the officials were not negligent and reported your escape, and a portrait was commissioned, what then? Given the abstract nature of those artists' depictions. Unless there are exceptionally distinct facial features, even a mother would struggle to recognize her own child, let alone the throngs of common folk passing through the city gates daily. The chances of Shintang's identity being exposed are exceedingly slim. This reasoning provided Shintang with a sense of reassurance. Very well, she would go. With great effort, she dug a substantial pit, discarding the bodies within before covering them with earth, and by the time she finished, the moon hung high in the sky. Qishan lit a bonfire, roasting the flatbreads conjured by Shintang's linguistic spirit. As she sat down, she was greeted by the warmth of the freshly baked bread. It was hot. Misjudging the temperature, she nearly burned her tongue. The bread itself lacked flavor, with only the charred bits offering a hint of aroma. The rest was bland, leaving her increasingly parched. Each 2 bites required a sip of water, rendering her mouth insipid. She couldn't help but grumble internally about the absence of fillings, such as pork with preserved vegetables. For reasons unknown, Qishan retired unusually early that night. He neither read nor practiced his linguistic abilities. Shintang, lacking sleepiness, remained by the bonfire, lost in thought. After an indeterminate period, she heard the sound of grass and leaves being tread upon, someone cautiously approaching without malice. The figure settled not far from her, and by the firelight, She recognized it as the foolish son of the vice minister. He seemed to gaze at her. Deliberately or not, Shintang initiated the conversation. Has the vice minister retired? The young man replied, yes, but his injuries are severe, and he's burning with fever. Tomorrow, we must find some herbs. How could the Shin family have offended Zheng Qiao to suffer such a fate? Shintang pondered, momentarily losing her voice. Not from shock, but sheer disbelief. The vice minister dared to oppose Zheng Qiao, and with the Gong family suspected of harboring the imperial seal. Both families faced exile rather than annihilation. At least they could survive a few more days. But for the Shin family, it was complete extermination? Yet Tianzhong shook his head. No one knows. Not know? Shintang's voice rose slightly, pressing for clarification. How could that be? Think again. Could it be that the Shun family impeached Zheng Qiao or severed his path to advancement? Such grievances must exist. That's where my confusion lies, Tianzhong admitted. The Shin family, though not a prominent clan in Exine country, how could they have drawn Zheng Qiao's attention? This statement was already a glossed-over version of the truth. To put it bluntly, during Zheng Qiao's tumultuous years in Exine country, the Shin family lacked even the standing to breathe in his presence. Their lineage adhered to a path of moderation, neither too conspicuous to incite envy nor too mediocre to be completely overlooked, avoiding both the flattery of favored officials and the ire of insignificant bureaucrats. Despite Tianzhong's recollections, he could not remember any conflict between the Shun family and Zheng Qiao. Yet here they were, facing annihilation. Moreover, Shintang's demeanor piqued Tianzhong's interest. He tentatively inquired, "Young master, are you particularly invested in the Shin family's affairs? Do you have ties to them?" What he truly wished to ask was whether this young master was perhaps the twin brother or sister of the Shun matriarch. Concealed for reasons unknown while growing up among common folk, the two bore an uncanny resemblance. At one point, Tianzhong suspected Shintang might be the ill-fated matriarch. But her adornment of the Wenshin flower seal dispelled that doubt. Everything else could be fabricated, but one's gender could not be faked. He was convinced that, whether or not this young Master Shun was the matriarch's sibling, there existed profound connections to the Shin family. Shintang neither affirmed nor denied this. Although Tianzhong bore no ill intent, given the current circumstances, it was wiser to keep such matters close to her chest. The fewer who knew, the safer she would be. Sensing her reluctance to continue the conversation, Tianzhong shifted topics to Qishan. Expressing genuine curiosity about how Shintang and Qishan had come to be together. When he inquired about Qishan, his father had merely glared at him, perhaps at his fate. Shintang replied. Tianzhong was astonished. You just happened to meet and decided to travel together? Is that acceptable? Not that it is unacceptable, he mused. Your benefactor possesses immense talent, and his potential in Wenshin and linguistic abilities is rare. Should he encounter a worthy sovereign in the future, he might willingly serve and should not be underestimated. But, Shintang prompted. The phrase did not originate from her. A familiar male voice interrupted from behind them. Shintang and Tianzhong turned in unison, meeting a pair of deep, dark eyes, prompting them both into silence, with Tianzhong feeling particularly embarrassed. The benefactor was their savior, and here he was, discussing him behind his back. If not for the fear of startling him, Tianzhong would have slapped himself. His father was right. He truly ought to keep his mouth shut. Jolting to his feet, Tianzhong awkwardly let his hands hang at his sides, opening his mouth to speak, but Qishan raised a hand to halt him. Qishan casually dismissed Tianzhong. I heard some faint coughing from your father's direction. Tianzhong immediately descended from the platform. Is my father unwell? I shall check on him. With that, he dashed away. Qishan reclaimed Tianzhong's former seat, evidently having overheard their conversation. He smiled, stirring the bonfire, and remarked, I did not expect to be mistaken. Young Master Shun is not of the Gong clan, but rather hails from the Shin family. Shintang interjected. One ought not to speak too definitively. Her instincts warned her that Qishan might soon find himself contradicted. Until there was concrete evidence, she dared not affirm that this body belonged to the Shin matriarch. Shintang remained silent, and Qishan continued. Since the Shun family has been annihilated, young Master Shun is now without kin in this world. There is no need to visit Xiaoqing. It would be best to rest early and head to the nearby town tomorrow. When did I say I would not go to Xiaoqing? Qishan's expression shifted in surprise. You intend to go? Shintang replied, Of course, why not? The journey to Xiaoqing would not be easy, setting aside the dangers of wolves, tigers, and poisonous creatures. The mere presence of bandits lurking to rob travelers was enough to instill fear in any ordinary person. to avoid unnecessary trouble. Shintang and her companion would try their best not to spend the night outdoors. However, the pressing matter at hand was to procure 2 sets of new clothing for young Master Shun, as Qishan's own garments were nearly insufficient. Emerging from the fabric shop, he now held a bundle in his hands. There was no time for tailoring. He could only choose 2 ready-made outfits that matched young Master Shin's height, consisting of both inner and outer garments. Coupled with the attire he lent Shintang, 3 sets should suffice for her needs. Younger Master Shin, it is time to depart. Qishan was about to call Shintang to set off toward the next village before night fell. Yet the figure he expected to find at the entrance was nowhere to be seen. Where could she be? Did she dare to wander off in such unfamiliar surroundings? Just as he was preparing to search for the missing Shintang, he caught sight of a familiar flash of pure white across the street, a magnificent white mule, obediently lying on the ground, its tail swishing despite the gathering crowd around it. Qishan, fellow villagers, come and take a look. Fresh green plums just picked, only 3 coins a pound, while supplies last. As she approached the crowd, she heard a familiar call. There sat the young gentleman. Shun, on the ground, sleeves rolled up, with a cloth spread before him piled high with green plums, alongside a large basket brimming with more. Without a hint of shame, she enthusiastically sold the plums. Whenever someone approached to buy, she greeted them warmly, calling them young master or sister, her tongue as sweet as honey, shouting in a flurry. She didn't forget to advertise the plums, claiming they were not only affordable, but also of superior quality, with thin skin and large sizes. Eating them would quench thirst, beat the heat, and beautify the complexion, truly a must-have fruit for the summer. Qishan observed the crowd for a while, noting that most of the buyers were women, each purchasing 3 to 5 pounds. Not to mention the plums were incredibly cheap. Buying them felt like a gain. Just the fact that the charming young gentleman would call her sister or madam seemed worth it. If it weren't for Shun's tender age, her warm demeanor, and her untainted, pure eyes, the men on this street would likely drag her into an alley for a beating, having no business teasing these married and unmarried women. Calling everyone madam or sister was rather frivolous. Before long, Shun's plums were entirely sold out, and she stashed a handful of copper coins into her money pouch. Dusting off her backside, she seemed to have anticipated Qishan's presence. Yuan Liang, are you done with your business? Qishan replied, somewhat irritable, finished. What are you doing? Others are selling wine, and you are peddling plums on the street? Shin shook her jingling pouch. I'm out of money, and your question is quite unnecessary. Do you not know how poor I am now? I can't possibly ask you for money, can I? We're not close relatives, merely tools to one another. No one owes anyone anything. I can't shamelessly treat you like an ATM. Under Qishan's scrutinizing gaze, Shin returned the basket to another vendor and reclaimed her collateral, a flower seal, tying it back to her waist. With her newly earned money, she bought some salt, wine, and other pickled vegetables. Knowing her purse was light, why did she still give money to Tian Shi and the others? Qishan remarked as she tossed the cloth bundle into the bag carried by the motorcycle. Ever since discovering that Shun could endure 12 hours on the motorcycle without fatigue, it had taken on a new role. They entrusted their belongings to it, saving effort. 2 days prior, when parting from Tianzhong and his group, Shin had pulled a few pieces of silver from her pocket to give them, along with a dozen cakes. On one hand, those pieces of silver were not earned by her own labor. They were scavenged from the first officer who was killed. She felt no remorse using another's legacy. On the other hand, Tianzhong and his companions were all injured and penniless. Even if they had somewhere to turn, they had nothing on them. And whether they would survive to reach their destination was uncertain. Even without money, she would not starve. After some thought, she relinquished the few pieces of silver. As a woman who grew up in peacetime, a sheltered artist, she could hardly bear to see others in distress. If she could lend a hand, she would. Qishan seemed skeptical, asking, is that truly the only reason? Shun, astonished, replied, if not for this, what else could it be? Are you suggesting that being kind-hearted now merits conspiracy theories? Qishan, seeing Shun's expression seemed genuine, he concocted some thoughts in his mind, his expression shifting unpredictably, leaving her utterly baffled. Shun, confused, cautiously asked, Yuan Liang? Qishan gazed at her deeply, sighing, it's nothing. But as he stepped back, he had already moved 3 paces away. Left behind, Shin muttered, damn, if it's nothing, why did you use your words to run away? He only bullies her for not being able to chase after him on the motorcycle with her wind movement spell. Due to her dire financial situation, Shin could only walk while selling her homemade cakes, plums, and candy. The prices for the plums and candy fluctuated according to the local populace's attire. Those dressed respectably earned a higher price, while those in tattered clothing received less. The price of cakes was determined by local vendors. Since it was a no-cost trade, she tried not to disrupt the market. Qi remained non-committal to her considerations. Perhaps this was the most miserable fate he had ever seen for a flower seal bearer. Even at his lowest, he had never been in such a plight. Shun, the young gentleman, seemed to revel in it, and he felt it inappropriate to criticize further. The two hurried along, finally nearing the borders of Sibao County. Considering the time they had consumed on the road, it was likely slower than the pace of the second batch of exiles from the Gong family. Yuan Liang. I recently heard at the market that Sibao County boasts 4 great treasures, and the people live abundantly. But why? Shun, steering the motorcycle, followed Qi, observing the desolate street filled with ruins. The few passers-by appeared gaunt, their bodies mere shadows clad in tattered burlap. Hastily averting their eyes upon encountering the unfamiliar faces of Shun and Qi, quickening their pace to disappear. Qi stated, Sibao County was one of the first counties breached by the Gong Nation. Of the 6 surrounding counties, 3 were completely pillaged, and Sibao County suffered especially. Restoring its former prosperity will be a challenge. Every household is draped in mourning cloth, conducting funerals. Such a dismal scene did not surprise Qi. However, upon entering the city of Shao, they discovered a stark contrast between the inner city and the outer world. Outside, corpses lay scattered, and desolation stretched for miles. Yet inside, throngs of people surged, reveling in song and dance. Little lady, this is unusual, very unusual. Shen could not help but look around, rubbing her eyes. After confirming that this scene was not a dream, she asked Qi, Yuan Liang, we haven't gone the wrong way, have we? Did we accidentally step into some strange illusion or cross through a portal? Something feels off. She instinctively turned her gaze back to the city gate they had entered. The seemingly endless line continued to crawl forward. Most of the citizens outside were ragged and weary, while those inside appeared radiant and well-dressed. The stark contrast left her questioning her very existence. Qi, his expression unreadable, replied, what seems off? Shun pointed towards the gate. Look outside the city, then look inside. What seems right? Accustomed to the desolate and bleak scenes, witnessing the bustling vibrancy within Shao City made her wonder if these two realities could truly coexist beneath the same sky. Yet the truth was that they were merely separated by a city wall and a moat. Qi, upon hearing this, lowered his gaze, a hint of derision creeping into his smile as he adopted a sage-like demeanor, saying, young gentleman Shun, you need to experience more to become accustomed to such sights. Shun, displeased, retorted, are you saying I'm making a fuss over nothing? Qi gave no quarter. That is precisely what I mean. Shun. She often felt an urge to leap up and perform a cranial surgery on this fellow. Passing by a tavern, Qi pointed to a spot beside the door and admonished her, young gentleman Shun, you wait here for a moment. I will inquire about some matters and return in about an hour. Do not wander off. Inquire? Looking for your creditor's whereabouts? Seeing Qi lack of a direct answer, Shen waved her hand dismissively. Go if you must, just return quickly. We still need to find a place to stay for the night. I do not wish to sleep by the roadside or under a bridge. Qi, his previously tumultuous emotions, akin to flames, were instantly doused by Shun's words, leaving him feeling as deflated as a punctured balloon, unable to connect any further feelings. The tension that had been stuck within him rolled around in his chest, ultimately transforming into a deep sigh. He responded, all right, you too, don't wander off. Shen obediently stayed by the tavern's entrance, watching Qi-shan's figure fade into the distance until he was completely out of sight. Her eyes suddenly brightened. Despite having traversed this world for nearly a month, she had spent every day alongside Qi-shan, never having personal time. Naturally, she had not taken the opportunity to truly observe this world. After waiting for a while, she turned and rented a small stool from the tavern owner, the motorcycle patiently lying down beside her. How may I address this young lady? Approximately a quarter of an hour later, a voice, feigning solemnity, resonated from above. Shintang looked up and immediately spotted a middle-aged man, slightly portly with rugged features. She raised her hand to indicate herself and inquired, were you calling me? At that moment, only an emoticon could convey her feelings. Oh my goodness. After nearly a month of traversing this realm, it was the first instance someone correctly identified her gender. Previously, all the townsfolk had led her astray under the guise of benevolence. Truly a wicked deed, Qi Yuanliang. The middle-aged man approached with a smile and said, "Indeed, indeed." Shen Tang was strikingly beautiful, merely in her early teens, yet her potential was evident. With a fair complexion and a clean aura, her attire suggested modesty, indicating she likely hailed from a family of humble means. She surveyed her surroundings with the curious demeanor of a country bumpkin, clearly an inexperienced child, ripe for deception. The moment Qi Shan and Shen Tang had appeared, he had taken note of them. Initially, he harbored no ill intentions, for Shen Tang was accompanied by Qi Shan, the very person one ought not to provoke in this world. Among them were the scholarly gentlemen, adorned with hairpins or crowns, whose intentions were as inscrutable as their demeanor, and one could only hope not to tread upon their toes. However, with Qi Shan's departure, leaving behind only a solitary Shen Tang, he saw an opportunity. The distinct accents of the duo betrayed them as outsiders. How could he let such a plump sheep go unbutchered? If he could just whisk her away, Qi Shan's return would be of no consequence. At that moment, Shen Tang obediently sat on a small stool, her innocent gaze meeting the man's. As she flashed a naive smile and asked, "What business do you have?" The man replied, "Well, the young gentleman who was with you sent me to escort you to the inn." Shen Tang inquired, "Yuanliang sent you to call for me?" "Indeed. I am a helper at the Fenghua Inn. The gentleman you were with, was he tall, clad in a moon-white scholarly robe, and rather slender? He mentioned you were to wait here." As he spoke, he gestured animatedly. Shen Tang, with her innocent demeanor, nodded in acknowledgement. She hesitated. Yes, that must be Yuanliang. But didn't he say he would inquire about something, and ask me to wait here? The man interjected, "It seems that gentleman has encountered an old acquaintance, and is momentarily unable to attend to you." Shen Tang, sensing no deceit in his tone, remained skeptical. The man continued, "Are you worried I might be a fraud? How about I keep you company while we wait for him? It's quite unsafe for a young lady like yourself to linger alone on the street." Shen Tang quickly shook her head. No, that's not what I meant." After a moment of contemplation, she queried the man, "Will waiting here hinder your duties at the inn?" The man waved his hand and chuckled, "Not at all. I can't just let you stay out here alone. It's quite perilous." Shen Tang's expression seemed to waver. This scene did not go unnoticed by passers-by. The tavern owner glanced at the man with a disdainful hum, yet chose to remain silent. Other shopkeepers were well acquainted with this middle-aged man, known as a local rogue, who often scoured nearby villages for promising children to raise for a couple of years before selling them at a high price. It was evident he had set his sights on this young lady. The tavern owner internally cursed under his breath, but remained aloof, for in these times, every business faced hardship. Interfering with such scoundrels was tantamount to courting disaster. Offending him would spell doom for one's own business in this town. It was best to pretend he hadn't seen anything. Meanwhile, he couldn't help but scoff at Shen Tang's naivety. This man's beady. Narrow eyes scrutinized her face and attire when she wasn't looking, and his lascivious demeanor suggested he was no gentleman. Only the naive offspring of wealthy families would be so gullible, engaging in cheerful conversation without a hint of suspicion. Little did they know Shen Tang's patience was not without reason. After all, he was the first to correctly identify her gender. With a smile, Shen Tang was inclined to engage him further. If he were to abandon his malicious intent, it would be for the best. If not, she would simply send him off to his early demise. Men of such dubious character, accustomed to various men and women, had honed their understanding of human nature through their experiences. They could discern at a glance whether someone was easy to manipulate. A naive girl like Shen Tang was particularly vulnerable. The more generous he appeared, downplaying the delay in his work to accompany her for safety, the more guilt she would feel, escalating her trust and diminishing her wariness in this unfamiliar environment, ultimately leading her into a trap. As anticipated, Shen Tang's expression grew increasingly uncertain. She lowered her gaze and timidly asked, "Is it truly no trouble at all?" The man plopped down beside her, deliberately exposing his mud-stained feet, showcasing the worn-out straw sandals, hoping to elicit sympathy from the innocent girl. With a jovial tone, he reassured her, "Not at all. The most they might do is deduct a few coins from my pay. Besides, if that gentleman doesn't see you, he will surely come looking for you." Shen Tang's expression shifted subtly, her pupils darting as if engaged in an internal struggle. The man, pleased with her uncertainty, concealed his delight. Why was he so confident? Because he knew Qi Shan would not return promptly, and he felt assured, unconcerned about his deceit being uncovered. He remained composed, patiently keeping Shen Tang company as they waited, mentally counting until he reached 15. At that moment, The young lady seated on her stool stood up, smiled, and softly said, "Since Yuan Liang sent you to find me, we should hurry to meet him. If we delay, not only will it inconvenience you, but he might scold me. Please, lead the way." The man felt a surge of joy and quickly replied, "It is my duty. You need not worry, young lady. Your words are too kind." He gestured. "Let us proceed this way." He pointed in the direction Qi Shan had taken earlier, feigning to lead while also taking the reins of the motorcycle Shintang was holding, adding, "The Fanghua Inn is a bit of a distance from here. Would you care to ride?" Throughout the encounter, the man maintained a demeanor of propriety and decorum, which subtly bolstered Shintang's trust in his role as a helper at the inn. Shintang, indeed, harbored no doubts and struggled to mount the motorcycle. The man glanced sideways at the motorcycle, leading it while engaging Shintang in casual conversation. "Doesn't this one resemble a horse?" The docile young lady readily replied, "It's a mule." "A mule?" The man mused internally about the mule's potential resale value. Although it was a mule and not a horse, this particular mule, named Moto, was strikingly beautiful, entirely snow-white, and stood as tall as an average man, suggesting it would fetch a handsome price. If he could find a way to sell it, it would be quite profitable. At this moment, the man led the mule ahead, presenting only his back to Shintang, free from concern about her witnessing his expression, which brimmed with greedy elation. Merchants who had been discreetly observing the situation sighed in resignation, murmuring that some individuals were simply beyond saving. With such a rogue, this young lady was doomed. A butcher from a nearby meat shop, noticing Shintang's compliance and following the rogue, experienced a flurry of emotions before finally gritting his teeth, slamming his butcher knife onto the chopping board, and grabbing another knife to intervene. However, before he could step out of the shop, he was restrained by his elderly parents working inside, who shot him a fierce glare. The butcher, without residential uncertain whether to chastise the ruffian or himself, he adjusted his mindset and returned to his work at the butcher's shop. Suddenly, a customer interjected, "That young lord will be just fine." The butcher, taken aback, asked what? The customer chuckled and reiterated, "That young lord will be just fine. Rather, the one who deceives others may find his life in peril." The butcher, wide-eyed with astonishment, still gripping his knife, gestured indignantly, "What nonsense are you spouting, old man?" The customer, unperturbed, proposed, "How about a wager?" Hearing the customer assert that Shintang would be unharmed, the butcher felt a slight relief, but quickly dismissed the thought, believing the customer to be speaking foolishly. "What young lord?" The one taken away was clearly a strikingly beautiful young lady. He huffed. Discontentedly, he continued, "You, old fool, seem quite muddled, unable to distinguish between male and female. So, how shall we wager?" The customer replied, "That young lord will undoubtedly return safely within half an hour. If I win, you shall give me today's offal." The butcher, without a moment's thought, agreed. After all, it was merely a few pounds of unwanted offal, a small gamble. This customer was familiar to him, a helper from the kitchen of the Moonlight Pavilion who always purchased the least desirable offal. Unlike others from the pavilion, this man exuded an air of refined elegance, reminiscent of a scholar, which endeared him to the butcher, who often gave him a little extra. Today, however, the butcher was taken aback by the customer's unusual claims. "And if I win?" he inquired. The customer replied, "Then I shall purchase an additional pound of offal." The butcher retorted irritably, "What do you think I'll gain from selling an extra pound? Fine, let us wager." After a while, the butcher wrapped half a pound of bone scraps in lotus leaves and placed them alongside the previous offal, pointing to the butcher's counter. "If he returns, this half pound is yours." While it lacked substantial meat, it could still make a decent stew. Noticing the customer's emaciated frame, the butcher felt a pang of compassion, hoping the customer would win, thereby earning himself some moral merit. The customer bowed politely, expressing gratitude. The butcher couldn't help but mutter, "That gesture looks quite refined." What kind of place is the Moonlight Pavilion? A venue for men and women to seek pleasure. This customer claimed to be a mere kitchen worker, but truthfully, he was among the lowest of the low, a slave purchased by the pavilion. Yet, this individual carried himself with the grace of a scholar, enduring ridicule from others, which only made the butcher skeptical. Nevertheless, he refrained from laughing, as the customer's demeanor was genuinely admirable. After a moment, the butcher curiously glanced in the direction Shintang had vanished, questioning the customer, "Why did you call that person a young lord?" Clearly, it was a girl. The customer, unfazed by the butcher's impolite address, simply pointed to his waist. The butcher, puzzled, asked, "What's wrong? Is your waist hurting?" The customer responded, The literary seal. The butcher was momentarily stunned. What? The customer explained with a smile. That individual possesses a literary seal. While not as formidable as the average warrior, it suffices against an ordinary person. The butcher, as a commoner, had heard of such seals even if he had never seen one, thus grasping the implications of possessing such a thing. Why didn't I notice it? He pondered, recalling only the strikingly beautiful face. The customer elaborated. The literary seal is colorless and transparent, akin to crystal. Unless one is deliberately observant, it is easily overlooked. Due to the current trend, even men wear such seals. Distinguishing between ordinary seals and literary seals is challenging, especially for an average person. Help me. The shopkeeper from the adjacent stall chimed in, teasing the customer with a hint of disdain. You, of all people, can discern such a treasure? Another customer echoed the sentiment, perhaps having seen too many noble patrons in the pavilion. Amidst the surrounding mockery, the customer maintained an unruffled demeanor, his eyes reflecting a calmness born of countless experiences. The butcher, however, found the remarks grating. Wielding his bone-cutting knife, he threatened to shoo them away, declaring fiercely, "Go on, don't ruin my business. If you're not here to buy meat, find somewhere else to loiter." The onlookers, sensing the atmosphere had soured, dispersed. Despite the butcher's grueling work, he was the wealthiest on the street, commanding respect with his words. While ordinary families indulged in meat only on festive occasions, the butcher enjoyed a regular supply of it, his household always well fed. The neighbors dared not offend him easily. Once the crowd had cleared, the butcher turned to the customer. "Old man, what you said earlier, is it true?" The customer grinned. "Of course, it is true." The butcher pondered for a moment, asking, "How do you know?" He was genuinely curious how this old fellow recognized the literary seal from such a distance. The customer lightly tapped the butcher's counter, chuckling. "That's not important. What matters is, if you lose, you must accept the outcome." "All right, if I lose. It shall be a celebration. I'll fetch a couple of pounds of old wine to accompany your meal." The butcher waved dismissively, unconcerned about the modest stakes. As they waited, he leaned against the wooden counter, engaging the customer in light conversation. "Hey, old man, your speech is quite pretentious. Have you truly studied?" The customer replied, "I know a few characters." Intrigued, the butcher rubbed his hands together. "Old man, you're aware my child is about to begin learning." The customer calmly inquired, "Do you wish for your child to study?" The butcher nodded, adding, "It's not necessary to teach too many characters. I don't expect my child to become an official. With our background, how could we aspire to be noble? Just teach my child a few characters. Otherwise, they might get cheated in transactions. This butcher shop will eventually belong to them. What if your child possessed a literary seal or a martial spirit? Would you support them?" The butcher dismissed the notion, scoffing, "With our background? My child is unworthy of such things. Learning to butcher meat is sufficient." In his memory, those who had literary seals or martial spirits were always nobles, either powerful or immensely wealthy, the elite among men. They could scale walls or conjure wealth from nothing, possessing abilities akin to deities. He and his family were merely common folk. He was a butcher, and his child would surely follow in his footsteps. Anything beyond that was simply beyond his dreams. The customer gazed at the butcher with tranquil eyes, realizing that even dreaming of a better life was beyond his reach, filling him with a sense of melancholy. He suddenly sighed, the legacy of one's profession. The butcher, confused, asked, "What's that?" The customer clarified, "The son inherits the father's trade. A good craftsman's son will learn to be a craftsman. The son of a good archer will learn to be a fletcher." The butcher remained perplexed, yet he was certain of one thing. This old man could indeed read. Likely quite well. Thus, he found himself even more confused. In this day and age, who didn't he respect those who could read and write? The old man should teach the children to read and write to avoid falling into such circumstances. How could he have been bought by the Moonlight Pavilion to serve in the kitchen? The butcher was filled with questions, but the customer did not wish to elaborate. With business arriving, the butcher set aside his curiosity, planning to bring his child to seek out the old man later, intending to purchase a couple of pounds of good meat, for they need not fear illness from consuming offal all day. Meanwhile, the ruffian had taken Shun Tang further away. Initially, he walked along a main road, but once Shun Tang's attention was diverted, he suggested taking a shortcut into an alley. The deeper they went, the more secluded and silent it became. Shun Tang began to feel a palpable sense of unease. "How much further to the inn?" she asked. The man replied, Soon. After navigating through a couple more alleys, Shun Tang inquired again, "Are you certain we aren't lost?" The man, growing impatient, raised his voice in a threatening manner. "Why the hurry, young lady? You seem overly anxious." He took a few steps forward and paused. They found themselves in a particularly secluded and filthy courtyard, where weeds crawled through the gaps in the walls, and faint sounds of conversation could be heard from within. The man kicked the door open and declared, "Business has arrived." It appeared that Shun Tang finally sensed something amiss. She attempted to escape from the back of the motorcycle, but as soon as she landed, the man forcefully shoved her into the courtyard. Off balance, she staggered, fearfully lifting her gaze to the pair emerging from within. The woman exclaimed, "What a stunning young lady. Lie to, where did you find her? Just look at her delicate skin." As she spoke, she reached out to pinch Shin Tang's face. Shin Tang, terrified, recoiled and glared at the man known as Lai Tu. You weren't sent by Yuan Liang?" Ignoring her question, Lai Tu replied. A few words, and she obediently followed. "She's pretty, but not too bright." The man beside the woman moved closer to inspect Shin Tang's face. She shrank back, trembling with fear. The man licked his lips and chuckled. "What does a girl need brains for? If women had brains, how would we conduct our business? We'll take her to Yuehua Tower later. They've been pressing for quality goods." The woman dismissed her companion's remark. "Yuehua Tower? Isn't that place filled with courtesans? What would we want with a girl?" Lai Tu and the man exchanged knowing smiles, a sense of depravity passing silently between them. "You don't understand. They come to us for goods, and we provide," Lai Tu said, pushing Shin Tang towards a dark, foul-smelling room. Shin Tang stepped aside just in time. Outraged, she exclaimed, "Do you dare sell me?" The woman sneered, her eyes narrowing dangerously as she reached out to grab Shin Tang's arm, threatening, "Don't think you're special. Even if the queen herself came, we could sell her too. Be compliant, or you'll regret it." Shin Tang evaded her grasp, her eyes glistening with tears as she shouted, "Don't you fear divine retribution for what you're doing?" As Shin Tang's determination grew, the three of them prepared to overpower her and teach her a lesson. "Retribution?" Lai Tu spat. "I am the divine. Pray for Yuan Liang to save you." The man mocked. "Yell all you want. No one will come to your aid." Shin Tang, her voice tinged with desperation, however. For those who frequently conduct business in this area, these three wretched scoundrels could be recognized even in ashes. Shin Tang returned to the tavern, resuming her seat on a small stool as she awaited her companions. With a flick of her fingers, she sent 3 flattened, gnawed apricot pits tumbling to the ground, causing the 3 men to collapse onto their knees with a resounding thud. The dull sound sent shivers down the spines of onlookers, eliciting phantom pains in their knees. Shin Tang's aura was menacing. "All of you kneel." The 3 men recoiled, suppressing their cries of pain, too fearful to resist. A patron nearby observed with a hint of surprise in his eyes, expecting Shin Tang to eliminate the unruly ruffians. What was this spectacle? Why did the young lord not simply kill them? The curious crowd gradually dispersed, and the patron approached Shin Tang. She was languidly nibbling on apricots, lamenting the tardiness of Qi Shan, when she turned to the newcomer and pointed to herself. "Did you just call me young lord?" The patron replied. "What is wrong with that?" His gaze momentarily lingered on the ornamental flower seal at Shin Tang's waist before shifting away. "No, nothing's wrong. You have a keen eye? My friend, everything is splendid, except, like Qi Shan, you are utterly blind." As for his earlier question about why she did not kill those 3 men, it was simply because murder is against the law. As a law-abiding citizen and a mere artist unable to harm a chicken, how could she engage in such a bloody affair? Regardless of their transgressions, their punishment should be left to the authorities of Xiaoqing. The real reason was that the secluded courtyard was too desolate and uninhabited. If those men were killed there, their bodies would decay and attract vermin, adversely affecting Xiaoqing's environment. Moreover, frequently resorting to murder would tarnish the image of an artist. Thus, she chose to cultivate her character and adhere to the law. The patron remarked, "If handed over to the authorities, they would be free in no time." Shin Tang paused her nibbling on the apricot, contemplating. "Should I take them outside the city and dispose of them?" 032. Dialogue. Knowing Shin Tang well, Qi Shan understood that she was not one to remain in one place for long. Concerned about potential mishaps, he hurriedly completed his errands and rushed back. But where was she? Where could the illustrious Shin Tang be? Qi Shan stood there, his complexion slightly pale, as he pondered whether Shin Tang had been taken away by the ruffians or had, in fact, taken them. A steady male voice broke his thoughts. "Are you Qi Shan?" "Lord Qi." "Good day, sir. I am indeed Qi Shan." Qi Shan collected his thoughts and returned the greeting. After the formalities, he straightened up, observing the newcomer closely. The man was grizzled and weathered, appearing to be in his 40s or 50s, clad in a faded, yellowed robe and wearing grass sandals. Yet it was not merely his appearance that intrigued Qishan. It was the refined and scholarly demeanor he exuded. His calm and clear black eyes seemed too lucid for someone of his age. Qishan's gaze dropped to the man's hands, which bore the marks of frostbite and hard labor, evidence of a life spent in toil and poverty. A flurry of analysis rushed through Qishan's mind, gradually crystallizing. He inquired, "How do you know my name?" The man smiled kindly. That young lord with the surname Shun mentioned it. Upon hearing this, Qishan immediately recognized which Shun he was referring to. The tension that had been building within him dissipated with this revelation, and he asked, "Did the young lord leave any message?" The man replied, "Yes, he said he went out to handle some matters and would return shortly." Qishan was at a loss for words. Shintang was unfamiliar with the routes and had never visited Xiaoqing before. What business could she possibly have outside the city? He pressed further, "Did she mention what matters?" The man answered, "To uphold justice and punish the wicked." Qishan. His expression turned skeptical. This sounded more like the fervor of a mob than a coherent plan. The man continued, "The young lord was concerned you might return and not find her. So she asked me to wait here to ease your worry." Qishan sighed in annoyance. "Why would I worry about her? If anything, I would be more worried about the trouble she might attract." The man's lips twitched into a suppressed smile. It was a rather accurate judgment. When Qishan learned from the man about Shun Tang's eventful hour, he momentarily lost control of his expression. She had only been gone for a little over an hour, and already she had stirred up such commotion. However, the events had transpired, and there was no use lamenting them now. Qishan engaged in idle conversation while awaiting Shintang's return, masking the growing suspicions swirling in his mind. This man, dressed as a humble citizen, exuded an air of sophistication and grace that seemed at odds with his appearance. Even in his tattered robe and with hands marked by labor, he maintained a certain poise. As the conversation progressed, Qishan spoke of the art of verbal spells, particularly his recent studies in military formations that ensnare and entrap. The former is used to strategize and mislead the enemy, while the latter serves to rally one's own forces in dire straits, a last-ditch effort for survival. Upon hearing Qishan expound on these topics, the man momentarily seemed lost in thought, mumbling, "To ensnare oneself is to court destruction." Qishan's use of verbal spells was reminiscent of the phrase "not seeing the sparrow in the fence," but rather diving into the trap, which was not ideal. Qishan, slightly taken aback, asked, "Why is that?" "It becomes easy for the adversary to exploit. If they possess greater wisdom than you, they can simply draw the sword and tear the net, allowing the sparrow to fly, thus breaking the formation. Once the net is pierced by their sword, can it still ensnare the sparrow within? Naturally, the sky is vast and the birds are free. Then what would you suggest?" The man replied, "It is better to sink into fire, courting one's own demise." Qishan. If the notion of ensnaring oneself still afforded a chance of escape, the man's suggestion was a lethal strategy, one meant to obliterate the enemy without mercy. Qishan regarded the man with surprise. He appeared amiable, yet spoke of death so easily. "What about the struggle of a cornered beast?" Qishan inquired. The man showed little interest. "On the battlefield, it is a matter of life and death. If you harbor thoughts of a cornered beast struggle, allowing for leniency, victory will be hard to maintain." Qishan. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. This adage held true. He thought himself to be rather unconventional, yet he had encountered someone even more so. Just as Qishan was contemplating further, Shintang rode up on a mule, trotting towards him. She leaped down, grinning, "Yuan Yang, you waited long." Qishan suppressed his lingering thoughts, scrutinizing Shun Tang's attire and hands, which were surprisingly clean. Could it be that she had not taken a life? "You mentioned upholding justice and punishing the wicked, but where is the wicked?" Shintang leaned against her motorcycle, her expression nonchalant. "Those three? They're quick on their feet. They're likely seeking a bowl of soup from Manga by now." Qishan. So, the wicked was indeed plural. Shintang's bloodthirstiness was not light. The old man, seeing Shintang and Qishan reunited, took his leave. Qishan hurriedly inquired where the old man was staying, hoping for a chance to exchange insights. But the old man politely declined. Watching the old man depart with his bundles of lotus leaves, Qishan furrowed his brow until Shintang waved her hand in front of his eyes, pulling him back to reality. "What are you doing?" He swatted Shintang's hand away irritably. Shintang remarked, "No matter how long you stare, he won't turn back." Qishan murmured, "What a pity." Shin Tang pulled out 2 candies to chew on and quickened her pace to catch up with Qi Shan, curiously asking, "What is so regrettable?" Qi Shan replied, "That man is not ordinary." Shin Tang assumed he had something profound to say. In a vast sea of people, it is certainly remarkable that one can be so easily singled out. Just look at his demeanor. He is no commoner. I wonder if he has fallen from grace or experienced some other misfortune. She had considered the possibility that the old man was a recluse hidden in plain sight. Yet even recluses have their own airs. Even in the direst of circumstances, one should not resort to consuming offal that even the common folk disdain, nor dress in such tattered garments while undertaking arduous labor. Qi Shan did not respond, and Shin Tang inquired further, "You seem to be in high spirits, as if you have known each other for ages. What have you been discussing?" "Words of spirit," he replied. "Does he possess literary flair?" Qi Shan lowered his gaze. "Perhaps. Once upon a time." Shin Tang exclaimed. "Once upon a time? Does that imply he no longer does?" "If he has garnered Qi Shan's esteem, they must share a mutual affinity. I cannot help but wonder what caused that elder to lose his literary talent. Could it be akin to the Gong family's downfall, forcibly abolishing their literary estate and shattering their artistic spirit?" As Qi Shan walked, he noticed the footsteps behind him had vanished. Turning around, he saw Shin Tang sprinting towards a meat shop that was closing down, inquiring about something with the butcher, and soon returning. "Mr. Chu," he noted, as the sound of a motorcycle bell drew nearer. Upon returning, Shin Tang feigned mystery. "Why doesn't T Yuan Liang inquire about me? Isn't he curious about that gentleman?" Qi Shan remained composed, revealing a rather blunt truth. Yu Erli is not one to keep her thoughts to herself. Shin Tang thought to herself, wishing she could perform a lobotomy on Qi Shan. It is indeed a rarity for someone with such a big mouth to have survived this long. Shin Tang jested. Yet Qi Shan remained unfazed, prompting her to continue. "According to the butcher, that elder is quite the celebrity around here, with the surname Chu." Qi Shan asked, "Which character?" "There are many surnames that sound alike." Shin Tang had specifically inquired with the butcher and replied, "Chu, as into don garments, meaning to dress." Upon hearing the surname, a slight furrow appeared on Qi Shan's brow, though Shin Tang, just a couple of steps behind, did not notice. The surname Chu is indeed rare in both Xin and Gung nations. Shin Tang queried, "Which nation has it in abundance?" Qi Shan shook his head, evading the question, and shifted the conversation. "Aside from the surname, did you learn anything else?" Shin Tang continued. "The butcher also mentioned that Mr. Chu was a slave sold cheaply at the market 5 years ago, with over 30 slaves delivered at that time. Originally, there were more than 200 slaves intended for sale elsewhere, but a plague struck en route, leaving only this few, which had to be sold nearby in Shao City. Due to the plague, the slaves were exceedingly cheap." Qi Shan asked, 5 years ago? Are you certain about that time frame?" Shin Tang recalled the butcher's words carefully. He wasn't too clear. It could be 5 years plus a few months. Mr. Chu was bundled with others and sold to Yuehua Tower. And that has been the case until now. I also inquired about what Yuehua Tower is. Before she could finish, Qi Shan interjected. "It is the Xianggu Pavilion." Shin Tang paused, looking at Qi Shan with a peculiar expression, muttering, "How do you know so much? What kind of place is Xianggu Pavilion?" "It is a place where both men and women seek pleasure." Qi Shan did not respond directly. Instead, he admonished in a tone reminiscent of instructing a child. "Yu Erli is not yet of the age to comprehend these matters." Shin Tang thought to herself, rolling her eyes. "I have been of age for ages, thank you." Qi Shan continued. "What does this gentleman do at Yuehua Tower?" Shin Tang replied, bewildered. "He must be working in the kitchen as a menial laborer. Mr. Chu is of advanced age, lacking strength for heavy work. He would likely assist with washing dishes and serving food. At his age, what else could he do?" Qi Shan, with a hint of irony, stated. "He likely gambles with trifling amounts. Shun Xiaolang Jun must be mistaken. Moreover," he remarked in a calm tone, "this individual is somewhat peculiar, rife with contradictions. One can discern from our earlier exchange that his understanding of literary spirit is quite profound, at least on par with mine. Shao City is indeed a place teeming with hidden talents. It is quite intriguing." Shin Tang inquired, "Not beneath your level? Perhaps even above it?" Confounded, Shin Tang pondered. With such abilities, even if he has fallen to the depths of being purchased by Xianggu Pavilion, he should not be relegated to menial tasks in the kitchen. If he wished to improve his circumstances, it should not be difficult, yet his attire suggests otherwise. Even a slave possesses some skill. Qi Shan smirked coldly. Who knows what he thinks? Speaking of the surname Chu reminds me of an old case. Shintang's curiosity was piqued, her gossiping spirit awakened. Following her usual pattern, the so-called old case was likely intricately connected to Mr. Chu. Even if he was not the principal, he could be a relative of the concerned parties. This was a familiar trope. What old case? Qi Shan chuckled. In this vast world, nations intermarry and kinship flourishes. A few years ago, the Xian nation was powerful, with neighboring small nations paying homage, even offering their royal daughters to the Xian court. Among them was a princess who became a consort, and her surname was Chu. Oh, and then, Qi Shan continued the tale, this Chu princess, upon entering the Xian court, quickly gained the favor of the ruler, overshadowing even the favored Jiaojing Qiao. It was said that she was well-educated, benevolent, and soon became pregnant, holding great potential for entering the inner palace. However, in the 5th month of her pregnancy, she suffered a miscarriage and died mysteriously. Shintang listened intently, afraid of missing any crucial details. I wager there is more to this story than meets the eye. Qi Shan nodded. Naturally. It is not that simple. Rumors abounded. Some said the favored consort was caught in an affair with a guard, while others speculated that her unborn child was actually Zheng Qiao's. Shortly thereafter, Zheng Qiao returned to her homeland, and the Xian nation launched an assault to annihilate the consort's kingdom. It is said that during the conquest, the Xian rulers secretly ordered a massacre, mercilessly punishing the nobility of that small nation. Given the Xian ruler's attitude, one might surmise that there is some truth to those rumors. Of course, it is also possible that Zheng Qiao plotted this, framing the consort to ensure her smooth return. Shintang remarked, "Is this what they call the wheel of fortune turning? The Xian nation has also committed such atrocities, trampling upon the nobility, stripping war captives of their dignity. Now it is Zheng Qiao's turn to annihilate the Xian nation, replicating their previous actions while adding a new twist, forcing the Xian royal family to surrender in disgrace." Shintang speculated, "Does Yuan Liang imply that Mr. Chu might be a member of that small kingdom's royal family? That is uncertain. It could be true or it could not." The most common surname in the vanquished kingdom was Chu, making it difficult to ascertain identity. But it is certain they harbor animosity towards the Xian nation. Qi Shan exhaled slowly, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within. "Let us set aside these matters for now. Shenxiaolangjun, we should first find our lodging and settle in. Everything else can wait. The next period would be spent in Shao City." Shintang shrugged nonchalantly. "I will follow Yuan Liang's lead." In this unfamiliar place, she could only rely on this guiding NPC. Qi Shan led Shintang to a secluded little house. Though small, the abode was well-equipped, reflecting the owner's meticulous care. The proprietors were an elderly farming couple, appearing to be in their 50s. As soon as they appeared, the woman greeted them with a smile, leading Shintang to her room. The room overlooked a courtyard, and Qi Shan resided next door. Once the couple departed, she asked, "Do you know these two?" The couple seemed quite familiar with Qi Shan, as if old acquaintances. Qi Shan responded, "Yes, for about 5 or 6 years now." Shintang raised an eyebrow. Whether it was her suspicion or a curious interest in the 5 or 6 years, she could not tell. For those who feel uncomfortable with gender discrimination in literary and martial prowess, I would like to respond to the reviews collectively. Such themes of literary spirit and martial courage are akin to cliches that were quite popular years ago. In male-oriented narratives, it is common to encounter settings where women are unable to possess certain abilities. This article aims to establish dramatic tension through such conventions. The backdrop of the novel resembles a fictional ancient era, where women's status is inevitably constrained. The concept of martial valor and literary wisdom draws parallels to the imperial examination system, offering a certain archetype. There is no need to rush the current situation. In my view, discrimination is not the crux of the matter. Rather, it is the process of overturning such bias that is pivotal. End of chapter 034. Resuming Old Trades, Part 1. In recent days, Qi Shan has gained some insight into Shintang. Noticing her flickering gaze, he instantly discerned her hidden mischief and chuckled. "Those are but old tales. Perhaps I shall share them with you when the opportunity arises." The implication was clear. He could divulge information, but Shintang was not to pry. Shintang scoffed lightly, removed the pole propping the window, and with a sharp clap, closed the vertically opening window. Qi Shan could vaguely hear Shen Xiaolangjun mumbling, "If you choose not to speak, who would be curious about your trivial matters?" He couldn't help but shake his head in amusement at her childishness. Qi Shan sighed softly and began to unpack his belongings. Just as he was halfway through, the silhouette of an elderly woman appeared at the door. She lightly knocked 3 times, and Shishan called out, "Come in." The old woman entered, bringing a low table laden with the evening meal and oil for the lamp. Seeing this, Shishan hastily rose to greet her, saying, "You shouldn't be doing these things. Allow me to take care of it." The elderly woman smiled. "You are still as courteous as ever, Langjun." Shishan took several pieces of silver from his pouch and handed them to her, saying, "This is for our stay." "Absolutely not." The old woman immediately pushed the silver back. Without this young man before her, she and her husband would have perished long ago, and they would not be able to live in peace here. Moreover, this young gentleman's future would have been ruined as well. "This money cannot be accepted," she insisted. Shishan firmly returned the silver, stating, "A deal is a deal. If you refuse, it would be inappropriate for us to continue living here with a clear conscience." As he spoke, he prepared to repack his scattered belongings. After much persuasion, the old woman finally accepted the silver. Exhausted from the day's journey, Shintang fell into a deep sleep, her head resting on a wooden pillow, while the oil lamp in the next room burned through the night. The following day, as the sun rose, Shintang awoke promptly, responding to her internal clock. She grabbed a bamboo tube and fetched clean water from the courtyard. Settling herself down on the corridor, as Shishan returned, he spotted Shun Xiaolangjun sitting boldly, bent over to rinse her mouth. He handed her a package, saying, "Here, breakfast. Eat it while it's still warm." "Thank you," Shintang replied, splashing her face with cold water, shaking off the remnants of sleep. She bit into a steaming flatbread and caught sight of Shan sitting beside her. "Do you know where the pleasure quarters in Xiaoqing are?" Shan, taken aback, almost choked in disbelief. With a darkened expression, he asked, "How old is Shun Xiaolangjun to be thinking of seeking entertainment in the pleasure quarters? That is not a place for you. What unwholesome thoughts are you harboring, Yuan Liang?" Shintang replied cheerfully, "I merely wish to find someone there to inquire about her recent circumstances. After all, without her, I might not have dared to escape so soon. Yet, it is thanks to her that I encountered you." Shan realized that Shintang intended to seek out misfortune, likely targeting the exiled Gong family women. He cautioned her to avoid recklessness. "To my knowledge, there is still a 5th doctor from the Gong family in hiding. Until he is captured, those from the Gong family will remain under surveillance. If you approach carelessly, are you not inviting trouble upon yourself? You may end up caught instead of getting your revenge." "Not avenging a grudge is not my style," Shintang remarked, her brows knitting together. She questioned her own nature, acknowledging that while she was not vengeful, she certainly did not possess the naivete to disregard being pushed into a fire pit. That was not magnanimity, it was foolishness. Shan offered a suggestion. "Perhaps you could take a more circuitous approach." "What do you mean?" Shintang inquired. "Think for yourself," Shan replied. It was Shintang's vengeance, not his, and if she needed someone else to devise a plan for her retaliation, it would lack the satisfaction of being truly her own. After a moment of contemplation, she shook her head, murmuring, "That method won't work." "What method won't work?" Shan's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to know how this Shun Xiaolangjun intended to take her revenge. Shintang awkwardly averted her gaze, unwilling to elaborate. It was not that her method lacked venom, it was simply inappropriate. If her adversary were male, the thought of reciprocating with like measures would feel satisfying and justified. However, since her foe was female and she herself was also a woman, such tactics would be too despicable. What method? Naturally, it involved hiring someone to handle her business. Yet, this notion was swiftly extinguished as she realized the inherent problem. Shintang was impoverished. The pleasure quarters were not like ordinary establishments. Their prices were considerably high. She sighed. "Let her live a few more days. Once that 5th doctor from the Gong family is captured, I shall pay her a visit." Shan chuckled gently and shook his head. The 5th doctor belonged to the 9th tier of martial valor. It was unlikely he would be captured easily. As the morning passed, Shintang found herself at a loss. Shan had gone over the scrolls multiple times, and nothing new could be gleaned from them. With nothing to occupy her, she felt restless, an affliction for someone with a fidgety disposition. Not only was she restless, but so too was Shan. If Shun Xiaolangjun was bored, she might as well take a stroll through the streets. "Please don't wander around in front of me, sighing and moaning," he thought. Throughout the morning, he was distracted and unable to concentrate on his reading. Upon hearing this, Shintang suddenly felt invigorated. Indeed, the entire Xiaoqing was still a new terrain for her. She could always find ways to entertain herself. Being stuck in one place held little appeal. She dashed into her room, retrieved her small stash of savings, and set out to sell green plums, flatbreads, and candy. accumulating a modest sum. Qishan only had time to caution her to be wary of the constables and not to get lost before Xin Xiao Langjun vanished like a gust of wind. Ah, still a child at heart. Qishan resumed his seat, staring blankly at the desk where lay a scroll with only the beginning written, faintly revealing words like National Seal, the Path of Lords, and details of the defensive layout around Xiaoqing. Meanwhile, Xintang was already revving her motorcycle and taking to the streets. 035. Resuming Old Trades. Part 2. Shopkeeper. She tethered her motorcycle outside the bookstore and dashed inside. The shopkeeper, engrossed in calculating with an abacus, lifted his head upon hearing the youthful voice, discreetly scanned the room, and returned to his calculations. He asked blandly, "What book does the guest wish to purchase?" Xintang pointed to the sign outside that advertised the high prices for artwork. "Do you accept submissions here? What are the prices?" As her words fell, the shopkeeper's fingers abruptly halted mid-calculation. The rhythmic clacking of the beads stilled, leaving an echo of lingering resonance. He looked up, paused to confirm something on her face, and then, with a knowing smile, asked, "Are you looking to sell a painting?" Xintang nodded eagerly. Yes. I would like to give it a try." However, the shopkeeper shook his head. "My dear guest, the pieces we seek may not be something you can provide. They simply do not match our requirements. Perhaps you should try elsewhere. I paint, and you buy. What is unsuitable about that?" The shopkeeper chuckled softly, realizing Xintang was likely too young to understand, and chose a gentler approach to dissuade her. "You see, we generally look for artists who are older and married. The skill required isn't too high. It merely needs to be visually appealing. Age and experience are what matter most." Initially, Xintang did not grasp the implication, but as she heard that age and experience were paramount, her expression turned quizzical. Her brows twitched, and she subtly indicated her understanding. "Oh, I see. Ahem. I understand the shopkeeper's meaning, but sometimes age and experience aren't everything. I believe knowledge and perspective are far more crucial." The shopkeeper hesitated. "You understand?" Xintang retorted. "Why would I not understand? After all, I am but a dandy, a frivolous youth who indulges in the pleasures of life, as described by Qishan. If I were to feign ignorance, it would be a disservice to Qi Yuanliang's chaotic characterization." She recalled that she had once made a living through secretive paintings. It was well known that before her transmigration, she was an ordinary painter, a homebody who supported her family through her craft. Her scant memories suggested that her artistic repertoire was quite diverse, ranging from inexpensive personal avatars to relatively costly commercial illustrations, including emoticons and fan art. Regardless of the subject matter, she had dabbled in various styles. In terms of skill, she could not compare to the revered masters whose artistry inspired reverence. But earning a living should not pose much of a challenge. She possessed a mysterious confidence in her profession. The shopkeeper paused, wondering if he had misjudged her. After all, no one had come forward in response to his notice, and the clients were pressing for work. Since someone had finally shown interest, why not let her give it a try? After all, payment was made upon submission of the artwork. If the result was unsatisfactory, he would incur no loss. The shopkeeper pondered for a moment and decided to allow Xintang to attempt it. However, some unpleasant truths needed to be addressed up front, such as the payment method and the specific requirements for the artwork. The client requested a secretive painting with precise stipulations. The main character must be himself, depicted in a manner that conveyed desire without being overtly lascivious. Xintang temporarily disregarded the other details, but upon hearing the name Yuehua Tower, she felt a twinge of misfortune. After all, Yuehua Tower was the establishment where Mr. Chu worked. She dipped her brush into tea and inscribed the characters Yuehua Tower on the wooden table, her strokes wild and spirited, the overall composition flowing gracefully and aesthetically pleasing. The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, filled with newfound anticipation. With such calligraphy, it was evident that her artistic skills must be commendable. "Indeed, this is the Yuehua Tower," he confirmed. In the entire town of Shao, it was the only one of its kind. Xintang inquired, "As for the portrait, I have no issue. But what of the other requirements? I have yet to meet this esteemed gentleman." The shopkeeper waved his hand dismissively. "No need to worry about that. Typically, the subject of the portrait will meet with the artist, especially if they are not overly famous. They may even lower themselves to serve as models, seeking only a beautiful representation. Securing a reputable artist for a secretive painting is not something just any common worker can arrange. It is a privilege reserved for the top or prospective stars, intended to bolster their reputation and attract potential patrons. A successful painting can provide sustenance in their later years as beauty fades. In essence, it's akin to a personal portrait, focusing on the subject's allure. Shintang absorbed this knowledge. Shall I return later? She asked. The shopkeeper replied, why wait? Now is the perfect time. Shintang was taken aback, glancing at the blazing sun outside. No? During the day? Even with my limited memories, I know that daytime is not ideal. The shopkeeper chuckled. That gentleman is quite the celebrity. If you were to visit at night, he would be too busy to entertain you, let alone pose for a painting. Moreover, such places are rather chaotic and not suited for young ladies during the day. This time is most appropriate. Shintang had no objections to this. But how well do you know Yuehua Tower? She queried. The shopkeeper replied casually, not intimately, considering the numerous establishments in Shao. I've worked with many. But Yuehua Tower has a significant reputation and a thriving business, leading to more interactions. Shintang pondered and asked, if I wished to purchase a servant from Yuehua Tower, how much would it cost? The shopkeeper, sensing her seriousness, imagined a dramatic scene of a young artist rescuing a sibling from dire straits. After all, outside of such scenarios, no reasonable person would squander money on a servant from such a place. Well, it depends on the servant's gender and age. Conditions vary, and so do prices. Securing a usable artist would also serve the client well, the shopkeeper replied, his mood lifting. However, he knew that those involved in such establishments often charged exorbitant prices. Even a mere servant could demand 3 to 5 times the usual rate. Shintang murmured, indeed, escaping from such a predatory place would require a heavy toll. She entertained a bold thought. If Mr. Chu were willing, she would like to buy him. If Qi Yuanliang, this guiding NPC, were to vanish one day, acquiring Mr. Chu would allow her to take over Qi Shan's role. While she did not know Mr. Chu's residence, she was certain she could find him at his workplace. One could evade the monk, but not the temple. Shintang initially assumed the shopkeeper's mention of the numerous establishments in Shao was mere hyperbole. She never expected it to be a stark reality. The center of Shao was lined with 5 long streets, each flanked by the entrances of such businesses. The shopkeeper led Shintang to a newly decorated establishment, where he entered to convey their intentions. Shortly after, he returned and said, just in time, he has awakened and will be ready shortly. Let us wait at the nearby tea house. The tea house's private room was adorned in a fresh and elegant style. While waiting for the gentleman, Shintang fidgeted with the teacup on the table. Being somewhat restless, she found the tranquil environment stifling. Noticing the shopkeeper was also lost in thought, she could not suppress her curiosity any longer. Shopkeeper, I have a question. May I inquire? The shopkeeper jolted back to reality. Joked, what could be beyond my ability to answer? Just avoid asking about personal matters concerning my wife. Shintang. She was not interested in such things. The shopkeeper, noticing her peculiar expression, suddenly realized that this painter was merely an 11 or 12-year-old girl. Despite her artistic prowess, such jokes were inappropriate. He hastily changed the topic and inquired, what did you wish to ask? You mentioned having a query? Shintang posed her question. Does the local government encourage such enterprises? Logically, one would think officials should steer clear of this. The shopkeeper, initially expecting a more profound question, was taken aback by her naivety regarding such common knowledge. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that this young lady, with her delicate features and lack of hard labor, likely hailed from a privileged background, shielded from the sordid realities of life. He regarded her with a mix of pity and understanding. She must have found life unbearable, prompting her to seek work in secretive paintings. If this collaboration proved fruitful, he could consider her for future projects as well. After sipping his tea, he sighed. Well, the answer is lengthy. These years have been plagued by natural disasters and warfare, leaving the common folk struggling to survive. Those with land are too fearful to farm, while those without risk starvation. You see, if the adults cannot feed themselves, how can they support their children? Shintang shook her head. Naturally, they cannot. The shopkeeper continued. Hence, when they cannot provide for their families, they must resort to selling themselves. The local government, recognizing the dire situation, advocates for the construction of more establishments like these, aiming to attract outside merchants and generate revenue. They also provide a means to accommodate these struggling individuals. With heavy taxes imposed from above, the government must account for its obligations. Thus, they claim it is a win-win situation. Upon hearing this, Shintang's expression shifted dramatically. She held back her emotions, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. She inquired, is this truly what the county office means? The shopkeeper gestured toward the center of Xiaoqing and replied, of course it is. The notice is posted prominently. What do these nobles think? What can we common folk say? To speak frankly, it's pointless to fight. In this tumultuous time, selling our sons and daughters to brothels has become a twisted form of charity from these elites. Due to the peculiar circumstances and the county office's rampant encouragement, other businesses in Xiaoqing are floundering, while the brothels are thriving, raking in profits day after day. Those who can no longer make ends meet are forced to sell their children, and the meager earnings barely cover a few days' expenses for the family, only to fatten the pockets of traffickers and the brothel owners. With the increase in children for sale, these buyers have become choosier, banding together to drive down prices, leaving the parents no choice but to sell their children for a pittance, tears in their eyes. A reasonably good-looking child can be sold for merely 20 or 30 coins, and their future is left to fate. The shopkeeper sighed again, catching sight of Shentang's dazed expression, suddenly realizing he had spoken too freely in front of a child, and quickly added, but that is all in the past. In this world, simply surviving is a challenge. As for whether one endures hunger and hardship or stays in the brothel, the lives of the common people are worth less than grass, leaving little room for choice. To speak unflatteringly, staying in the brothel at least preserves one's life, if by heaven's grace one possesses good looks and a fine figure. Becoming a top courtesan allows for a life of luxury, even if it's brief. What's truly frightening is the risk of being slaughtered by marauders or dragged to the battlefield as cannon fodder, or toiling on a few acres of barren land, ultimately starving to death. Shentang felt the weight of despair. Noticing her troubled expression, the shopkeeper sought to change the subject and asked, "Can you guess how many male and female establishments there are among the 5 long streets of brothels?" Shentang had no idea and casually replied, "Half and half?" The shopkeeper shook his head. "No, the male establishments account for this number." He gestured a 7, meaning 70%. Shentang. The shopkeeper answered his own question. "You must be curious as to why?" "The answer is not difficult. You know who sits atop the hierarchy now? She was once the favored concubine of the king of Xian, known by the pet name Nujio. Since her rise, the number of male establishments has increased, and business has flourished. Now she is the ruler of the nation. How impressive." The shopkeeper was almost ready to present the trophy for the most inspiring male concubine in history to Zheng Qiao. Achieving such heights as a male concubine is truly inspirational. Zheng Qiao has become an idol among the male courtesans. Shentang. Upon hearing this, Shentang felt a surge of indignation. While she could tolerate criticism of her singing, she could not abide disparagement of her painting skills, which had once been her means of sustenance. She retorted, "What is wrong with my painting?" Qi Shan, more inclined to challenge, questioned, "Where is your skill in painting? Your foundation resembles that of a 3-year-old child scribbling." Qi Shan bluntly stated, "There is nothing commendable about it. The instructor who taught you has misled you." Shentang slammed the table in frustration, fury evident on her face, and provocatively challenged, "Qi Yuanliang, if you think you're so skilled, why don't you show me?" Qi Shan, seeing Shentang stubbornly defiant, felt his long-suppressed competitive spirit rise. He promptly picked up a brush and laid out a fresh sheet of paper. Dipping the brush in ink, he began to draw without hesitation. "Since Shun Zilangjian has extended an invitation, I shall humbly present my inadequacy." With just a few strokes, he sketched mountains, water, flowers, and birds. While seemingly simple, his strokes created an illusion that anyone could replicate, yet compared to Shentang's depiction of little figures, it was a stark contrast. Qi Shan felt satisfied with his work, relieved that his skills had not deteriorated too much. Shentang scoffed, challenging, "Is that all?" Qi Shan. Such a vast disparity, and yet she remained obstinately defiant. "Although I lack talent, these years of wandering have left my skills somewhat neglected, but compared to you, Zilangjian." Qi Shan hesitated, leaving the implication for her to ponder. He believed that anyone with functioning eyes could see the superiority of his work. Few knew that in his youth, his painting was even better. Renowned artists once remarked that his work captured the essence of a famous saying, "From afar, the mountains are tinted, up close, the waters are silent. The flowers remain as spring departs, and the birds are unperturbed by the arrival of people." Alas, there are no spirits of painting or hearts of artistry in this world. If they existed, their merit would surely be high. Yet Shentang remained obstinately defiant, insisting, "Humph. It is time to show you true artistic skill." Qi Shan's interest was piqued. "I await with bated breath." Shentang picked up her sketch of little figures again, confidently adding strokes, determined to impress Qi Shan. Qi Shan gave her space, sitting aside to watch, his expression increasingly peculiar. He initially thought Shen Xiaolangjian was preparing to build suspense, intending to showcase her extraordinary skills through a contrast in quality. Instead, she continued with the same little figure sketch, merely adding more details. The figures still sported large black round heads, with their bodies and limbs reduced to simple strokes. The only notable difference was the intensifying atmosphere of urgency. It was rather risky. Qi Shan spent a quarter of an hour observing Shen Tang sketch a series of actions, entering, disrobing, climbing onto the bed, striking poses as a second figure entered, similarly disrobing, climbing onto the bed, and so forth. Qi Shan abruptly seized Shen Tang's wrist, halting her from continuing. "What are you drawing?" Shen Tang replied. "A secret art piece." Qi Shan. He stared incredulously, eyes wide, glancing from Shen Tang's face to the animated little figures on the paper, his throat constricted. Unable to utter a word. He never imagined that Shen Xiaolangjian would be drawing animated secret art. Qi Shan suppressed the urge to let his forehead pulse with frustration, momentarily at a loss for words. He could neither scold Shen Xiaolangjian for her lack of ambition in drawing such works nor commend her for having the audacity to present such poor skills. Taking a deep breath, he forced a smile, saying, "If this is the standard of secret art, then the world's couples have lost all interest in it, lacking meaning, and devoid of subtlety. If newlyweds were to use this piece as enlightenment, they would likely remain oblivious to the mysteries of yin and yang even in their old age." Shen Tang. How was it that this fellow's words were so cutting, yet he remained unscathed? She stated solemnly, "Yuan Liang, you simply cannot appreciate my art. It is not that the painting lacks merit. Rather, the observer fails to comprehend. If my skills were truly subpar, how could I survive by painting? The strokes flow like water, and the lines are graceful. I do not dare to compare myself to masters, but I cannot allow such disparagement." One could question her gender, but not her ability to make a living through her craft. Now it was Qi Shan's turn to fall silent. He suddenly realized Shen Xiaolangjian was not just stubborn. She possessed an air of confidence and conviction, her gaze reflecting a sense of sorrow for his warped aesthetic, not the refusal to acknowledge the disparity. Thus, an absurd conjecture surfaced in Qi Shan's mind. Was Shen Xiaolangjian truly unaware of her shortcomings, genuinely believing she painted well? He subtly probed, and it seemed to be the case. A long silence ensued. He could only watch Shen Xiaolangjian with a hint of sympathy on his face, promising, "When I have more resources in the future, I will seek a skilled doctor to examine you. The sooner the better. Delaying will only worsen your condition." Shen Tang. Her intuition told her that Qi Shan's words were not those of a sensible person. Was he indirectly calling her insane? Qi Shan, sensing her impending outburst, swiftly redirected the conversation, asking, "What has prompted you to take an interest in secret art all of a sudden?" To say Shen Xiaolangjian was lecherous would be an understatement. She painted such pieces yet seemed unashamed. But to consider it seriously, what respectable gentleman would paint secret art without a hint of embarrassment? Shen Tang remarked, "The task I received from the bookstore is quite rewarding. I merely need to paint a portrait of a courtesan from the Yuehua Tower to earn my pay." "Life is not easy," she sighed. Qi Shan's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he posed a pivotal question. "Did the proprietor of the bookstore not assess your painting skills?" During his own times of hardship, he had also taken on assignments from the bookstore, typically transcribing spiritual texts or composing letters for others. Among these, the most lucrative task was indeed portrait painting, which sometimes included commissions from establishments of ill repute. If his memory served him correctly, the higher the remuneration, the greater the expectations. How did Shen Xiaolang manage to secure work with such lamentable artistic skill? For the umpteenth time, Shen Tang contemplated leaping up to perform a cranial operation on Qi Shan, but considering the fragile remnants of their friendship, she restrained herself. Suppressing her ire, she retorted, "Why would I be indignant? My painting is superb." Qi Shan. He could now truly confirm that Shen Xiaolang's aesthetic sensibilities diverged significantly from those of the average person. The two locked gazes, neither willing to relent, until Qi Shan, with a pained expression, rubbed his temples, diverting his gaze from Shen Tang's self-assured, defiant eyes. He had encountered confident individuals before, but none quite like her. Fully aware that communication barriers could hinder their exchange, Qi Shan opted for a more circuitous approach. Pointing to Shen Tang's masterpiece on the table, he inquired gravely, "No matter how exquisite your painting may be, if the courtesan cannot appreciate it, how will you receive your payment?" This revelation jolted Shen Tang. Ah, indeed. It is imperative that the client is satisfied. She cast a skeptical glance at Qi Shan, seeking confirmation. How do you know that the courtesan shares your aesthetic and cannot appreciate it? Shintang swallowed the words abnormal aesthetics. It wasn't that she was intimidated by Qi Shan, but rather that her retraction of criticism was due to the client's authority. Qi Shan inhaled deeply, his smile devoid of warmth, and remarked sarcastically, "The eyes of the mundane tend to share a common appreciation for beauty." Xin Xiaolang's eyes were undeniably an anomaly. Unbeknownst to Shintang, she disregarded the deeper implications of Qi Shan's words, nodding thoughtfully, her expression tinged with regret as she sighed. The melody is profound, yet the harmony is scarce. Perhaps this is what it means to have a kindred spirit is hard to find. After which, she sincerely shook her head. Qi Shan, nearly rendered speechless, observed Shintang with a hint of exasperation as she gazed at the two paintings on the table, pinching her brow. In that case, how do I explain this to the client? No, the courtesan. I cannot replicate your style of painting. Qi Shan queried. Did you sign a contract with the proprietor? If no contract had been signed, it would be permissible to abandon the task, suffering only a slight hit to her reputation. Future commissions might be more challenging to secure. Yet Xin Xiaolang did not rely solely on these tasks for her livelihood, so any loss would be manageable. However, Shintang replied, the contract has already been signed. She retrieved her small purse, spilling out over 20 pieces of shredded silver coins. Qi Shan's gaze grew increasingly complex as he pondered who had bestowed upon her such audacity to accept a job without the requisite skill and to collect in advance. This was a predicament indeed. He wondered how Xin Xiaolang would extricate herself from it. Though Shintang remained confident in her artistic abilities, after all, it had once been her means of sustenance, not something Qi Shan could easily undermine. She harbored a concern, regardless of her self-assuredness in her craft. If the client refused to acknowledge her talent, it would be futile. She hesitantly suggested, what if we test the courtesan's response? Perhaps he is one of the rare souls who can discern beauty beyond the mundane. Qi Shan, a kindred spirit beyond the mundane? Ha ha ha, dreaming is the quickest route. If all else fails. Shintang was about to propose that they should at least give it a shot. After all, if a confrontation arose, the outcome would be uncertain, but Qi Shan interjected, if it comes to that, I will assist you in painting to meet the requirement. We ought to remain discreet in Xiaoqing. It is best to avoid unnecessary trouble. Very well, this task benefits us both. However, we must inform the proprietor that the artist has changed. It wouldn't be fair to take advantage of you. Shintang had no objections and readily agreed. Let me describe the courtesan's appearance and demeanor to you. Qi Shan, heaven knows how long it has been since he last undertook such work. Even during his most trying times, he rarely engaged in it. Though he inwardly scoffed at this, he attentively listened to Shintang's description, ensuring he captured every detail while simultaneously envisioning the composition in his mind. Thank goodness, Xin Xiaolang's artistic talent was indeed captivating. But her aptitude for verbal organization was equally impressive, conveying her thoughts with clarity and precision, and her observations were remarkably astute. From her descriptions alone, he could vividly imagine the courtesan's visage, demeanor, features, and temperament. Yet, Qi Shan keenly detected a detail. You mentioned that the courtesan was initially dissatisfied with you? Shintang corrected him, asserting, at first, he was dissatisfied, but was that not due to my deceptively youthful appearance? He likely thought my age implied inferior skills compared to older artists, but did he not eventually recognize my extraordinary talent and assign the task to me? Qi Shan countered. He recognized your literary grace. It is your literary grace that makes you exceptional, which is entirely distinct from confirming Xin Xiaolang's artistic skills. Furthermore, did Xin Xiaolang possess any artistic talent? Shintang waved her hand dismissively. It is all the same. Qi Shan inquired. How could a courtesan discern your literary signature as one of literary grace at first glance? That seems rather suspicious. Shintang remained unfazed. What of it? He is somewhat of a celebrity at Yuehua Tower, a potential leading figure, and interacts with a diverse array of patrons. Is it so astonishing that among them, someone possesses literary grace? Surely, you do not suggest that the courtesan himself possesses literary grace and thus recognized me? Having spent some time in this world, she understood that even the lowest tier of literary grace transcended the ordinary. Unless one was utterly incapacitated or faced with some calamity, it would be exceedingly difficult to fall to such depths. The courtesan did not appear to be such a person. Qi Shan, momentarily at a loss for words, pressed on. You mentioned that his conditions included the provision of his own writing materials? Shintang affirmed, yes. Related to spiritual language. This presents a breakthrough. Qishan paced back and forth, clutching the paper, murmuring to himself, I have heard of similar clandestine techniques used for message transmission before. However, they are exceedingly rare, and few possess such skills. Such sophistication? Shintang was momentarily taken aback. She had merely made a casual remark, not anticipating the existence of encrypted spiritual language. Qishan focused his energy, channeling literary essence into his palm, his expression grave. Shintang sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Yuan Liang, could it be that you are overthinking this? Yet, even if he is a leading figure among courtesans, it would be improbable for him to engage with such obscure spiritual language, would it not? Moreover, what kind of significant news would warrant such an exchange? Qishan hovered his palm over the paper, concentrating the blue literary essence, slowly attuning himself, while simultaneously addressing Shintang's questions. What do you believe Xiaoqing is? Shintang shook her head earnestly. I do not know. She truly did not know. Yuan Liang's inquiries clearly touched upon current affairs. However, her understanding of the world stemmed solely from Qishan, his spiritual language scrolls, and her limited experiences, all of which represented but a minuscule fragment of this world. Despite her best efforts to comprehend, she found herself surrounded by the lowest echelons of society, most of whom struggled to meet their basic needs, showing little interest in the names or achievements of local officials, much less the broader state of affairs. They were preoccupied with the harshness of life and their own survival. Shintang's response aligned with Qishan's expectations, eliciting no disappointment or other emotions from him. Should Shen Xiaolang suddenly exhibit extensive knowledge, he would suspect her of feigning ignorance. Thus, for the first time, he revealed certain truths to Shintang, offering a glimpse of the larger picture regarding the state of the world. He remarked, previously, I stated that Commander Zheng Qiao of the Gung Kingdom would inevitably bring about his own demise within 5 years. This is not solely due to his tyrannical disposition and treacherous actions, often employing underhanded tactics, but also because he harbors the ambition to devour the wolf while driving away the tiger, which is akin to seeking the skin of the tiger. Shintang instinctively straightened her posture, listening intently. After a moment of contemplation, she began to grasp some of the implications. Yuan Liang's meaning was, the former Xian kingdom was the wolf. Now that the wolf has perished, the tiger has transformed into a dire threat for Zheng Qiao. Who is this tiger? Shintang recalled the maps within Qishan's collection, which depicted the locations of various kingdoms in the northwest. Both the Xian and Gung kingdoms are situated at the fringes of the continent, avoiding the most brutal conflicts in the heartland. In contrast to Gung kingdom, surrounded by neighbors and frequently beset upon, Xian kingdom enjoys a slightly better position, shielded by the relentless mountain ranges of the northwest, which are easier to defend but difficult to assault. Qishan responded, this tiger refers to the Shi Wu. Shintang inquired, Shi Wu? The Shi Wu are the barbarian forces beyond the mountains of the Xian kingdom. They believe that the Jin Wu once resided here and have since thrived. Thus they call themselves Shi Wu, meaning descendants of 10 golden crows. Shintang harbored doubts about their fanciful aspirations, thinking they were overreaching in their ambitions. Before the arrival of the comet, they were not even known by this name. They had merely stumbled upon a myth regarding the comet's hidden powers, elevating their own status by associating with the celestial. The crucial point is that after 100 or 200 years of tales being passed down, they had indeed gained some credibility. Whether outsiders believed it was secondary, in any case, they had come to believe it themselves. The descendants of Jinwu, how noble. Upon further reflection, Shintang pieced together part of the truth. If the Shi Wu are the tiger, then Zheng Qiao's conquest of the Xian kingdom is not solely due to the might of the Gung kingdom, but rather a result of favorable circumstances. Taking advantage of Xian kingdom's natural disasters and political turmoil, he secretly allied with the Shi Wu to create disturbances, drawing Xian's military forces away. While Gung kingdom launched a surprise attack, Xian kingdom was already plagued by internal strife, and with the Shi Wu continuously causing trouble at the borders, it was inevitable that their vigilance against Gung kingdom would wane, ultimately leading to the current situation. Qishan nodded in approval. Shintang then asked, but what does this have to do with Xiaocheng? Xiaocheng is the capital of the Sibao prefecture, not connected to the bordering mountain ranges. How could it possibly relate to the Shi Wu? Qishan explained, because the parents of the governor of Sibao prefecture hail from the Shi Wu. Discontent with the internal power struggles of their tribe, they decided to leave their homeland with their young child, adopting new identities and eventually settling in the Xian kingdom. Although raised in Xian Kingdom, the child still harbors thoughts of the Shiwu. By chance, they re-established contact with their parents' tribal forces, becoming one of the Shiwu's informants. Shentang listened, wide-eyed. Her curiosity piqued as she looked at Qi Shan. This secret, which pertains to life and death, the governor would be too preoccupied to conceal. How could you possibly know? This was no ordinary NPC guiding her. The layers of secrets surrounding him were thick as a mother pig's undergarments. If one were to dig deeper, it could lead to a deep pit. Observing Qi Shan's expression, she noticed no significant emotional fluctuations. After a brief hesitation, she retracted. If it is inconvenient to tell me, I shan't pry. Qi Shan replied. It is not that I am unwilling to share, but rather that the story is lengthy. Not something that can be explained in a moment. Just know that the governor of Sibao Prefecture is duplicitous and not to be trusted. He outwardly appears as a loyal sycophant to Zheng Qiao, adept at flattering him, and willing to employ any means to curry favor, yet secretly serves the Shiwu. As he spoke, he skillfully redirected the conversation back on track. The geographical position of Sibao Prefecture is quite unique. It is a region that can both attack and defend, bordering Xian and Gung kingdoms, and serves as a crucial passage for neighboring kingdoms heading south, accessible by both land and water routes. This means that to scheme for control over the central heartland of the continent, one must first seize Sibao Prefecture. Shentang gasped in astonishment. Are the Shiwu plotting something so grand? They haven't even conquered the mountains obstructing their southward advance, yet they are already contemplating strategies for subjugating the northwest kingdoms? Truly, they are audacious enough to dream such dreams. Previously, it was mere fantasy, but now, as Qi Shan's gaze swept over the bowed head of Shentang, he murmured. It may not be impossible. The state seal of Xian Kingdom has been lost, and Zheng Qiao, being a tyrant, cannot pacify the hearts of the people. The national aura and fortune he wields through the state seal may not sustain the border defenses against the mountains. The Shiwu's ambitions may indeed seize this rare opportunity to cross those mountains. Xiaocheng is but a step in their intricate game. Of course, even if the Shiwu had not established connections in Xiaocheng, Qi Shan would still come, both for revenge and to lay plans. A life lived in mediocrity and dying in frustration, what is the point? Who prevails in the end, who laughs last, remains uncertain. As the two conversed, faint characters gradually emerged on the originally pristine paper. The paper indeed harbored secrets. Shentang read aloud. From a distance, the ridge appears as a peak. End of chapter 040. The formation on paper. Shentang, curious, asked, is this the encrypted language spirit? She recalled seeing it in Qi Shan's scroll, which, according to the notes, was designed for deceptive military formations and was highly misleading. The focus of the entire incantation lies in the first half. If the opponent is inexperienced and cannot discern the ruse, a single misstep could lead to their downfall, a favorite tactic of tricksters. However, the method to unravel it is quite simple. The key to breaking the formation lies in the latter half, unaware of the true visage of Mount Lu. Simply because one is within its confines. If one reacts promptly, they need only to create distance, maneuver cleverly, and guard both flanks, preventing the opponent from seizing the opportunity to cut through their ranks, thus revealing the true nature of the formation. Additionally, there is a more straightforward, universal approach to break through the enemy with overwhelming force. Qi Shan's expression turned grave. It appears so. Shentang inquired, how do we unravel it? To her surprise, Qi Shan countered, how would I know? Though he spoke thus, his eyes and expression conveyed a different sentiment. Shentang felt a lump in her throat at his question, replying, if Yuan Liang does not know, then I certainly cannot know. Are we to merely stare at each other? Staring at each other is not an option. Qi Shan was not so lackadaisical. He simply remained silent, observing Shentang. After a long while, she whispered, her voice slightly wavering, Yuan Liang. Have I stirred up trouble? An unspoken tension lingered in the room. Qi Shan remained silent, and she could not help but delve into her thoughts. She never anticipated that the paper would conceal secrets, let alone a rare, encrypted language spirit. Regardless of what it hid, it was an undeniable fact that Shentang had been drawn into an unforeseen predicament. Qi Shan, being close to her, would find it difficult to remain uninvolved. Yet, it seemed he was deliberately concealing something. Can this even be considered a trouble? Qi Shan lifted his eyelids, his words surprising Shentang. As he shed his usual languor, revealing a hint of sharpness in his demeanor, he methodically tidied the drawing paper, leaving only Shentang's illustration of the little figures behind. I have long known that Xiaocheng is a treacherous place, yet I dare to come. Naturally, I fear not such trivial troubles. One must not fear entering the fray, but rather fear being unable to find the entrance to the game. To put it plainly, he came seeking trouble. Not a life of tranquility, and Shintang's predicament suits him perfectly. Let the young pair sleep early. I shall come for the painting tomorrow. Shintang gazed at Qi Shan, momentarily catching a glimpse of his departing figure, her mouth agape, uncertain of what to say. After a long pause, she finally uttered a curse. Damn! Suddenly, she felt as if all the strength had drained from her body. Leaning back against the wooden floor, her eyes wide open, staring blankly at the wooden beams above. Lost in thought, frustration surged within her chest, seeking an outlet, and the more she pondered, the angrier she became, in a vicious cycle. Finally, she summoned enough strength to sit up abruptly, seizing the drawing of the little figures, with no time to admire her own masterpiece. She fixed her gaze on the blank area of the paper, closing her eyes to recall Qi Shan's earlier actions, concentrating her literary energy in her palm. The moment the literary energy touched the paper, the surrounding environment transitioned from clarity to obscurity. She felt as though her consciousness had ventured into a wondrous otherworld, where silence reigned and darkness enveloped her. Just as she contemplated her escape, a chessboard illuminated beneath her feet, and a vague silhouette emerged in the distance. Who could this figure be? As the thought crossed Shintang's mind, her body suddenly felt heavy, and her awareness returned to her physical form. She noticed that the phrase from a distance, "The ridge resembles a peak," appeared on the paper before her. What could this mean? Shintang steadied her thoughts and repeated it once more. With a sense of mental preparation, when the chessboard manifested again, she calmly turned her gaze toward the shadow. Thanks to her keen eyesight, she discerned that the figure was a tall and slender youth. At first glance, he bore resemblance to Qi Shan. Yet his demeanor exuded a certain despondency that Qi Shan lacked. His features were obscured by the darkness, and he remained silent. Upon noticing Shintang's presence, he merely raised his right hand and waved an ornate fan. In an instant, Shintang's nerves tensed as she prepared to draw the compassionate mother's sword. To her surprise, a large black disc coalesced above the chessboard, and with a sharp sound, it fell. Immediately, cries of battle erupted as the black and white characters on the board transformed into countless tiny soldiers. Two opposing castles, one black and one white, rose on the chessboard, and the myriad soldiers clashed fiercely, their combat reaching a fevered intensity. Shintang was left pondering her next move. Blinking in confusion, she attempted a reckless move, and the youth mirrored her action almost instantaneously. The piece she placed transformed into a black soldier, joining the fray, while her white soldiers were swiftly dismantled by the black cavalry, scattering into helpless clusters. At this juncture, the outcome was all too clear. Moments later, Shintang abruptly opened her eyes, her expression shifting through shades of black, white, red, and blue, struggling to suppress the urge to overturn the table. What she had believed to be a cryptic incantation truly was a complex one, akin to the relationship between a safe and its combination. Possessing the key incantation enabled one to unlock the riddle. Little did she know, the cryptic incantation was a strategic formation of one side, setting a trap, while the deciphering side was tasked with breaking through. With her arms crossed, Shintang glared at the illustration of the soldiers, nearly igniting flames with her gaze. If one attempt failed, she would try again. Meanwhile, Qi Shan sensed the surge of literary energy from Shintang and paused momentarily while painting, the ink dripping onto the paper forming a small blot. Coming back to his senses, he glanced at the paper, frowning slightly before suppressing the urge to change to a fresh sheet, allowing a knowing smile to grace his lips. Qi Shan had previously painted several secretive works, catering to the demands of his patrons, whether male or female. Although he had not picked up a brush for some time, he soon found his rhythm once more, as if returning to familiar waters. As dawn broke and the rooster crowed, Qi Shan stretched lazily, stowing away the completed artwork, ready to hand it to Shintang for delivery. His intentions were not solely focused on the artwork itself. He simply needed to fulfill the request. Just as he opened the door, he spotted a familiar figure. Young Master Shin? The visitor was indeed Shintang. Qi Shan inquired, "Why are you up so early today?" Upon hearing the commotion, Shintang turned around, irritation evident in her voice. "Do you think I slept at all last night? Yuan Liang knows that well enough. Where's the painting?" Qi Shan handed her the artwork and casually remarked, "The strategist is quite skilled. If a half-hearted newcomer like young Master Shun could break the formation, Countless literary strategists would surely be left in disbelief. Did you break the formation? Shintang asked. Qishan shook his head. Not at all. Really? Shintang found it hard to believe. In response to her skepticism, Qishan broke into a genuine smile, gesturing toward the painting in her arms, his tone almost sarcastic. Did you think those could be completed in just a few strokes? The formation depicted on the paper is rather intricate. Implicitly, he suggested that Shintang had overestimated him. Realizing her suspicions were not unfounded, Shintang shifted the topic. Yuan Liang, should I take the painting to the bookshop now? Yes, go ahead, Qishan replied, waving her off, eager to avoid further conversation. However, as Shintang turned to leave, he called out to her again, cautioning, be careful on your way back after delivering the painting. We still do not know the connection between the mastermind and the governor of Sibao. Caution is paramount. It is best if there is no connection, but if there is, we must tread carefully. The waters in Xiaoqing are deep, and a single misstep could lead to disaster. Understood, Shintang responded, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted, dashing away like the wind, her figure vanishing in an instant. Qishan could only shake his head with a wry smile, turning back into the house. Instead of resting, he returned to his desk, where a fresh sheet of paper lay spread out. He gathered his remaining ease, focusing intently as he summoned his literary energy, quickly immersing himself in the intricate riddle before him. In that mysterious realm where light and dark intertwined, the battlefield continued to rage, both castles sustaining damage. The black and white armies locked in a stalemate. Upon closer examination of the situation, it became apparent that the white army held a slight advantage. The moment Qishan appeared, the figure across from him lifted its head to meet his gaze, maintaining an air of composure. Qishan subtly adjusted his posture and took a seat. With no interruptions, let us continue, he stated calmly. Silence filled the air as the figure merely waved its fan and placed a piece, nullifying the white army's hard-won advantage. Unhurried, Qishan spoke a calm incantation, directing the white pieces beneath the celestial canopy, which moved in accordance with his command. As the two armies clashed, Shintang rode her motorcycle to the bookstore from the previous day, calling out loudly, "Shopkeeper, I have come to deliver." She leaped off her motorcycle, tossing the reins aside. Her motorcycle, in perfect sync, raised its head and caught the reins with precision, then settled down to rest in front of the bookstore. At that moment, the shopkeeper was seated behind the counter, propping his forehead with one hand, taking a brief nap. Startled by Shintang's shout, he awoke with a start. Who is it? The shopkeeper was taken aback, but upon recognizing Shintang, he exclaimed in surprise, "Young lady, you finished so quickly?" Feeling a bit sheepish, Shintang mumbled, I just wanted to see how the painting turned out." The shopkeeper was doubtful. What kind of fine artwork can be produced in a single night? I know a bit about the temper of that fellow from Yuehua Tower. He is quite discerning, and shoddy work would not meet his standards. As he slowly unfolded the painting, he was instantly captivated by the figure depicted, unable to tear his gaze away, his breathing unconsciously slowing. The paper portrayed a handsome youth with a hint of innocence, hiding among the flowers. The artist had not focused on the boy's face, but had poured all their skill into the full and perfectly shaped lips, evoking an irresistible urge to lean in closer. The shopkeeper suddenly snapped back to reality, his face slightly flushed. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he exclaimed, "Young lady, your painting skills are remarkable." Having been in this profession for many years, he had encountered many high-priced commissions, with artists both plentiful and varied in style, some subtle and restrained, others passionate and flamboyant. Whether the work was overtly alluring or merely suggestive, artists often employed every technique at their disposal to create captivating imagery. Yet, upon reflection, none had ever left him in such a daze until today. He could hardly contain his excitement as he opened the second painting. This one held the same style, seemingly reserved, yet upon closer inspection, it exuded latent desire, as if a captivating spirit lay hidden within, capable of ensnaring one's very soul with just a smile. The third painting depicted two figures. One was the same youth, while the other remained obscured, yet possessed a splendid physique, leaning in to whisper intimately in the boy's ear, almost enveloping his earlobe with his lips. The fourth painting also featured two figures, a man and a woman. The woman, too, was indistinct, but her slender silhouette was graceful and balanced, as the boy smiled and playfully engaged with her. The atmosphere thick with unspoken tension that seemed ready to burst from the confines of the paper. The shopkeeper swallowed hard, discreetly wiping his brow. In the presence of Shun Tang, it would be inappropriate to lose composure, so she feigned thirst and sipped tea, using the cool liquid to quell the surge of agitation within her. It was truly disconcerting. Having been engaged in this profession, she believed herself immune to the provocative tales and secretive illustrations, thinking she was impervious to their allure. Yet, she found herself unexpectedly affected by a few hastily completed drawings from the previous night. The innkeeper, beads of sweat accumulating on his brow and his complexion flushed, absorbed the images with increasing admiration. Once he had fully appreciated the collection, he exhaled in resignation, conceding that this artist was undoubtedly a master of the secret arts. "My lady, have you considered publishing a collection of your works? The business would surely flourish." He was convinced that these few illustrations, once unveiled, would incite a frenzy among the courtesans of the brothels, clamoring for their chance to reserve a piece. Monetary concerns would be of no consequence. Shun Tang shook her head. This is a one-time endeavor. The youthful and impetuous Yuan Liang was prone to such pursuits, and she felt it unwise to indulge further. It seemed unhealthy. The innkeeper, somewhat disappointed, was about to persist in his persuasion when Shun Tang interjected, "In truth, these are not my creations. Upon returning home last night, I had completed only half a piece when my elder brother discovered me. Enraged, he took up the brush on my behalf. He is rather old-fashioned. Are you satisfied, innkeeper?" "Quite satisfied, indeed. I believe the gentleman in question will also be pleased. This will undoubtedly enhance his standing." Shun Tang assumed this visit would mirror the previous day, obediently waiting outside the moonlight pavilion while occasionally offering her mule, Moto, a piece of candy. Speaking of which, how could Moto enjoy such sweets? Pondering this, she stroked Moto's sleek coat and found herself increasingly fond of the mule. Moto eagerly licked the candy from her palm, still craving more, nudging her abdomen with his head and eyeing the pouch at her waist longingly. Moto was clever, aware of where the sweets were kept. Shun Tang cupped Moto's large face in her hands, sternly admonishing, "No more. It's quite unusual for a mule to have such a sweet tooth. No means no, no matter how you plead, or even if you lick my face. Be careful. I do not wish to be bathed in your saliva." Despite her attempts to evade, Moto relentlessly pursued her. The innkeeper emerged from the pavilion just in time to witness the amusing scene of the girl and her mule at play. With a smile, he reminded Shun Tang of their business at hand. "My lady, please come upstairs." Both Shun Tang and Moto halted simultaneously. She gestured for Moto to entertain himself nearby, as she had matters to attend to. The mule understood and dutifully trotted over to a wooden post, holding the reins in his mouth. Shun Tang inquired, "Am I to go in? Aren't I supposed to wait in the tea house's private room today?" The innkeeper replied, "Not today." Shun Tang did not press further and followed the innkeeper into the moonlight pavilion. If one overlooked the softly swaying gauze curtains, the suggestive carvings on the windows, the enchanting portraits adorning the walls, and the lingering scent of powder in the air, the establishment appeared quite ordinary for a tavern of its kind. The moonlight pavilion was notably quiet during the day, with maidservants occasionally bringing in hot water and attendants busily dusting the furniture, creating an orderly yet oddly desolate atmosphere. The lingering scent of powder silently narrated the previous night's revelry. Initially curious, Shun Tang gazed around, but soon her interest waned. In the main hall, a handsome young attendant had been waiting for some time. He led them to a private room on the second floor, carefully opening the intricately carved wooden door as if fearing to disturb the occupants within. "The gentleman is inside. Please, enter." Shun Tang shook off her wandering thoughts as she stepped inside. The first thing that caught her eye was a massive round screen painted with a vast desert sunset. She found it peculiar that in such a place, one would display a desert scene instead of the more typical alluring images. To her surprise, the room was infused with a refreshing fragrance, starkly contrasting the heavy makeup scent of the main hall. The latter was cloying and tiresome, while this aroma was like an ethereal orchid, subtle yet unmistakable. Beyond the screen lay the boudoir of the gentleman. The two could only sit on the cushions before the screen. "Did you paint this?" As Shun Tang settled down, a familiar voice from behind the screen reached her ears. "Oh, is it not the youth from yesterday?" She looked skeptically at the innkeeper, who shrugged, signaling that he too was uncertain. Shun Tang, feeling embarrassed, stammered, "It was not my work, it was my elder brother's. He caught me attempting to paint last night and scolded me, insisting that at my age, I should not engage with such things. Before I could inform you or the employer, he took up the brush for me." There was a brief silence from behind the screen before a sudden clatter of a chess piece broke it. The young man said, Well done. Internally, Shentang scoffed, questioning how her brother's works could be deemed well done. Indeed, it seemed no one shared her sense of aesthetics. A wave of solitary melancholy washed over her. Is the employer satisfied? She asked. Quite. The rest of his response was cut off by a fit of violent coughing, each spasm more intense than the last, leading Shentang to worry for his health. Despite his condition, he remained steadfast in his duties, truly commendable. Shentang, distracted, let her thoughts drift again until she heard the familiar voice from the previous day, asking, Mr. Gu, are you well? The young man weakly replied, all is well. Her attention faltered once more as she realized the young man was not a courtesan of the Moonlight Pavilion, but a client seeking entertainment. How ironic that someone on the brink of death could still seek pleasure in such a place. The room fell silent for a while. Eventually, the young man remarked, You seem to misunderstand. Shentang, perplexed, responded, Did someone just speak? The innkeeper wore a similarly confused expression. The young man, taking a breath, remarked with a cryptic smile, Some things need not be spoken aloud to be understood. Shentang felt a chill run down her spine, her skin prickling with unease as she became convinced he had heard her unspoken thoughts. The young man remained silent for a moment before asking in a peculiar tone, Has your teacher never informed you what a strategist must learn? Realizing he could perceive her innermost thoughts, she ceased her internal musings and asked aloud, What is it? To conceal one's emotions. As he spoke, the rustle of fabric indicated his approach, and the figure behind the screen began to emerge. Shentang lifted her gaze just in time to meet the eyes of a strikingly handsome yet sickly young man stepping into view. Although he bore a charming visage, his gaunt cheeks and darkened eyes betrayed his ill health, resembling someone afflicted with a grave illness. As she scrutinized him, he too examined her with his cool gaze. Unlike his own frail appearance, Shentang possessed an ethereal beauty, her features delicate yet striking. If he were to describe her in a word, it would be youthful exuberance. Even from a distance, the vibrant energy radiating from her was palpable. He paused, then chuckled. A fortune teller once said I might linger for another 20 or 30 years. Shentang regarded him impassively. Inwardly, she mused, following the usual pattern. A person who looks like they are about to kick off any moment will likely have a longer wait time than the robust fellows. After all, calamities linger for a millennium. Oh no, I forgot this fellow can read minds. Brother, can you really hear this? The young man coughed a few times. Little lord, you possess quite the humor. Shentang, the innkeeper, in a muted state, was. He first stole a glance at Shentang's wild, yet distinctly feminine profile, convinced he had not misjudged the gender, silently criticizing whether the young man had poor judgment to mistake genders. The young man raised his brow slightly but refrained from offering an explanation. The attendant then emerged from behind the screen, his eyelids slightly lowered, casting a glance at Shentang and the innkeeper before signaling the serving boy with a look. The boy, understanding immediately, handed a heavy pouch containing a bag of silver to the innkeeper. Please count it. Having been in business for many years and dealing with countless sums, the innkeeper could easily ascertain the weight of the pouch and knew the silver within was substantial. He opened the pouch to count, beaming as he confirmed, All is well, all is well. The attendant remarked, In that case, we are settled. According to procedure, it was time to escort the guests out. The innkeeper, attuned to the situation, prepared to take Shentang away with the pouch, but just then, whether by coincidence or not, a third, unfamiliar cough came from behind the screen, followed by a stifled groan of pain, as something heavy rolled off the bed. Shentang's movement to rise halted. That voice was clearly male. He seemed to be in poor health. She had always thought that those who came to the brothel were the active participants, but judging by the earlier sounds, the one lying on the bed, unwell, was the true customer. This made her think of a saying, a toad on a frog, ugly but lively. A faint scent of blood and the distinctive bitterness of herbs wafted through the air, prompting her to cast an admiring glance at the discreet attendant. Upon hearing the commotion, the attendant's demeanor shifted from indifferent, almost striding past the screen, allowing Shentang but a glimpse of a corner of his garment. Faintly, she heard the attendant say, Yun Chi. Shentang. Yun Chi? Which Yun? Which Chi? What is his surname? That name seemed familiar. Just as she thought of this, it suddenly struck her, her features gradually stiffening in shock. Her gaze drifted upward slowly, eventually locking onto the young man who was staring intently at her. The look in his eyes conveyed a significant meaning, and she realized she had been overheard again. Shentang stepped back half a pace, placing her right hand behind her. Should the young man exhibit any improper behavior, She would swiftly draw her motherly sword to teach this filial son a lesson. Given their current distance, she felt confident she could strike him down in one blow. After all, not all schemers were as foolish as Qi Yuanliang. The young man, with a smile that danced on the edge of amusement, inquired, "Why does the little lord seem so anxious?" Shintang replied, "Why indeed, don't you have an inkling?" The young man, under the perplexed gaze of the innkeeper, unabashedly asked Shintang, "Little lord, do you know Yunqi?" Shintang retorted, "Is he surnamed Gong?" The young man nodded, "Yes." Shintang, "It truly is Gong Cheng, Gong Yunqi. How did he end up at Yuehua Tower?" In a moment, Shintang found herself at a loss for words regarding the Gong family's exile. According to official decrees, the men were sent to the border as laborers, and the women were dispatched to the taverns of filial obedience. She revisited this segment of text, certain she had not misremembered. Shintang's gaze shifted towards the screen, her eyes seemingly attempting to penetrate it to discern the figure within. How could he be here? The journey of exile is arduous. Most ordinary people struggle to endure, let alone someone whose Dan palace has been destroyed. Having lost most of his life, he was on the brink of reporting to the king of hell. The young man spoke with unreserved honesty. Before Shintang could respond, he jested, "If the little lord is unwilling to answer, for the safety of myself and those involved, you might find it difficult to return unscathed." It was almost as if he implied a threat. Shintang's inner thoughts were, "Humph. Who doesn't he know about the Gong family's exile? Just because I know that name doesn't mean I must know him." Outwardly, she replied, "I only heard about the Gong family's plight and realized that I had a fleeting acquaintance with Gong Yunqi, who was also among those exiled." Upon hearing the familiar name, one naturally seeks confirmation. The young man squinted, a smile gracing his lips as he asked, "Is that truly the case?" Shintang affirmed, "There is no falsehood in my words." The young man furrowed his brow in contemplation, uncertain whether to believe her. After all, Shintang was aware that the young man could probe into one's heart. In such a situation, her mental activity remained active, raising doubts about whether she was intentionally misleading him. Just as the atmosphere became tense, a hoarse, youthful voice called from within, "Mr. Gu, someone is here?" The young man chuckled softly, hands tucked into his sleeves, languidly responding, "They say they have met you before." After a considerable pause, the sound of garments rustling filled the air, and the attendant assisted a young man, whose upper body was wrapped in pristine white cloth, to emerge. Though he was referred to as a young man, he appeared to be 2 years younger than the attendant, barely in his late teens. Perhaps having suffered greatly during his exile, his features had lost their youthful innocence and now bore an unshakable heaviness of melancholy and frailty. "Shintang, this is truly a matter of life and death." She dared not entertain any thoughts. The young man who could read minds was still lurking nearby, eyeing her intently. She certainly didn't wish to be silenced. Gongcheng also recognized Shintang's appearance, momentarily taken aback. The young man, upon witnessing his reaction, realized that Gongcheng had indeed seen Shintang's face before. This little lord was not lying after all. "Yunqi, is he an acquaintance of yours?" The attendant broke the silence. Gongcheng shook his head. "Not an acquaintance, but I should have seen him before." The attendant gazed sharply at Shintang, his eyes carrying an unexpected malice unbefitting his profession. Had it been an ordinary person, they might have been intimidated by a mere glance. He then asked Gongcheng, "Can this person harm you?" Gongcheng pondered for a moment before shaking his head. "I don't believe so." The attendant's curiosity was piqued. "Who is this person?" Gongcheng smiled wryly, shaking his head to indicate that the attendant should not assist him. He clung to his own strength to stand upright, bowing slightly to Shintang as he apologized. "I am Gong Yunqi, and I seek to apologize to my brother-in-law." Upon uttering this, the room fell into stunned silence. The young man, the attendant. The most shocked of all was Shintang herself. She could hardly contain her emotions. If Shintang could express her inner thoughts at that moment, it would likely be a standard exclamation of despair. Why wasn't she granted a safety net in her transmigration? She felt like flipping the table. Not only was she deprived of the original owner's memories, but she also kept encountering individuals related to the original owner. First, there was the misunderstanding with Tian Shuyi's niece, and now Gongcheng's astonishing revelation as her brother-in-law. Had it been anyone else, they might have been led astray by these two. Clenching her fists, her jaw tightened, her expression dark enough to drip water. To outsiders, it appeared as though she was suppressing an inner fury desperately seeking release, and all that wrath stemmed from Gong Yunqi alone. The attendant, noticing her demeanor, stepped forward slightly, positioning himself between Shun Tang and Gong Cheng. He turned to Gong Cheng, asking, "Brother Yanqi, is this your brother-in-law?" He was aware that on the day of Gong Cheng's wedding, the entire family had met with disaster, leading to their exile and entry into the tavern, which naturally included the bride who had yet to complete her 3 bows. Hearing that the bride was from the Shin family, who faced even worse fate, ordered to be exterminated by Zheng Qiao, with over 100 members of the family beheaded, was no small matter. Gong Cheng replied, "It should be." Shin Tang's voice suddenly rose in pitch. "Gong Yanqi, what do you mean by should be?" She was nearly exasperated to laughter by this elder brother's nonchalance. How could he not know the number of people in his own household, especially regarding the bride he was meant to wed, even in an arranged marriage? This was Shin Tang did not intend to blame anyone, yet the words, spoken without malice, took on a different hue in Gong Cheng's ears. He interpreted each character of Shin Tang's statement as a veiled inquiry, questioning why the Shin family faced annihilation while the Gong family merely suffered exile. Was it not absurd that their 2 families' relationship, reduced to mere obligation, was called into question? As a result, Gong Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of shame. His already precarious balance wavered, nearly causing him to fall. The young man and the attendant were quick to support him, one on each side. However, the abrupt movement aggravated his wound, causing crimson blood to soak through the cloth. The attendant urgently advised, "Yunqi, remain calm." The young man added, "Adding injury to injury will not save your life, even if a master of the healing arts were present. Speak your mind at a measured pace." Without a script or memory, Shin Tang found herself relying on her acting skills, improvising in response to the unexpected turn of events. The clever servant had already escorted the shopkeeper out, leaving only Shin Tang and the 3 others in the room, free to speak openly. She scoffed, hands clasped behind her back. "Gong Cheng, considering your injuries, I shall not hold you to the minutiae." A thought crossed her mind, prompting her to switch gears in her performance. Gong Cheng, being the one most familiar with the original owner's identity, had first-hand experience of the family's downfall and possessed information far more detailed than the rumors circulating among the populace. Shin Tang intended to extract some secrets from him, at the very least to ascertain the original owner's true identity. "Thank you, brother-in-law," she said. Upon hearing this, Gong Cheng's pallid complexion improved slightly. Exhausted, he sat back on the mat and inclined his head in a gesture of respect towards Shin Tang. She remained unmoved by his display. Her demeanor icy. "Since you call me brother-in-law, I must ask, where is she?" The identity of she was left to interpretation. The mention of brother-in-law caused Shin Tang to wince. Gong Cheng's face, which had just begun to regain some color, turned as white as a sheet once more. Just as he was about to speak, the attendant interjected, "Mr. Gu and I rescued Yanqi on his behalf. We dispatched someone to that place to search for your sister, but sadly, we arrived too late. Among that group of ladies, your sister was not found. It is said, she perished on the way to exile." The young man supplemented the attendant's words, stating, "To endure a month of walking in shackles is a near-fatal ordeal even for a robust man, let alone a frail girl who has not yet reached maturity." The dangers of exile included not just the shackles, but also scarcity of food and water, wild beasts, insects, and the guards escorting the prisoners. The survival rate for female convicts was significantly lower than that of their male counterparts. Death along the way was to be expected. So, was it I who acted unreasonably? Shin Tang seized the opportunity presented by the emotional shift, deliberately turning her back to the 3 men to avoid revealing any cracks in her facade. Only her silhouette, with slight tremors of her shoulders and deep breaths causing her shoulder blades to rise and fall, betrayed her emotional turmoil. Acting truly requires a strong conviction. The attendant could not refrain from adding, "The Shin family was annihilated on Zheng Qiao's orders. What connection does this have with brother Yanqi?" It seemed they were on the verge of labeling Shin Tang as unreasonable. The remarks she exchanged with Gong Yanqi were sharp enough to pierce even the most indifferent listener, while the young man remained silent. Shin Tang retorted coldly, "Are you the one involved in this matter?" The attendant was left speechless. Gong Cheng, too, quietly interjected, feeling ashamed, "While this incident does not concern me, it is related to the Gong family." Shin Tang closed her eyes, striving to empty her mind and force herself not to think or analyze. It was exceedingly vexing to have someone capable of reading thoughts in her presence. The attendant, complying with Shin Tang's intent, pressed further, "Is it true?" Gong Cheng replied, "Yes. Otherwise the wedding would not have been so hastily arranged." The enigma within Shin Tang's mind began to unravel through this exchange. She took a gamble and fabricated, If there were no connection, when have you ever seen a noble lady marry before reaching maturity? Why would a young girl be married off? To serve as a child bride? The attendant was left at a loss for words, for indeed, the bride was far too young. He looked to Gong Chung for guidance, who, feeling compelled, quietly explained, back then, Zheng Qiao wished to return to the homeland. My father publicly supported him, which caused him to let down his guard. While secretly he rallied a group of like-minded individuals, among them was your father, Shin Gong. Shin Gong and my father conspired. My father was in the previous dynasty. While Shin Gong utilized his connections in getting to ally with the favored concubine Chu, preparing to assassinate Zheng Qiao from within. Alas, their plan ultimately failed, resulting in the untimely demise of concubine Chu and her son, and the news leaked. Concubine Chu, 5 months pregnant, was framed and lost her child, leading to the wrath of the Xian Kingdom's monarch, who sent troops to annihilate her homeland. Meanwhile, the 200 or so servants, attendants, and guests who accompanied concubine Chu to the Xian Kingdom were reduced to slaves, sold off at will. Zheng Qiao was known for his vengeful nature. If concubine Chu met such a fate, how could the Shin family escape his wrath for their involvement? The young man expressed his doubt. If the Shun family was merely an accomplice and not the mastermind, why then did they suffer such a dire fate? After all, the Gong family was the true instigator, not the Shin family. Gong Chung shook his head. That remains unclear. Had it not been for my father's repeated persuasion, the typically reserved and moderate Shin Gong would never have intervened with Zheng Qiao, thus inviting disaster upon the Shin family. When my father learned that Zheng Qiao was marching back with troops, he and Shun Gong devised a plan to marry the eldest daughter of the Shun family into our household. My father remained hidden, not exposed, still regarded as Zheng Qiao's benefactor. If Zheng Qiao sought revenge against the Shin family, at least a strand of their bloodline might be preserved. Who would have thought Zheng Qiao would act so irrationally? Gong Cheng's gaze lingered on Shun Tang's profile. His lips moved silently as he murmured, "This matter. I am sorry." The annihilation of the Shun family was inextricably linked to the Gong family. They should have protected the last bloodline of the Shin family. Yet they failed. This left the inherently straightforward youth grappling with an insurmountable guilt and embarrassment in front of his sister-in-law, Shin Tang. "What good is your apology to me?" Shin Tang, as if regaining her senses, turned around to meet Gong Cheng's gaze, which was filled with remorse. She was acutely aware of who the true enemy was. What purpose did it serve to direct anger at another victim? Gong Cheng stood there, stunned, his tears welled in his eyes, spilling forth in a rush. He choked out, "Thank you." In a mere 2 months, his life had been turned upside down. Once a dashing young nobleman, he had now become a prisoner, his entire family exiled overnight. He could scarcely think of rescuing his kin. It was only through the intervention of his old friends that he had preserved his own life. Upon encountering Shin Tang, he had braced himself for a confrontation, expecting to be berated and beaten, yet he found no blame directed at him. "Curse Zheng Qiao." Shin Tang paused, her expression hardening as she added, "You need not apologize." She had little patience for the tears of others, especially when they belonged to someone so young and handsome. Tears made her head ache, fearing she might drown in them. Her resolute statement sliced through the fog of confusion and despair that had accumulated in Gong Cheng's heart, igniting a new fire within him fueled by resentment. The once lifeless gaze now flickered with vengeance, coursing through his limbs. Clenching his hands into fists as he echoed Shin Tang's words, almost as if reminding himself, "Yes, you are right." Damn Zheng Qiao. The attendant, witnessing this, felt a weight lift from his heart. Gong Cheng, having endured shackles for over a month, had witnessed his fellow captives suffer humiliation at the hands of their escorts, succumb to grievous injuries, or perish from hunger and exhaustion. Though he had survived, his will to live had been nearly extinguished. With despair weighing heavily on him and his body shattered, even the finest medicine could only sustain him in a state of mere survival. If he could come to terms with his thoughts, recovery would likely come swiftly. Shin Tang, "Very well, if that's how it is, then so be it. If you like it, that's all that matters." Her gender is indeed as enigmatic as Schr Dinger's cat. Ordinary folks refer to her as Little Lady, while those with both literary and martial prowess call her Little Lord. Everyone unanimously believes the others have faulty eyesight. After a long silence, the youth, who had been contemplatively observing Shin Tang, finally spoke. "May I ask, when Zheng Qiao ordered the annihilation of the Shun family in a swift and thunderous manner, how did Little Lord Shin manage to escape without a whisper of warning?" Shin Tang replied, "I was not present at the time. I seized the opportunity amidst the chaos to save my own life. The youth pondered for a moment. Oh? Shen Tang coldly smirked. What? Does the esteemed Dr. Gong really think I am unworthy of fortune, while that other Gong still roams free? Her words were laced with a biting sarcasm that struck a nerve in Gong Chung. He quickly interjected, Mr. Gu, the Shen family is filled with loyal and valiant souls. Unafraid of power or death, they would never act in the manner you suspect. The youth's face darkened. Does Gong Yinchi believe that? He suspected that this little Lord Shun was merely a coward who fled at the first hint of danger, abandoning his entire family. Such a character? Shallow. He felt rather that Gong Yunqi's brother-in-law had some hidden issues. With the frequent mentions of the Shun family being wiped out to the 9th generation, the intensity of hatred, the burden of hundreds of lives lost, no matter how well one controlled their emotions, cracks would inevitably show. Yet this person appeared utterly blank. A mere fade. If he were using some form of mental defense against his probing, there would be signs of literary energy in play. Instead, it seemed that this little Lord Shun was deliberately emptying his mind, remaining ever vigilant against him. The attendant took note of a detail. The esteemed Dr. Gong is still at large? Shen Tang nodded. Indeed, that is what I heard, but it was a month ago. I do not know if he has been captured since. Gong Cheng's eyes suddenly brightened, excitedly grasping the attendant's arm. Dr. Wu. Mr. Gu. That must be my second uncle. Despite being merely the 9th rank among martial talents, Gong Cheng's second uncle was young, with recognized talent, a prodigy, and immense potential for growth. Had it not been for these events, he would have surely achieved the rank of 14th or higher. This was the best news he had heard in days. As long as his uncle was alive, there was still hope. Shen Tang felt reluctant to dampen his spirits. Her words caught in her throat, but ultimately swallowed back. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. The youth, who could read minds, was in the same space, breathing the same air, making her feel utterly uneasy. Gong Chung said, brother-in-law. Shen Tang suppressed the violent throbbing in her veins and forced a smile that was barely convincing. Since the ceremonial bows were not completed, and she has departed from this world, let us forego that title. Gong Cheng's face paled. But, I am Shen Tang, courtesy name Yoli. Call me as you will. Shen Tang's expression remained stony. Call me whatever you wish, as long as you refrain from that title. There is no need to remind me repeatedly that, despite wearing the face of a lovely girl, I am still mistaken for a boy daily. It is too tragic. Gong Chung sighed in relief. Very well, Yoli. Shen Tang offered a perfunctory bow. Farewell. Wait. Gong Chung struggled to rise. Looking earnestly at Shen Tang. Should you ever need assistance, I am at your service. He initially intended to say that Shen Tang could rely on him, her former brother-in-law, who possessed a fine appearance and was youthful, navigating through life alone with unknown trials ahead. But upon reflection, he realized he was in no better position, being a wounded man reliant on old friends for support. In truth, if trouble arose, who would help whom? Thus, he could only offer a promise for the future. Shen Tang paused, her expression complex. Very well, I shall remember your words. As she departed, the youth immediately inquired, Yin Qi, how well do you know the Shen family? How many are there in the main line? Gong Chung returned to the couch with their assistants. Why do you inquire, Mr. Gu? Your brother-in-law mentioned upon his arrival that these paintings. The youth handed over a few scandalous illustrations to the bewildered Gong Chung. These are drawn by your brother-in-law's so-called elder brother. So, how many descendants does the Shen family have? Gong Chung took the paintings, unprepared for the shock they would bring. The next moment, it felt as though his fingers were singed by flame, causing him to drop the drawings in horror, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Seeing Gong Cheng's reaction, the youth chuckled as he picked up the paintings, offering a thoughtful critique. These artworks are quite remarkable. Some are as fluid as a flowing stream, with robust strokes. The figures draped in sheer fabric, ethereal and graceful, evoke fantasies. Others sway like the wind, their movements captivating and divine, leaving one in awe. Given time, the artist will surely become a master. The attendant added with a smile. Indeed, these paintings are exceptional. The youth promptly teased Gong Chung. But how unfortunate that some cannot appreciate such art and regard it as a monstrous flood. The attendant feigned surprise. How could that be? Yin Qi is renowned for his skill in both calligraphy and painting. If he cannot appreciate it, what does that say about us? Caught in their light-hearted banter, Gong Chung felt a tumult of emotions, unable to determine whether to laugh or cry. Finally, he had to plead for mercy, begging them to spare him. Mr. Gu, Wenji, please do not make a fool of me. No matter how splendidly crafted, they are still scandalous illustrations, especially so featuring old friends as subjects. Though he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, he could tell the expressions of the figures were rendered with utmost precision, capturing the essence even if the likeness was not perfect, exaggerated yet compelling. Even knowing the rugged nature of the northern tribes and that his old friends were unconcerned with propriety, he was still taken aback. It was truly a shock that would haunt him for a year. Looking at those paintings felt akin to confronting a monstrous flood. The attendant remarked, "At least there is finally some liveliness." After being rescued, Gong Chung was left feeling numb and despondent. To say he resembled a withered husk or a heart of ash would not be an exaggeration. Reflecting on the past year, it was not long ago when Gong Yunqi would challenge him to races, games of skill, and sword duels, singing and drinking when victorious, and persistently pestering him when defeated. If things did not go his way, he would even dare to scale windows at night, brandishing a knife to demand a rematch. Gong Chung paused in surprise and said, "I apologize for causing you worry. Worry is secondary. The most important thing is that you can lift your spirits." The youth replied, "Time will tell. If it is not the end, then a new beginning shall follow." Gong Chung bit his lip and nodded. "Thank you for your kind words, sir." Once assured that Gong Cheng's spirits had returned, the youth redirected the conversation. Gong Cheng's brother-in-law is a variable, much like an unexpected piece on the chessboard. Though he appears to drift outside the fray, no one can guarantee he will not disrupt things at a critical moment. Moreover, the timing of his appearance is rather too fortuitous. He just happened to take on the illustrations, just happened to encounter the injured Gong Chung hiding in the Moonlight Pavilion, and he is also Gong Cheng's former brother-in-law. Is this brother-in-law genuine, or is there some doubt? Such coincidences are rare. When coincidences abound, it feels rather orchestrated. The youth tapped his fingers lightly on the chessboard. "How much do you know about the Shun family matriarch? How much do you know about this brother-in-law?" Gong Cheng's gaze lifted, contemplating for a moment before shaking his head. He felt a twinge of shame. "I do not know." The youth, the attendant. Had it not been for the unexpected events, their three beaux would have made them a legitimate couple. How could he utter that he did not know? Gong Chung felt somewhat absurd, yet he spoke with utmost sincerity. "I truly do not know." In truth, his wedding attire was hastily crafted, and he had not seen the betrothal letter, the wedding invitation, or the welcoming letter. The various traditional rites, including the proposal, name inquiry, auspicious date selection, and the 6 ceremonial gifts, were all expedited or minimized as much as possible. It was only when his father summoned him back home in haste that he learned he was to be wed in a few days. At most, he was informed of the bride's surname, her family background, and her age, which provided him with a modicum of mental preparation. Beyond that, he was entirely in the dark. He would only catch a fleeting glimpse of his bride on the wedding day, adorned in heavy makeup and finery. To recognize that his wife bore a striking resemblance to her brother was indeed a challenge. The attendant, upon hearing this, patted him on the shoulder in admiration. It was well known that arranged marriages were common in the Central Plains, dictated by parental authority in the words of matchmakers. However, a situation like Yun Qi's, both blind and mute, was rather rare, leaving the young man's expression quite indescribable. Gong Chung could only awkwardly remark that this grand wedding was not intended to unite two families. Rather, it was merely a means to avert disaster and preserve the family lineage, hence it was bound to be somewhat rushed. As he spoke, he found himself at a loss for words, nearly wanting to cover his face in embarrassment. This was hardly a mere rush. It could be likened to a child's game of house. Madame Shun had passed away prematurely, yet her brother, Shun Tang, still remained within the Shun family, albeit with little hope of survival. Gong Chung composed himself, and a natural sympathy emerged on his face, reflecting the misfortune of the bride who would be forever separated from him after only a brief encounter. Observing Gong Cheng's unwavering belief, the young man furrowed his brow and exchanged a knowing glance with the attendant, silently reaching a consensus. Meanwhile, the shopkeeper was anxiously awaiting Shintang's arrival, seizing her wrist and pulling her into a corner. "Have you offended those individuals?" he inquired. Shintang shook her head, denying any wrongdoing. The shopkeeper pressed further, asking if she knew them. He vaguely recalled something about her brother-in-law. Shintang replied, "I know one of them, but I have no connection with him." The shopkeeper felt reassured, believing there would be no trouble. The bookshop proprietor, contemplating quietly, understood the reasoning. He handed Shintang her payment in a pouch and advised, "Count it carefully. Would you like to borrow my scales to weigh it?" Shintang tested the weight, confident in its accuracy. "No need for scales. I wouldn't know how to use them anyway. As she counted the coins one by one, she sighed inwardly about the need to spend money that had just come into her possession. The shopkeeper interjected, I am on good terms with the Moonflower Pavilion. I can speak on your behalf to save some costs. The shopkeeper queried, aren't you trying to redeem your brother or sister? For a young servant. As long as they did not resemble you too closely, this amount of silver should suffice, and perhaps even allow for bargaining. Shintang was taken aback. When had she ever mentioned her brother or sister being trapped in the Moonflower Pavilion? The individual she sought to redeem was an elderly gentleman. The shopkeeper blurted out his thoughts, an old man. The older they are, the cheaper they tend to be. This statement was painful yet factual. Older servants lack the vigor of youth and are less capable of labor. Thus their overall value is indeed lower than that of the young and the children who show potential. Hence, their price is the most minimal. For redemption, this amount should be sufficient. Unfortunately, the head of the Moonflower Pavilion was still asleep. The shopkeeper directly approached him, tapping the table and stating candidly, Hey, I have business with you. I'm here to buy someone. The head lifted his gaze, recognizing the familiar proprietor from their numerous dealings, and his expression brightened with a smile. Oh, who are you buying? The shopkeeper stepped aside to reveal Shintang. Upon seeing her face, the head's eyes lit up. If she fully matured, she would undoubtedly become a lucrative asset. Shintang declared, I wish to purchase an older servant who works in the kitchen. His surname is Chu, with gray hair. Appearing to be in his 40s or 50s. The head, regaining his composure, quickly deduced who Shintang was referring to. You mean that old fellow, old Chu? You wish to buy him? Shintang nodded. The shopkeeper interjected, an elderly servant. Surely he could be sold at a lower price. You would incur no loss, and it would fulfill this young lady's filial devotion. It would be a noble act. Shintang thought, others are granted youthful companions. Yet I am to be paired with a grandfather? The head, initially puzzled as to why Shintang would want old Chu, suddenly understood the situation and softened his demeanor. You wish to purchase old Chu? Very well, the price is negotiable. How does 3 taels sound? The shopkeeper exclaimed, 3 taels? That is far too expensive. The head began calculating, pulling out a thick, yellowed ledger and flipping to a page. Originally, it would have been 5 taels, but now I'm offering it at 3 in consideration of our long-standing relationship. Look here, when old Chu was bought, it was only 1 tael and 2. The shopkeeper questioned, how could that be so costly? The head replied with a scoff, do you think the market 5 years ago is the same as today? Now, you could acquire a decent-looking girl for a mere 200 coins. The rates have changed drastically. Back then, before any conflicts arose, the cost for a person was at least 5 taels, with better ones fetching 10 or even 20. Old Chu's batch was only sold for 1 tael and 2 because they had suffered from an epidemic and needed to be sold off cheaply. According to the customs of brothels, whether it be the esteemed courtesans or the humble servants, it was customary for prices to inflate by 3 to 5 times. For top-tier individuals or those with promising potential, prices could soar by 100-fold. Thus, the minimum price for old Chu, who was originally bought for 1 tael and 2, would now start at 4 taels and 8. The head's offer of 3 taels while the elderly gentleman's daily sustenance and attire were her responsibility. After all, she was not a heartless capitalist. Thus, when Mr. Chu sat in the kitchen, numbly scrubbing the stack of plates from the previous night, and heard the call, his weathered face momentarily contorted. It was as if he experienced a ringing in his ears, grasping at the hand of another to confirm repeatedly. Who? Which granddaughter? The one delivering the message chuckled, saying, Your granddaughter has come to redeem you, old man. Your days of hardship are finally over. Mr. Chu, utterly bewildered, could only respond with silence. Upon meeting his granddaughter, a stranger who had seemingly descended from the heavens, he struggled to maintain his composure. You refer to this young gentleman as a granddaughter? The overseer patted Mr. Chu's shoulder and, with a sense of emotional gravity, urged him, Old Chu, gather your belongings and follow your child. Do not keep your family waiting too long. In this world, the most touching and precious sight is undoubtedly a family reunion, sharing in the joys of life together. Just thinking about it evokes deep emotions. Mr. Chu remained expressionless, while Shintang mirrored his lack of expression as she gazed at him. I have paid the ransom. Will you come with me? A sudden wave of guilt washed over her, and she reconsidered. Taking him away without permission would be rather disrespectful to Mr. Chu. Mr. Chu, do you truly wish to take me away? Shintang opened her mouth, feeling that her forthcoming response should be weighed with utmost caution, not to be taken lightly. Yet, upon reflection, there was only one choice to be made. She had already settled the payment. To not take him would be a tremendous loss. Thus, Shentang nodded resolutely. Yes, come with me. A few coins, after all. It cannot go to waste. Until now, she had always taken advantage of the knowledge within Qishan's mind without paying a single penny. With her words, the atmosphere turned tense and peculiar. The bookshop owner, sensing something amiss, had not yet grasped the situation when Mr. Chu reacted first, calmly nodding. Very well, allow me to gather my belongings. It will only take a moment. As Mr. Chu turned to the backyard to collect his things, the bookshop owner inquired of the overseer. Is this elderly gentleman daft from working here? He appears rather vacant. As though afflicted by senility, it would be difficult to care for him if taken home, enduring further suffering. The overseer rolled his eyes. We may be making dirty money, but we are not inhumane. There is no need to beat someone for not working. Starving them for a couple of meals would suffice, unless it involves escape or theft, in which case, a lesson is necessary. Old Chu has been quite obedient since his arrival. How could he have been beaten? Meanwhile, as Gongcheng finished his medicine and settled down to sleep, the attendant and the young man departed in succession. Once the wooden door closed behind them, his demeanor shifted dramatically. The delicately sharp features of his face took on an air of gravity and authority. He remarked, I never expected Brother Yunqi to be at a loss for words. Since he knows nothing, our inquiries would be futile. Mr. Gu, have someone keep an eye on that Shentang. It would be best if there are no issues with her. The tragic fate of the Shen clan serves as the most compelling evidence of Zheng Qiao's tyranny and loss of the people's trust. In the future, when we mobilize against Zheng Qiao, our actions will be justified. The young man asked, what if there are issues? The attendant replied coldly, then we will eliminate the threat, leaving no future troubles. After a pause, he added, also, keep an ear out for news regarding that fifth doctor from the Gong family. Report back as soon as there are updates. The young man lowered his gaze, cupping his hands in acknowledgement. Understood. As the young man descended the stairs, he inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure disappearing from view. Wasn't he that the young gentleman, presumably the brother-in-law of Gongcheng? Why is he leaving now? The young man summoned a servant to inquire about Shentang's purpose for lingering at the Moonlight Pavilion, and the servant, with an envious expression, replied, You mean that young lady? She is here to redeem her grandfather, the elderly Mr. Chu, who works in the kitchen. Such filial piety. Upon hearing this, the young man lowered his eyelids, deep in thought. Who is this old Chu? If she is indeed a descendant of the Shen family, her grandfather would have perished on the executioner's block. How could he be working in the kitchen of the Moonlight Pavilion? This individual is already surrounded by suspicion. And now he is also acquiring aged laborers. What purpose could that serve? The young man's gaze darkened, his mind racing with thoughts. The servant stammered, I only started here 3 months ago and don't know much. I just know that Mr. Chu works in the kitchen and is a quiet, odd fellow. Unable to provide further answers, the young man did not press him. Summon your overseer. Outside the Moonlight Pavilion, Mr. Chu stood with a worn bundle in his arms, calmly observing the empty street, while Shentang stood silently beside him. The shopkeeper, wishing to give this long-separated grandfather and granddaughter space to reconnect, and considering it was still daylight, felt reassured that they would not encounter any danger even in the bustling marketplace. He politely excused himself to return to the shop and attend to business. Watching the shopkeeper leave, Shentang glanced up at Mr. Chu, who still wore the same expression. She opened her mouth, struggling to find a topic to break the awkward silence when her little mule trotted over, nudging its head against her. Shentang instinctively took the reins. She thought of how to initiate a conversation. Mr. Chu, it's quite a long way back. Would you like to ride? The mule? She had intended to say horse, but despite her mule's impressive stature, it was still a mule, not a horse. Surely, she could not refer to a mule as a horse. Mr. Chu? Shentang softly called again, finally rousing him from his reverie. He looked at the mule, which was gazing back at him. Then he glanced down at the young gentleman, his new master, who was also watching him. Under the scrutiny of both the person and the mule, his feelings grew somewhat complex. His lips moved slightly as he bowed his head. I dare not. Shentang. While he referred to himself as a servant, his demeanor and gaze were incongruent with such a title, creating a sense of discomfort in her. Thus, she waved her hand. Mr. Chu, you need not refer to yourself as servant. You may call yourself by your name or courtesy name. Upon hearing this, Mr. Chu was momentarily taken aback, but did not voice any objections, simply acquiescing to her request. Very well. What is your name and courtesy name? I am Shun. With the courtesy name Yu Li, my family is. Exchanging names serves as a sign of deepening familiarity, so Xuntang introduced herself following the standard format. She hesitated momentarily when it came to her family rank. It was not crucial at that moment. She fabricated a number, the fifth, so you may call me fifth brother as well. Should you wish to address me as fifth lady, I have no objections. It is merely that, as a beautiful maiden, being mistaken for a handsome young man is somewhat disheartening. The gaze of the indigenous people in this world is somewhat peculiar. Mr. Chu replied, Chu Yao? Courtesy, name Wu Hui. Chu Yao? A splendid name. Banners fluttering amidst clouds, blades clash in the forest. Yang Hui breathes fire. Yao obscures the marsh. Yao signifies brilliance, radiance. And the courtesy name Wu Hui suggests the absence of darkness or obscurity, a truly auspicious meaning. Xuntang instinctively offered praise, swallowing her sarcasm. Well wishes are all well and good, and the name and courtesy name are fine, but it is a pity that reality often stands in stark contrast to such blessings. The one who names hopes for a life of brilliance and clarity, yet at his age, he finds himself sold off to a kitchen to wash dishes, seemingly stripped of his literary spirit. Alas, what a tragic fate. Xuntang, recalling the past, pointed at the innocent-looking mule. Mr. Chu, would you like to ride? The mule is quite gentle and moves steadily without jostling. Mr. Chu took the reins from Xuntang's hands, gesturing for her to mount the mule. Once she was seated securely, he spoke softly. It is improper for a master to walk while a servant rides. Xuntang muttered, there aren't so many rules. I brought Mr. Chu back to take over Qi Shan's role in guiding the NPCs. I had no intention of having the elderly gentleman look after me, especially since he would also play a semi-teacher role in the future. Mr. Chu stated, it is different. Xuntang, puzzled, asked, how is it different? Respecting the elders and cherishing the young holds true everywhere. Chiyu held the reins in one hand while clutching his tattered bundle in the other, walking towards the street. Instead of addressing the peculiarities of their current situation, he posed an odd question. How much silver did Wulong spend to acquire you? This inquiry hinted at the cost of his own worth. Xuntang hesitated, contemplating the implications of honesty versus the feelings of her companion. Although she should have reported a higher price to spare his feelings, she deemed it dishonest. The person in charge initially intended to set the price at 5 taels, but, misinterpreting their relationship and out of sympathy, reduced it by 2 taels. Unbeknownst to her, Chu Yu, with his back turned, exhibited a fleeting, strange expression, doubt mingled with inner conflict, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Just as Xuntang began to question whether he was ignoring her, he mumbled, so it's 3 taels? Xuntang replied, 5 minus 2 equals 3. Was this math problem truly so perplexing? Why the hesitation? Be confident, it is simply 3 taels. Indeed, it should be 3 taels. Xuntang counted on her fingers, reassured she was correct, yet she began to wonder if she had misjudged him. Could someone struggle with such elementary arithmetic? Was Chuyu truly as remarkable as Qishan claimed, or was Qishan merely teasing her? Consequently, Xuntang posed a question that had been on her mind for some time. Yuan Liang mentioned that you possess talent. Talented individuals, even when mired in adversity, always find ways to improve their circumstances. Why don't you redeem yourself and leave? Or is it that you are unable to redeem yourself? While it is true that the offal of pigs, cattle, and sheep is sold cheaply, even the least expensive items require some expenditure. Many ordinary citizens cannot afford what they desire, indicating that Chuyu lives in poverty, yet he must have some income. After all these years working in the back kitchen of the Yuehua Tower in Xiaoqing, has he never considered finding a side job to earn a little money for his redemption? He is educated and capable. Surely he would fare better than the average person in any endeavor. Thus, Xuntang found herself perplexed. Before the fall of the Xian kingdom, I, as a sinner, could not redeem myself, Qi replied. But the Xian kingdom has fallen, Xuntang countered. Such rules no longer apply. To her surprise, Chuyu uttered a baffling statement. It is neither a matter of unwillingness nor inability. Chuyu chuckled with a mix of confusion and resignation, as if he had resigned himself to fate. His next words left Xuntang utterly bewildered, her mind swirling with questions. I am waiting for Wulong's 3 taels of silver. Wait, my 3 taels of silver? Xuntang's mind raced, fueled by her penchant for fanciful thoughts, conjuring countless possibilities. Could it be that she was the fated daughter of destiny? This was, after all, a world where scientific rationality was often defied. Yet, recalling her own misfortune, having entered this realm with nothing and losing her home, she shook her head, self-deprecatingly dismissing such grand notions. She was not a destined figure, merely a hapless soul beset by misfortune. What hidden narratives might lie beneath this situation? Shin Tang endeavored to maintain an unpretentious tone, though her lips betrayed her curiosity with a slight smile. Must the one who provides the 3 tails of silver be me, or could it be anyone? As long as it is precisely 3 tails? Chu Yu's response was unexpected. I do not know. His unconventional manner left Shin Tang perplexed, prompting her to raise her voice slightly. You don't know? This matter is rather lengthy to explain, and I am not entirely certain myself. I have time to hear your story, Shin Tang replied, her patience tested by the enigmatic nature of his words. Chu Yu, like Qishan, seemed inclined to conclude the conversation with the phrase "this matter is lengthy," leaving her in a state of restless curiosity. Is Wulong truly curious? Shin Tang admitted. I am indeed very curious. Chu Yu began. This tale goes back to the year I was enlightened. He adopted a storytelling posture, preparing to unfold the narrative. But Shin Tang, not one to passively listen, interjected, the year of enlightenment? What transpired? Though Chu Yu was not as inclined as Qishan to tantalize with suspense. The timeline of the story stretched back too far, justifying the length of the tale. Nothing significant occurred that year. Shin Tang fell silent, and the ensuing quiet made Chu Yu chuckle softly. Without turning around, he could envision the speechless expression of the youth upon the mule's back. I merely sensed the essence of the world during my literacy enlightenment that year and condensed my literary heart. Shin Tang inquired, what rank is your literary heart? Chu Yu replied, it is of the upper middle 2nd rank. Shin Tang gasped, so high? Qishan, after much effort, had only achieved a lower 6th rank. A 2nd rank upper middle literary heart was second only to the highest 1st rank. The highest 1st rank, also known as the sage's rank, was a rarefied status only held by those with national seals, making a 2nd rank upper middle literary heart the highest attainable rank for an ordinary person. Possessing a 2nd rank upper middle literary heart was akin to wielding an ace. How had Chu Yu ended up in his current predicament? It was utterly unfathomable. Chu Yu's tone darkened. High. Yes, it is indeed high, but if given a choice, I would prefer it to be lower, perhaps 4th rank, 5th rank, or even lower 9th rank. This literary heart has brought me more trouble than fortune. Shin Tang, puzzled, asked, isn't that a sign of great talent? Why would someone desire to have lesser talent? Chu Yu offered a bittersweet smile. Wulong, did your teacher not inform you that the rank of a scholar's literary heart does not dictate everything? Yuan Yang did mention it, but I thought that was merely his personal opinion, not a widely held belief. To her surprise, Chu Yu's thoughts aligned with those of Qishan. Was this a consensus among the adept? What did the masses mean? Some obscure term? Chu Yu, sharing her confusion, recognized that the masses referred to the common folk. Yet he had never encountered that phrase before and thus was intrigued. Shin Tang paused, momentarily stumped. I also do not know, I just said it offhandedly. But that is not the main point. Indeed, it was not. Chu Yu disregarded this detail, focusing instead on Shin Tang's mention of Yuan Liang. Is that Yuan Liang the same young scholar I encountered on the main street previously? Yes, that is him, Shin Tang confirmed. Chu Yu regarded him with a hint of admiration. He is indeed a good teacher. Did he share any insights regarding the talent of literary hearts? Literary heart talent? What is that? Shin Tang questioned, bewildered. Such convoluted concepts abounded. Though Shin Tang was lost, she responded, literary heart talent? I truly do not know. Yuan Liang never mentioned it. He only spoke of the ways of the lords. To be honest, you may laugh at me, but even though I possess a literary heart, I do not understand much about it. When I occasionally have questions for Yuan Liang, he often deflects, suggesting he will explain later or insisting, you do not need to know. She strongly suspected he was simply being lazy. Perhaps Yuan Liang was looking out for Wulong, believing that the more one understands, the more hindrance it poses to future growth. Shin Tang, intrigued, asked, is there such a perspective? Chu Yu affirmed, yes. Shin Tang felt a mixture of excitement and trepidation. Should she continue to listen to the story or not? Chu Yu made the decision for her, his tone considerably lighter than before. Literary heart talent is specifically divided into 2 types, the way of the lords and the way of scholars. From their names, one can discern the identities they represent. The way of the lords, I believe your teacher has discussed with you, so I shall not elaborate further. What I want to address is the way of scholars, a unique ability possessed by a select few literary heart seekers that can be activated without any incantation. Shin Tang took note. Does your teacher possess this ability? Chu Yu paused before replying. He once did, but before it could fully develop, My literary heart was swapped out. Shintang gasped, swapped out? Understanding the literal meaning. She was taken aback. Chuyu shook his head with a wry smile, delivering a revelation that stunned. Qi Shan has indeed never spoken of it. My second-grade literary heart was exchanged in such a manner. In the prime of youth, I found myself plunged into a quagmire overnight, never to rise again. Chu Yao recounted this seemingly unrelated tale with a detached demeanor, adding, "Your gentleman may not discuss the path of the literati with you. Perhaps he has his own burdens and considerations. The path of the literati is not merely a special ability. It is also a profound introspection for the literati themselves. It pertains to who they are and what they seek. I believe even the sages would prefer not to expose such intimate aspects of themselves to the scrutiny of the public eye, would they not? Not every possessor of a literary heart possesses the path of the literati, yet those who do, nearly all choose to conceal it. It feels akin to being stripped of all protective garments. Laid bare amidst a crowd, Shuntang's expression faltered momentarily. She had not anticipated such complexities surrounding the literary heart. Her own literary heart was of mediocre grade, yet she possessed the unique talent to appropriate others' literary hearts, thus resorting to theft. Is this sort of occurrence common? Though Qi Shan and Chu Yao both asserted that the grade of a literary heart does not signify everything, a higher-grade literary heart undeniably holds its advantages. Not to mention, this was a second-grade literary heart, just beneath the first, who would willingly settle for a lower-grade heart when they could possess one of higher caliber. To exchange it is akin to robbing someone of their future, destroying their life. It is neither frequent nor common. Furthermore, the path of the literati that allows one to appropriate another's literary heart is not something just anyone can possess. Nor can just any literary heart be exchanged. It merely happens that my literary heart is suited for it. This act, in any nation, is a grave crime punishable by death. Chu Yao chuckled bitterly. However, if it is voluntary, then it poses no issue. Shintang felt as though she had encountered a specter, her tone filled with indignation. The grade of a literary heart is crucial to one's future. How could anyone possibly volunteer for such a thing? To forsake a second-grade literary heart in favor of a lower one? Unless, of course, the individual was coerced into volunteering. Yes, coerced into volunteering, Chu Yao replied. Shintang asked, so? The one who orchestrated this exchange was your teacher? Chu Yao shook his head. Not him. Oh, then I have wronged an innocent man. Chu Yao smiled wryly. Yet he is not entirely blameless. That teacher indeed devoted himself to my education, treating me with the same regard as the legitimate son of the household, which even sparked jealousy in the good-natured eldest son. Even the teacher's wife secretly wondered if I might be the hidden gem from outside, given my exceptional treatment. How could I, as the one involved, fail to notice the favoritism and care I received from my teacher? It was not until the year before my coming of age that I accompanied my teacher to a banquet in the palace. After consuming a few too many cups of wine, I awoke to find myself in a dungeon. My esteemed mentor, whom I had revered as a father figure for over a decade, made an unreasonable request that still haunts my memories like a nightmare. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Give your literary heart to His Highness." I watched his lips move, each word emerging like echoes from the heavens. Ultimately, the phrase that collapsed my world and revealed the chilling truth was a carefully crafted deception from the outset. My teacher's acceptance of me as a disciple bore a genuine sentiment, yet it was also laced with ulterior motives. Shintang remarked, indeed, there was a portion of genuine care, yet the remaining 97 parts were purely self-serving calculations. He had his eyes set on your literary heart, intending for you to serve as a mere backup for that so-called heir apparent. How could such betrayal from the one you trusted most feel anything but unbearable? Yet others would not perceive it this way, Chu Yao contended. For example, that fortunate heir. He vowed to me that once the exchange of literary hearts was complete and he ascended to the throne, he would never forget my contributions. Even if I were to lose my high-grade literary heart, he would still value me in the future. Moreover, when I was sold by my parents, I had already entered a lower status. Without my teacher's recognition and nurturing, regardless of my talent, I would have amounted to nothing more than a clever servant. Would I have achieved my current standing otherwise? Reflecting upon this, one might feel considerably better about the situation. Thus, I should be grateful rather than resentful. My teacher even reassured me that the act of exchanging literary hearts was not intended to rob me of my gift, but rather to swap two literary hearts. Losing a second-grade literary heart was not akin to losing all, as long as I retained a literary heart. Even if it were merely of seventh-grade quality, I could live far better than the average person, far surpassing my original fate. What reason had I for discontent? Shen Tang rebuked. That is the rhetoric of a thief. Why does he not offer his own literary heart to that pretentious heir? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. Have you read nothing in all your years of study? Who does not know that a high-grade literary heart is superior to a low-grade one? A thief is still a thief, adorned with a facade of loyalty. It is utterly revolting. Perhaps my teacher possessed a flicker of conscience and guilt, and given that I still had my uses, he allowed me to pursue whatever knowledge I desired, accommodating my requests as best he could. Although I was consumed with resentment, I dared not express it, choosing instead to immerse myself in my studies in hopes of reclaiming something. Not long after, a rather comical event transpired. What event? Shen Tang inquired. Chu Yao's expression turned peculiar. The heir, after failing to contend with his brothers, became embroiled in the scourge of the unlucky, and during his imprisonment, he fell into a pit while attending to nature's call in the dead of night, drowning, along with his accomplices, who were all eradicated, including my esteemed teacher, who met a fate of confiscation and exile. Shen Tang fell silent. Although my teacher treated me like his own child, he never restored my status. So when the confiscation occurred, I too was implicated. As a member of the deposed crown prince's faction, my outcome was not destined to be favorable. The estate was dismantled and sold off. Relying on some connections I had established, I did not fare too poorly, ultimately becoming a retainer for the noble Chu Ji and accompanying him to the kingdom of Xian. However, before I could settle in, Chu Ji met his demise. I, along with his other assets, was sold off and found myself drifting to Shao City, where I spent 5 years washing dishes at Moonlight Pavilion. After hearing the entirety of this tragic tale, Shen Tang was at a loss for words. It is not uncommon for one to encounter misfortune, but it is extraordinary to be perpetually plagued by it. Since the moment you had your literary heart replaced, have you ever known a moment of ease? However, you still have not explained the significance of 3 or 2. Chu Yao replied, didn't I mention it? Shen Tang's expression remained impassive. You did not. Oh, I must have forgotten to mention my path of the literati, he said. Shen Tang was taken aback. Is that something you can just share? Chu Yao nonchalantly responded. Why not? My literary heart is already lost, and my path of the literati has been rendered obsolete. What harm could there be in sharing? Shen Tang conceded. That does make some sense. Chu Yao, somewhat resigned, stated, my path of the literaries willows dark and flowers bright, akin to the phrase in the midst of towering mountains and endless waters. Where hope seems lost, willows dark and flowers bright reveal another village. It is not to be invoked until one reaches an impasse. It is beyond my control. As for its efficacy, I cannot say. I only know that on the night my literary heart was replaced, I had an exceedingly long and vivid dream, wherein I penned a prescription at a pharmacy. Shen Tang inquired, what was the prescription? 5 qian of ginseng, rhubarb, aconite, and rehmannia, supplemented with 3 liang of moonlight. It can reveal one's destiny and cure stubborn ailments. Shen Tang's lips twitched, rendered speechless. This is merely a prescription from a dream. Does the old gentleman truly believe in it? It must be concocted by a quack. The literary path of Chu Yao evokes a sense of unreliability, akin to an advertisement that states for reference only. When Shen Tang remarked, selling wine at the stand, it caused Chu Yao to pause momentarily before he quickly resumed his stride, the subtle bitterness on his face transforming into composure. In life, one must believe in something to continue living, or perhaps to self-soothe. It is merely the gentleman conceals his abilities and waits for the opportune moment. Otherwise, existence becomes exceedingly arduous. Day after day, he endures, pouring his heart and soul into it. From the year prior to his coming of age, when he was replaced with a new literary heart and dreamt that dream, to the subsequent years of tumult and upheaval, it has been 15 long years. Shen Tang sighed. But this is far too painful. Clearly, one should not endure such suffering. Rather than clinging to an unreliable prophecy, it is wiser to navigate the present path. Chu Yao shook his head in silence. Has he truly never wavered when faced with reality? It is naturally impossible. He is but a common man, and even when confronted with seemingly endless tribulations, he too has faltered, and not just once. Yet, each time the seed of doubt arose, he extinguished it himself. Firstly, his temperament does not permit him to abandon his course midway. Secondly, that dream was the sole instance in his life when he employed the literary path. How could he not examine the outcome and his destiny? If the prophecy within the dream's prescription were to come true, it would signify a true transformation in his life. A reversal of fate, rather than languishing in the mire of the lowest echelons of society for all eternity. What he had not anticipated was that Chu Yao slightly tilted his head, secretly observing Shintang. The reality of his destiny was far removed from his expectations. He envisioned a fate akin to that of a formidable hero, a bandit with a sense of justice, or a gallant wanderer, someone who should be magnanimous and carefree, unconcerned with trifles, unprejudiced, and certainly not foolish enough to deem a scholar worthless without his literary heart. Yet, he also would not mind allowing someone of humble origins to showcase their capabilities. Unfortunately, reality often diverges from ideals. The figure currently riding upon the white mule appears to be merely an 11 or 12-year-old youth, oblivious to the ways of the world. His demeanor starkly contrasts with the plans Chu Yao had meticulously formulated over the years. He is indeed somewhat lively, innocent, and naive. Shintang lacks the ability to peer into the human heart, and, thus, remains unaware of the myriad thoughts swirling in Chu Yao's mind. She mumbled, ginseng, rhubarb, aconite. In Romania, these should be the 4 precious medicinal herbs, right? Perhaps they refer to the 4 treasures county? Coincidentally, Xiaoqing is indeed the county seat of the 4 treasures. Chu Yao replied nonchalantly, yes. Shintang understood. Then I grasped the interpretation of this prescription. The mention of 3 tails of moonlight is straightforward. On the surface, it sounds like an odd medicinal ingredient, for according to conventional prescriptions, moonlight should refer to the dew collected from leaves or petals, infused with the essence of the moon. Gathering 3 tails, it serves as a decoction's catalyst. However, it can also be interpreted from another angle. Moonlight could symbolize the Moonlight Tower, and 3 tails may have alternative meanings. Chu Yao believes that 3 tails refers to 3 tails of silver for redemption, hence the phrase. However, she remains puzzled. What does destiny signify? What is the chronic ailment? From a literal perspective, I would naturally assume that I am the destiny, but lacking medical knowledge, how can I decipher the chronic ailment? Is there perhaps another opportunity? Chu Yao lowered his gaze and replied softly, I do not know. Truly unaware? Chu Yao's expression remained unchanged. I do not know. Shintang refrained from pressing further. But in her heart, she thought it was rather pitiable for the old gentleman to be so alone and unsupported. If they maintained a good relationship, she might, out of gratitude for his future mentorship, provide for him in his old age. After all, she is young and strong, capable of supporting an elder. With this thought, she felt moved, almost deserving of a commendation as an exemplary youth. Sir, the journey continued in silence, but Shintang, being slightly restless, found it difficult to remain quiet. Whether through fidgeting or verbalizing her thoughts, her mind was perpetually active. She needed to initiate a conversation to engage someone. Unlike Qi Shan, who sometimes considered her feelings, Chu Yao was attentive, responding promptly. What does the 5th gentleman desire? Shintang hesitated, having no particular matter at hand, but unable to sit still. Chu Yao's response left her momentarily at a loss for words. In a flash, she recalled her experience at the Moonlight Tower. Sir, do you know about the heart-reading words? Yes. Why does the 5th gentleman suddenly inquire about this? Shintang thought of Mr. Gu, feeling frustrated. For someone with her vibrant mental activity, Mr. Gu had become an eternal presence on her blacklist. She said, I encountered a scholar at the Moonlight Tower who possessed remarkable heart-reading abilities. Remarkable? In a single encounter, he had discerned her thoughts, leaving her with no privacy. After expressing her grievances, she asked, how should one cope with this? Human hearts are inscrutable. Chu Yao remained calm and composed. Shintang was momentarily stunned, unable to react. What do you mean by human hearts are inscrutable? Chu Yao explained. It refers to the defense against prying words. However, learning it holds little significance. It is rarely needed. There are many scholars who study heart-reading words, but few succeed. Each use places a significant burden on their literary heart. If the one being observed is also a literary scholar with some precautions, the cost is even greater, and a careless mistake may lead to backlash. Similar heart-reading words. He had secretly studied after replacing his literary heart, and he had mastered them proficiently. Shintang remarked, I see. No wonder that individual bore the appearance of a consumptive. One might suspect that a gust of wind could carry him away like a kite. Yet, if such words place such a burden, is there truly a need to misuse them on me? Or does he wish for his own life to be shortened? A heavy burden? It is hard to discern. Shintang felt that the individual appeared quite at ease. Chu Yao had never encountered the scholar Shintang described, so he could not assess him. But one thing was certain. He was not of good character, and it would be wise to keep a distance. Regardless of whether that scholar possessed the strength to disregard the burdens of heart-reading words, or if his literary path was solely focused on heart-reading, he was certainly no benevolent figure. I understand this, but the tree wishes to be still while the wind does not cease. I only hope I do not suffer misfortune and attract flames to myself. Some matters cannot simply be evaded by wishing them away. Given her relationship with Gong Chung, that fellow and Mr. Gu would not truly trust her, and they might even send someone to investigate her in secret. While an open confrontation is easier to evade, hidden daggers can be treacherous. With this in mind, Shin Tang shook her head. She is not the original person and has no intention of meddling in chaotic affairs. Gong Chung would not betray her. After all, in a sense, they are two grasshoppers on the same string. If she were caught, Gong Chung would not remain unscathed. As a simple and law-abiding citizen, rather than worrying about the troubles of these influential figures, it would be wiser to think about how to earn a living. Every aspect of life requires money, food, clothing, shelter, and transportation. Once she crosses the river and dismantles the bridge of Qishan, she will be left solely with Chu Yao, and the responsibility of supporting two mouths will rest upon her shoulders. A young and robust individual like herself cannot avoid providing for the family. She cannot expect the old gentleman to go out and wash dishes to sustain them both. Thus, earning money is imperative. Suddenly, an idea struck Shin Tang. Let us go purchase wine jars. Wine jars. Does the fifth gentleman enjoy drinking? This was not immediately apparent. With his wild and rugged appearance, one might expect him to be teetotal, but his strikingly handsome features suggest otherwise. However, enjoying wine is hardly a significant matter. In these chaotic times, the spirit is bold, and people of all ages indulge in a drink or two. Those with good tolerance can drink to excess without inebriation. As Shin Tang prepared to respond, she found herself at a loss for words. Speaking of which, how was her own tolerance for alcohol? Fifth gentleman, are you feeling unwell? Seeing Shin Tang lost in thought with a dazed expression, Chu Yao gently brought her back to reality. Shin Tang shook her head. There is nothing wrong. I was merely contemplating my own alcohol tolerance. I seem to not drink very well. As a reclusive artist, her tolerance for alcohol should hardly be commendable. Chyo, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, realizing that only a youth of such tender years would be overly concerned with trivial matters. So eager to maintain his pride yet shy, fearing that his modest drinking capacity might invite ridicule from others, he gently reassured, in all things, moderation is key. A little indulgence can uplift the spirit, while excessive drinking can harm the body. At your age, it's perfectly fine to have a lighter tolerance for alcohol. As you grow older, you'll have ample opportunity to cultivate your capacity. Shin Tang felt a sense of disconnect in their conversation, as if they were not on the same wavelength. As the market opened, a steady stream of carts and pedestrians filled the streets. Merchants with fixed stalls had set up early, calling out to attract customers, while peddlers wandered through the alleys with their wares. Chyo brought his mule to a halt in front of a familiar tavern, with a butcher shop nearby where he often purchased fresh meat. Occasionally, acquaintances greeted him, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Chyo remarked, "The wine from this tavern is quite authentic. Most of it leans towards the sweeter side, which should suit the young gentleman's palate, and importantly, the price of a jar is reasonable." Shin Tang replied, "I am not purchasing wine. I am buying jars." Only purchasing jars without the wine? That was indeed peculiar. Chyo was unsure of the purpose behind this decision of the young gentleman, but did not press for details. He led Shin Tang to another shop nearby that specialized in earthenware, which also sold wine jars. The jars from the previous tavern had been sourced from this very place, and Chyo had a good grasp of the pricing. Shin Tang examined the goods and requested 10 round, earthy brown jars. The jars were plump, with bases no larger than a palm. Chyo could no longer contain his curiosity. What was the young gentleman planning to do with these jars? "Are you brewing wine?" he inquired. "Not at all, but one must always be willing to experiment," Shin Tang replied. Chyo's smile began to falter. Experiment? He watched as Shin Tang purchased a long wooden bench and casually set it up at a street corner, arranging the jars in a manner reminiscent of a tavern stall. However, Chyo was acutely aware that the jars were all empty. "How do you intend to sell wine like this?" Shin Tang drew a small carving knife from her waist pouch. With deft precision, she etched the character for wine onto a wooden board. With a clatter, she propped the sign up on the stall. Chyo observed, perplexed, uncertain of Shin Tang's intentions. Was this a sale of wine or merely air? Surely, even water would be a more respectable offering than nothing at all. Passers-by couldn't help but cast curious glances, drawn primarily by the conspicuousness of the motorcycle and the unusual pairing of Xuntang and Chyo, followed by the simplicity of the makeshift stall. Some recognized them coming from the earthenware shop and knew the jars were empty. A curious onlooker approached, asking, "What are you selling, young lady?" "I am selling wine," Xuntang replied. "But these jars are empty," the passerby pointed out. "At present, they are empty, but should you choose to purchase, they will be full. Each jar of wine is £2 for 300 coins, a fixed price." The onlooker could hardly contain his laughter at the absurdity. Not only was the price higher than that of the taverness wine, but who would be foolish enough to spend 300 coins on a mere jar of air or water? "Young lady, have you lost your senses?" he exclaimed, before turning to Chyo, saying, "Old man, don't humor your granddaughter's madness. You have savings at home. Perhaps a visit to the apothecary might restore her wits. If you go early, you might still salvage something." Chyo, bewildered, could not comprehend the young gentleman's antics. Yet he had no intention of intervening. He simply wished to ascertain Xuntang's true intentions. "Ah, no, what sort of wine are you selling?" Seated on a makeshift stool, Xuntang rested her chin on her hands, observing the ebb and flow of the crowd, pondering whether to call out for customers. Suddenly, a shadow fell over her, blocking the sunlight. Both she and Chyo turned to see a remarkably handsome young man approaching. This youth appeared to be around 16 or 17 years of age. Despite his plain clothing, a simple fabric shirt, long hair tied with a red ribbon, and a rough belt, his refined demeanor could not be concealed. His fair complexion and articulate speech suggested he was not the product of an ordinary household. His features were striking, with a nose like a hanging gallbladder and lips reminiscent of painted silk. Most captivating were his eyes, which sparkled with a hint of mischief, giving the impression that he was perpetually amused. Chyo glanced from the handsome youth to the empty jars on Xuntang's stall, suspecting a certain naivety in the young man's willingness to engage. Xuntang regained her composure and asked, "Are you here to buy wine? Is it not available for purchase?" The youth replied, "Of course, it is available. Each jar is £2 for 300 coins, a fixed price. Are you truly interested in buying?" The youth produced a small piece of silver from his pouch, slamming it onto the wooden bench with a flourish, exclaiming, "I'll buy." Chyo was taken aback, and the onlookers whispered among themselves, astonished that someone would be foolish enough to buy an empty jar. Xuntang weighed the silver in her hand, satisfied, and reached for one of the empty jars. Before she could act, the youth interjected, "Young lady, are you truly selling me an empty jar?" He looked back over his shoulder, his expression one of dismay. How can business be conducted this way? Amused, Xuntang retorted, "When did I ever say I was selling you an empty jar? You, young gentleman, are quite amusing. If you were so concerned about purchasing an empty jar, why did you so generously part with your coins? Are you not afraid of losing both your money and your wine?" Chyo discreetly tugged at Xuntang's sleeve, nodding toward the youth's waist. Initially confused, Xuntang followed his gaze to discover a black jade tiger head pendant hanging from the youth's belt, adorned with intricate golden patterns and tiny inscriptions. The pendant matched the color of his attire, making it easy to overlook at first. "Ah, a military token," Xuntang thought, realizing why the youth was so unconcerned about being deceived. If he were to be swindled, he might very well overturn the stall and unleash his wrath upon any unscrupulous merchant in retribution. Unaware of Xuntang's internal musings, the youth eagerly looked at the jar in her hands, urging, "Young lady, where's my wine?" With a scoff, Xuntang summoned her creativity, reciting, "To give generously is to alleviate burdens. Anxieties are hard to forget." The youth's eyes widened in surprise at the first line, and Chyo's expression shifted, hinting at a concealed intensity. Xuntang, undeterred by their reactions, focused on the jar's opening, her concentration unwavering as she continued, "What can soothe worries? Only the finest wine." As her words resonated, a palpable energy surged through the air, accompanied by the sound of flowing water and the aroma of exquisite liquor. Xuntang lifted her right hand, and the jar was no longer empty. It brimmed with a clear, crystalline liquid. The youth, drawn by the enticing scent, exclaimed, "What a fine wine!" Onlookers, oblivious to the truth, could only marvel at the spectacle of this youth, who had paid for an empty jar yet praised its contents, lamenting the apparent lack of integrity in modern commerce. The next moment left the crowd in stunned silence as the youth, unable to contain his eagerness, snatched the jar and tilted it back, drinking deeply, oblivious to the splashes on his clothing. The liquor, unlike any newly brewed concoction, was crisp and clear, with a lingering flavor that enveloped his senses. In a few moments, he drained the entire jar. What? It's finished? He smacked his lips in disbelief, shaking the empty jar, squinting as if he could scarcely believe it was gone. Reaching for his pouch, he retrieved a piece of silver that was significantly larger than the previous one, declaring, "Young lady, I'll take 2 jars." After speaking, he was momentarily taken aback, a blush of embarrassment and inebriation creeping up his neck to his fair, pristine complexion, which soon bloomed like a peach blossom. He lowered his head and repeatedly apologized to Shintang, saying, my apologies. Please do not take offense. It was not my intention to mistake you." Since Shintang remained seated without revealing the flower seal at her waist, the youth had presumptively judged her appearance and assumed she was a spirited young woman selling wine. As for the unheard-of method of brewing wine using literary charms, he found it rather unremarkable. The power of words is indeed wondrous, if it can conjure steeds and weaponry. Crafting wine should not be seen as extraordinary. To the youth, these matters seemed trivial, but mistaking someone's gender was indeed a grave error. He feared that if he delayed his apology for even a second longer, this gentleman might become infuriated and hurl a wine jar at his head. Would he be beaten or not? Alas, it was a dilemma, Shintang thought to herself. Were it not for this being a significant client, and possessing such an endearing and charming visage, she would have suggested he remove his eyes for a good cleaning. How blind can one be to firmly believe she is male? However, given that there were others equally blind, she chose to endure it. Shintang replied stiffly, "No need to apologize." The youth immediately brightened, his face alight with energy, and he clasped his fists in greeting to Shintang. "Your generosity is commendable. I am Chu Jianzhailu, courtesy named Xiaofeng. May I ask for your name?" He continued, "This wine is truly enticing, and I wish to befriend you." "Chu Jian? Where is that?" Shintang instinctively turned her gaze towards Chu Yao. Chu Yao had remained silent, seemingly lost in thought, and upon meeting Shintang's eyes, he snapped back to reality. He said, "Chu Jian is in the state of Shun." Shintang was puzzled. "Where is the state of Shun?" Chu Yao replied. In this situation, the youth was not at all embarrassed. Instead, he smiled and answered eagerly, "The state of Shun is to the southeast, and Chu Jian is to the north of Shun." Shintang, the state of Shun is in the southeast of the continent, while our current location of Shao City is in the northwest. The two places are quite distant. How did this youth arrive here? Seemingly understanding the confusion reflected in Shintang's eyes, the youth chuckled and scratched his head, saying, "I made a pact with a friend to study abroad together. Since we are traveling to study, what is the point of lingering in one place? I never expected that while wandering, I would end up here." Shintang, you and your friend have traveled quite a distance. One is in the northwest of the continent, and the other in the southeast. Even if one were to fly in a straight line, it would take a long time, especially with the various nations at war along the way. How could one run so far? I am Shintang, courtesy name Yoli. Shintang awkwardly mimicked the youth's clasped fist gesture, not mentioning her origin purely because she did not know where the original belonged. Zhailu exclaimed, "A pleasure to meet you." Following this, he produced 2 jars of Dukong wine, contentedly cradling one in each arm as he jogged back towards the direction he had previously come from. Shintang watched discreetly and saw him join another young man, who was half a head taller than him, handing over 1 jar of wine. This young man wore attire similar to Zhailu, with a few resemblances in facial features, though his demeanor was decidedly colder. Unlike Zhailu's carefree nature, he appeared more polished and composed, while Zhailu was barefoot in straw sandals, his hair casually tied with a red ribbon. "Will you drink?" the young man asked. "What wine would you dare to drink?" Zhailu retorted, "Didn't you wager with me earlier? Look, I won the bet. Why would I not dare to drink? Not to mention, such fine Dukong wine. Before entering Shao City, I could not even get a bowl of clear wine. Are you really not going to drink? If you don't, I'll consume it all myself." The young man scoffed, snatching a jar from Zhailu's hands, his indifferent gaze meeting Shintang's, unwavering. Shintang. She was selling wine at a clearly marked price, without any deceit in weight or quality, so why was he looking at her that way? The young man appeared to be in his 20s, a few years older than Zhailu. Their eyes met briefly before he turned away, unceremoniously pulling Zhailu by the collar and dragging him into a tea house. She could faintly hear Zhailu exclaiming, "Let us discuss this properly." Don't drag me. Do I not have my dignity? Before they entered the tea house, Shintang noticed a faint accessory hanging at the young man's waist. Indeed, it was a greenish-blue flower seal. However, she could not ascertain its grade, which explained his audacity to travel from the southeast to the northwest. One literate and one martial. They were a formidable pair. With Shai Lu's assistance as a wine broker, passers-by were drawn in by her offerings, gradually purchasing wine, though not as generously as Shai Lu, opting instead for smaller quantities to sample. Business was not exceptionally prosperous, but certainly not lacking. Shintang patted her waist where the flower seal rested, her smile broadening. It seemed she was not perpetually beset by misfortune. A deal without capital truly was the most rewarding. Glancing at her modestly filled purse, alongside the earnings from painting, Shintang calculated that it should suffice to buy several bolts of fine fabric to craft a few new, clean garments. Autumn arrived early in Shao City. Summer had passed, and soon the weather would cool. "Sir, let us go buy some cloth." After purchasing the fabric and brewing 2 jars of Dukong wine, she returned home laden with goods. Upon pushing open the courtyard door, she saw Qi Shan lost in thought, a heavy look upon his face. She called out, "Yuan Liang, are there any extra rooms here?" Qi Shan finally snapped back to reality. "You've finally returned." He paused, immediately noticing Chu Yao standing beside Shintang. Coincidentally, Chu Yao was also looking at him, their gazes clashing in the air. Shintang. She felt an inexplicable chill in the air. Shaking her head to dispel the odd sensation, she donned a smile again, distributing the items she had brought back as if sharing gifts. Qi Shan withdrew his gaze, finally noticing the 2 round-bellied wine jars. He opened one and sniffed. "Dukong wine." Shintang replied, "Yes, it's for you." Qi Shan asserted, "You crafted this with literary charms again, didn't you?" On the side, Chu Yao finally reacted, his expression shifting with a newfound gravity and coldness as he glanced at Qi Shan. Shintang retorted, "Why can't it be something I purchased?" Although that was indeed the case, Qi Shan quickly surmised this, and it displeased her, as if she were being accused of being frugal or a freeloader. Qi Shan chuckled coldly, his words piercing. "Do you even have money? Even if you did, where would you find Dukong wine in Shao City? Even if such wine existed, how could the jars and fabric be so new? Moreover, did you waste those lines of literary charms? Is it not seeking an official position? Only cherishing Dukong, or how to relieve worries? Only with Dukong?" In his scrolls, those were the only 2 lines related to Dukong wine. But he had not expected Shin Xiaolang to actually produce it. Shintang felt guilty yet resolute, her voice rising. "Whatever the literary charm is, if it can produce exquisite wine and earn money, it is a good charm. Isn't life all about speaking? I see that the people of Shao City quite enjoy wine. Since I have the time, I might as well brew several jars of wine to sell in the streets. Surely, I would earn silver." She added, "I could also make some plum wine." Qi Shan could not help but reflect. Though his life was not affluent, he had never let Shin Xiaoling lack for anything. Why was she so intent on pursuing wealth? Selling plums, pancakes, and candies had not sufficed. And now she was preparing to sell wine. Was she planning to do this long term? He doubted her business would last. Qi Shan doused Shintang's enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water. It felt chillingly disheartening. A no-cost venture. How could it not last? There are no rental fees or material costs. Whatever is sold is profit. This is the dream profit margin for every merchant. Qi Shan did not respond, but instead lifted his gaze, finally resting it on the silent Chu Yao beside him. Shintang looked at the 2, bewildered. "What are you looking at him for?" Qi Shan still did not answer, but Chu Yao spoke to clarify. "Wulong, Shao City is on the brink of chaos. Hence, business will not last long." "Shao City is on the verge of chaos?" Shintang pondered. "Wulong, this is what Qi Shan calls me." She first answered Qi Shan's question, then inquired, "What do you mean by Shao City being in turmoil? Didn't they say the conflict was settling?" The streets remain lively today, showing no signs of impending war. Although the city and its outskirts exist in 2 disparate worlds, this imbalance is bound to lead to trouble sooner or later. Moreover, with the warning from Qi Shan about the corrupt governor and the spies from Ten Wus, the lurking dangers are ever present, merely awaiting their moment to erupt. Yet, she did not anticipate such an early onset. There must be reasons behind it. What appears to be calm is, in fact, an undercurrent of turmoil. I recently received news that Xiaoqing may become a place of turmoil. I am contemplating whether to seek refuge elsewhere to evade the brewing storm. Qi Shan has been mulling over this issue as well, even postponing thoughts of revenge. preoccupied with the idea of taking young Master Shen away. However, this young master unexpectedly brought back an unfamiliar individual without any warning. How inconsiderate. Shen Tang, oblivious to Qishan's subtle expressions, was absorbed in the news. She plopped down in the corridor, kicked off her wooden clogs, and leaned closer, asking, "What news? Is it possible that some rebel forces or righteous troops from another country are coming to challenge Zheng Qiao?" Qishan replied, "Neither." "What is it then?" Shen Tang pressed. Chuyin interjected, filling in what Qishan had left unsaid. "It is a rumor, likely the source of impending disaster." What kind of rumor could incite chaos in Xiaocheng? Shen Tang glanced between the two, unable to contain her frustration. "Could one of you just spill the beans? You are both dangling bits of information, and I'm left gasping for clarity." Chuyin, Qishan, in a moment of unspoken understanding. Both shared the same thought. Young Master Shen Wulong is still quite childlike. Qishan chuckled softly. "Do you lack patience?" Chuyin's gaze suggested that they both needed to refine their approach. Shen Tang, feeling wronged, retorted, "It's not that I lack patience. But patience should not be wasted like this. You two are clearly unwell. Your inefficiency would make any capitalist's blood pressure soar." Seeing the unmasked grievance on Shen Tang's face, Qishan reluctantly produced a piece of drawing paper and pushed it toward her. At a glance, Shen Tang recognized it as the paper provided by the courtesan during the secretive assignment. It prominently displayed a somewhat familiar image of a desert sunset, accompanied by a neatly written line of text. She read aloud. "The purple star emerges from the northwest, ensuring the unity of the realm." Her mind was a whirlwind of incredulity. Who was behind this grandiose proclamation? It's as if they've etched their ambitions on their faces for all to see, intending to conquer the world, one nation at a time. If this fails, the humiliation would be unbearable. Remembering the courtesan she had encountered earlier, the perceptive Mr. Gu, and the man they had saved, Gong Cheng, she speculated, "I saw this very image in the courtesan's room this morning. It was identical, also on the screen. Is it possible they spread this rumor? Otherwise, why specify the drawing paper? If they claim no involvement, who would believe them?" Qian remarked. "This rumor has been around for quite some time." Qishan scoffed. "It is likely a dirty trick from either Beima or Ten Wu, aimed at attracting talented individuals to the northwest, perhaps to gather supporters or to create chaos among the nations, making it easier to fish in troubled waters." Based solely on the wording, Zheng Qiao is also suspect. His position is already dubious, and his past is dubious as well. With such ambition, he may not be above using this method to enhance his reputation. However, paired with this desert sunset image, his culpability diminishes, as there are no deserts within Geng's territory, while the northern desert of Ten Wu is well known. Shen Tang sighed. "Isn't this just marketing hype? Who would fall for it? And if they did, would they really travel so far just to join the fray?" The various nations in the northwest are embroiled in conflict. For instance, Xin was recently conquered by Geng, and many citizens are rising in rebellion against their intolerable conditions. In such chaotic times, who would leisurely roam about? Just as this thought crossed her mind, she recalled the earlier encounter with Zhai Lu and his companion, silently revising her previous sentiments. She had to admit that there are indeed those with too much time on their hands. Qishan remarked, "A crane that does not dance." Qian added, "A fish with dragon markings." Shen Tang. As twilight descended, the rural courtyard was illuminated by candlelight. With no spare room to accommodate Chuyin, Shen Tang considered vacating her own, thinking she could manage anywhere for the night and devise a plan by morning. However, Chuyin, being older and frilier, would not be comfortably settled in a partition or corridor. Ultimately, it was Qishan who suggested they share a space, which Shen Tang welcomed. After enjoying the evening meal provided by an elderly woman, Chuyin, burdened with thoughts, stepped into the courtyard to cool off, listening to the sound of water splashing. Following the sound, he noticed a shadow curled up in a corner. Upon approaching, he realized it was Shen Tang, rolling up her sleeves to wash a basin of green plums. "What are you up to, Wulong?" Shen Tang looked up, and upon seeing Chuyin, straightened her back, punching her soft waist to relieve the ache from bending over too long. "Washing green plums. I plan to make some green plum wine for winter, to enjoy while admiring the snowy scenery." Chuyin, gazing at the floating and sinking plums, sighed. "What a waste, Wulong. Will you not regret this?" Shen Tang, perplexed, replied. "What do you mean, waste?" Chuyin asked again. "Did Mr. Qishan not stop you?" Shen Tang, confused, responded, "Why would Yuan Liang stop me?" Chuyin's expression darkened. harboring a brewing anger not directed at Shintang, but at Qishan. Shintang, sensing his displeasure, was intimidated by his looming presence, reminiscent of the stern editor urging her for drafts. She softened her tone. Mr. Wu, both you and Yuan Liang are rather peculiar. Earlier, when I conjured the green plums, he also questioned whether I would regret it, calling me reckless. Shouldn't someone explain why I should regret? Chuyin concealed his irritation, incredulous. You do not know? Shintang shook her head. I do not. Chuyin sighed deeply, unable to articulate his thoughts, merely stating, well, in your case, it seems acceptable. Shintang, please, just say what you mean. Leaving things unsaid is akin to slow torture. Chuyin assisted Shintang in cleansing the plums, and together they completed the initial steps of marinating the green plums. Preparing the wine was straightforward. They placed the cleaned plums into a jar, added an appropriate amount of Dukong wine, and even tossed in a handful of candies as a substitute for rock sugar. Sealed and stored, it would be ready for consumption in a month or so. After finishing these tasks, Shintang scratched her slightly odorous hair and went to fetch water for washing and bathing. Changing into clean attire, she sat in the corridor, drying her damp hair with a cloth. As she waited for her hair to dry, memories of Zhai Lu drinking earlier that day surfaced in her mind. Sitting in the corridor, enjoying the moonlight while sipping wine and drying her hair, it indeed held a certain charm. With resolve, she flipped over to the east kitchen to grab a ceramic bowl, murmuring an incantation to fill it with Dukong wine, the aroma wafting enticingly. She savored the scent, tilted her head back, and downed a hearty gulp. The rich liquid slid smoothly down her throat, spreading warmth throughout her body and reaching her mind. Meanwhile, Chuyin and Qishan were engaged in a game of chess, each move deliberate yet seemingly languid, concealing their depths. Chuyin, more adept at unorthodox strategies than Qishan, launched rapid, forceful attacks that instilled a sense of pressure. Before long, Qishan found himself on the verge of defeat. Finally, the previously quiet room, filled only with the sounds of pieces being placed, was broken by Chuyin's inquiry. Why did you not stop Wulong from being so naive? Qishan, exasperated, chuckled. How could I intervene? He later discovered that the young gentleman bore the national seal. Furthermore, who could have anticipated that the path of the feudal lords would awaken so early and so effortlessly? Typically, the path of a feudal lord must be accompanied by sacrifices to the heavens and divine favors, supplemented by national fortune to become manifest. Qishan was nearly rendered speechless by the revelation. Chu Yao remained silent, and it was Qishan's turn to speak. Chu Yao, Chu Wuhui, once one of the three outstanding figures of the Chu kingdom, how splendid was your glory in those days. Yet, in just a few years, one met his end on the execution ground, another hanged himself in prison, and the third vanished without a trace. Who would have thought you were hidden away in the small town of Xiaoqing? Are you following Lord Shun in hopes that he could help you turn your fortunes? Alas, his path of the feudal lord is. The Chu kingdom is but a small state. Rather than a kingdom, it is more akin to half a prefecture. This diminutive realm, however, has produced remarkable talents, particularly the three who once achieved renown across the northwestern states, each possessing rare second-rank literary talents. Their ages varied, but their aspirations aligned. If given ample time to establish themselves, the Chu kingdom might have had the opportunity to emerge as one of the powerful nations in the northwest. The outcome is predictable. Neighboring states sense the threat. Would they allow you time to develop? Dream on. They extinguished all hope. The ruler of the Chu kingdom cannot be deemed foolish. Rather, he is known for his benevolence and discernment, understanding the balance of gains and losses, yet he could not withstand the fires igniting in his own backyard, as several of his sons were incited to fight to the death. Among the trio, Chu Yao was the youngest, gaining fame swiftly, yet he also disappeared the fastest. Rumors circulated that Chu Yao's literary talent faltered, dealing a heavy blow to his youthful reputation, leaving him disheartened and despondent. It is a pity, yet not entirely so. Although he lost the initiative, heaven does not entirely forsake humanity, and who knows if a lifeless game might not reveal a glimmer of hope. Chu Yao's brow twitched as he regarded Qishan. Though Xiaoqing is small, its news travels far. The name Qi Yuanliang resonates deeply with me. I remain in Xiaoqing awaiting the will of heaven. Then why have you appeared on the path of the Gong family's exile? While Chu Yao gained fame in the Chu kingdom, Qishan, hailing from the Xian kingdom, did not achieve his notoriety there, but rather in foreign lands. Just a few years prior, earning a rather unsavory reputation. His experiences are extensive, Others return in glory, but he returns with a string of enemies. One glance reveals he is no ordinary character. Chu Yao found it perplexing. Why would he forsake the prosperous Central Plains to scheme in this barren Northwest? It was not merely this that piqued his curiosity. He is neither good-natured nor amiable, so I should keep my distance. Yet this man has intertwined himself with my destiny, compelling me to pay heed. I cannot simply turn away. Coincidentally, Qishan shared the same sentiment. Just as the two exchanged disdainful glances, a loud, thudding noise echoed from the corridor outside, as if a heavy object had fallen. They exchanged a glance and rose to open the paper door, only to find the one who had collapsed was Lord Shun, Wulong. Youngly, Wulong. They disregarded everything else, casting their concerns aside. One took his pulse while the other checked for breath. Then, they confirmed that his pulse was stable and strong. Both were left in bewilderment. Noticing a ceramic bowl still bearing traces of wine, Chu Yao lifted it to his nose. Is this Dukong wine? Has Wulong been drinking? Qishan responded. So is he merely drunk? Or has he been overwhelmed by the very essence of his own words? As the two stood speechless, Shin Tang, curled on the ground, suddenly sat upright, startlingly opening his eyes. Someone has stolen my belongings. Has the wine worn off already? So soon? Qishan sighed in relief, seeing Lord Shun appear normal, having feared he was poisoned and lifeless. However, Lord Shun ignored him, rising to don his wooden clogs. Your left foot is on the right side. You are clearly still intoxicated, Chu Yao remarked. Qishan added. Shin Tang wore a blank expression, scanning the area as if searching for something, and finally fixated on the courtyard gate. Qishan and Chu Yao initially did not comprehend his intentions. The next moment, the young man raised his hand, conjuring something from the air. Literary energy surged forth, transforming into a longsword. This blade measured 3 feet 4 inches, its body slightly wider than 2 fingers, appearing remarkably slender under the moonlight. A closer examination of the hilt revealed it was entwined with 9 distinct golden dragons, with gemstones for eyes, and the blade itself was inscribed with the character for compassion. Qishan exclaimed. Chu Yao echoed. Wait, what do you intend to do? Upon witnessing her stride towards the courtyard gate with the sword, Qishan instinctively shouted, Young Li. Shin Tang paused, turning slightly to regard Qishan, his brow furrowing as he seemed to determine who spoke. Yuan Liang, why are you still awake? His words were clear, devoid of any hint of inebriation. It is still early. I am not tired yet. Qishan gazed at Shin Tang's sword, a sense of dread creeping over him. A drunken soul wielding a sword and running outside spells danger. Young Li, you are intoxicated. I shall go to the east kitchen to prepare some sobering soup. Unexpectedly, Shin Tang retorted with a scoff. Qishan perceived the dissatisfaction in that mere sound. Shin Tang hoisted the sword onto his shoulder, declaring, I can drink 1,000 cups without becoming drunk. There is no need for sobering soup. You should retire early. Qishan pondered. Was that not a shameful claim? One who struggles with artistry insists on superior skill. One who falters in drinking boasts of an unquenchable capacity. What pitfalls await him in the future? Chu Yao inquired, Wulong, where do you intend to go? Upon hearing this, Shin Tang's eyes brightened, his voice full of vigor as he proclaimed, The wind is bleak, the waters of the Yi River are cold. The brave man departs and shall not return. We must stand tall and sweep away the filth, ridding the world of harm. I am on a mission to uphold justice. Chu Yao stammered, The road ahead is perilous. Due to the unique industries of Xiaocheng, there is no curfew, and the streets remain lively at night. Encountering such a drunken individual could lead to danger. Shin Tang, resolute, swung his sword, releasing a surge of formidable sword energy that sliced through the stone mill in the courtyard with ease. He declared boldly, Then I shall not return. Chu Yao and Qishan exchanged glances, stunned. This drunken fool possesses considerable destructive power. If unleashed, it could wreak havoc. Shin Tang calmly reassured them, Do not worry. Once I have vanquished the villain and retrieved the stolen treasures, I shall return. Stolen treasures? While the two were momentarily stunned, Shin Tang leapt gracefully, his form as light as a feather, and vanished over the courtyard wall. Qishan, agitated, bit his lip. He actually climbed the wall. What was he looking at earlier? Chu Yao pushed him, after him. And you? Chu Yao chuckled. If my literary talent were still intact, I would have already acted to bind him. Would I merely watch as Wulong runs off? Qishan found his reasoning sound and could not retort. He had no choice but to channel literary energy and pursue the vanishing drunken figure. with the speed to chase the wind and shadows. Qishan's prowess among the literary practitioners is exceptional, and his mastery of this technique yields extraordinary results. Yet he still could not catch up to Shintang. All he could see was the agile figure of Lord Shun, bounding like a monkey, leaping across rooftops. Qishan felt exasperated. How can one run so well while intoxicated? Where does he intend to go to rid the world of harm and reclaim the treasures? What worried Qishan more was that Shun Tang was heading into the city. As foot traffic increased, shadows thickened, and he could faintly hear laughter and the calls of vendors. If Lord Shun were to unleash his drunken wrath on the streets, he had no confidence in fully stopping him. This could be disastrous. A young man in black leaned against a window, wearing a troubled expression as he stared at the round-bellied wine jug in his hand. What can relieve my worries? Only Dukong. Oh, Dukong. How it entices and breaks the heart. Brother, why can't I conjure wine? If I could, I would save a fortune on purchasing it. Here. There was not a drop of wine left, yet he had not drunk his fill and was uncertain if the young gentleman would open for business the next day. Jai Lu's complaints elicited no response from his brother. He felt a sense of ennui and was about to leap out of the window to seek out wine at the night market when he keenly heard the sound of footsteps disturbing the eaves above him. In an instant, a shadow darted overhead and vanished. He paused momentarily, finding the silhouette oddly familiar, and then shouted, "Stop! Vendor! Bring me 2 more jars." With that, he sprang through the window and slipped away swiftly. As he contemplated whether to summon his courage and pursue, he was surprised to find the young wine seller had halted beneath the eaves of a tavern, gazing at him with an icy stare. Alarm bells rang in Jai Li's mind, prompting him to maintain his distance. He cupped his hands to his mouth and called out, "Shen Langjun, do you still sell wine?" Shen Tang, sword in hand, replied coldly, "Not for now." Jai Li felt a pang of disappointment. "Then where are you headed?" Dressed in a thin, light robe, he appeared as if he had just bathed. "To uphold justice and rid the world of evil, to punish the wicked." The 12 words rang out with a resonant vigor and righteous spirit, leaving Jai Li feeling ashamed that while Shen Langjun had such noble intentions, he had merely been preoccupied with his desire for drink, nearly hindering someone else's important business. Shen Tang added, "And to reclaim treasures." Jai Li was startled. Is there a thief stealing from Brother Shen? Indeed, it's utterly detestable. Shen Tang's jaw tightened, a flicker of anger breaking through her previously impassive expression. She extended an invitation to Jai Li, asking, "Would you accompany me?" Instantly invigorated, Jai Li exclaimed, "I would be delighted. The long night is indeed dreary. It is better to act with righteousness." Before Qishan could catch up, Shen Tang grasped the collar of the young boy and dashed towards the outskirts of the city, widening the distance once more. Qishan only managed to see Shen Langjun abducting an innocent youth who was pleading for mercy. Jai Li noticed Shen Tang had changed direction. They were no longer heading towards the city center, where the throngs of people thickened, but rather towards the outskirts, where the flickering lights became sparse. If they continued further, they would be leaving the city altogether. He inquired about the change in course. Shen Tang's expression remained calm. "The villain has fled. He is not in that direction." Jai Li retorted angrily, "Those rogues are indeed cunning." "Precisely, and thus they must not be allowed to escape." Jai Li, with his own disdain for evil, supported her fervently and added, "I noticed someone was pursuing you. Is that your enemy?" "Not an enemy, merely a guiding NPC." Jai Li blinked, puzzled. "Is it from the northern desert or the Tenwu tribes?" Such a peculiar name as guiding NPC would not be found in the Central Plains. But judging by Shen Langjun's reaction, they should not be foes, so there is no need for concern. The fervently determined Qishan. "Shen Langjun, are you certain that rogue is outside the city?" Despite Jai Li's impassioned fervor, he began to sense something amiss. Was the thief truly that adept at fleeing? After so long in pursuit, neither he nor Shen Langjun had spotted a suspicious figure, yet Shen Langjun showed no signs of stopping, continuing in this direction. They must be heading into the depths of the mountains. Shen Tang replied calmly, "Indeed, I am quite certain." At this moment, Jai Li was utterly bewildered. Yet he could not shake off the growing suspicion that Shen Langjun might be deceiving him, plotting something sinister. It was not mere self-aggrandizement. His appearance could indeed entice many a maiden. However, Shen Langjun was also a man of iron will, a handsome fellow. What reason would he have to covet his looks? Furthermore, Jai Li was a martial artist. In a fair one-on-one confrontation, what could a scholar do to restrain a warrior? As he mulled this over, he suppressed his dubious thoughts about Shen Langjun's intentions, but another notion arose. Could it be that he intended to lure him out to the wilderness to kill him? Or perhaps there were accomplices waiting in the wild to ambush him. This suspicion swiftly took precedence, especially since they were being followed by a guiding NPC. Thus, Zhai Lu regarded Shintang with a more watchful gaze, secretly wary of any sudden aggression from her, both unaware of when they had entered the mountains. At this time, summer had just ended, and autumn had yet to arrive. The woods were lush and vibrant. In the distance, the mountains undulated beneath the shroud of night, resembling beasts resting on the ground. As they entered the forest, the air was still thick with the lingering heat and a unique scent of vegetation, all around them shrouded in silence. Shenlangjun, the atmosphere here feels off, Zhai Lu observed keenly, his dark brows knitting together as he grasped Shintang's left arm. Shintang remained impassive, sword in hand. I know, the vile thief is right here. Zhai Lu, seeing Shintang had rushed out in her nightclothes, he felt an unsettling sense of dissonance. Yet, he himself was reeking of wine, perhaps more so than Shintang, and thus overlooked a crucial clue. As they drew nearer, they grew increasingly cautious. To be precise, it was Zhai Lu who became more vigilant, while Shintang remained unchanged. Following the stream, they discovered a dwelling nestled within the mountains. The humble abode, built alongside the water, was constructed from stones, timber, and thatch, and at this moment, flames flickered, casting a crimson hue upon the landscape. Zhai Lu immediately sensed something was amiss and was about to step out when a hand suddenly pressed down on his head, nearly forcing him to the ground. He looked up in frustration at the culprit. Shenlangjun, what was that for? Shintang retorted coolly. And what do you intend to do out there? Did you not see the water flooding in? Naturally, I must go save them. Shintang scoffed, warning him. Are you going to rescue a den of thieves? Be wary. They might be driven mad and turn on you. A den of thieves? Zhai Lu then noticed that the increasingly raging fire was not ordinary. Shadows were clashing amid the flames, or rather, a group was assailing a single individual. The former, clad in coarse linen, were well-trained, working in coordinated groups, while the latter, though outnumbered 30-1, fought fiercely, seizing opportunities to cleave off heads, arms, or thighs with brutal efficiency. Was that person injured? It appeared he was gravely wounded. Zhai Li's gaze remained fixed on the robust figure. Outsiders saw a ruthless killer, a valiant spirit. It seemed only a matter of time before the remaining foes were vanquished. Yet it was not so. Though his aura was potent, he was on the verge of collapse. The injuries were severe, blood loss excessive, and his martial spirit nearly spent. While enemies continued to pour in, to fight and retreat, one must consider if the foes would even allow a retreat. Shintang spoke. That is the villain who stole my treasure. Zhai Lu was increasingly bewildered. You mean the one being besieged? Shintang nodded, a hint of unnoticeable grievance adding to her previously stoic expression. He stole my possessions, and not just one. How infuriating. I wish to eliminate all thieves in the world. Seeing Shintang's emotions were genuine, Zhai Lu found himself conflicted. He admired the man's prowess, yet theft was a matter of moral character, and he felt it would be improper to leap to the rescue. Just as he was mired in his internal struggle, a blade of crimson light, accompanied by a thunderous sound, descended from above, targeting the besieged thief. Good heavens, a 10-meter-long blade? Shintang crouched in the shadows, hands resting on her knees, gazing upwards in astonishment, exclaiming even a curse. Witnessing the blade's immense force split the dwelling beneath the thief in two, leaving a deep gash in its wake. The thief, sensing a lethal threat at the moment the blade appeared, instinctively seized an enemy and hurled him towards the descending blade, while he himself leapt aside. The unfortunate foe burst into a cloud of blood mid-air, not even having the chance to scream. As the light from the blade dissipated, a heavily armored man, swift as lightning, charged towards the thief with a feathered blade in hand. The force of that strike had been building for some time, heavy as a mountain. In a single clash, the overwhelming strength sent the wounded and exhausted thief flying 6 or 7 meters, crashing into a nearby dwelling with a resounding thud, shattering wooden structures and raising clouds of dust. After a brief moment, the thief spat out a mouthful of blood, trembling fingers clawing their way up from the rubble. His body drenched in blood and caked with dust. He spat, ejecting a mix of blood and dirt, his fierce gaze locking onto the burly man wielding the Yinling knife. Is it you? The latter did not rush to subdue him, but merely regarded the thief's desperate struggle with a sardonic smile. Indeed, I have come to escort you to your final rest. With that, others began to encircle him. Zhai Lu sighed, this man is doomed. It was evident that the thief possessed considerable martial prowess. But even the most formidable cannot withstand the toll of intense battle. His injuries were grave, and his stamina and energy had waned. Moreover, a pursuer of equal strength and in pristine condition had now emerged. Even if Zhai Lu intervened, little could be salvaged. Just as he lamented, a gust of wind rushed past him, and he caught a fleeting glimpse of a familiar figure disappearing from sight. Zhai Li's heart sank as he followed the direction of the wind, only to see Shun Tang swiftly retreating. Lord Shun, disregarding all dangers, had charged forth. With a sweep of her sword, an invisible, transparent blade of energy erupted with a thunderous sound, cleaving a path of over 10 meters between the Yanling knife wielder and the thief. As for those caught in the sword's trajectory, she had no concern. This unexpected turn startled both parties. The heavily injured thief was suddenly taken aback, a flicker of hope igniting within him. He tilted his head back, just in time to see a figure clad in white rush forth from the trees, sword pointed at the Yanling knife wielder. Seething with rage, "Do you covet my treasures as well?" The thief stood speechless. The Yanling knife wielder was equally taken aback, gazing at the unfamiliar sword-wielding youth with varying expressions. The former was bewildered. Having lost all hope and prepared to exhaust every last bit of his martial potential for a desperate fight, even in death, he aimed to take a few down with him. He never expected that at this critical juncture, an unknown youth would appear. The latter, however, was grave, realizing from the sheer power of the sword's mark that the newcomer was not to be underestimated. One misstep could lead to disaster. As the thief opened his mouth to speak, pain from his wounds constricted his throat, causing him to spout another mouthful of foul blood, further marring his already disheveled appearance. He coughed several times, barely suppressing the urge to vomit blood, and gasped, "Young friend, this is our private matter. Do not wade into these murky waters." The Yanling knife wielder snorted derisively. "Are you trying to play the hero? Wise up and get lost." Shun Tang, still maintaining a stoic expression, had initially been focused on the thief, but upon hearing the Yanling knife wielder's words, her recently quelled anger surged anew. Her eyes widened in realization. "I knew you little thieves harbored ill intentions." The Yanling knife wielder scorned Shun Tang's disjointed words. "Since you are so eager for death, then leave your life behind." With that proclamation, he commanded, "Kill them both." As the words fell, the sword's edge was already upon him. The Yanling knife wielder was taken aback, having not seen how the youth had approached. The glimmering blade was nearly upon him. He roared, channeling his martial prowess, unleashing a shockwave that surged outward in all directions, while simultaneously positioning his long knife to intercept the sword. Clang! The clash of blade and sword erupted, sending crimson shadows exploding outward and a tempest of energy swirling. The Yanling knife wielder staggered back 7 or 8 steps before stabilizing his form, his knife emitting a faint cracking sound as several fine cracks appeared along its surface. He stared in astonishment at the emotionless, sword-wielding youth, who remained unperturbed despite being besieged by several foes. With each 10 steps, a life was extinguished. The youth deftly maneuvered as if gliding on clouds, effortlessly slicing through the throats of his assailants, claiming lives with each strike. Flames erupted, and the blood that gushed forth was more vibrant than the fire itself. In the span of 2 breaths, 3 souls had been claimed by his blade. The youth's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity, his lips pressed into a thin line. Even the flickering flames could not warm the icy visage that inspired dread. Drip, drip, drip. Hot blood fell from the sword, pooling into the mud beneath, leaving behind crimson imprints. The youth coldly regarded the Yanling knife wielder. "If you wish to live, then leave." Faced with such provocation, the Yanling knife wielder erupted into furious laughter. The aura of his martial emblem shimmered at his waist, his crimson energy swirling about him until it transformed into a menacing beast's head armor. His long knife morphed into a red-tasseled halberd, his presence suddenly elevated as if engulfed in flames. He charged forward, a black steed appearing beneath him, galloping towards Shun Tang like an arrow released from its bow. Clang! Though the blade missed its mark, it grazed Shun Tang's brow, leaving a delicate crimson line that accentuated her porcelain skin. The missed attack was swiftly followed by another. The halberds hooked and lunged towards Shun Tang's face, and should it connect, it would surely split her skull. Suddenly, a bowstring twanged, and an ebony-feathered arrow shot through the air. The arrow struck precisely at the halberd's hook, the collision resulting in a piercing sound that resonated painfully in the ears. More arrows followed in swift succession, 3 arrows launched at once. Though they appeared light and airy, upon contact, They bore the weight of 1,000 pounds, forcefully redirecting the halberd and numbing the hands of its wielder. The arrows did not solely target the Yenling knife wielder. Each arrow found its mark, aiming for the foreheads, throats, and hearts of the attackers. The deceased had no time to react before feeling a chilling sensation, some even pinned against the wall by their own demise. The Yenling knife wielder steadied his gaze, astonished to see a tall, red-haired youth in black attire emerge. The youth wielded a pitch-black longbow but bore no quiver. As he landed gracefully from the air, he pulled the bowstring back to its full extent. Dark energy coalesced at his fingertips, forming 4 arrows. One arrow intercepted the Yenling knife wielder's halberd, again redirecting its trajectory, while the other 3 arrows claimed the lives of those surrounding Shintang. With a whoosh, 3 more fell to their deaths. And the Yenling knife wielder could only curse in disbelief. Where had these 2 little rascals come from? Just as Shintang prepared to sever the throat of her enemy, an ebony arrow shot forth, piercing the foe's forehead and claiming the head. She whirled around, glaring at Jai Lo. That was the head you stole. Jai Lo, however, was oblivious to her accusation, nimbly avoiding his pursuers as he leaped onto the rooftop, leveraging the terrain to outmaneuver his foes, occasionally unleashing arrows that found their targets with deadly accuracy. His archery was impeccable, and his agility astonishing, yet he never ceased his chatter. Brother Shun, have we killed them all? Why are they all pursuing me? It's so hot, my feet are burning. In the midst of his incessant prattle, he launched several more arrows. He leapt, stepping on the heads of the fallen below to reach another rooftop. Using the eaves to alter his trajectory and evade yet another attack, successfully extricating himself from the encirclement. His mouth did not rest. This cooperation doesn't seem like that of mere bandits. He and his brother had journeyed from the southeast to the northwest, encountering countless villains along the way. Those they faced were disorganized, each fighting for themselves, their abilities varying widely, making them easy prey. Yet these ruffians appeared to work in unison, akin to soldiers on the battlefield. He missed his brother. Without his support, he felt out of sorts. Brother Shun, assist me. Wenxin. Zhai Li's chatter continued unabated. Shintang, irritated by the incessant noise, retorted, Can you be quiet for once? Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Zhai Li's predicament. With a flick of her wrist, her sword flew from her grasp, piercing the back of an enemy attempting to ambush Zhai Li. I never play support, she declared, curling her fingers as if summoning her sword, which obediently returned to her hand. Zhai Li, splattered with blood, was left speechless. How pitiful. Though he did not comprehend the implications of playing support, he recognized what it meant to be sidelined. Brother Shin, do you disdain me? Sighing, he resolved to fend for himself. The ease on Zhai Li's face gradually faded, replaced by a solemn expression. Despite their formidable presence, the number of foes only seemed to increase, emerging from the shadows as if they had stirred a hornet's nest. In addition, the burly man wielding the goose-feather knife was at least an 8th-tier official, capable of commanding 400 soldiers with the war talisman. These 400 soldiers had yet to be summoned, clearly indicating that the situation was well under control. It was unwise to exhaust their strength using these insignificant foot soldiers. Zhai Li secretly observed the battlefield, shooting an arrow to dispatch a sneaky enemy. With a swift step, he moved beside the thief and lent a hand, rescuing him from the throng of attackers. The thief was drenched in blood, having endured a prolonged struggle before their arrival. The handle of his knife slipped from his grip, nearly causing him to collapse. Thank you, young friend. Gratitude is unnecessary. It suffices to mend your ways in the future. Because Zhai Li had assisted the thief, he became a target for the enemy's ire. As wave after wave of adversaries approached, even Zhai Li, despite his usually carefree demeanor, sensed the gravity of the situation. He asked the thief, Who are these people? Which family assassins are they? However, he was more curious about what this thief had stolen to provoke such relentless pursuit. The thief did not answer but grit his teeth, wielding his knife against the enemies. Observing the lack of communication, Zhai Li sighed and resolved to accompany him, internally muttering, Brother Shun, with the thief and myself, 2 warriors and 1 scholar, how could we not maximize our chances with your assistance? Just as Zhai Li pondered whether his brother would descend from the heavens, an unexpected transformation occurred on the battlefield. Countless black and white characters surged like waves, instantly covering the entire village to form a vast, intricate black and white chessboard. Zhai Li joyfully exclaimed, Brother, you have finally arrived. The newcomer did not respond, but calmly recited, To be wise and prudent is to safeguard oneself. To toil day and night is to serve one person. The black and white energies surged and intertwined, cocooning the severely injured thief, rendering him impervious to the enemy's blades. Following closely behind was Shintang, and finally, Jailu. This detail alone made it clear that the newcomer was not his brother. Flames soared, weapons clashed, and blood splattered. The scholar in robes observed the chaotic battlefield with a solemn expression, completely unaware of how the conflict had escalated. However, this was no longer of importance. As he gazed upon the scattered corpses, Qishan realized that the situation had spiraled beyond recovery. The only viable course of action was to eliminate all enemies present. Dead men could keep their lips sealed far better than the living. His gaze shifted to Shun Xiaolang Jun, who was entangled in combat with the burly knife wielder, and a ripple of concern crossed his otherwise calm face. This drunkard was genuinely insane, poor in both capacity and conduct. Despite his disdain, Qishan understood the need to clean up this mess. A faint halo of literary energy shimmered at his waist as he parted his lips to speak. A divided heart. As his words resonated, two masses of viscous literary energy surged beneath his feet, one black and one white. In the blink of an eye, the energy elongated to a height matching that of a person, ultimately transforming into two duplicates of Qishan. 3 individuals, 3 hearts, each responsible for one side. This advanced literary spell, belonging to the realm of literary strategists, not only multiplied Qishan's presence threefold, but also allowed for a rapid amplification of energy. His resolve was firm. He intended to leave no one alive below. The burly knife-wielding warrior was furious. After laboriously pursuing his target across 1,000 miles, he had finally cornered them, only to have his plans disrupted by successive intrusions. The first to emerge was a sword-wielding youth, an erudite, yet utterly focused on combat, showing no inclination to support his allies. The second, a young man in black, demonstrated remarkable archery skills, but his youth rendered him negligible. The third was a madman. How dare he attempt to kill on sight? With the 3 of them cooperating, along with a severely injured 9th-tier official, it seemed impossible to capture the target. Gritting his teeth, he cast a resentful glance at the thief sheltered behind Jailu, the blood rising in his throat as if it would choke him. This was akin to sowing seeds, nurturing the field, and eagerly awaiting the harvest, only to have bandits emerge and steal the grain. He had done the sowing and fertilizing, yet the fruit of his labor was not for him to claim. Torn between conflicting thoughts, he ultimately made the reluctant decision to retreat. A gentleman's revenge is best served after 10 years. He would return to settle the score with these individuals later. Qishan immediately sensed his intention and conjured a wall of literary energy to block his path. The burly man paid it no heed, cleaving through it with his knife. Qishan smirked. He knew well that this flimsy barrier, lacking military support, was weak. Yet, even a moment's delay would suffice. As expected, the intoxicated swordsman leaped into action, hurtling toward him with a blade aimed at his face. One wielded a hooked scythe from horseback, while the other fought on foot with a long sword. It seemed that Shintang was at a disadvantage. However, Shintang's agility surpassed that of a monkey. He bounded energetically, while the burly warrior's strength became a hindrance, limiting his movements and hampering both offense and defense. Eventually, the burly warrior, provoked beyond measure, executed a familiar maneuver, one recognized by all but Shintang, as he activated his warrior spirit, brandishing the tiger talisman from his waist. The crimson energy surged like a roaring beast, charging forth, its intensity momentarily overshadowing the swirling black and white literary energy. Jailu sensed the impending danger. Elsewhere, Qishan was exasperated to see Shintang not retreating, but instead preparing to attack. He realized that relying on Shun Xiaolang Jun to share his thoughts was futile, and he resolved to forcibly redirect him. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. After the crimson energy soared, it scattered like raindrops, transforming into a legion of crimson-armored soldiers, 300 to 400 at first glance. The 8th-tier official could command 400 soldiers with the tiger talisman, effectively summoning his small army. Meanwhile, Shintang found herself amidst the throng of soldiers. As the pressure mounted, Qishan prepared to divert Shintang to relieve the tension. But the situation shifted once more. The black-clad archer also summoned a tiger talisman, a 7th-tier official capable of commanding 350 soldiers. With the black energy descending and forming a battalion of black-armored soldiers, Jailu commanded them to engage the crimson soldiers. The ensuing skirmish escalated into a full-scale battle. Suddenly, the pressure on Shintang eased, and her gaze shifted. The burly warrior was the most valuable target. With a decisive step, she wielded her sword, murmuring, "Let no path remain for the fleeing." The shadows of her sword intertwined, creating a dense web as she elegantly advanced toward the burly warrior, leaving a trail of severed heads among the crimson soldiers. Qishan cautioned, "Do not pursue a cornered foe." Yet Shun Tang disregarded him, shouting, "I shall pursue." To hell with him. Qishan could only sigh in exasperation. As the silver saddle gleamed atop the white horse, she resolutely channeled her literary energy, preparing to close the distance. But as she uttered the incantation, her reservoir was abruptly depleted. A wave of weakness washed over her, her sword vanished, her legs buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. She had awakened from her stupor. Pain. Distress. This was Shun Tang's first sensation. Her head throbbed, her hands ached, her waist throbbed, her legs hurt, and her feet were no exception. Every inch of her body protested in agony. As her consciousness returned, it felt as if every cell within her body was clamoring in rebellion. Taking a breath, she was assaulted by the pungent sense of earth and blood. With a slight frown, her temples throbbed, her lashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. The sight of her sprawled on the ground was unexpected. Her face was half buried in a muddy puddle, her cheek smeared with muck. Raising her hand to wipe it, she found her palm stained crimson. It was then that I realized it wasn't muddy puddles at all, but rather pools of blood. I managed to sit up and looked around. The mountain dwellings were mostly destroyed by the fire, and as far as I could see, there were scattered limbs and corpses all over the ground, with fresh blood still flowing from the wounds. It was easy to imagine that a fierce battle had broken out here not long ago. The sounds of fighting and shouting continued all around. This scene made Shun Tang wonder if she had transmigrated again, this time to the battlefield of a small-scale skirmish. It was no wonder she had such thoughts. She clearly remembered that she had been on the porch of her house not long ago, enjoying the moon, drinking wine, and drying her wet hair, feeling so relaxed and happy. How could she have woken up in a strange mountain valley? And why were there soldiers in red and black armor fighting each other? The only thing she was grateful for was that the soldiers weren't paying attention to her, or else she would be in danger if any of them noticed her. Shen Wulong, Shun Zilangjian. At this moment, Shun Tang heard a familiar male voice. She looked up and saw a familiar face. Yuanyang, she exclaimed with delight. What are you doing here? Qishan. This simple sentence stifled the sarcastic words he was about to utter, leaving him frustrated. What right did Shin Tang have to ask him that question? Why was he here in the middle of the night? Didn't Shun Zilangjian have any idea? Qishan smiled amiably and asked Shin Tang softly. Does Shun Zilangjian remember what you did earlier? Shin Tang, although she was confused, her intuition told her that Qishan's smile was ominous and that he was definitely up to no good. As soon as she finished speaking, Qishan's smile became even brighter. She felt a slight tingling sensation on her scalp, and her whole body felt unnatural. I don't know. Shin Tang said timidly. What did I do? What did you do? Qishan nearly gritted his teeth. First, you ran all the way to the vicinity of the Xiaoqing Central Government Office, and then you ran all the way out of Xiaoqing from there, plunging into the deep mountains and forests more than 20 miles away. Shinyoli, you can really run. Shin Tang. Others might just act crazy or say crazy things after drinking, but you, after drinking, grab whoever you see and try to kill them with a sword, right? Shin Tang. After being lectured severely, she blinked her eyes in confusion and belatedly realized that she was partly responsible for the mess. As a homebody artist, she knew that her alcohol tolerance wasn't good, but she never expected that a bowl of Dukong wine could knock her out, and that she would go on a drunken rampage and kill people with a sword after being knocked out. Seeing Qishan's worry beneath his anger, she felt embarrassed and ashamed, wishing she could bang her head against the ground. Qishan's anger was like a punctured balloon, completely deflated. He waved his hand helplessly and said, "Drink less in the future. It would be fine if Shin Zilangjian didn't bother others when he drank." But it was always others who suffered. He would do anything to stop him. Shin Tang, okay. Without a commander, the red-armored soldiers were like headless flies, and were quickly devoured by the black-armored soldiers. The sounds of fighting gradually died down. Jila retrieved the martial courage tiger tally and dragged a severely injured thief to Shin Tang, his bright eyes flashing with a hint of triumphant laughter. "Brother Shin," he called out loudly, "I've brought you the thief who stole your treasure." Shin Tang was bewildered. Huh? Qishan cast an expressionless glance at the thief. This was the thief that Shun Zilangjian had gone on a drunken rampage to catch in the middle of the night? He must have been caught in the crossfire. Well, not exactly. If Shun Zilangjian hadn't stumbled upon him, he would have surely died. Thinking of this, Qi Shan's eyes darkened slightly. How could an ordinary person attract this level of pursuit? An 8th rank Gongqing wasn't a common cabbage in the field, and could command 3,000 to 5,000 soldiers in the army. To send someone of this strength to hunt down, he lowered his eyes to hide his thoughts, vaguely guessing something. As for the thief Zhila mentioned, the severely injured thief was startled by these words, and the thick layer of blood on his face couldn't hide his confusion. He didn't know when he had become a thief. He was sure that he hadn't stolen anything from Xintang, but he did possess a treasure. His muscles tensed as he prepared for the worst. Xintang looked puzzled and asked Zhila, "What thief?" Zhila was also stumped by her question. He pointed at the thief and raised his voice. "Didn't Brother Shin say that this person stole your treasure?" Xintang. "It wasn't her. She didn't. Don't wrongly accuse innocent people." Faced with the gazes of 3 pairs of eyes, Xintang took a step back, lacking confidence. I was drunk earlier. So, whatever she did had nothing to do with her." For a moment, the atmosphere was so awkward that one wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with their toes. Xintang looked down and saw that her wooden clogs were on backward. Taking advantage of the fact that no one noticed this detail, she quietly took off her clogs and put them back on, pretending that nothing had happened. Hearing these words, the thief secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It was good that they weren't after him, because they were too disheveled. Xintang and the others decided to spend the night in the wild and take the seriously injured thief to the stream downstream from the village to treat his wounds and wash off the dirt. Because they only had one sleeping gown, Xintang could only wash her face hastily. It was still late summer, not yet autumn, and the air was still humid and stuffy, as if an invisible force was pressing on her chest. In addition, the blood and dirt stuck to her skin, making Xintang feel uncomfortable all over. "I'll go chop some firewood." There was still some firewood left in the village. After resting for a while, the weakness she felt when she first woke up had faded. Xintang carried the compassionate mother's sword to chop firewood. Zhailu was tricked into digging a pit to bury the corpses, and Qishan was responsible for taking care of the seriously injured thief. The conditions in the wild were limited, so they could only treat the wounds simply. But with the recovery ability of a 9th-rank Grandmaster, he could recover in 7 or 8 days. "Thank you 3 righteous people for saving me. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. It is our duty to help those in need." "You are too kind, hero," Xintang said heroically. If you ignored the grilled pancake in her hand, she really had the aura of a wandering knight. Even Qishan, who was as sarcastic as ever, was too lazy to complain about the flaws in Shun Xiaolangjian's words. Xiaolangjian had saved a life, but how many lives had been ended by a sword to the throat? The drunkard himself didn't remember. As for helping those in need, it was even more interesting. It was clearly Xiaolangjian who went on a drunken rampage and rushed to help people with a sword. Qishan felt that there were too many flaws, but the thief didn't think so. He saw that Xintang's words were frank and natural, and the tension in his heart relaxed slightly. His eyebrows relaxed, and his whole shoulders relaxed. He clasped his fists and promised, "Great kindness is beyond words. If benefactor needs my help in the future, I will definitely do my best." Xintang smiled. "Easy, easy." As she spoke, she distributed the grilled pancakes. She didn't know if it was because she had eaten less for dinner or because she had done a lot of exercise after getting drunk, but she was very hungry at the moment, feeling a sense of emptiness after indulgence and indescribable discomfort. As soon as she finished distributing the pancakes, she bit into one without caring that it was still hot, leaving a neat crescent-shaped bite mark. "Thank you, Brother Shen." Zhailu changed from sitting on the ground with his knees hugged to politely accepting the grilled pancake from Xintang. The pancake was grilled until it was golden brown and crispy, with a slightly astringent and sweet taste. He sighed as he held the pancake. In this situation, wouldn't it be wonderful to have some wine to go with it? Wine? As soon as he heard the word wine, Qishan's sensitive nerves were touched. He endured the faint pain in his temples and smiled with a hidden knife. "My friend, I can't hear the word wine right now." As soon as he heard the word wine, he thought of Shin Xiaolangjian going on a drunken rampage with a sword and the scene of himself chasing after him. It was definitely a rare nightmare. An old man's legs couldn't take that kind of torture. Zhailu saw his smile and shrank his neck in fear. Xintang also secretly sweated in embarrassment. In an effort to dissolve the almost palpable tension that enveloped the atmosphere, Xintang took the initiative to shift the conversation, turning to the thief who was seated in meditation. "Might I inquire the name of the gallant gentleman?" Upon hearing this question, the thief's expression momentarily faltered before he swiftly regained his composure. It was as if one might mistake it for an illusion, if not for meticulous observation. My surname is Gongxu, my given name is Wu, and my courtesy name is Bamboo. Gongxu Wu? Gongxu Bamboo? Such a peculiar name it is. Not only is the surname Gongxu exceedingly rare, but the combination of the given name and courtesy name is also quite odd. In ancient times, 6 steps constituted half a step, thus bamboo signifies martial prowess. It cannot be said that the parents were careless in naming. Rather, their intentions were indeed unconventional. However, Shintang refrained from questioning further, for in a vast forest, one finds every kind of bird. She was aware that there existed individuals with the surname Wang, named Rongyao, and others with the surname Gu, named Demounting. Zhai Lu, munching on a flatbread, inquired, "Do you have any idea why they are pursuing you?" They even dispatched an 8th grade official. Although martial cultivation is less intricate than literary pursuits, and its barriers are lower, it does not imply that 8th grade officials are as common as cabbages. In truth, this represents the pinnacle for 70% of martial artists throughout their lifetimes. Ascending beyond this threshold necessitates a certain talent, relentless diligence, and a stroke of fortune. Gongxu Wu shook his head. "I do not know." Zhai Lu expressed his bewilderment. "You do not know?" Gongxu Wu offered a bitter smile, unwilling to elaborate. Qi Shan internally scoffed at the notion of not understanding why he was being hunted. Such a dismissive excuse would only be believable to a child of 3. The name Gongxu Wu is, in essence, a false identity. According to records of the fallen star thief, there once was a man named Taishu Duan who fled in defeat to Gongdi and was subsequently referred to as Gongxu Duan. Through generations, this evolved into the surnames Duan, Gongxu, Gong, and ultimately the well-known surname Gong. This realization illuminated the connection between Gongxu and Gong, the martial and the literary. Bamboo represents martial prowess, while propriety and righteousness represent the literary. Thus, the man before them, Gongxu Wu, is actually Gong Wan, a 9th grade official of the Gong family. Gong Ili. Qi Shan maintained an impassive demeanor, seemingly oblivious to Gongxu Wu's peculiarities. He chose to feign ignorance regarding Gongxu Wu's true identity, expressing concern instead. The thief, it seems, harbors a relentless heart. They will inevitably return. Has Gongxu thought of a strategy? Gongxu Wu shook his head. A pallid hue tinged his weary visage. Despite being a 9th grade official, his body bore numerous wounds, and after being captured, he had been relentlessly fleeing, lacking the time to recuperate. Some wounds had scabbed over, leaving behind long crimson scars, while others had reopened or worsened due to neglect, with several festering and inflamed. Qi Shan's inquiry was his gravest concern, yet one he felt utterly powerless to address. After a moment of contemplation, he sighed, "If all else fails, we may have no choice but to seek refuge in a neighboring land. Perhaps it offers a glimmer of hope." Qi Shan lowered his gaze, pondering deeply, and confided, "To be candid, I have only recently returned from abroad, where the conditions are hardly tranquil, rife with oppressive governance and incessant warfare. Compared to that, Gung country fares somewhat better. The war between Gung and Xian countries had concluded, yet other nations were either embroiled in conflict or preparing for it." Upon hearing this, Gongxu Duan fell silent, his expression void of life, exuding a sorrow that felt as vast as the heavens yet devoid of a single place to call home. Qi Shan could somewhat empathize with his sentiments. Aside from Zhai Lu, hailing from the southeast, the others were subjects of Xian country, which had met its demise and been renamed Chutai. While the cyclical rise and fall of nations and the reformation of citizenship were commonplace in this era, the sensation of one's homeland being usurped, leaving one homeless, was profoundly isolating. The phrase "like a dog that has lost its home" aptly described Gongxu Wu's current state of exhaustion. Zhai Lu remained focused on his flatbread, while Shintang, in contrast, consumed her meal with one eye on Qi Shan and Gongxu Wu, sensing a disquieting undercurrent within this individual. This fellow harbors ulterior motives. How treacherous! During a confrontation, he would prioritize his own safety while leaving his comrades to fend for themselves. Such a scoundrel. How could he genuinely care for the mental well-being of others? Shun Tang's mind whirled with a sudden realization. Have you heard the term darkness beneath the lamp? Darkness beneath the lamp? Naturally. Then you must also be familiar with the notion that the most perilous place is often the safest. The pursuers, aware of your flight to Xiaocheng, would naturally speculate that you have sought refuge in a foreign land. They might even lay ambush on your path, waiting for you to walk into their trap. It would be more prudent to do nothing. Do nothing? Shin Tang suggested. Conceal your identity and hide within Xiaocheng. This proposal pleased Qi Shan, who continued, recently, A rumor has been circulating. Ziwiyu from the northwest, safeguarding the unity of the realm. The influx of unfamiliar faces in Sihua County has increased. Concealing oneself among them diminishes the risk of discovery. Gongshu Wu found his resolve wavering. Darkness beneath the lamp, remaining in the most dangerous Xiaoqing. His inner turmoil ultimately succumbed to temptation as he nodded in agreement. Jialu, observing their exchange, interjected, "If I were to suggest, Shen, perhaps you ought to consider a journey southeast." Shen Tang replied, "To the southeast? Is there no conflict there?" Expecting Jialu to speak of the stability of the southeastern states, he instead began, "Conflict? How could there be any state untouched by war? However, one aspect does favor the southeast. Drought is not as frequent." Upon hearing this, Qishan barely lifted his eyelids and chuckled. While it is true that the southeastern states receive abundant rainfall and are less prone to drought, they are not immune to floods. Some floods are natural disasters beyond human control, while others are man-made. The vassal states upstream manipulate the waterways, cutting off rivers before the rainy season, leading to drought downstream. When the rainy season arrives, they unleash torrents to ensure their own stability. The exploitative maneuvers of these states did not end there. He recounted, "I am aware of a vassal state that has prospered through the sale of water. If the downstream states refuse to pay their tribute, they cut off their water supply. And should they continue to resist, they unleash floods to drown the dissenting state, thereby filling their coffers through protection fees. However, their ruthless actions eventually incited the wrath of the downstream states, leading to a coalition that brought about their ruin. Qishan preferred to remain in the northwest rather than flee to the southeast. Most importantly, he was averse to water, being a poor swimmer." Jialu pouted, seemingly disheartened that his persuasive attempt had failed. Yet upon reflection, he understood that one's own nest is preferable to gilded cages elsewhere. Having spent his youth on the southeastern fringes, he was an adept hunter and fisherman, unacquainted with hardship. No matter how tumultuous his homeland, it was better than any other place. He assumed Qishan shared a similar sentiment. Jialu continued, "Even if one is unwilling to head south, Gung country is hardly secure. One must either relocate to a relatively stable vassal state or withdraw from the world entirely, distancing oneself from the chaos of war. My elder brother has mentioned that Gung country's reign may last no more than 5 years." Qishan raised an eyebrow. "Your elder brother?" "My cousin. We are of similar age and grew up together, akin to brothers. He is quite remarkable and plans to enter the service after this journey." He remarked that the ruler of Gung country, Zheng Qiao, is a narrow-minded, petty individual, ambitious yet lacking in capability. In the northern desert, wolves and tigers abound, and he dares to contend with them. It is certain he will meet a grim fate. I find his assessment to be quite astute. Qishan, noting Gongshu Wu's expression, saw him seemingly lost in thought yet attentively listening to the conversation. He queried, "What, in your view, constitutes a wise ruler?" To everyone's surprise, Gongshu Wu, who had remained silent until then, spoke up. "Is it one who has rendered meritorious deeds, expanding territories?" Qishan did not answer, but instead turned to Shen Tang. "What do you think, Lady Shen?" Suddenly called upon, Shen Tang responded, "You are asking me?" "Indeed I am." She casually replied, "A person lives by their words. I believe that a wise ruler is one who ensures the people are well fed, warmly clothed, and lives in stability. When the granaries are full, one appreciates etiquette. When food and clothing are sufficient, one understands honor and disgrace. If the populace lives in abundance, with surplus grain in hand, their hearts will be at peace, and naturally, the state will also be stable, leading to a clear political environment. Isn't the toil of a wise ruler ultimately aimed at achieving such an outcome?" Gongshu Wu, Qishan. Shen Tang felt uneasy under the scrutiny of the two men. She steeled herself and continued, "Whether it is territorial expansion or outstanding achievements, martial prowess may look impressive to a monarch, but how much benefit does it bring to the common people? Not only does it yield no advantages, but in order to fund military expenses, the court will also increase taxes, ultimately burdening the populace. For every additional tax raised for military funding, they grow a bit hungrier. Some may even starve to death. Look at how many remnants of Xiangguo mourn for their fallen nation. Don't they simply move on to live their own small lives? If in the future, Gungguo were to fall, the people would likely remain unchanged. They might even raise a glass in celebration that the tyrant above them has finally met their end, allowing them a moment to breathe." Gongshu did not speak. Nor did Jialu. Qishan shook his head. "This world does not apply anymore. Take for instance the path of the feudal lords that young Master Shen refers to. Other lords employ the feudal path to recruit talents, gather skilled individuals, and enlist soldiers. Yet, young Master Shin focuses on agriculture. No matter how skilled he is at farming or how abundant his granaries are, what use is it if he cannot protect it? It holds no allure for those talented individuals and provides them no benefits. Food can be seized by force. Yuan Liang has a point. As the saying goes, farmers do not stockpile weapons, they have their own granaries. Stockpiling weapons without farming leads to granaries everywhere. The food grown in one's own fields cannot compare to the fragrance of that from others' granaries. Shintang considered the current situation and expressed her understanding. However, why should adults have to choose? Naturally, one needs both guns and fields, regardless of who it is. Ensuring a full stomach comes first. Shintang suddenly remarked, if I were to seek employment with any feudal lord in the future, I would definitely not consider those who delay wages or offer low compensation. I work to put food on the table. Let's not talk about ideals. Let's talk about sustenance. A good employer is one who pays wages on time, provides raises, avoids empty platitudes, and pays a fair wage for work done, enabling employees to support their families. Forget about a 996 schedule. I could manage a 007 if need be. You wish to serve? Qi Shan's gaze deepened. Shintang. She felt an inexplicable need to answer this question carefully. She shook her head and said, I was just saying that. Why work for others? I am not starving. In this era, doing well at work does not guarantee promotion or a raise. But failing can certainly lead to dire consequences for one's family, where effort and reward do not equate. Thus, partnering with others for business is not a wise choice. It is better to go solo. She could also conjure food with her words. Perhaps she could not help others, but she would not starve herself. Qi Shan's expression softened slightly. That is acceptable. Shintang looked at him in confusion. What is acceptable? To strive for sustenance is also commendable. Not only for one person, but for millions, Qi Shan replied. Shintang. Although she did not quite understand what Qi Yuanliang was brewing in his mind, her intuition told her it was not a bad thing, so she chose to ignore it. Meanwhile, Gong Shuo glanced between Qi Shan and Shintang, sensing something but dismissing his thoughts as absurd for the time being. As the bonfire dwindled, the night gave way to dawn. After sufficient rest, the group prepared to enter the city. Shintang, Zhai Lu, and Qi Shan were fine, but Gong Shuo was rather conspicuous. At daybreak, when Gong Shuo stood up, Shintang noticed for the first time that this robust man was nearly 2 meters tall, with a strong and muscular physique, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and powerful limbs. One man could easily equate to 2 of her. He was indeed eye-catching. He would stand out in any crowd. What is young Master Shin looking at? Gong Shuo had already noticed the surprised and envious glances Shintang cast his way, and a rare smile appeared on his weary face. Shintang was caught off guard and quickly averted her gaze. Ahem, I just noticed how tall Gong Shuo really is. Among the 4, she was the shortest. And even Zhai Lu was half a head taller than her, forcing Shintang to look up when speaking to others, which was rather uncomfortable. She humbly asked, is there any secret to growing taller quickly? If there are any tips for building muscle, that would be even better. The powerful muscles exuded an undeniable explosive force that ordinary clothing could not conceal, evoking envy in onlookers. If she had such impressive height and muscularity, even the simplest of fools would instinctively show civility and respect upon seeing her. Qi Shan. Jila could not help but chuckle. Gong Shuo was initially taken aback, but then revealed a faint, relaxed smile. He glanced at the flower seal around Shintang's waist and gently remarked, Young Master Shun is still quite young. It will take a few more years for you to grow rapidly. Shintang asked, no tricks? There are no tricks. Aside from a few rare exceptions, most martial artists are taller and stronger than ordinary men. Only a robust physique can harness formidable strength. If the body cannot withstand the power bestowed by martial courage, one risks harming oneself rather than defeating the enemy. Martial courage is the best trick. Unfortunately, young master is a scholar of literary arts. Shintang. Disappointment was clearly written on her face. Qi Shan added, young Master Shun has reminded me. Your appearance and tiger talisman should be concealed a bit to avoid unnecessary trouble. Your physique is not a concern, as many others stand out in a crowd. But as long as the martial courage and tiger talisman pass inspection, it is not difficult to blend in without being recognized. This happens to be one of my specialties. The only trouble is that this secret technique needs to be used once every 7 days. Gong Shuo once every 7 days? Qi Shan, feeling a bit embarrassed, replied, yes. I am not skilled enough, so it can only last for 7 days. After that, one will revert to their original appearance. Gong Shuo sighed lightly. Feeling regret, but no dissatisfaction. He understood his own troubles well. The complications surrounding him were extensive, and even a hint of them could lead to disaster, threatening lives. He was grateful for Qishan and the other righteous gentlemen for their assistance. Then, I would trouble you, sir, to perform the technique. Gong Shuwu respectfully clasped his fists, and Qishan's eyes crinkled slightly in response. He repeatedly waved his hands. It's just a small effort. It's no trouble. Standing aside, Shen Tang raised an eyebrow. Qishan helping Gong Shuwu disguise his appearance and martial courage talisman seemed like a feasible solution. How come she was unaware that this technique had a time limit? Since the last disguise, Yuan Liang had never mentioned anything about a 7-day reapplication. If there truly was a time limit, he would have definitely reminded her to prevent her from making a blunder. Shen Tang's gaze flickered as she tidied her thoughts, burying them deep within her heart. She would wager that Yuan Liang was undoubtedly concocting something mischievous. Sir, could you also help me alter mine? Zhai Lu chimed in, eager to join in the fun, suggesting, how about I change mine to a 20-rank noble title? I could tease my elder brother with it later. It would surely surprise him. A 20-rank noble title was a lifelong pursuit for all martial artists. One man standing guard against thousands. What fervor! Qishan. He could not help but think of how young Master Shun had also boldly declared a first-rank literary title, while this one wanted a 20-rank noble title. Were they dreaming of ascending right on the spot? Shen Tang felt the need to stifle her laughter at their daydreaming. The events of the previous night had no impact on Xiaoqing. The lines of common people waiting to enter the city were still bustling, and the city guards continued their usual loud and arrogant demeanor towards the ordinary folk, while fawning over those with flower seals or martial courage talismans, showering them with flattery and performing only symbolic inspections. Once inside the city, the four dispersed. Zhai Lu intended to return to his lodging to reunite with his elder brother. Concerned that his absence might prompt his brother to search for him, he exchanged accommodations with Shen Tang and arranged a time to venture out together. Most importantly, he aimed to ascertain when young Master Shun would set up stall to sell wine so he could patronize the business. As for Gong Shuwu, due to the 7-day time limit, he wished to remain in Xiaoqing without straying too far from Qishan. At that moment, Qishan kindly informed him that there was a nearby residence available for rent. Gong Shuwu, feeling awkward about rejecting such goodwill, agreed. Shen Tang, as a mere observer, witnessed everything unfold. She increasingly suspected that Qi Yuanliang harbored ulterior motives. Upon returning to their lodging, Qishan requested an elderly woman to assist Gong Shuwu with his housing situation. Shortly thereafter, Chu Yao returned with several bundles of lotus leaves, accompanied by a sturdy little boy. The boy sported 2 little pigtails, his cheeks rosy, and cradled a squirming bundle wrapped in cloth. He asked Shen Tang, "Is Wulong sober now?" Qishan retorted, "If he weren't sober by now, would we dare to bring him back? He could have turned Xiaoqing upside down." Chu Yao teased, "Has Wulong recovered any treasures?" Shen Tang, feeling embarrassed, stammered, he was just drunk, so his words cannot be trusted. It was all a misunderstanding." Qishan interjected, "Young Master Shun has indeed brought back a treasure." Chu Yao, surprised, exclaimed, "Did you not say it was a misunderstanding? Last night, they had pursued and rescued someone from over 20 miles outside the city." As Qishan recalled the events of the previous night, his temper flared, and his tone grew more fervent. After expending such effort and taking considerable risks to rescue someone, how could he not refer to them as a treasure? Chu Yao remained silent, yet his expression betrayed his curiosity about the individual Qishan had rescued. Although he had only had a spiritual connection with Qi Yuanliang before their encounter yesterday, he was well aware of his character from past rumors. He was a man who would not rise early without a profit to gain. Despite having numerous enemies, he preferred to avoid trouble. When he did engage, there was always a benefit to be had. He was eager to see who had fallen into misfortune this time. Without uttering a word, Chu Yao's expression revealed his thoughts, and Qishan understood, his brows twitching. A glance revealed the little chubby boy following Chu Yao, prompting him to inquire, "Whose child is this?" Chu Yao replied, "The son of the butcher from that meat shop. His father has given me a gift, and I cannot neglect his son. Since Wulong will be staying in Xiaoqing for a while, I brought him along to teach him a thing or two. In this world, acquiring skills is never a disadvantage." Having said this, he patted the boy's head. Turning to Shen Tang, he said, "Do not be nervous. This young master is Shun's Wulong, my master." The child, shy and with his head bowed, stepped forward to perform a somewhat awkward bow. Though he appeared chubby, his voice was unexpectedly clear. "Greetings, young master." Chu Yao then directed the boy to address Qi Yuanliang. "This is Qi Yuanliang. Simply call him sir." The little chubby boy obediently responded, "Greetings, sir." Qi Yuanliang's demeanor softened towards the child, nodding in acknowledgement. Just as he intended to retire indoors to rest, having spent the night outdoors with inadequate conditions and disturbed by mosquitoes, he heard an exceedingly faint meow. He paused, then heard Shintang ask the little boy, "Do you have a cat in your arms?" As if in response, the soft bundle meowed again, and the boy nodded. He cautiously loosened his grip and lifted a corner of the coarse cloth, revealing a small, tiger-striped kitten. The kitten opened its eyes, which were not the usual amber but rather a rare aquamarine, its nose pink, and its fur much lighter than that of ordinary tabby cats. Seeing Shintang, it timidly meowed again, burrowing deeper into the boy's embrace, prompting a frown from Chu Yao. Shintang, captivated by the kitten, gently brushed her fingers over its soft fur, remarking, "What a beautiful cat. Is it yours or a stray?" The little boy replied, "It was born to our mother cat." Shintang then asked, "Why did you bring it out? Such a young kitten should be with its mother." The boy's mood shifted momentarily as he looked down at the kitten and said, "My father and mother said we can't keep it and wanted to get rid of it." "Get rid of it? Is the kitten unwell?" The boy shook his head and earnestly explained, "No, it's perfectly fine, but its eyes are not good. My father thinks it's an ill omen and doesn't want to keep it." All 7 kittens in the litter were the same amber hue as their mother, except for this one, which was different. The butcher, worried about it being a bad omen, especially since business had not been thriving, felt uneasy and considered discarding or giving away the kitten. The little boy took it with him, inquiring among neighbors if anyone would be willing to adopt it. The outcome was predictable. Ordinary families struggled to feed themselves, let alone take in a cat. Shintang remarked, "What is wrong with its eyes? They are beautiful." The kitten gazed at her with its clear, watery green eyes, melting her heart. Just as she was about to speak, she heard Qi Yuanliang's gentle inquiry, "Has this kitten found a new home?" The boy shook his head, "Not yet." Shintang was taken aback. She could have sworn she had never heard Qi Yuanliang speak in such a soft tone before, as if any elevation in his voice might startle the kitten. She looked up and was astonished to see a tender smile gracing Qi Yuanliang's face, terrifying. In that moment, Shintang's expression nearly faltered. To her surprise, Qi Yuanliang continued, "That is splendid. Wait a moment. I shall consult the almanac and select an auspicious day to propose." Shintang exclaimed, "Propose? To whom?" Qi Yuanliang replied matter-of-factly, naturally. "To this little raccoon. It bears an uncanny resemblance to one I once owned." His gaze drifted into reminiscence. Shintang was bewildered. Why the need for a proposal to adopt a cat? Not only did Qi Yuanliang intend to formally propose, but he was also meticulously selecting a date, which turned out to be tomorrow, a propitious day for marriage. He even sketched a lifelike portrait of the kitten on the proposal and asked the elderly woman from the neighboring house to purchase some dried fish and 2 bags of salt. He was efficient and direct, and the joy of preparing to become a bridegroom was evident on his face. Shintang found it utterly absurd. As Qi Yuanliang busied himself, Chu Yao borrowed the eastern kitchen from the elderly woman and meticulously cleaned the offal he had purchased. Qi Yuanliang had the skill to bake, and Shintang was witnessing a man cooking for the first time in this era. She intended to offer assistance, but was politely declined. A gentleman should stay away from the kitchen, they say, yet he was not only adept in the culinary arts, but also remarkably skilled. Chu Yao wiped his hands clean and joked, "These offal and scraps were prepared by the butcher. Is there really a need to keep our distance? Besides, we are not noble. If we cannot cook, how can we hope to survive on mere wind and dew?" Now his master was Shintang, and as a servant, he needed to recognize his position. In this time of simple cooking, with scarce seasonings, food was primarily boiled, baked, or steamed, resulting in bland flavors. However, Chu Yao had his secret techniques. What many ordinary folk found undesirable, he transformed into delightful dishes through skillful preparation and seasoning. "Wolong, do taste my handiwork," he urged. Shintang did not hold back and slurped up a bowl of noodles, more accurately, a rough version of knife-cut noodles, or rather, noodle lumps. They were simply made by kneading the flour into a ball and cutting it into slices, while lacking in elasticity, for Shintang, who had eaten flatbreads for so long. It was a culinary delight. The little chubby boy also enjoyed his meal, not leaving a drop of broth behind, cleaning his bowl entirely. In the afternoon, he followed Chu Yao to learn martial arts, not studying books, but engaging in physical training. Shintang was baffled. How could a former literati like Chu Yao, who had once taught literature, now be instructing students in martial skills. With two individuals, one joyfully preparing to propose to a raccoon and the other training a student in martial arts, Shintang found herself at leisure once again. After lying idle for a quarter of an hour, she suddenly sat up. It was far too boring. With no one to converse with and nothing to occupy her, she might as well set up a stall to sell wine and support the family. With newfound purpose, Shintang's motivation surged. Mr. Wu Hui, I am going out to sell wine. As her words lingered in the air, she vanished like a wisp of smoke, as though something were pursuing her closely. Chu Yao only managed to remind her not to indulge in alcohol, uncertain if she even heard him. The familiar spot from yesterday was unchanged, yet the variety of drinks had multiplied. Not only was there the famed Dukong wine, but also fine wines such as grape wine in nightlight cups, Green Ant New Brew rice wine, and Lianling wine with tulip, amber light in jade bowls, among others to be discovered later. Alas, she was merely a brewer and could not partake. A heavy sense of melancholy weighed upon Shintang, who sighed deeply, reflecting on the sorrows that plagued her. Akin to a eunuch visiting a brothel, a chuckle drifted down from above. When Shintang looked up, she was greeted by a familiar face. Her heart raced with caution. Was this not the ailing Mr. Gu from the Moonlight Tower? What was he doing here? Selling wine, perhaps? Or was he merely basking in the sun? Shintang lightly tapped the sign that read wine beside her. Was Mr. Gu feigning ignorance? Did he wish to purchase wine? How was it priced? Red wine is 450 won per 2 jin, while other wines are 300 won for the same quantity. No negotiation, she stated. Mr. Gu promptly paid with a large piece of silver. Just as Shintang was about to fetch her scales and scissors, Mr. Gu raised his hand, halting her gesture. With an intense gaze, he declared, I'll take all of it. A flicker of surprise crossed her mind, and before she could entertain the thought that he might possess the ability to read her mind, she stiffened momentarily, discreetly retracting her hand. Maintaining a calm facade, she inquired, Will you be taking all this wine home, Mr. Gu? Mr. Gu replied, When did I say I would carry it myself? For such a large transaction. Might I trouble Shen Langjun to deliver it? Of course, Shintang responded. The customer is king, and the worker had no objections. Mr. Gu lowered his eyelids, his expression devoid of emotion. Very well, then, please deliver it to Yaoling Pavilion. Where is Yaoling Pavilion? Shintang asked. Mr. Gu's lips curled into a knowing smile. The Jiao Fong, in the Xiaoqing district. A sudden jolt of alarm surged through Shintang. Not good, echoed in her mind, as red flags waved within her thoughts. Despite the heightened caution in her heart, her smile remained effortlessly genuine, and she replied, Certainly, no problem. However, the silver you provided is rather heavy. I must calculate how much wine there is before delivering it to you. This was merely a delaying tactic on her part, to buy time. She inwardly lamented. Had I known I would encounter this person today, I would have preferred to remain at home, idle and moldy. What bad luck. To her surprise, Mr. Gu countered her intentions with ease. He casually cracked his knuckles and, after a moment's thought, calculated precisely how much wine was needed, rendering Shintang's plans futile. Seemingly oblivious to the slight frown forming at the corners of her mouth, he continued, I have heard that Shen Langjun possesses the extraordinary ability to transform words into wine. I too am a connoisseur of fine beverages. I have already prepared exquisite wine vessels at Yaoling Pavilion. A visit from you is all that is necessary. There is no need for further preparations. Shintang was momentarily at a loss for words. This time, she did not bother to conceal her inner turmoil. While her smile remained gentle and refined, her thoughts erupted with expletives. Damn, surely Mr. Gu would perceive her friendly signal. Yet, he remained impassive, his expression unchanging, devoid of even the slightest flicker of emotion. Shintang felt as though she were striking a fist against cotton. Her attempts to evade or delay were now futile, only serving to provide him with leverage. With a smile, she conceded, That sounds splendid. Meanwhile, she silently recited the words of wisdom imparted by Chu Yao. The human heart is a mystery. She wondered if this would have any effect. Mr. Gu's control over his expressions was remarkable, and his frail appearance made it difficult to discern his true intentions. Shintang resolved to match his moves. And if that failed, she discreetly cast her gaze towards his slender neck. His neck was delicate, with faint blue veins visible beneath the surface. Perhaps due to his prolonged illness, he appeared quite thin, and at over 6 feet tall, he possessed an unusual elegance despite his frailty. Such a pristine and beautiful neck, she mused, could be easily pierced. Shintang smiled brightly. I shall accompany you. if it pleases you. Mr. Gu replied softly, no trouble at all. As they walked side by side, their thoughts diverged. Mr. Gu broke the silence, seemingly as if sharing secrets. Shun Longjuan's talent is truly enviable. Having been absent for only a day or two, you have already mastered the art of shielding your thoughts from others. At my age, I was far from such proficiency. Shin Tang scoffed inwardly, growing increasingly wary. The words of a scholar can often be deceiving. What a perplexing address, Shun Lang. While he claimed she had successfully mastered thoughts, the truth of his statement was known only to him. Who could tell whether he spoke to lower her defenses for his own purposes? Thus, she remained vigilant, unwilling to relax her guard. But she was no mere soft target for manipulation. Feigning innocence, she posed a question. Mr. Gu, may I inquire about something? Speak freely. He replied. In the bustling streets, does your ability to read minds extend to a single person or to all? What difference does it make? He asked. When I was younger, I chanced upon a saying that declared there are two things one cannot gaze upon directly: the blazing sun and the human heart. The darkness of the human heart is deeper than any abyss. Most people present one facade while harboring another within. Those who are genuine are a rarity. They may flatter and praise openly, yet curse and harbor resentment behind closed doors. If one were to discover such duplicity, instead of reflecting on their own actions, they would only cultivate new animosities. Even ordinary passers-by, who share no connection, will readily critique the peculiarities of others. To hear such thoughts is truly ill-fated. While she spoke of misfortune, her expression betrayed her disdain. Mr. Gu's eyes flickered, and in a surprisingly good-natured manner, he inquired, So, Shin Langjun, do you consider yourself genuine or duplicitous? Shin Tang abruptly suppressed her smile. I am certainly genuine. Oh, and what leads you to that conclusion? Mr. Gu appeared skeptical. I am the type who curses both in thought and word, behind backs and to faces alike. Does that not qualify as being genuine? Shin Tang asserted with conviction, ready to embrace the title of a master of sardonic wit. Mr. Gu pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. Indeed, you must be fortunate. If luck were not on your side, with such a tongue, one might wonder how many sacks you would have found yourself in. As they continued their journey, the atmosphere was charged with palpable tension, Shun Tang's sarcasm clashing against Mr. Gu's stoic demeanor. Finally, as they approached Yaoling Pavilion, Mr. Gu broached the subject of Chu Yao, the servant you purchased from the Moonlight Tower. His surname is Chu. Are you aware of his background? Is it necessary to inquire into the origins of a mere servant? She replied, implying that she was unaware of Chu Yao's lineage. Mr. Gu was not so easily convinced. Though the servant was merely a kitchen hand, his name was not recorded in any formal document. Only a simple surname and the date of purchase remained. Yet, even from these scant details, Mr. Gu had drawn conclusions. The servant named Lao Chu was not an ordinary individual. He was likely one of the three great figures of the Chu kingdom, Chu Yao or Chu Wuhui. How intriguing it was that he had lingered at the Moonlight Tower without any knowledge of such a figure residing at the Xianggu Pavilion. It would indeed be a pity to have missed such an opportunity. Shin Tang had sought to redeem him from the very first visit. If there were no ulterior motives, who would believe it? Furthermore, he had discovered a rather interesting coincidence. The Jiao Fong was not solely a venue for carnal pleasures. It also hosted various performances, including music and dance for celebrations. There were both red courtesans and elegant ones, musicians and dancers. During festive occasions, families would pay to invite these performers to entertain. Such was the prestige. Thus, the business at Yaoling Pavilion flourished, even during daylight. As the notes of melancholy silk and bamboo music intertwined with the scent of rain-soaked tobacco leaves wafted through the air, Shin Tang followed Mr. Gu, moving with a composed and unhurried grace, deliberately avoiding glances at the dancers on stage, her expression resolutely serious. She inquired, Are the ladies of the Gong family also present? Mr. Gu replied, Some are. And the others? Shin Tang pressed. They met with misfortune on the road, he stated. Shin Tang's expression darkened, feeling as though she had received a heavy blow. Listening to his words was akin to hearing a lament. Mr. Gu seemed to be a regular or esteemed guest at the pavilion. As soon as he entered, a courtesan approached to guide them to a luxuriously appointed private room. The spacious chamber featured a large flower drum that resembled an indoor performance stage. Upon their entrance, servants brought forth empty wine jars. According to the silver Mr. Gu provided, Shin Tang procured a selection of various wines. Almost instantaneously, the potent aroma of the liquor surged through the room, awakening Mr. Gu's desire for drink. Without hesitation, he poured himself a glass. Despite his sickly appearance, one would not suspect that he was a heavy drinker. "What a fine wine!" he exclaimed after downing a cup, lavishly praising its quality. The pallor of his face was slightly alleviated, displaying a hint of color, yet even the untrained eye would discern that such indulgence was unwise. Shintang's disapproval was evident upon her visage. Mr. Gu, multitasking, continued to observe Shintang, noticing her fleeting worry and the murmurs of discontent from within her heart. He was taken aback by her intriguing nature. Despite harboring motives that were not entirely benevolent, she still displayed a surprising compassion towards him. He had expected her to wish for his demise, especially considering the brief flash of murderous intent she had directed at him earlier. Undeterred by her gaze, Mr. Gu poured himself another generous glass, declaring, "Truly, this is remarkable wine." Shintang remarked, "Excessive drinking is harmful to one's health." Mr. Gu countered, "For ordinary folk, excessive drinking is harmful may hold true, but for me, it is the very act of drinking that sustains my life. The wine crafted here rivals that of the finest brews. If I possessed such talent, I could save a considerable sum on wine." Shintang retorted, "That sentiment sounds rather familiar. Someone recently expressed the same to me. Is the wine truly that exquisite?" Mr. Gu, surprised, asked, "You've never tasted it before?" "I have," she replied, "last night. However, the circumstances were rather dire. Unless alone, my drinking poses a threat to others' safety." Unaware of the previous night's events, Mr. Gu assumed Shintang was too young to appreciate the beauty of wine. Teasing her, "You are still young. You will come to understand its wonders as you age. It is the finest remedy in this world, capable of curing many ailments." Shintang remained expressionless, thinking to herself that wine could not possibly cure all ills. After all, Mr. Gu had consumed an entire jar of Lonling wine without it alleviating his condition, rendering his claims dubious. Oh, now employing the saying "the heart of man is hidden from the belly," she lamented that he could not hear her inner thoughts, a regrettable circumstance. Mr. Gu, maintaining a serious demeanor, stated, "If you wish, we can change establishments later, but you are still too young to indulge in such pleasures." Shintang was about to decline when the wooden door of the private room swung open. A troupe of musicians entered, all around 30 years of age. While not youthful by the standards of the teaching court, their skills were exceptional, captivating all who listened. Today, they were accompanied by a dancer, striking in appearance, but not exceptional when compared to others in Yaoling Pavilion. Her most notable feature was that she possessed only one ear. Shintang observed the dancer, who in turn gazed at Mr. Gu, who was fixedly watching Shintang. Suddenly, the dancer let out a strange cry, and her previously gentle demeanor vanished as she charged at Shintang like a frenzied spirit. Shintang coldly smirked and, without hesitation, delivered a kick to the dancer's shoulder, sending her sprawling across the floor. Mr. Gu feigned surprise. "This dancer is new." Shintang coldly interrupted him. "Not just a newcomer. She is a woman of the Gong family, sent here as punishment." Mr. Gu, "You may enjoy the spectacle of the Gong family's women dancing from your esteemed seat, and if your constitution allows, perhaps you could indulge further. Might I ask if Gong Yinshi is aware of this arrangement?" Unbeknownst to her, she had drawn a dragon-engraved longsword, its gleaming blade reflecting her current expression, cold, ruthless, and bloodthirsty. Perhaps even she was unaware of this side of herself. Mr. Gu replied with calm assurance, "Gong Yinshi would certainly have no objections." Shintang retorted sarcastically, "Does he remain ignorant, or is he simply unconcerned?" Mr. Gu, undeterred by her sword's proximity to his throat, calmly stated, "She is the dowry of the eldest daughter of the Shin family." Shintang was momentarily taken aback, her mind blank. She had never anticipated that Mr. Gu would be the first to uncover her true identity. Yet she felt a spark of defiance. "The eldest daughter of the Shin family? Do you perceive me as a woman? A woman adorned with a literary seal? Do you not find this tale excessively ridiculous? Even the most trivial street tales would not dare to concoct such absurdity. Before accumulating sufficient strength, a woman, universally acknowledged as incapable of possessing both literary grace and martial valor, unexpectedly acquires literary talent. Whether seen as a peculiar example or as an ominous sign, it spells disaster for her. It matters little that a few, like Qi Shan, are aware, for she has concealed nothing, even pondering when they might uncover the truth. However, this Mr. Gu is another matter entirely. Should he discover her secret, Shintang would be compelled to end his life swiftly. Better to die early than to suffer longer. Mr. Gu, unhurried and smiling as he fans himself, sips his Lonling wine. Ridiculous? Before the thief star descended, Who could have anticipated the emergence of literary grace and martial valor, transforming slander into reality? In these absurd times, any bizarre event seems entirely plausible. Shintang, her expression cold, replied, Mr. Gu, you are mistaken. Mr. Gu pointed to the dancer, still recovering from a kick. Do you know why she has only one ear? I have no interest in knowing. She attempted to harm you during the banishment, yet you skillfully escaped through the power of words, while she was mistakenly believed to be your accomplice by the escorting officials. Lacking one person to facilitate the exchange with the filial city, they severed her ear to impersonate your identity. Thus, the earlier investigation yielded the news of the late Madame Shun. Tell me, is what I say true or false? Shintang, expressionless, dismissed him. Nonsense. Yet Mr. Gu softened his demeanor, coaxing her gently. There is no need for such wariness. I harbor no ill intent. You are the most intriguing individual I have encountered in many years. If you were indeed Madame Shun, we would have no conflict of interest. What reason would I have to act against you? Shintang scoffed coldly. I understand that those with literary talent are often overly suspicious. The more one prides oneself on intelligence, the greater the suspicion and drama. To assert that I am Madame Shun based solely on your mention of dowry is absurd. Why complicate matters? Once the garments are shed, the truth will be apparent. This guessing game is exceedingly tedious and a waste of time. The blade she held pressed against his neck. Mr. Gu, do you possess the courage to gamble with me? Gamble on what? Shintang did not reveal the terms of the wager. Instead, she stated the stakes. Her face bearing a chilling coldness, each word pronounced with the gravity of a judge's decree. If I win, I shall claim your head. And if I win? If Mr. Gu is victorious, let him come and take my life. However, this possibility seems slim, for the sword hangs over your neck, not mine. Shintang smiled lightly, inquiring, I have a question that perplexes me. Might you enlighten me, Mr. Gu? Mr. Gu's eyelids twitched. Ask away. Shintang, your mind-reading ability is not truly a form of word magic, but rather your scholar's way. Is it not? Does that esteemed one know this? Mind-reading and word magic are entirely distinct concepts. The former is a requisite skill for every strategist, while the latter is a malignant fear for all. Mr. Gu. Even with the sword poised at his throat, his expression turned ashen, veins of crimson seeping from the corners of his eyes, nearly enveloping his entire gaze. This expression indicated that Shintang had struck a nerve. Before we engage in this wager, I must settle an old score. Without turning back, she flung her sword behind her. With a thud, the blade embedded itself into the wooden floor, effectively blocking the dancer, who had been attempting to slip away while nursing her shoulder. The other musicians had already scattered in fright from the earlier tumult. Where do you think you are going? Shintang rose, turning to approach the dancer with a calm smile. As she advanced a step, the dancer retreated a step, bracing herself against the ground. The animosity that once fueled her desire to tear Shintang apart had been replaced by sheer terror. The grievances from their journey of banishment resurfaced, and she trembled, pleading, Please, spare me, I was wrong. Shintang tilted her head. You claim you were wrong? Yes, 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 nodding fervently. An apology uttered only after inflicting harm reeks worse than maggots in a latrine. You are a dowry of Madame Shun? How laughable. How then could you bring yourself to harm others? The dancer's anger flared in response to this accusation. Why should I not? What do you have to question me? Do you truly believe yourself to be of noble lineage? You are not Madame Shun. You are merely a fool, a madwoman without origin. You can wield word magic. Are you even a man? Pausing, she regained her bravado. Even if I am a dowry, so what? If Madame Shun had not married into the Gong family, I would not have been implicated and sold off like a lowly being. The month-long ordeal of banishment has been a nightmare. She clutched her head in agony, memories flashing before her. Accompanying them were her vehement roars of hatred. In her midnight dreams, she would gladly devour the flesh and blood of Madame Shun. The Shun family has been obliterated, their lineage extinguished. What connection do I have to that? Had she not married into the Gong family, none of this would have befallen her. Why should she not seek revenge? Moreover, her vengeance is directed at a mere fool, not the true Madame Shun. Has she committed any wrong? Shintang. Mr. Gu, who believed victory was assured. The air in the elegant chamber fell silent, leaving only the dancer's fear-laden gasps. Shintang rubbed her throbbing temples and sighed, addressing Mr. Gu. Sir, do you still wish to partake in the wager? Mr. Gu, now disinterested, replied, No. Shintang, I thought as much. Let us leave it at that. What a farcical affair this is. Mr. Gu rose, pointing at Shintang while questioning the dancer, since the one you conspired against during the banishment was this Shinlang, who has now escaped unscathed. Then where has the true Madame Shin gone? Shintang. Good heavens. Now I am Shinlang again. A scholar's face changes faster than turning a page. Upon hearing the courtesan's orders, Mr. Gu delved deeper into the investigation of Shintang's identity. Along with necessary surveillance, he also traced the origins. He personally visited the brothel, enduring a headache as he sifted through the cacophony of thoughts, extracting numerous revelations from the dancer's mind. However, a misunderstanding still ensued. Shintang was indeed part of the Gong family's banishment entourage, bearing the title of Madame Shun, yet she was disguised as a man, seemingly playing the role of a mentally impaired individual. Consequently, the dancer harbored resentment and retaliated against her. In the end, Shinlang seized an opportunity and successfully escaped to the filial city. The logic certainly made sense. The dancer, however, refused to cooperate. Shintang pressed her sword to the dancer's throat, drawing blood. Speak. Under the pressure of impending death, the dancer broke down and divulged what she knew. Madame Shun had gone missing before her wedding, her whereabouts unknown. Following this, Shintang appeared, and the townsfolk claimed that Madame Shun had accidentally fallen into the water and struck her head, leaving her dazed and oblivious. As the wedding date approached, this incident was suppressed. Outsiders were unaware, but how could those who served closely fail to recognize the truth? As for Shintang, the dancer trembled. The coffin. Mr. Gu, unable to hear clearly, inquired, "What?" A servant from the back courtyard reported that one night, a peculiar coffin was returned, and inside lay someone resembling Madame Shun by 6 or 7 parts. With some adornment, she could pass for a perfect likeness. Shintang, disregarding Mr. Gu's presence, urgently pressed the dancer. A coffin? What coffin? When did this happen? The dancer, terrified, clutched her head, shaking like a leaf. Mr. Gu gazed intently at Shintang, voicing his bewilderment. You are unaware of events that transpired to you? Shintang retorted irritably. I was robbed of my home. Robbed? What do you mean by that? Mr. Gu, instead of responding with anger to her brusque words, instead sought clarification, a reaction that struck those familiar with his character as astonishing. I have lost my memory. Shintang's confession came unexpectedly. Observing Mr. Gu's wide-eyed astonishment, she self-deprecatingly smiled. Surprised, are you? I have forgotten everything that happened before the banishment. Even the identity of wife's brother bestowed upon me by Gong Yunqi was something I accepted without question. Mr. Gu was momentarily taken aback, seemingly unable to fathom the situation. After a brief pause, he inquired, but why? Shintang responded, why? Are you asking why I would impersonate someone? There is no reason. I simply wish to avoid trouble. Yet you all presume to be clever. Besides, how am I to ascertain the authenticity of the identity? Perhaps I truly am her brother-in-law. Mr. Gu pressed his lips together, sinking into contemplation. Initially, he believed he had unraveled the mystery, but with the dancer's revelations, matters became increasingly convoluted. The disappearance of the eldest daughter of the Shin family, coupled with Gong Cheng's reaction, indicated that neither he nor the Gong family were privy to the situation, nor were they aware that the bride had been replaced. The current Shinlang, suffering from amnesia, could be believed for the moment, but what was his true identity? Why did he bear such a striking resemblance to the eldest daughter of the Shin family, to the extent that the Shuns had used him as a stand-in for her marriage to the Gongs? Could it be that he was actually a long-lost male heir of the Shin family? After all, the facade of noble families often concealed murky depths. However, if the two clans had not faced calamity and exile, wouldn't the identity of the bride have been discovered? This was hardly a union, it was a feud. This was not a tale of mistaken identities from a lowly street novel. Such narratives might contrive coincidences, but reality could not be so easily resolved. In a fleeting moment, Mr. Gu's mind raced with countless thoughts. Shintang was even more perplexed. She did not mind indulging in gossip, nor did she mind if it involved her. But she did mind that the gossip regarding her was incomprehensible. When one is agitated, it is easy to become enraged and lose control. She had exhausted her patience and resorted to threatening the dancer with violence, attempting to compel her to calmly answer her questions, but to no avail. At that moment, Mr. Gu gently placed a hand on her shoulder, saying, "Allow me." Shintang retorted, "What can you possibly ask?" Mr. Gu replied, "I have my methods." The art of inquiry is a formidable tool. In 2 centuries of chaos, there have long been unscrupulous officials who have specialized in extracting truths from individuals through various means. By chance, he possessed such skills. Furthermore, his rather unappealing scholarly pursuits had, in some respects, been tailored for this very profession. No one could deceive him except for the Shun Lang beside him. This was the first time he encountered a situation where he did not rely on inquiry, but rather controlled the mind to prevent intrusion. This undoubtedly required immense self-control. Shintang yielded the stage to him, saying, "Very well, you may proceed." Mr. Gu pinched the dancer's chin between his fingers. Though his hands appeared frail, they displayed remarkable strength. No matter how she struggled, she could not break free, leaving clear imprints of his fingers, compelling her to meet his gaze, with power in hand. A clear mirror before me. I can dispel evil and uphold righteousness, discerning the false from the true. To simplify, it was about dispelling the false and preserving the true. Shintang frowned. She had seen this method of inquiry practiced by Qi Shan, but its effect was to tear apart the veils of the enemy's formation, revealing their movements with clarity. Mr. Gu employed it as well, but for the purpose of inquiry. Indeed, the same method in different hands yields varying interpretations and applications, resulting in different outcomes. As the inquiry commenced, Mr. Gu confidently asked, "When was the coffin delivered?" The dancer, her expression blank, replied, "A month prior to the wedding." Was Shun Lang not a child of the Shin family? The dancer hesitated, confused, and replied, "I do not know." Not knowing equated to uncertainty. "Do you know the origins of the coffin?" Naturally, she did not. She recounted that a servant had mentioned a peculiar coffin being delivered one night. Mr. Gu exhibited patience, asking who delivered it. The dancer answered, "Second Master Shin." Mr. Gu further inquired about the identity of Second Master Shin. He was, after all, the biological brother of the eldest daughter of the Shin family. Unlike the elder Shun, who held an official position, Second Master Shun was an antiquities enthusiast and a renowned figure known for his frivolous pursuits. Each day, he entertained himself with discussions and leisurely activities, indulging in the beauty of nature. His methods were often playful. Shintang held no particular obsession with the origins of her former self, but the partial truth revealed by the dancer was unsettling. The former self lay in a coffin delivered overnight by Second Master Shun, a coffin that was decidedly strange. The implications were troubling. Mr. Gu pondered aloud. Could it be that Shun Lang is actually a hidden gem nurtured by Second Master Shin? Perhaps he had been sheltered outside and brought back due to a health crisis, conveniently serving as a replacement for the eldest daughter of the Shin family? Shintang interrupted. "Do you enjoy reading lowly novels? You seem quite familiar with such cliches." Mr. Gu fell into a peculiar silence for 3 breaths. Shintang continued. "The Shin family has been eradicated, and those in the know are gone. This dancer is merely a companion. How much truth can she possibly know? She likely was not in close attendance. Otherwise, she would not even know her own gender. Moreover, if she were truly a close servant, how could she dance so poorly? Even if she attempted to learn on the spot, it would be too late. Perhaps she had originally been a dancer nurtured by the Shin family." Contemplating this, Shintang's brow twitched slightly. She had grasped something. She asked, "Did you serve the eldest daughter of the Shun family closely?" The dancer shook her head. Shintang pressed, "Share your experiences." The dancer recounted her story truthfully. She was born into a lowly dancing family and sold at a young age. Before entering the Shin family, she was taken by her supervisor to please wealthy compatriots, becoming a mistress, and unexpectedly bore a son and a daughter. When discovered by the matriarch of the household, she was sold off. Eventually, the benevolent eldest daughter of the Shun family purchased her, allowing her to remain in the household to serve and occasionally perform for the noble. The previous version unfolded a melodramatic love story of a wealthy girl eloping for love, wandering the world, while a poor boy endured hardships to achieve his desires. Perhaps in the future, he could also face torment from a wicked mother-in-law. Humiliated as the family of the daughter-in-law faced annihilation, leading to a tale of solitude and despair. The latter version, however, took a bolder turn, incorporating fantastical and eerie elements. With a millennia-old mummy resurrecting to marry into a noble family. Who would have anticipated such a peculiar taste from this character? Mr. Gu remarked, "It is indeed a pity." Shintang replied silently. Mr. Gu seemed to lower his guard, engaging Shintang in light conversation. "It is a pity that my lifespan is limited. If only I had more time, once the world stabilizes, I would relish the role of a storyteller. After years of being forced to listen to the voices of phantoms and spirits, it would be a shame not to share them." Shintang felt he was daydreaming. Stabilization of the world? Is it the realm of the northern desert that is to be stabilized? Mr. Gu avoided the topic, which indeed seemed hopeless. Does Shenlang not hold much faith? Shen Tang replied candidly. I have heard that the northern desert is not comprised of kind souls. Who told you this? Just as Shen Tang was about to retort that it was none of his business, she heard Mr. Gu inquire, Did Qi Yuanyang say so? Shen Tang frowned. You seem to have conducted quite a thorough investigation. Mr. Gu chuckled lightly. You overestimate me, Shenlang. After all, we are on the territory of Gung country. One must tread carefully to avoid detection. The names Qi Shan and Qi Yuanliang are indeed known to many. For instance, the elusive secret art of seduction, and similarly, a multitude of foes. Mr. Gu was further astonished that this fellow was still alive. The subsequent dialogue was laced with a rhythmic cadence, both eerie and peculiar. Shen Tang merely responded nonchalantly. Oh. Mr. Gu inquired, how could Shenlang be associated with him? One who bears the name Chu Yao is no innocent. And though he has lost Wenxin, he is not devoid of wit. It does not hinder his strategic capabilities, alongside the infamous Qi Yuanliang and this individual, who possesses Wenxin yet harbors murderous intent, Shenlang. Both are nefarious characters. It is challenging not to think awry. Shen Tang felt like rolling her eyes. Finally understanding Qi Shan's torment, she remarked, You have an abundance of queries. I am not acquainted with you. My associations are of no concern to you. Mr. Gu declared. A friendship, once forged, is like a fresh start. Shen Tang retorted. I find that hard to believe. Mr. Gu paid no heed to her skepticism. I feel an instant connection with Shenlang, hence my concern. If you doubt it, Shenlang might as well inquire about Qi Yuanliang's path of the scholar. Do you know? Mr. Gu smiled without a reply. Shen Tang found the conversation exceedingly tiresome and had no desire to linger any longer. She stood up, brushed off non-existent dust, and prepared to take her leave. What shall be done with this dancer? Seeing Shen Tang's lack of response, Mr. Gu feigned provocation. If Shenlang were not a man but a woman, devoid of Wenxin, her fate would be, perhaps worse than death. Can Shenlang truly let go of such enmity? Shen Tang cast a glance at the dazed dancer, still under the thrall of a binding spell, then looked at Mr. Gu, her lips curling slightly. She simply stated, If I kill her, I shall bear the cost. After this trip, how much profit did selling wine yield? More importantly, if she refrained from killing her, Mr. Gu would do so and would handle it discreetly, leaving no trace. Why should she dirty her hands with blood? Why was she so certain she could employ another's blade? Because when she uttered Mr. Gu's path of the scholar, the dancer had overheard it all too clearly. With this knowledge, she could not survive. To associate with Qi Yuanliang truly indicated a lack of virtue. Shortly after Mr. Gu departed from Yaoling Pavilion, the dancer committed suicide by plunging into a well. At Yuehua Tower, the attendant was perusing a thick stack of letters. Upon Mr. Gu's return, he made no effort to conceal them, inquiring openly, Have you uncovered anything? Is there an issue with that Shen Tang? Mr. Gu replied, I investigated. And there seems to be no issue. The attendant quietly expressed surprise. Is it truly coincidental? However, since Mr. Gu had asserted it, he did not delve further. It was preferable for Shen Tang to be unproblematic, providing a valid reason for the northern desert to dispatch troops to Gung country. As domestic unrest in Gung country escalated, it would present the optimal moment for military intervention. You have worked hard, sir. Please take a rest. The gentleman bowed and exited. Upon returning to his chamber, he revealed another facet of himself. He contemplated a chess strategy, murmuring, I should pay a visit to Qi Yuanliang. Meanwhile, Shen Tang returned to the farmhouse. Chu Yao was still teaching students, while Qi Shan sat in the corridor, focused on weaving bamboo strips, with a heap of scraps and needles beside him. Reflecting on her recent tribulations left her weary. She plopped down with a heavy sigh, trying to garner everyone's attention, only to find Chu Yao responding while Qi Shan continued weaving, crafting an exquisitely designed bamboo frame. Wang, why do you sigh? I was bullied outside. Qi Shan chuckled, amused. You were bullied? A swift strike to the throat, bloodless. Shen Xiaolang's abstention from bullying others is already a benevolent act. Shen Tang lamented, pounding her thigh, and bemoaned Qi Shan. I was bullied by your old acquaintance. Who? Qi Shan asked, perplexed. Shen Tang added, someone with the surname Gu. Qi Shan, without raising his head, remarked, I know many with the surname Gu. There are at least hundreds. Which one do you mean? Shen Tang retorted. So you actually have an acquaintance with the surname Gu? Qi Shan fell silent, while Chu Yao could no longer suppress his laughter. Fanning himself to ward off the heat, he mocked, Qi Yuanliang, you allowed a child of 11 or 12 to extract information from you. Qi Shan shot him a glare, his eyes brimming with implied threat. But Chu Yao remained unfazed, relishing the spectacle. Shin Xiaolang, whom did you encounter outside? Seeing the intimidation had faltered, Qi Shan decisively shifted the topic. Shin Tang replied, someone with the surname Gu. Qi Shan awaited a more elaborate description, but only received this vague response. Chu Yao interjected, further complicating matters. Is this Gu a man or a woman? Shin Tang, understanding the subtext, readily joined in the jest. Ah, could an old acquaintance also be a man? Chu Yao quipped. Well, that's hard to say. Establishments like Yuehua Tower thrive on such business year after year, indicating that this trend is indeed flourishing. Given Qi Yuanliang's notorious reputation in his youth, who knows? Shin Tang gasped, it truly is a man. Ignoring Qi Shan's expression of indignation as he attempted to capsize the half-finished bamboo strip over his head, Chu Yao pressed on. What does he look like? Qi Shan interjected firmly. There is no who knows. Shin Tang and Chu Yao refrained from teasing too harshly, for fear of truly provoking him. Chu Yao continued to fan himself while urging the little rotund boy to practice, though he secretly eavesdropped, directing most of his attention toward Shin Tang and Qi Shan. Qi Shan asked, so, who is it? Shin Tang replied, I truly do not know his name. Qi Shan was both exasperated and amused, his teeth gritting, unfamiliar with the name, yet claiming he's my old acquaintance. This is the gentleman from Yuehua Tower, who, with the attendant, concealed the scholar Gong Chung. He claimed to know your path of the scholar, his words laced with insinuation. If he were not your acquaintance, then surely he is your enemy or a former rival. Otherwise, how could he possess such intimate knowledge? All right, I concede. I misused the term old acquaintance. Qi Shan's expression shifted dramatically. My path of the scholar? I suspect this fellow harbors ill intentions, bearing leverage over me while daring to sow discord. His exact words were, Shin Tang mimicked Mr. Gu's tone, exaggerating her expressions. I feel an instant connection with Shin Lang. I am worried, hence my remarks. If you doubt it, Shin Lang might as well inquire about Qi Yuanliang's path of the scholar. Qi Shan's expression became profoundly intriguing. A smile unusual for him gracing his lips as he queried, does Shin Xiaolang wish to know my path of the scholar as well? Shin Tang candidly admitted, I must confess I am somewhat curious. However, the answer itself is of little consequence. It is the process of revelation that intrigues me. If you were to lay the answer before me so plainly, much of the enjoyment would be lost. It cannot be mind reading, can it? Qi Shan retorted. Is that fellow's scholarly path one of mind reading? Shin Tang replied. Qi Shan continued, my scholarly path is not one of mind reading. Shin Tang exhaled in relief. Qi Shan's gaze shifted subtly. You seem quite relieved? Shin Tang instinctively responded, of course I am relieved. Otherwise, how could you not expose the manipulations you weave in your mind regarding me? Is that what you wanted to say? Qi Shan felt his fists clench in frustration. Shin Tang remained silent, her quietude speaking volumes. Qi Shan narrowed his eyes, taking in her expression. Indeed, you have crafted something. His statement bore the weight of certainty. Shin Tang protested, no, that's not true. I am wronged. With the jesting concluded, the conversation needed to return to its original course. My scholarly path does indeed evoke trepidation. Compared to mind reading, it surpasses it in potency. If young Master Shin fears it, then he should certainly avoid associating with someone like me. Qi Shan ceased his intimidation of Shin Tang, though his demeanor bore an unusual somberness. Shin Tang chose not to speak. The atmosphere grew tense, suffocatingly uncomfortable. Chu Yao fanned himself with a palm leaf. The air was still, and Qi Shan's fingers, weaving bamboo strips, betrayed his inner turmoil as they turned pale from the pressure. Shin Tang furrowed her brows in contemplation. Is it truly that severe? Her inquiry did little to alleviate the tension. Rather, it escalated the gravity of the moment, leaving even Chu Yao on edge. Shin Tang had scant knowledge of the scholarly path, with her limited understanding gleaned from Mr. Wu Hui. She found Qi Shan's seriousness bewildering. Must one consider another's scholarly path even in friendship? Such high barriers to friendship you people have. Wasn't it said that the scholarly path is a trump card that can yield remarkable effects in critical moments, typically not disclosed to outsiders? Qi Shan countered. What if it goes beyond mere friendship? Shin Tang was left speechless by this question. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. Could it be that you? Shin Tang appeared to suffer a significant shock. She placed one hand over her chest and, with the other, hastily retreated along the wooden floor of the corridor, wearing an expression that screamed, don't come any closer. Under the puzzled gazes of Qi Shan and the others, she loudly questioned him. Qi Yuanliang, I wish to become sworn brothers with you. Would you like to register me? Chu Yao, Qishan, finally unable to contain himself. He slammed the half-woven bamboo strip against Shun Tang's forehead, gritting his teeth. If you can't speak plainly, then please refrain from speaking. Shun Tang. Watching Qishan stride back to his room, Shun Tang remained in a state of confusion. Aside from becoming sworn brothers or establishing a relationship, could they develop any other connection? Did such a relationship necessitate knowledge of each other's scholarly path? Shun Tang removed the bamboo strip, her eyes wide in disbelief. Speaking only in halves truly leaves one in suspense. Chu Yao remarked, some matters can only be understood implicitly and not expressed in words. Shun Tang scoffed, I, Shun Tang, am clever and astute, yet being left to decipher half-statements is quite the challenge for me. She turned to Chu Yao for guidance. Mr. Wu, we must know what he wants to imply. Could you perhaps divulge it? Chu Yao seemed to speak for Shun Tang's benefit. Or perhaps he was simply musing to himself. Now is not the time. When the moment is ripe, you shall know. Shun Tang was utterly perplexed. Her expression mirrored that of a person caught in a conundrum. Out of concern, she clutched the bamboo strip and followed suit, calling out to the closed door, Yuan Yang? Yuan Yang? Are you there? Let me clarify. I truly have no intention of engaging in any schemes. Since the scholarly path relates to one's character or certain traits, what is there to fear? Although our acquaintance is brief, I trust you are a good person. As long as it is not mind-reading, what difference does it make? For a chatterbox like me, this is akin to being silenced. No response came from within the room, and Shun Tang repeated her calls several times. Finally, the wooden door was pulled open from the inside. Qishan regarded the innocently blinking Shun Tang, hands tucked within his sleeves. What if my scholarly path were regicide? Shun Tang. Regicide? Goodness, such a scholarly path exists. 7017K. The tumultuous waves surged. Shun Tang's heart was overwhelmed with emotions beyond articulation. Her shock, causing her cognitive processes to falter. She blinked in bewilderment, her inclination to scoff bubbling to the surface. Ah, this scholarly path is quite difficult to secure an offer for. Oh, what? Qishan was thrown off by her unexpected retort. Just a job offer. But that is unimportant. Shun Tang waved her hand dismissively, her expression confused. Forgive my lack of imagination, but I cannot fathom how your scholarly path would be of use. Who would be so idle as to hire a retainer to kill themselves? Qishan remained silent. He did not speak. But Shun Tang was not one to hold her tongue. Let me think. Ah, spy? That is it. Infiltrating enemy ranks, employing your scholarly path. And the opposing leader would meet their demise without a sound. Qishan, with a darkened expression, remarked, you can come up with such schemes, young Master Shun. Should I commend your quick wit? As Shun Tang observed his demeanor, her voice gradually faltered. In her embarrassment, she realized that Qishan's notion of regicide was not what she had imagined. Infiltrating the enemy as a spy was not a viable route. She instinctively straightened and adopted an attentive posture, which left Qishan both amused and exasperated. Though he had not intended to elaborate, Qishan felt a sense of relief as Shun Tang appeared so earnest. He sighed, easing some of the tension within him. In truth, it is not difficult. As long as one remains loyal to their lord, it is a win-win situation. Should the lord harbor suspicion, then it becomes regicide. Shun Tang. What does win-win entail? She pondered inwardly. The trust between a sovereign and their subordinate should indeed be reciprocal. Yet, she wondered whether this scholarly path imposed constraints solely on the sovereign, or both parties. Otherwise, if the sovereign extends trust while the subordinate harbors ill intentions, it would be unsettling for anyone. Qishan noted that Shun Tang's focus was on the win-win aspect rather than the latter threat of regicide, and a complex emotion flickered in his gaze. He leaned down to sit, adopting a more relaxed posture than usual. The scholarly path can indeed evolve and grow. How it will manifest in the future remains uncertain, but the current win-win certainly favors me. Should a lord seek my service, I would pledge my loyalty to him, thereby borrowing some of his literary essence, merging it with my own scholarly path to gain new abilities. With the caveat of remaining loyal. If the lord becomes suspicious, it equates to breaking a promise, which would rebound negatively on the lord's literary essence. Shun Tang. Qishan inquired with a smile. Does young Master Shun have nothing to say? Shun Tang sincerely replied. This scholarly path is indeed quite domineering. For Qishan, the price paid is loyalty. He cannot betray his lord before suspicion arises, for once doubt is sown, the repercussions are dire. Though she cannot ascertain the severity of the literary backlash, it is clear that regicide implies severe consequences. No wonder such individuals are met with distrust. What company would dare employ such a person? Once a boss becomes suspicious, the company would surely collapse. Qi Shan pressed further. Do you not find it terrifying, young Master Shin? Shin Tang responded, not particularly. These matters are burdens for Qi Shan's future lord. Whether she comprehends them matters little, and thus she remains indifferent. However, Shin Tang teased him with a sly grin. Yuan Liang is quite eager for others' trust, isn't he? This remark painted him as a child yearning for validation. Qi Shan's expression shifted abruptly, and he sternly exclaimed, You speak nonsense. I am not rambling. As I mentioned earlier, the scholarly path is intricately linked to the character or certain qualities of the scholar, and Yuan Liang's path demands absolute trust from those he serves, which is quite understandable. However, the optimal state between sovereign and subject is mutual trust. Your request is not unreasonable. Shin Tang patted his shoulder, asserting that his demeanor, though somewhat domineering, was not at all frightening. Qi Shan sighed, remarking that such detachment would not be so easy if the situation were personal. Human nature is inherently complex. Yet he yearned for a profession inherently marked by suspicion to be untainted, which is fundamentally a contradictory desire. Shin Tang chuckled, affirming the truth in his words. Qi Shan scoffed, the atmosphere easing considerably. The conversation regarding the path of scholars should have concluded there. Nevertheless, Shin Tang abruptly remarked that Yuan Liang must be holding back some information. What do you mean? Shin Tang continued, given the profound privacy of the scholar's path, why would you disclose everything to me without cause? With your temperament, you must be concealing a portion of it. This knowledge, while detrimental to you, would benefit your loyal adherents. It is undoubtedly your Achilles heel. Qi Shan remained noncommittal. Shin Tang speculated, It seems I have hit the mark. I have always believed that the path of scholars entails a balance of gains and losses, which should be roughly equivalent. For instance, Mr. Who can hear the thoughts of others but suffers from it, withering away and having a short lifespan. Yuan Liang's scholarly path is so domineering, forcibly constraining the sovereign, that the gains and losses are decidedly unequal. Qi Shan's gaze flickered, a mix of expectation and threat, an ambiguous emotion he could not articulate. So what? Shin Tang shrugged. I was merely rambling. Do not take it to heart. To bind the sovereign's trust with one's life is Qi Shan's gain. Thus, is the loss not also his own life? Shin Tang pondered privately, but refrained from voicing her thoughts. Her focus often strayed from the main point. Yuan Liang, I am curious. Qi Shan rolled his eyes. Just ask, Shin Xiaolang. Shin Tang inquired, Can there be two abilities within the scholar's path? She had not forgotten Qi Shan's assertion that if he were loyal to someone, he could fuse that person's path with his own, acquiring a new ability. His confidence indicated experience. Besides the act of regicide, was there a second ability? Qi Shan paused before responding. Typically, there is only one. However, under special circumstances, there may be two, often of a nefarious nature. Shin Tang nodded vigorously, diligently noting this new knowledge. Qi Shan resumed weaving the bamboo strips, saying, The Mr. Gu you mentioned, if my guess is correct, must be that person. I did not expect him to be in Shaochang. Shin Tang gasped, You truly know him? Qi Shan replied dismissively, Not personally. At most, we have met once, a brief acquaintance. There are many scholars with the surname Gu in this world, and I know quite a few. But only he fits the criteria. His name should be Gu Qi. Shin Tang misheard. Gu Qi. Gu Qi. That name. It has a certain allure. Qi Shan, believing her mispronunciation was due to her accent, did not correct her, and continued. Gu Qi, styled Wang Chao, is indeed a formidable character. I only know that he excels in mind reading, yet I did not realize that was his scholarly path. Shin Tang remained fixated on the name, Wang Chao. Like an octopus? Qi Shan. How would he ever look at that name the same way again? He had heard that it was originally Guan Chao, but later found Wang to be more favorable, thus changing it. This person is not to be trifled with. Qi Shan attempted to erase the octopus image from his mind. But the more he tried, the more it clung. Gripping the wooden door, he stifled laughter to the point of veins bulging on his forehead. Eventually, he succumbed, his chest heaving with laughter. Octopus, Wang Chao, Shin Xiaolang is quite the character. No respectable person would ever think such thoughts. Clearly, Shin Xiaolang is remarkably unorthodox. Shin Tang merely perceived his low sense of humor as peculiar. What was there to find amusing? I sense you are reveling in my misfortune. Qi Shan stifled a laugh, forcing it back. This is not the conduct of a gentleman. You have misunderstood. Shin Tang retorted. Trusting your words feels dubious. Qi Shan cleared his throat several times, inhaling deeply to suppress his smile. attempting to restore his composure while adjusting the slightly misshapen bamboo strip. On a serious note, Gucci is someone you should be wary of, Xin Xiaolang. Not only is his scholarly path mind reading, but even aside from that, he is among the most skilled in the art of mental perception I know, holding grudges and employing ruthless tactics. Xin Tang replied, I understand the former, but I do not see the grudging side of him. In fact, I find him rather intriguing. Qi Shan doused her enthusiasm with cold water. Time reveals the true nature of a person. You have interacted with him so little. How can you be certain he is broad-minded? Do not be deceived by his charm. He is a venomous snake. Its scales are beautiful, and while it may appear enticing, if provoked, it will strike with lethal poison. Shintang remarked. Isn't it a bit late to be saying this? Not only have I provoked him, but I have also openly implied my disdain, while subtly mocking him. Does this count as a highlight of my life? I even possess leverage over Gucci, and if Qi Shan is correct, he may very well resort to assassination, poisoning, or silencing me. However, losing face is not an option for me. I excel at being obstinate. Coincidentally, I am adept at catching snakes. Qi Shan cast a pitying glance at Xin Tang's frail figure. You catch snakes? Very well, I shall procure a couple for you later. As long as you do not cry out in fright, that would suffice. Perhaps we could make snake soup? Yuan Liang would certainly relish it. The flavor is exquisite. Xin Tang's mind conjured various recipes for snake soup, and she discreetly swallowed. As for me, I shall partake sparingly, being young and vigorous. I fear I may not benefit from such nourishment. Qi Shan. Once again, he contemplated placing the bamboo strip upon her head, as the sun dipped below the horizon. Casting a fading glow, Qi Shan finally completed a bamboo basket, the size of a basin, intricately woven and carefully smoothed to eliminate sharp edges, resembling a fruit platter. He had even sewn a small cloth pillow, filled with soft, finely shredded fabric, slightly smaller than the basket, perfect as a cushion for a cat. Xin Tang remarked, this must be the hallmark of a devoted cat owner. To prepare such delicate comforts for a feline master, one must master the needlework and await their honored arrival. The harmonious atmosphere was abruptly shattered by a series of urgent knocks at the door, accompanied by the distant voice of Chu Yao. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Yuan Liang, come lend a hand. Qi Shan approached the door, and the overwhelming stench of alcohol nearly overwhelmed him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized it was not the little plump child returning home, but Chu Yao, who was carrying a familiar robust man on his back. Blood oozed from an injury, staining his attire, causing concern to furrow his brow. Gong Shuwu? Having not seen him all day, Qi Shan assumed he was recuperating indoors, but instead, he appeared reeking of liquor, completely inebriated. Had he rushed a drink before fully healing? Xin Tang, having heard the commotion, ran out as well. How could he have gotten so drunk? Wu Lang, let's set that aside for now. Come inside. Qi Shan assisted Gong Shuwu, and Chu Yao, now free, peeked outside the courtyard to ensure no suspicious figures were following before closing the door. He must be feeling unwell. After class this afternoon, I returned the little plump child to the meat shop and bought some meat for Wu Lang to make meat porridge. Coincidentally, I spotted Gong Shuwu outside a tavern drinking. I do not know how long he has been there, but the table was piled high with over 20 round-bellied wine jars. His eyes were bloodshot, tears streaming down his face. Worried he might cause a scene, I carried him back, and along the way, I discovered the reason behind his unusual drinking. Qi Shan's mind raced with speculation. Could it be that he encountered someone from the exiled Gong family within the city? He was concerned about Gong Shuwu's identity being revealed. Chu Yao shook his head, but did not directly state the reason, instead casting a hesitant glance at Xin Tang and Qi Shan, as if struggling to articulate the truth. He hesitated, unsure whether to speak, but ultimately did. Not long ago, a notice had been posted at the city gate. Qi Shan inquired, what did the notice say? Which family or clan had been exiled by Zheng Qiao? Surely this was not a matter worthy of Gong Shuwu drowning his sorrows in the streets? Or had Zheng Qiao committed yet another atrocity? The contents of the notice were rather unbearable. Unbearable? A sense of foreboding crept into Qi Shan's heart. Chu Yao hesitated before reluctantly speaking. Did not Zheng Qiao demand the former ruler of the fallen Xian kingdom to abdicate in favor of his sole daughter? Qi Shan's heart sank. Yet he could not have anticipated that the reality was far more difficult to bear. I am aware of this matter. Zheng Qiao, using the royal family of Xian as leverage, coerced the dethroned ruler into abdicating, forcing the princess, bound and exposed, to lead the officials in mourning attire, surrendering to the Gung kingdom and declaring the fall of Xian. From that moment forth, Xian would cease to exist, leaving only the already obliterated Chongtai, the servants among servants. The lowest of the low. Each aspect was a profound disgrace. Chu Yao pressed his lips together, his eyes reflecting unbearable sorrow. They surrendered half a month ago, fully complying with Zheng Qiao's demands. Upon hearing this, Qi Shan's complexion paled further. An image arose in his mind, as if someone were slapping him across the face. Each strike echoing loudly. Chu Yao continued, and on the day of surrender, Qi Shan suddenly opened his eyes. Was there more? Was this humiliation not enough? Evidently, Zheng Qiao found it lacking. On the day of surrender, Zheng Qiao hosted a palace banquet, claiming that assassins had infiltrated, with suspects pointing to several prominent families of Xian and even the royal household. Zheng Qiao seized upon this pretext to attack the princess, who had no defense. The following day, Zheng Qiao proposed to incorporate the princess into the inner court. She resisted, but could not withstand the previous king's desperate pleas, ultimately being forced to drink a drugged cup of wine and sin inside. Within 2 days, news arrived. Qi Shan clenched his fists. What news? Chu Yao replied. The princess sullied the court, engaging in an affair with the palace guards, and perished in disgrace. Zheng Qiao commanded the former ministers of Xian to conduct her funeral with the rites befitting a ruler. Qi Shan's face turned pale, and he could no longer suppress a mouthful of blood, collapsing before the astonished gazes of Xin Tang and Chu Yao. Yuan Liang, brother Yuan Liang. After the rain, the mountains appeared green, and the clouds parted to reveal the sun. A sudden downpour struck in the dead of night without warning, thunder booming, and by the next day, the skies were clear and azure. Meow, meow, meow. The plaintive cries of a kitten echoed within the room. Light streamed through the gaps in the window, playfully landing upon Qi Shan's long, dark eyelashes. A small, light-colored tabby kitten, no larger than a child's palm, mewed, still too young to muster the strength for a long journey. It awoke from its slumber on a bamboo cushion, stumbling as it approached the pillow. It gazed drowsily, raising its tiny paws to push against an obstruction in its path. The barrier was soft and unyielding. Using all its strength, it managed to climb halfway onto the obstacle surface. Perhaps driven by curiosity, it extended its tongue to lick, feeling a gentle, slightly ticklish sensation. The object, ensnared in a nightmare, seemed to respond. Its brow furrowed slightly, and its lashes fluttered, showing signs of awakening thanks to the combined efforts of the kitten and the sunlight. Qi Shan felt he had endured a lengthy nightmare. He awoke, unable to recall its contents, but the oppressive darkness lingered in his heart, refusing to dissipate. He struggled with all his might to break free from the nightmare's grasp, and suddenly opened his eyes. Unsure how long he had slept, he found it difficult to adjust to the bright morning light outside, his eyes uncontrollably welling with tears. He closed his eyes to allow the discomfort to subside. As his senses gradually returned, he noticed an itch in his throat, accompanied by a tearing sensation in his chest. Furrowing his brow, he suppressed the tumult in his throat. Cough, cough, cough. Meow. The kitten, feeling Qi Shan's movement, whimpered softly, its earlier efforts rendered futile, gazing with its clear green eyes at the looming figure nearby. Qi Shan halted his coughing, incredulous as he turned toward the sound. 2 pairs of eyes, one dark and one green, met in close proximity. Qi Shan's nose brushed against the kitten's soft fur. How did you? He propped himself up with his right elbow, slowly sitting up, cradling the kitten in his hands and placing it on the bedding, then looking around at his familiar surroundings. Only then did he notice another person in the room. Shen Xiaolang was leaning against the door, sword in hand, resting with her head tilted slightly. Her sleeping face was serene, as if she were in deep slumber. However, as soon as Qi Shan glanced over, she awoke. Yuan Liang, you're awake? Shen Tang sat up, putting away her sword, yawning lazily, and rubbing the sleep from her eyes. She asked, Are you hungry? I'll fetch you something from the east kitchen. Eat first, then take your medicine. And sleep a bit longer. Qi Shan stroked the kitten's fur in his palm. Upon waking, memories of the moments before his fainting spell flooded back. Only this little creature could provide him with some emotional stability. Perhaps the peak of his anger and shock had passed. Now, as he recalled those troubling tidings, although they still weighed heavily on his heart, he no longer felt the urge to annihilate Zheng Qiao and his clan. What about you, Shen Xiaolang? Shen Tang, still bewildered, assumed Qi Shan was asking why she was sleeping with a sword, and began to explain. Didn't I offend Gu Qi terribly yesterday? I was worried he might send assassins after me overnight, so I slept with my sword just in case. Qi Shan replied, That is not what I meant. Then what about this kitten? Shintang, seeing the kitten nestled in Qishan's palm, thought she finally understood his question and explained, "You looked so frightening last night when you coughed up blood and fainted. I didn't know when you would wake up, and I was worried it would delay your selection of an auspicious day. So, I took it upon myself to bring the betrothal gift for your little tabby to make the proposal early this morning. Yuan Liang, you wouldn't begrudge me for that, would you? After all, the new bride has been brought to you, right?" Qishan. Shen Shaoling had a knack for diverting his focus. Yet the lingering pain within him dissipated significantly, replaced by a sense of helplessness and amusement. He realized he needed to take the initiative to speak before Shintang launched into another lengthy discourse. "Did you stay here all night?" He intended to ask if Shen Shaoling had truly kept vigil. Shintang candidly replied, "Not the entire time. I took turns with Mr. Wu Hui and went to the morning market to buy some breakfast." Qishan. While he was lost in thought, Shintang returned with medicine and meat porridge. The leftover porridge from last night, prepared by Chu Yao, had been kept warm in the east kitchen. Given Qishan's current frail condition and digestive issues, he could only manage light, nutritious food. Qishan said nothing more, softly expressing his gratitude before downing a bowl of bitter medicine in one go. "I didn't realize your health was so poor," Shintang remarked, concerned that last night's anger had nearly taken his life. She had been worried that if she missed even a moment, he might perish. Thankfully, his breath had gradually strengthened by morning, allowing her to feel at ease enough to step out for breakfast. It was the first time she realized that one could truly be driven to death by anger. "But I'm fine, really," Qishan insisted. "You're not even blushing while lying." "It's not that bad," Qishan explained with a bitter smile. "It's merely the burden of being a scholar that has left me somewhat weakened." The sword at his waist was not merely ornamental. Although he could not compare to Shintang, who wielded her sword with great prowess after drinking, he could handle an ordinary brawl with 3 or 5 men without much trouble. His fainting spell had been an exception. "Have you employed your scholarly methods?" Qishan responded, "Not at present. It's a residual consequence from the past." "From the past?" Shintang inquired. "Yes," Qishan chuckled, "the act of regicide. Each time, it is the Lord who breaks the vow first, while Qishan remains unscathed. However, the literary energy required for the backlash is borne by him, which inevitably creates a burden. A couple of instances are manageable, but as occurrences increase, so does his pressure." Shintang inquired, "Can your health be restored?" Qishan replied with a smile, "Restoration is indeed possible. I could either retreat into seclusion for a few years or seek the Lord who does not easily break promises." Shintang, with a serious expression, patted his shoulder. "Then you should choose the path of seclusion for a few years. The world is tumultuous, and it won't settle down anytime soon. You can emerge whenever you wish. Heed my advice. Your health is the greatest asset in revolution. Moreover, try not to get angry. With Zheng Xiao's recklessness, not only will the remnants of Xiangua be pushed to rebellion, but the citizens of Gengguo will eventually be unable to endure his tyranny. Without resources, how can one afford to be reckless?" Most importantly, although Qishan did not elaborate, from his nonchalant tone, it seems he has likely eliminated no fewer than a handful of lords over the years. His literary prowess is quite domineering, so the next lord should be discerning and cautious in their choice, for both his health and the lives of the lords involved. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-tiered pagoda. After a serious illness, Qishan became as fragile as porcelain. With nothing to occupy him, he expressed that he could only lounge under the sun with the newly hired raccoon servant, whom he named Su Shang. Upon hearing the name, Chu Yao looked at Qishan's pale and weak appearance and remarked, "As autumn leaves herald the season's change, the cicada's cries grow faint. Why name your bride such a mournful name? It would be better to call her Huai Su." Qishan lazily lifted his eyelids and replied, "Because it sounds pleasant. Summer has passed, and autumn is approaching. Su Shang is quite fitting. As for whether it is celebratory or not, I do not adhere to such notions." Shintang, feeling bored, rested her chin on her hand while watching the chubby boy practice martial arts, and eagerly joined the conversation, saying, "Its eyes are quite striking. Naming it Cui Wei would also be fitting. What do you think?" Qishan and Chu Yao replied in unison, "Common." As their words faded, their expressions subtly shifted as they exchanged glances, their brows twitching in unison before they turned their faces away. Shintang remarked, "Is your tacit understanding meant for moments like this?" Fortunately, the sound of knocking outside alleviated her awkwardness, prompting her to hurriedly don her wooden sandals and rush to the door. Standing outside were 2 familiar faces, one of whom greeted her with a bright and warm smile. It was Zhai Lo. The other, needless to say, was Zhai Lu's cousin. Shintang was taken aback, but still stepped aside to let them in. The cousin appeared somewhat awkward and helpless, while Zhai Lu seemed at ease. Hands clasped behind his back, his long ponytail swaying with his movements, as if even his hair reflected his inner joy. He casually draped an arm over Shintang's shoulder, saying, "Brother Shin, why haven't you set up shop to sell wine today?" Shintang replied, "So you came all this way just to buy wine?" Zhai Lu, looking youthful, certainly had a substantial thirst for alcohol. Not just that, he coughed lightly, but also regarding the matter of the martial gallantry token. He led Shintang aside, glancing cautiously at his cousin's expression. Seeing that his cousin's demeanor was acceptable, he lowered his voice. "Last time, I was just teasing him." What was his reaction? Zhai Lu grimaced. "What do you think?" He was reprimanded. The key point was that the disguise was quite effective, and Zhai Lu could not remove it. So he had to seek Qi Shan's assistance, while also purchasing some wine on the side. Meanwhile, Zhai Lu's cousin exchanged pleasantries with Qi Shan, clearly stating the purpose of their visit, which prompted Qi Shan to smile wryly. "Had you arrived a bit earlier, I could have been of assistance." Zhai Lu's cousin appeared anxious. "What do you mean?" Qi Shan pointed to himself, a bittersweet smile gracing his lips. "I encountered some issues yesterday that caused me great distress, affecting my health. I must rest for the next couple of days and cannot engage in literary pursuits. If you are not in haste, please come again another day. If you are pressed for time, I will exert myself to assist." Zhai Lu quickly interjected before his cousin could speak. "No rush at all. It is imperative that Mr. Qi recuperates." Zhai Lu's cousin, noting Qi Shan's pale complexion and the dark circles under his eyes, as well as his fluctuating breath, realized he was indeed unwell. Zhai Lu had mentioned that the disguise was a result of his own mischievousness, so the responsibility lay with him rather than the scholar before them. He concurred. "Rest is indeed paramount. This matter is not urgent." After a pause, he added, "I possess some knowledge of traditional medicine. If you trust me, I could take a look at your pulse." Qi Shan did not refuse. "I appreciate your effort." Not to mention the sincerity in the young man's gaze. Even if it were feigned, Qi Shan's injuries were genuine and not exaggerated. Zhai Lu leaned in, holding his breath. After the pulse examination, he asked, "Brother, how is Mr. Qi's health? How did he fall ill after just a day or two? What could possibly provoke a scholar to such distress?" Zhai Lu had collaborated with Qi Shan before. Although Mr. Qi's literary prowess was not on par with his brother's, his strength, experience, and knowledge surpassed that of his brother. Immersed in the role, he could not fathom the kind of blow that would render his brother in such a fragile state overnight. Zhai Lu's cousin shot a glance at his younger cousin, who promptly fell silent. He then asked, "Is Mr. Qi from Xiangua?" Since the announcement yesterday, countless citizens of Shaocheng have been cursing Zheng Qiao's ancestors. The taverns nearby have been filled with uproarious denunciations. Some hot-headed scholars even fainted from anger. I understand this sentiment well. Regardless of Xiangui's shortcomings, it still provided them with stability for the first half of their lives. Genggua's strength and Xiangui's decline leading to its downfall is merely a natural transition. Over the past 2 centuries, the rise and fall of nations has been countless. Xiangua is but one of them. However, Zheng Qiao's actions have rendered it unique. It is unprecedented for a nation to face such humiliation after its fall. The people were once indifferent to who occupied the throne, but now they curse and hope for any country to rid them of this tyrant. Some have even pointedly remarked, Zheng Qiao, this sycophant, probably reflects on his rise and feels both resentment and humiliation, thinking that if he drags the enemy's daughter down with him, he will be absolved. Humph. Decay is still decay. Qi Shan's complexion paled further. He nodded. Indeed. Zhai Lu's cousin sighed heavily. After careful consideration, he penned another prescription. Qi Shan, possessing some knowledge of traditional medicine, recognized that the young man's prescription was far more reasonable than that of the previous physician. So he had an elderly woman fetch the ingredients from the pharmacy. During their conversation, he found the young man quite agreeable. They conversed easily, enjoying a pleasant exchange. Meanwhile, Zhai Lu, feeling bored, engaged Shintang in a wooden sword sparring session. In stark contrast, things were far less relaxed for Gongcheng, who had only narrowly escaped death after the physician administered strong medicine. The room was filled with the pungent scent of bitter herbs. Yun Qi lamented, "Had I known the reaction would be this severe, I should not have informed you." The attendant sighed as he observed Gongcheng, whose expression hinted at a desire for death, feeling both frustrated and sympathetic. Yet, only he and Gu Qi, who sat quietly sipping tea, understood his true thoughts. Gongqing declared. Eventually, everyone will know. After a moment of silence, he continued, "Why bother saving me, Wang?" The attendant counseled. "The princess is already, but the other members of the Gong family are still alive. If you were gone, they would have no one to rely on." Rumors circulated among the populace that the ruler of Xiangua favored Gong Cheng over the princess. He clarified that this was not merely gossip, but the truth. As a prince of the northern desert, during his time as a hostage in Xiangua's capital, he had formed close bonds with several scions of prominent families, growing quite familiar with them. Taking advantage of Gongcheng's connections, I occasionally visited the inner court to accompany Princess Wang and various noble ladies in playing polo, where I learned some intriguing secrets. For instance, the sovereign indeed held Gongcheng in closer regard. It was also revealed that Gongcheng and Princess Wang were childhood companions, with the latter being 2 to 3 months his senior. However, when Gongcheng broached the subject of becoming the sovereign's son-in-law, he was met with a firm refusal. Hence, certain speculations circulating among the populace were not without merit. For example, Zheng Qiao had once harbored affections for Princess Wang, who was merely 11 at the time, while he himself was a male consort in the royal court. Gongcheng, in his despair, buried his face in his hands, lamenting, "What can I do now as a mere invalid?" Guan Er grasped his shoulders, her expression serious. "If you consider yourself a worthless person, then you truly will become one. Yin Shi, listen to me. There are still countless things you can do. Do not belittle yourself." She compelled Gongcheng to meet her gaze, her resolute voice resonating with a subtle enchantment, piercing through his despair until his emotions began to stabilize. Gongcheng's hands, resting on his knees, gradually clenched tightly, his knuckles turning pale and producing faint cracking sounds. Guan Er proposed, "Why not assist me?" Gongcheng, startled by her words, raised his head sharply, stammering, "You." Guan Er, sensing his hesitation, affirmed firmly, "Yes, that is precisely my intention. Yin Shi, after so many years of friendship, you should be aware of my precarious position. The power struggles within the northern desert royal family are as brutal, if not more so, than those in the central plains." Gongqing replied awkwardly, "I am well aware." It was precisely because he understood this that he had taken care of Wu Ji on multiple occasions. Guan Er seized the moment. "Who knows the hardships I have endured as a hostage for so many years? If the Xian kingdom still existed, I would be content to remain a hostage. But now that the Gung kingdom has triumphed, I find myself at a loss. I cannot stay here, nor can I return to the northern desert." Gongcheng inquired, "Why can't you return?" Guan Er responded, "Which of my brothers is not ruthless? They are already blinded by blood and would not hesitate to eliminate me to divide their power. They would be the first to wish for my demise. Therefore, Yin Shi, I genuinely require your assistance." Gongcheng was astonished and hesitant, but, "Yin Shi, you have known me for so many years. You understand my character and temperament better than anyone. If my brothers ascend to power in the northern desert, they will show no mercy to our neighboring states or their citizens, committing atrocities without restraint. But I am different." The final statement struck a chord deep within Gongcheng. Guan Er raised 3 fingers to the sky, solemnly swearing, "Should I ever break this oath, may I suffer divine retribution and be left with no remains." He referred to his true name, Tu Da Gu, in the northern desert rather than his name, Wu Yuan, taken in the central plains, demonstrating the seriousness of his vow. Gongqing was taken aback by his resolute demeanor, and after a moment, he slowly uttered, "Why do you feel the need to make such a solemn oath?" Guan Er, or Wu Yuan, replied with a bittersweet smile, "As long as the oath is unbroken, it matters not how severe it may be. I have nothing to feel guilty about." "Do I?" Gongcheng closed his eyes, feeling tension near his temples, indicative of his internal struggle and anguish. Although he felt no qualms about befriending Wu Yuan, assisting him in seizing control of the northern desert was another matter entirely. To put it plainly, both the northern desert and the Gung kingdom shared similar natures. Under Zheng Qiao's leadership, the Gung kingdom had brutally slaughtered the citizens of the Xian kingdom, while the northern desert, during harvest season, would rally troops to harass the borders of neighboring small states, pillaging food and women before retreating. There was fundamentally little difference between them. However, if Wu Ji were to rise to power, perhaps things would change. Seeing Gongcheng's brow gradually unfurl as he came to a decision, Gu Qi understood his choice. In a discreet corner, he smirked. Such oaths were only believed by those who chose to believe, while those who did not would find them mere empty words. Clang! The wooden sword in Zhai Li's hand was sent flying by Shintang, embedding itself firmly into the wooden door, penetrating it several inches. He winced in pain, exclaiming, "Enough. Enough. I shan't continue sparring with you." He had never encountered anyone quite like her. He didn't need to look at his wrist to know it would soon swell. Shintang executed a dazzling flourish with her sword, resting it on her back. She exclaimed, "What is wrong with my style?" Jila retorted, "You are so petty and cunning." Shintang. Jila seemed to have seized the opportunity, boldly asserting, "Your swordsmanship was completely unstructured and inferior to mine. After a few exchanges, I was able to hold my own. Was that not intentional? First, you let me win a few rounds, and then, taking advantage of my complacency, you suddenly increased your offensive." The more he spoke, the more convinced he became of his theory. Although Jila rarely wielded a sword, he had always considered his skills to be unremarkable. However, it depended on whom he compared himself to. Against a master swordsman, he would surely find himself bested. But against a novice, he would dominate. Shintang was that novice. Unlike her fierce swordplay when intoxicated, her normal state reflected an immature understanding of the art, relying solely on speed and brute strength to overpower the weak. However, Jai Lu himself was a 7th-grade nobleman, nullifying any advantage she possessed in speed and strength. In the absence of such advantages, her shortcomings became glaringly apparent. As a result, after several exchanges, Shintang's swordsmanship improved dramatically, perfectly mirroring his techniques to counter him. What was this? It was utterly unreasonable. The only explanation was that Shintang was feigning weakness to deceive him. Thus, Jai Lu felt increasingly wronged, convinced he was being mocked. Seeing Jai Li's indignant expression, Shintang burst into laughter, self-adoringly declaring, "Why do you not believe I am one to grow stronger when challenged? A prodigy of martial arts, rare in a century?" Jai Li scoffed, "If you possess such talent, why waste it on literary pursuits? You would surely have a brighter future on the martial path." Shintang. How was she to know? Besides, as a homebody, she preferred to lie down rather than sit, to sit rather than stand, to stand rather than squat, and to squat rather than walk, often maintaining a 3-digit step count, rarely exceeding 1,000. Compared to the grueling training required to enhance martial prowess, literary pursuits seemed much easier. Yes, that must be the reason. Shintang stubbornly defended. "It is precisely because I enjoy challenges, provoking others with my shortcomings. It sounds so inspiring." Jai Lu, seemingly provoked, nearly exploded with frustration, jumping in place and brandishing his sword at Shintang, threateningly. "Let's go again." Because Shintang was a scholar, Jai Lu had not used any martial arts strength during their exchanges, relying solely on his physical prowess. To his astonishment, Shintang's progress had been meteoric. By the end, she could disarm him with just 3 moves, her sword poised at his throat. If this were a real battle, he would have lost his life. "Will you continue?" Jai Lu gritted his teeth. "Bring it on." The outcome was as anticipated. Shintang's sword was now more than 5 times faster than at the outset. And even Jai Lu, with his keen eyesight, could only catch fleeting glimpses of the sword's motion. "Swordsmanship is not my forte. Let us compete in something else." Shintang inquired, "In what?" Jai Lu replied, "Stone lifting." Shintang's lips twitched in reluctance. "Stone lifting? I practice martial arts by doing just that at home. A large cauldron would suffice as well. However, where in a farmer's courtyard would there be a cauldron for us to use?" As Qi Shan and the others emerged from the house, they found Jai Lu and Shintang stacking stones from one end to the other. Initially, they stood to lift, but soon switched to an inverted position, using their legs to grasp the stones. They not only competed in weight and quantity, but also in the speed of their inverted lifting. Qi Shan, Chu Yao, Jai Li's cousin, Jai Huan. In that moment, all 3 shared the same thought. "This foolishness cannot possibly belong to my family." Observing his cousin, covered in dirt and sweat yet grinning widely, Jai Huan closed his eyes in exasperation, took a deep breath, and silently reminded himself that this was indeed his cousin, his own flesh and blood. Even if he needed to reprimand him, it would have to be behind closed doors. After a round of mental fortification, he managed to regain his composure. He bid farewell to Chu Yao and the others with an air of refined elegance, his demeanor flawless and impeccable. Had his steps not been so hurried, almost as if pursued by a specter, it would have been even more perfect. Faintly, Shintang heard Jai Lu wailing for mercy. "Oh brother, please don't drag me. I can walk on my own." Jai Huan chastised him in a hushed tone. "Be quiet, you disgrace." Instantly, Jai Lu was silenced, and Shintang could almost envision his pitiful expression. However, her moment of schadenfreude was short-lived as she noticed Chu Yao's gaze, along with Jai Huan's, fixed intently upon her. Unblinking, The scrutiny sent a shiver down her spine, prompting her to awkwardly touch her nose and inquire, "What do you stare at me for?" She was well aware of her beauty and deemed such fixation unnecessary. Qishan sighed deeply, shaking his head. Chu Yao wore a strained smile, sensing the atmosphere was amiss. Shen Tang hastily concocted an excuse to retreat to her quarters for a bath, lingering for a quarter of an hour before finally emerging. Chu Yao took the opportunity to escort the chubby child back to the butcher's shop, while also purchasing some meat to replenish Qishan's strength. Qishan, meanwhile, resumed his sunbathing posture on the porch. Upon hearing Shen Tang's footsteps, he did not lift his head or open his eyes but remarked, "The Zhai brothers are rather intriguing." Shen Tang's posture for sitting froze. "What do you mean by intriguing?" Qishan explained. "That night, I distinctly told Gong Shuwu about the 7-day disguise. Zhai Lu was present then, yet Zhai Huan still came under the pretext of removing the disguise to visit. What do you suppose his intentions are? Surely he cannot afford to wait for 5 more days." Shen Tang's expression stiffened momentarily before she grew anxious. "Does Yuan Yang imply they have ulterior motives? Have they discovered our identities?" Qishan chuckled lightly. "Not necessarily. Perhaps the brothers are merely drawn to the purple microcosm emerging from the northwest, unifying the realm, thus coming to Xiaoqing. They are likely aware of my presence and have witnessed the prowess of my lord under the influence of wine, so they seek a reason to assess the situation. What do we have to investigate? Does Shen Xiaoling have a misapprehension of himself?" Qishan abruptly suppressed his laughter, sitting up straight. Su Shang, who had been dozing in his arms, was startled awake, mewing in discontent and using her paw to nudge his fingers. He offered an apologetic caress and adjusted his position before continuing, "That night of your inebriation, you single-handedly repelled an 8th-rank Gongqing with a sword." Shen Tang felt embarrassment wash over her as she listened. She had no recollection of that memory. According to Qishan and Zhai Li's accounts, she had been quite formidable. Her combat prowess evidently impressive. It left her with a tinge of regret to think such a moment of glory had slipped from her memory. Noticing Shen Tang's distraction, Qishan cleared his throat several times to bring her back, stating solemnly, "Do you think the 8th-rank Gongqing is weak? To hold your ground against one while gaining the upper hand is no ordinary feat." Shen Tang was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling inexplicably guilty. It was indeed extraordinary, but surely it was the merit of this body? She, after all, was merely a homebody, lacking athletic prowess. As this thought crossed her mind, she furrowed her brow and confessed, "I can't even recall what I originally looked like. No matter how hard I try to remember, all that comes to mind is this body's face." Having kept his head down, Qishan did not notice her change in expression. An 8th-rank Gongqing can command 400 troops with a military talisman, clad in armor that is far superior to the ragtag soldiers of a camp. "Do you understand what those 400 troops signify?" Shen Tang shook her head, still grasping the concept. Qishan, with a meaningful glance, elaborated. "It means one can claim a mountain as their own. Although the 8th-rank Gongqing cannot maintain 400 troops for long, it is still astonishing. On the battlefield, an 8th-rank Gongqing can equip at least 1,000 soldiers with relatively fine armor. In a military camp, only elite soldiers receive armor. Most wear leather or bamboo armor. Their condition determined by luck, with repairs being a possibility. The remaining common soldiers are sent to battle clad in coarse cloth and armed with a sharpened spear. The 8th-rank Gongqing is indeed powerful and significant. Shen Tang, once a scholar, had managed to navigate through a formation of 400 troops unscathed, which defied reason. Regardless of her identity, she was undeniably a talent. Thus, Qishan casually remarked, "They may come to probe our depths first, and then see if they can forge alliances." Shen Tang's gaze fell on Qishan's face. "Goodness, this is quite the unsolicited offer. It seems Yuan Yang is indeed in high demand." As even after a series of failures, new patrons continue to emerge, Qishan, discerning her thoughts, scoffed, "Zhai Huan is commendable. He appears to be adept and resourceful. Engaging in conversation is indeed pleasant and agreeable. However, my Qi Yuanliang is not someone who can be easily enticed. Naturally, he also despised water and had no desire to venture into the overly watery southeast." Shen Tang concurred, "Indeed, one must also consider the character of the patron and the company's potential for growth. A company that merely spouts hot air and makes grand promises is not worthwhile. Do Zhai Lu and Zhai Huan have a foothold in the southeast? If they recruit successfully but cannot pay salaries, that would be quite awkward." Qishan gazed silently at Shen Tang, who mirrored his scrutiny. After a long moment, he said, "Shen Xiaoling, speak plainly." Shen Tang, recognizing the moment, replied, The patron is the lord, the company is the power, spouting hot air and making grand promises means to speak without substance, and salaries refer to compensation. Is that clearer? Qi Shan. How deeply entrenched is Shen Xiaoling in matters of wealth? Qi Shan mused. Though he acknowledged her words held a kernel of truth. To persuade someone to serve diligently, one must address their needs and desires. After all, not everyone is solely driven by ideals of righteousness. Who, besides a bachelor, does not have mouths to feed? And Shen Xiaoling presently could only be described as destitute, with nothing but empty sleeves. Aside from the national seal, she truly possessed nothing. Qi Shan sighed yet again. Yuan Liang, you sigh again. Shen Tang felt as though his sighs were draining her spirit. Qi Shan's gaze softened with pity. You lament your poverty. Shen Tang felt as though her heart had been stabbed, bleeding profusely. I can feed myself, so my family doesn't starve. I'm a bachelor after all. If I'm poor, then so be it, as long as I eat and drink well. No, not drinking. Regardless, as long as I eat and drink well. The more she spoke, the guiltier she felt, her voice dwindling into a dejected silence. Is it my fault for being poor? If an opportunity for sudden wealth arose, would I wish to remain in such a state? Qi Shan's eyes flickered slightly, certainly. It is not your fault, Shen Xiaoling. However, failing to seize an opportunity is your own issue. Shen Tang. Qi Shan lowered his voice. An opportunity is approaching. Shen Tang. She sensed the impending pitfall. Opportunity. Shen Tang regarded it with utmost skepticism. It was not her hypersensitivity. Rather, the more she got to know Qi Shan, the more she discerned the disparity between his name and character. Kindness. A Schrodinger's cat of sorts. Various reasons led Shen Tang to deeply question the prospect of sudden wealth Qi Yuanliang mentioned. Could it be inscribed in punishment? In a sense, her words were a prophetic warning. Qi Shan smiled, a devilish allure in his grin, and whispered, Shen Xiaoling, when have I ever deceived you? When I say wealth, it is indeed wealth, albeit modest. I assure you that you will never have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. So, what do you say, Shen Xiaoling? Are you tempted? Shen Tang gasped, leaning back to evade his gaze. You have not deceived me. But you have not been entirely forthright either. For instance, you always speak half-truths, leaving out crucial information, digging pitfall after pitfall. Life is endless, and so is the deception. Qi Shan's expression turned serious as he asked, in that case, does the prospect of immense wealth not stir your heart at all? Shen Tang lowered her head, touching her nose. It's not that I'm not moved. It's just that where in this world does good fortune fall from the sky? I'm not worried about the pie being fake. I'm concerned that the pie is too large and will crush me. The greater the benefit, the greater the risk. This adage has transcended time. Upon hearing this, Qi Shan resumed his languid posture, narrowing his eyes slightly, a look of contentment gracing his features. In his embrace, Su Shang stretched luxuriously, playfully toying with his fingers. In that moment, their expressions mirrored each other in a remarkable synchronicity. Shen Tang found this scene amusing and suggested, why not tell me what this great fortune is? I'd like to hear it and see if it holds any promise before making a move. After all, who doesn't like money? To be honest, I'm a bit eager to try my hand at it. Shen Tang was torn between the fear that this scheme might lead to disaster and her desire for Qi Shan's promised fortune. As the saying goes, the bold prosper while the timid perish. If there was a chance for action, she would seize it. Qi Shan's lips curled into a faint smile, and a subtle delight sparkled in his eyes. After a moment's contemplation, he tantalizingly revealed, it is, of course, the tax silver from Sihua County accumulated over the past 3 years. Shen Tang was taken aback. What taxes? What silver? Tax silver. What the? She felt as if she had been jolted awake, almost leaping from her seat to make a hasty exit, muttering her goodbyes in disbelief. Then, with a flurry of expletives, she exclaimed, Qi Yuanyang, are you jesting with me? Shen Tang could not fathom whether it was her own folly or Qi Shan's to conceive such an audacious plan to rob the tax silver from Sihua County. Was there any difference between robbing tax silver and robbing an armored convoy? Why not just take a rocket and launch oneself into the sky? Yet, Qi Shan merely chuckled. I assure you, I'm quite serious. Shen Tang felt a surge of anxiety akin to flames licking at her heels as she exclaimed, You're serious? I am not. Let us not even discuss the legality of such an act. Even if we were to proceed, is there any feasible way to pull this off? We're barely 3 people. You, a sickly patient, me, a minor, and Mr. Wu, an elderly man. Good heavens. We're just missing one more disabled individual to round out our motley crew. Some terms Shen Tang used were lost on Qi Shan, yet he grasped the essence of her words. He reassured her, "Do not fret, we also have Gong Shuwu with us. He is a 9th-rank Wu Dao, capable of commanding 450 soldiers on his own. With your and my literary talents assisting him, those 450 soldiers could be at our disposal for at least an hour. If we tally it up, that would make 454 men, wouldn't it?" Shintang was taken aback as she processed that Gong Shuwu had been included in the plan. "Qi Yuanliang, are you truly considering going through with this?" she exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock. Qi Shan's journey to Xiaoqing was not without purpose. Avenging his enemies was merely a trivial side affair. The tax silver was the true objective. Although he appeared languid, his demeanor bore an unusual seriousness, indicating he was not jesting. Shintang stammered, "But how did you even conceive the idea of targeting this tax silver? I cannot comprehend your motives." Over the days they had spent together, she knew Qi Shan was not particularly greedy for wealth. If he was not driven by avarice, why take such a risk? Qi Shan's eyes closed slightly, concealing the depth of his thoughts. He replied, "Gung State is waging war against Xian State. And Sihua County has 3 years' worth of tax silver that has not been paid, all stashed in the treasury of Xiaoqing. The county magistrate, eager to ascend the social ladder, has amassed numerous rare treasures to offer to Zheng Qiao. If anything were to go awry with this tax silver, what do you suppose my enemy would do? Would they quarter me or annihilate my family, leaving no place for burial?" The final statement sent a chill down Shintang's spine. Suddenly, she grasped something crucial. "Gong Shuwu was part of your plan even before you arrived in Xiaoqing, wasn't he?" It was well known that Gong Shuwu hailed from the Gong family and harbored enmity against Zheng Qiao and the entire Gong State. If there was a feasible way to seize this tax silver, he would likely agree to join their cause. After all, he was a 9th-rank Wu Dao. Qi Shan shook his head. "I am not that astute. It was merely a thought I entertained, with various plans in mind. If I can locate Gong Shuwu and recruit him, that would be ideal. If not, there are still other ways, albeit more convoluted." Upon arriving in Xiaoqing, Qi Shan had secretly sought out Gong Shuwu's whereabouts but had received no news, almost resigning himself to abandon the plan. Yet fortune favored him. Had it not been for Shun Zailangjin's drunken escapade, Gong Shuwu might have been captured or killed, and that potential ally would have been lost. With Gong Shuwu's involvement, their chances of success increased significantly. "But what do you intend to do with this tax silver?" Shintang inquired. Qi Shan replied, "It is of great use." Shintang pressed further, "You cannot disclose its purpose?" Given that they were discussing tax silver, was there truly anything she shouldn't know? It was not that he could not tell her. Rather, "You see, Yongli, how long do you believe the Gong State under Zheng Qiao's governance can remain stable? It will inevitably descend into chaos. As a mere drifter in a time of turmoil, I must prepare in advance. This tax silver might provide a safe haven and, in some measure, assist other suffering common folk. The heavy taxes imposed on Sihua County over the years have drained the people's resources, and thus, it should be used for the people. What do you think, Yongli?" The intended use differed from typical circumstances. Using tax silver to aid the populace? Qi Shan pondered momentarily before stating. It could be deemed as robbing the rich to aid the poor. Shintang felt an inkling of unease. Something about Qi Shan's words seemed to gloss over the gravity of the situation. Yet, she could not articulate her concerns at that moment. Following his logic, his intentions appeared noble. After a prolonged hesitation, Shintang voiced her apprehensions. "But we are just 4 people, including the injured Gong Shuwu. They barely formed a ragtag assembly of the weak and ill. Even the heroes of Liangshan did not embark on such a perilous venture with such scant resources." Noticing her wavering resolve, Qi Shan's spirits visibly lifted. "Do not be alarmed. We are all elite." Shintang found his words to be a peculiar distillation of reassurance. Yet, she remained anxious. This pit was far too deep. Should she leap into it, or should she hold back? The tax silver from Sihua County, coupled with the lavish tributes the magistrate had prepared for Zheng Qiao, constituted a staggering sum. One could easily deduce that attempting to seize this treasure would be fraught with peril. With her mind preoccupied by these thoughts, Shintang's demeanor grew increasingly distracted, and her unusual behavior did not escape Zhu Yao's notice. "Is there something troubling you, Shintang?" Shintang instinctively glanced at Qi Shan, her eyes seeking his counsel. Although Qi Shan had included Zhu Yao in the plan, the gravity of robbing tax silver, an act that could endanger their lives, required Qi Shan's explicit approval before divulging it to a third party. Zhu Yao, too, looked inquiringly at Qi Shan. What had this fellow discussed with Wu Lang in his absence? Qi Shan, his head bowed, patiently fed Su Shang in his arms. Smiling as he said, "It's a trivial matter. Shun Xiaolangjian can decide for herself." Shin Tang forced a smile. The act of robbing tax silver was a grave offense, akin to a death sentence, yet Qi Yuanyang referred to it as a mere trifle. This piqued Shin Tang's curiosity about what Qi Shan had engaged in with his previous employers to become so desensitized to danger. Since Qi Shan had left the decision to her, she spoke up. Yuan Liang intends to emulate the heroes of Liangshan in robbing the tax silver from Sihua County. She pointed at Qi Shan, stating that it was his idea, then added, but the birthday gifts they targeted were nothing compared to the security surrounding tax silver. Qi Shan was determined, ready to tackle this endeavor with the utmost audacity. Shin Tang had expected Zhu Yao to be taken aback, dissuading them from such a reckless course. To her surprise, his reaction was remarkably nonchalant, as if Shin Tang had merely suggested a casual outing to the market. He then turned his gaze toward Qi Shan, who met his eyes in silent understanding. Zhu Yao lowered his gaze and spoke softly. Having prepared herself mentally, there was no need for astonishment. Shin Tang found herself momentarily questioning the meaning of life. Was her inability to adapt due to her lack of transformation, making her feel out of place with Qi Shan? Watching Shin Tang almost drift back to her room, Qi Shan displayed a hint of amusement, which left Zhu Yao feeling quite vexed. He inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Qi Shan did not feign ignorance. Employing a protective spell to prevent eavesdropping, he remarked, "Chu Wu Hui. Shen Yoli possesses the national seal, yet lacks the foundation and strength, rendering him merely a fish on the chopping block. Not only does he lack foundation, but he even lacks ambition. Shouldn't I give him a nudge?" He emphasized, "Thus, this tax revenue is crucial." Chu Yao did not obstruct him, but posed a singular question. "How confident are you?" Qi Shan replied, 50%. This ratio was already substantial. However, Chu Yao cautioned, "If you should happen to fail," Qi Shan carelessly poked at the pink paw of Su Shang, saying, "then it would be a failure. Whether the tax revenue is secured or not is of little consequence. With Shun Yoli's feudal approach, he will never lack for grain and rice in the future. The most worthless resource in this world is manpower. Taking in displaced persons to assist with farming will surely yield results. Securing this tax revenue merely conserves that effort." Chu Yao, understanding the underlying intent, discerned Qi Shan's true purpose. He was testing Shin Tang. "Do you think Wulong is an ambitious person?" Qi Shan replied, "In truth, he appears to lack ambition, yet does he seem like someone who would remain compliant? A common person would be terrified upon hearing about tax revenue theft. Shin Yoli's greatest fears lie in low confidence and insufficient manpower, not in the inability to act. Fine wine and beautiful faces can stir the heart. This is no idle saying. Once this step is taken, retreating or stopping becomes impossible." Chu Yao countered, "Even with ambition, it is not substantial." Qi Shan replied, "If it is not substantial, then it can be nurtured gradually. But what if Wulong refuses?" A sardonic smile graced Qi Shan's lips as he revealed a chilling truth. "Chu Wu Hui, do you truly believe that my frequent changes of lords are merely due to their suspicions? The rules of the scholar's path are clear to me. I cannot betray my lord outright, but I am not prohibited from misleading him into suspicion or even murderous intent. This is, in essence, regicide." Chu Wu Hui's gaze darkened. Indeed, seeing is believing. The numerous enemies of Qi Yuanli have their reasons. Holding a national seal without the power to back it is akin to a child clutching gold in a bustling market. Some matters are beyond Shin Xiaolang's control. It is reminiscent of that princess who surrendered, enduring a tremendous shame. A common person would have long since taken their own life to escape such humiliation. Yet could the princess die? She lacks the very right to end her own life. Similarly, Shin Xiaolang had no options left. It is preferable for him to act than for Chu Yao to intervene. At least he would be gentler. But Chu Yao's words concerning the three luminaries of Chu state in those years were hardly aligned with righteousness. Chu Yao nodded, accepting this plan. Suddenly he asked, "Have you approached Gong Shuwu?" Qi Shan, a scholar, was well aware of the significance of Gong Shuwu in this plan, yet he declined. Shifting the responsibility back to Chu Yao, "You go." Chu Yao chuckled and rose with composure. "Very well, I shall go." Qi Shan felt a twinge of annoyance. He disliked Chu Yao referring to himself as an old man in front of him, despite being merely 10 years older, relying on his aged appearance to assert authority. Meanwhile, Su Shang in his arms scratched at his hand, evidently displeased that the caretaker had suddenly ceased providing food. Unaware of the events from the previous night, Shin Tang observed Gong Shuwu arriving injured for the meeting, and her mind playfully suggested a notification sound. Gong Shiwu has joined your team. She felt overwhelmed, expressing her frustration as the only law-abiding citizen in the room. Chu Yao was the first to present. This is the defense map of Xiaoqing. Qi Shan produced another map. The troop strength near Xiaoqing should not differ significantly. To protect this tax revenue, the county has released several false messages to create confusion. And there will likely be fake tax revenue teams as well. The routes for transporting and delivering the tax revenue are here. After leaving the city, they will likely take this path. The convoy departs from the east city, traverses the gorge, transfers to the official road, and then ascends the waterway. Gong Shiwu glanced at the troop numbers, heavily guarded. Qi Shan noticed Shintang's distraction and reassured, no worries, if we cannot capture them. We have contingency plans. Contingency plans? Qi Shan nodded. Indeed. For instance, a bowl of wine. It was unclear how Chu Yao had persuaded Gong Shiwu, but he placed great trust in Qi Shan and Shintang. Gong Shiwu asked, how can we ascertain that the tax revenue team is genuine? If we miss, it would be akin to walking into a trap. Listening quietly, Shintang raised her hand like a schoolgirl. Qi Shan and the others exchanged glances, observing her peculiar gesture. Chu Yao asked with concern, is Wulong unwell? Did you see something unpleasant? Otherwise, why would she be gesturing to an empty space? In this world, raising one's hand typically signified a farewell rather than a request to speak. Realizing her faux pas, Shintang awkwardly lowered her hand and sheepishly stated, I believe I know how to determine the authenticity of the tax revenue team. Qi Shan raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Please, do enlighten us, Xin Xiaolang. Shintang explained. This question is simple. We first need to clarify some information. How many coins, silver pieces, and gold bars are in this batch of tax revenue? What is their combined weight? How many carts and horses are required for transportation? Gold, silver, and copper vary in weight even if they are of the same size. We do not need exact numbers. A rough estimate will suffice. We can then observe the weight on the wheels and the speed of the horses. The truth will be clear. Even if a false convoy is filled with sand and stones, the weight will reveal a flaw. This was indeed a relatively straightforward and effective method. However, Gong Shiwu remarked, we would likely need to examine the account books to know these details. Despite Qi Shan and others having some connections, accessing such confidential information would be nearly impossible, necessitating an alternative approach. Chu Yao, however, deemed this task rather simple. We need not consult the account books. We can simply refer to past county records to ascertain harvests during prosperous and lean years, then compare them with the last 3 years' situations. As for other tax categories, we can derive approximate figures, but as he spoke, Qi Shan began calculating something. Before long, he revealed the contents of the paper to the three of them. It is approximately correct. Shintang, confused and indifferent, noticed that Chu Yao and Gong Shiwu reacted distinctly. A glimmer of mockery flashed in Chu Yao's eyes, while Gong Shiwu's forehead pulsed with veins, gritting his teeth in frustration. Chu Yao raised a doubt. Zheng Qiao attacked the Xian state, and Sabayan was one of the first counties to fall. Following that, he allowed his soldiers to pillage indiscriminately, leaving the populace in despair. It has yet to recover. How could so much tax revenue be collected? You do not understand the governor of Sabayan. Qi Shan replied with a dismissive smile. This individual is inherently competitive and cannot tolerate defeat. To curry favor with Zheng Qiao and to demonstrate his accomplishments, the tax revenue will only increase compared to previous years. As Xin Xiaolang and I journeyed to Sabayan, we heard of many unheard of tax categories, all privately instituted. Shintang, perplexed, asked, is that true? Indeed. Why was I unaware? Qi Shan rolled his eyes, nonchalantly responding. Who prompted Xin Xiaolang to set up stalls selling green plum candy and pancakes at the market whenever she had free time? She would charm those ladies into a flutter. With such distractions, where would she find the extra thought? Fortunately, Xin Xiaolang was still young. Had she been older, goodness, how many romantic entanglements would she have invited? Her flirtations could likely fill an entire path with tales. For a moment, Gong Shiwu and Chu Yao both envisioned similar scenes. Casting Shintang incredulous glances, Chu Yao did not doubt the authenticity of Qi Shan's words. Goro's sweet tongue is indeed remarkable. Regardless of gender, he readily praises others, engaging in lively conversation that fosters an immediate sense of familiarity, akin to that of a close-knit family. Shintang remarked, your words sound rather bitter. What do you mean by her flirting? Is this merely a complaint that her affinity with women overshadows you, resulting in a gaggle of young ladies and wives neglecting to spare you a glance? If you are single, strive to find a partner instead of casting blame on her. Chu Yao coughed twice, endeavoring to steer the conversation back on track, hoping they would remember that this was a serious discussion regarding tax collection, not idle chatter. He stated, "With the regulations established, we are left only with the task of planning our ambush. Where shall we lay our traps?" Qi Shan and the others shared their thoughts, striving to refine the plan, while Shen Tang occasionally contributed with her insights. By the time they concluded, the sun was high in the sky. Shen Tang privately inquired, "Do we truly not need to seek a few reliable allies? Since Yuan Liang has connections, surely he could provide assistance." Qi Shan replied, "Do you understand the saying, a few strategists can be effective, but many will lead to leaks. Benefits can be shared but not monopolized, for solitary gains will lead to ruin. With too many participants, there is a risk of information leak and profit division, rather than increasing risk by involving others. I prefer to bear greater risk with just the four of us, as I have learned my lesson from a previous mishap." Seeing his determination, Shen Tang decided to let him proceed as he wished. Observing Shen Tang's lively figure departing, Qi Shan sighed for reasons unknown, teasing the kitten, Su Shang, who lay in his embrace, stretching its body. He murmured, "I hope this time we achieve our desires." Meow. Su Shang playfully nibbled on Qi Shan's fingertips, its gentle touch eliciting a soft laugh as he withdrew his hand. "Do you think Shen Xiaolang is capable? Without a target for mischief?" Su Shang looked up at Qi Shan, meowing plaintively as if to accuse him. Reluctantly, Qi Shan offered his sleeve. "Here, play with this." Su Shang found a new toy, pawing at his sleeve in an attempt to climb up. The diligent and earnest figure reminded Qi Shan of someone familiar, causing the corners of his mouth to curve slightly. After a moment, a soft sigh dissipated into the air. He was just preparing to return to his room for a few fish treats when a sudden tremor coursed through him, a sense of crisis emerging from behind. He swiftly sidestepped, and thud, an arrow, accompanied by a letter, embedded itself into the wooden pillar. An hour later, Shen Tang awoke from her afternoon nap to find a solitary kitten at her doorstep. Su Shang was intently focused on its own tail, occasionally reaching out to paw at it, but upon failing to catch it, it continued its watchful stance, waiting for the next opportunity. If it managed to catch its tail, it would let out a startled meow and spring into the air, its fur standing on end in fright. It was thoroughly entertained. "Why are you alone? Where is Qi Yuan Liang?" Shen Tang bent down to scoop up Su Shang. Just days before, Qi Shan had been inseparable from this new feline companion. Yet now he seemed content to leave it behind. Did he not fear it would wander off? Su Shang, of course, could not understand human language and wriggled restlessly in Shen Tang's arms. With no choice, she decided to return it to Qi Shan's room. Knowing that it was better for Su Shang to bother him than to risk getting lost or bullied by other stray cats. Not only was Qi Shan absent, but Chu Yao was also nowhere to be found. As for Gong Shuwu, Shen Tang was not well acquainted with him. Feeling bored, she ventured out to set up a stall to sell wine, choosing a unique location this time, just under 100 meters from the central county office of Shao City. Surely, she would not encounter any unexpected events this time. With a thud, she planted the wine sign firmly into the ground. A row of round-bellied wine jars lined the bench, and Shen Tang, arms crossed behind her neck, leaned back comfortably, wearing a sun hat. Her eyes half closed as she gradually succumbed to drowsiness. However, soon enough, customers began to arrive. Knock, knock, knock. A voice called impatiently, "The wine cellar, wake up. How much for your wine?" Shen Tang shook off her sleepiness, lifting the brim of her hat to reveal a strikingly beautiful face. The customer's irritation vanished upon seeing her visage, replaced by an unabashed gaze, his voice dripping with insincerity. "My lady, how much for your wine?" Shen Tang replied lazily, "For 2 pounds of grape wine, it's 451. For other wines, 2 pounds are 301. No haggling." Not dissuaded by her nonchalant demeanor, the customer retorted, "You, a mere street vendor, expect me to believe your wine isn't watered down? 451 for grape wine. Surely, you haven't even seen a grape." Shen Tang retorted coolly, "Buy it if you wish. If not, be on your way." The man was taken aback by her boldness. In his experience, merchants would typically bow to him, either flattering him or offering discounts. Feeling his pride wounded, he snapped, "Do you know who I am?" Shen Tang regarded him seriously and shook her head. "No, I don't." Upon realizing she was new, the man's temper eased slightly. "I serve at the county office." He boasted, "My uncle oversees purchasing there." Shen Tang nodded, indicating she understood. He anticipated a token of respect, perhaps a buy one get one free offer, believing it would secure his favor for future business. Instead, this audacious girl showed no signs of yielding, her gaze questioning why he lingered. If he couldn't afford it, he was merely inconveniencing her stall. Though embarrassed, he dared not cause a scene, especially with the county office nearby, where the temperamental county magistrate resided, disinclined to tolerate disturbances. He often exploited his position to bully ordinary vendors, but if matters escalated, he would be held accountable. Shintang, amused, pressed, "Are you buying or not?" Frustrated at not getting his way, he reluctantly reached for his money. Upon opening one of the jars, the rich aroma of wine wafted out. Having served at the county office, he had tasted fine wines at banquets, thus possessing a discerning palate. If each jar was of such quality, he could profit handsomely. "How much wine do you have left?" Shintang replied confidently, "As much as you want." What a grand claim. How much stock could a small wine shop possibly have? He scoffed, but after verifying the quality of the jars, he felt reassured and agreed to pay, meticulously counting every last coin, eager to gain an advantage. "Wait here for news. If my master is pleased, I will take the rest." Shintang inquired, "Is your master the county magistrate?" "Who else could it be?" He replied with pride. "Little girl, if your wine catches his eye, you will be prosperous." Shintang smiled softly, her gaze lowering in contemplation. Whether she would prosper or not was uncertain, but just as she was about to voice a thought, a distinctly different gaze landed upon her, prompting her to instinctively glance in that direction. She caught sight of a window coincidentally ajar. Frowning slightly, she dismissed her extraneous thoughts and resumed filling the empty wine jars, preparing to continue her stall. Meanwhile, Gucci stood by the window, observing his companion remove the prop that had been supporting the window, reflecting, "So, I have been discovered. You've regressed, Guangchao. Is this the extent of your scholarly prowess?" The one who removed the prop bore an utterly ordinary face, one that would be lost in a crowd, and even his voice was unremarkable. If there was anything distinctive about him, it was his demeanor. "Kaiwan Liang, why not reveal your true self? This is a private space, not the glaring light of day. Why continue to hide, as if you have something to be ashamed of?" Upon hearing the mention of the scholar's way, Gucci's complexion turned slightly pale, but he soon relaxed. He too held leverage over Qishan, feeling unperturbed. Indeed, Qishan, that person stirred his literary heart, raising his hand to brush his face, revealing the familiar visage of Shintang, along with a change in his voice. Having grown accustomed to it, one must navigate cautiously through turbulent waters. After receiving an unfriendly letter from Gucci, he decided to disguise himself to meet a friend. Though termed as such, he had little acquaintance with Gucci and was unaware of the other's intentions. Fearing complications related to the tax silver, he hesitated several times, but ultimately chose to confront the meeting alone. However, it was unexpected to find young Master Shin selling wine not far below. This thought made him sigh. How deeply entrenched was young Master Shin in his stall business? Were it not for the knowledge that it was mere coincidence, he might suspect the fellow was tailing him here, coincidentally brimming with words that made him stand out among the common folk, thus catching Gucci's attention. Truly unforeseen. Even more astonishing was young Master Shin's rapid progress in discerning Gucci's intentions. Had it not been for Qishan's quick intervention, he would have been exposed. Given such caution, "What brings you to Xiaoqing?" Qishan retorted, "Asking you is equally pertinent." The two exchanged glances, silence enveloping them, acknowledging that both harbored ulterior motives, neither being pure of heart. They were merely familiar with each other's names, which seemed to be of equal measure. Given the current circumstances, neither desired a confrontation. Ideally, a mutually beneficial avoidance would allow them to achieve their respective goals. Should that fail, they would prefer not to engage in a mutually destructive struggle, leaving others to reap the benefits. Gucci broke the silence first. "For fairness, shall we each pose a question?" Qishan replied, "Agreed." The conversation diverged. Smoke filled the air on their side, while unrest brewed at the county office. The county magistrate was unexpectedly a young middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 30s, lacking foundation and being of a minority ethnicity. Who would not exclaim in admiration at such an ascent to power at this age? This so-called exemplary child was currently respectfully hosting a distinguished guest, though the guest's attire was inferior even to that of the county office servants. Clad in patched coarse linen, fatigue from a long journey was evident in his features, his hair flecked with gray and weathered by the elements, accompanied by a boy of around 6 years. The boy, exquisitely sculpted, wore an innocent expression, sitting obediently beside the guest, delicately savoring soft, exquisite-filled pastries, as if they were rare delicacies, entirely unconcerned with the adult's superficialities. The magistrate's eye twitched slightly. Such innocence was indeed present, but there was also a fierce intensity. He recalled how the county office attendant had attempted to push the guest down the steps, only to be thwarted by the boy's swift strike, warning him with the same innocent demeanor, chilling the magistrate's heart. The county magistrate managed to force a strained smile, despite the changed times. Encountering this former esteemed guest still left him trembling, parched, and breathless. The guest, referred to as the esteemed host, followed the magistrate's gaze towards Ian, a warm glimmer in his eyes as he gently stroked the boy's head, saying, "His nickname is Ian." Upon hearing the call from his teacher, Ian pulled his attention away from the pastries, blinking in confusion at the teacher, as if questioning why he was summoned. The elder smiled, gesturing towards the magistrate, responding, "Not you, but your senior is curious." Ian tilted his head, glancing between the magistrate and the elder, finally returning his gaze to the plate of pastries, his brows slightly furrowing. Having lived with Ian for 2 years, the elder had grasped his thought process and remarked, "Your senior does not enjoy these sweets. Nor do I, so they are all yours, no need to share." The magistrate, hearing this address, felt a twitch in his jaw. Referring to the elder as the esteemed host was merely out of respect for past ties. Yet he did not expect this old man to seize the opportunity and bestow upon him a troublesome younger disciple. Regarding this disciple, he vaguely sensed that the child named Yin was not particularly bright. At least, he did not possess the cleverness of ordinary children. He begrudgingly accepted the younger disciple. To outsiders, it might appear as a harmonious scene of teacher and student in mutual affection. The magistrate feigned concern, inquiring, "Esteemed host, how is your disciple?" "Yin is doing splendidly." The elder's demeanor shifted abruptly at the mention of Yin, a hint of the sharpness from his younger days flickering in his brow, causing the magistrate to feel uneasy. Simultaneously, he scorned his own ineptitude. This old man was nearing the end of his days. What was there to fear? The so-called sharpness seemed to be merely an illusion of the magistrate's mind, for when the elder looked at Yin, his eyes overflowed with boundless affection. With a deep sigh, he ruffled Yin's hair. "He is merely unfortunate, having been born with a brain ailment that renders his intellect distinct from that of ordinary children." The magistrate? For a moment, he thought his ears had malfunctioned. Did the esteemed host just say someone was born with a brain ailment? Yet, this child is not. What family has a child with a brain ailment, who at 6 can gather martial courage and possesses innate strength, able to sweep a grown man's leg with a spear? That unfortunate attendant was still lying in the servants' quarters. The elder anticipated his forthcoming question and replied blandly, "Though Yin has a brain ailment, he is not foolish. He simply has cognitive differences. He can learn everything necessary. And understanding is no challenge. Coupled with his excellent martial aptitude, it is no surprise that he has gathered martial courage. In fact, due to his cognitive differences, he is even more focused and diligent than the average person. Whenever I assign him a training task, he never complains or slacks off, giving his all. And the results are naturally rewarding." The elder disliked others viewing Yin through a lens of prejudice, particularly those who once shared a tenuous teacher-student relationship, such as the magistrate, for it merely highlighted that his once normal student could not compare to Yin, who had a brain ailment. The magistrate twitched his lips. He pondered, "Cognitive differences? I cannot perceive them. Your disciple's talent and aptitude are indeed exceptional. However, in this murky world, if he can maintain such an innocent heart, it may be a blessing in disguise, far better than acquiring skills only to become a tool of power." Based on his understanding of the esteemed host, Yin was likely a sensitive topic. He could only praise rather than criticize. After all, how could he, an old student past his prime, compete with a 6-year-old? Exquisitely sculpted, obedient, filial, and charming new student? The magistrate extolled Yin, while simultaneously hearing the elder congratulate him on acquiring an excellent disciple. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, he subtly inquired about the elder's purpose for visiting. Yet, his meager abilities paled in comparison to the elder's perception. Under the elder's seemingly all-seeing gaze, he felt genuinely apprehensive. Once, the elder had been a formidable figure in the court, commanding respect and wielding influence. Describing him as capable of summoning winds and rains would not be an exaggeration. The monarch of the Xian kingdom maintained his throne largely due to the elder's significant contributions. Regrettably, the elder's illustrious career ended in disgrace, with a tumultuous exit alongside the Xian monarch, leaving his faction subjected to reprimands and repression. Of course, this did not include the magistrate, who had thrived by aligning himself with the right patron. The elder, infuriated, had resigned from his position, reportedly retreating to the countryside. When the Xian monarch faced the encroaching forces of Zheng Qiao, he sought the elder's whereabouts in vain, only to discover later that the kingdom had been obliterated. The magistrate had assumed the elder perished amidst the chaos, yet to his astonishment, the old man was still alive, suddenly appearing at his doorstep. In these tumultuous times, the magistrate's heart raced at the sight of the elder and the child, hoping they were merely here to beg for alms, easily dismissed with a few coins. Should they harbor ulterior motives, however, the magistrate would find himself in a predicament, for slaying a teacher was hardly a commendable reputation. After some subtle probing, his anxious heart gradually calmed. It turned out the old man was fleeing from an unknown, hostile faction, having exhausted all other options. He was unconcerned for his own safety. But he couldn't bear to endanger the innocent Ian, so he sought an escape, eventually arriving in Four Treasures Prefecture. The prefect, upon hearing this, became inwardly animated, a mirthless smile playing on his lips. What unknown faction? More likely, it was connected to Zheng Qiao. Even if Zheng Qiao hadn't yet recalled this particular enemy, his lackeys certainly might. After all, the two most vehement critics of Zheng Qiao in the Xian kingdom were the chief of the censorate, the censor-in-chief, and the soon-to-retire chancellor. Veritable titans of verbal warfare. The censor-in-chief, when he assailed others, at least had a veneer of official duty to conceal his attacks. The chancellor, however, indiscriminately bombarded Zheng Qiao and even the Xian kingdom's ruler. He would brazenly insult Zheng Qiao to the monarch's face, employing such vulgar language that even the most seasoned courtesans would blush and giggle. The entire court found it unsurprising, even appropriate. The refined demeanor expected of scholars was utterly absent in him. This chancellor had once dared to negotiate with enemy states on the border, and when discussions failed, he would smash the envoy's head with a low table, then lead troops to conquer the small northwestern nation. Consequently, the Xian kingdom's inner court was overflowing with concubines from various conquered states. The Chuji of the Chu kingdom, was she the last trophy of war? Rumor had it that she played a role in the disintegration of the Chu kingdom's 3 heroes, a testament to her formidable record. Small wonder the prefect was so apprehensive. Even though this old lion was in his twilight years, his teeth too loose to effectively hunt, the aura of the king of beasts lingered. Zheng Qiao might not remember to seek revenge himself, but his underlings might. The prefect, of course, counted himself among them. However, he didn't dare to attack his own chancellor. He wined and dined them, treating the pair as impoverished relatives who had come seeking handouts. After the banquet, he ordered his servants to fetch 200 taels of gold from the treasury and deliver them to the guest quarters. The old man lifted the red silk, glanced at the plate of gold ingots presented to him, and arched an eyebrow. Ian curiously picked up a heavy gold ingot, its quality and weight substantial, too large to hold in one hand. He had never seen such a thing before and looked to his teacher with a questioning, inquisitive gaze. The old man offered a faint, scornful smile and pursed his lips. Your senior brother truly takes us for impoverished relatives seeking a handout, inviting us to a meal and then sending over this plate of trinkets, clearly signaling us to leave discreetly. How novel. Everyone knows the situation in Four Treasures Prefecture. Yet this prefect lives so comfortably, casually dispensing 200 taels of gold, truly treating money like dirt. Ian said, Senior brother, very good. He had eaten many delicious things today. The old man, both exasperated and amused, lightly tapped his forehead with a finger and asked, In your eyes, whoever gives you food is a good person? Ian mentally chewed on this question, pondering it. After a long moment, he nodded firmly. Yes. A while later, he added, But teacher is the best. Teacher not only made food for him, but also taught him many things, even though he wasn't sure what use they were. But for him, it was a rare pleasure in a monotonous daily life. Yes, teacher knows. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Although he had heard Ian say this many times, each time his heart felt warm and his unpleasant mood improved. Ironically, he who had enjoyed a successful career, with countless students and officials claiming to be his disciples, now found himself in such a wretched state. He never dreamed he would be dismissed in such a manner. Should he be grateful that this student in filial piety said he still had some conscience? At least he valued his reputation, willing to use money to send people away rather than hand the master and disciple over to Zheng Qiao to curry favor. Thinking of this, the old man could not help but sigh. Back then, they reported him, kicked him when he was down, but now they treated him with lavish hospitality. As an honored guest, and were even willing to spend money on travel expenses. Ian keenly sensed the old man's complex emotions at this moment. He didn't know how to comfort him, but he awkwardly grasped the teacher's large hand, full of the wrinkles of time, and looked at him with eyes full of affection. The old man pinched Ian's small face and smiled self-deprecatingly. In this mortal world, or in the treacherous officialdom, it's always easier to add flowers to brocade than to offer charcoal in the snow. Being opportunistic is the norm. I am now just a down-and-out old man. Not as good as before. Facing Ian's eyes full of confusion, he said, Ian is still young. He will understand when he grows up. However, with your situation, you should retire with the teacher. The outside world is not suitable for you. If you enter the world, you will be skinned and boned. Skinned and boned. Ian's eyes showed some fear. He buried his head in the old man's lap and said in a muffled voice, Don't skin and bone, teacher. Ian doesn't want to be eaten. Good, good, good. Ian is so cute. Don't eat, don't eat. The old man was amused by Ian's childlike words and laughed. Although the old man doesn't have many years to live, it's still no problem to raise you. In the future, whoever wants to eat you, you just punch and kick back. Ian said, Fight back? Yes, no matter who it is, hit him. Ian listened carefully, as if he wanted to deeply remember the old man's words in his mind, and regarded them as an imperial decree. Yes, hit back. Hit him. As the two were talking, there was a knock on the door. Sir, the wine has been bought. Old man, wine? Servant. Yes, the master ordered it to be bought. In order to get through the old man's relationship back then, the prefect put a lot of effort into finding out the old man's preferences, hoping to cater to his preferences and show his presence in front of the old man. Maybe he could be promoted in the officialdom in the future. Even if it doesn't work out, it's good to leave a good impression. Because of his humility, diligence, pragmatism, and ability, the prefect tasted a lot of sweetness from the old man's side and secretly received a lot of care, so that he was not so embarrassed when he first entered the officialdom. I have remembered it for many years. But today is different. He specially ordered his servants not to buy good wine. The chancellor is smart. What good wine has he not tasted with a tongue? As long as you taste ordinary cheap wine, the chancellor should know his attitude. But he didn't know that the old man had quit drinking because he raised Ian. The old man was about to refuse, but Ian looked at the round-bellied wine jar with bright eyes and said, Teacher, candy. This is not candy, it's wine. Ian stubbornly, It's candy. Old man, it's wine. Ian lowered his head. Want to eat? Old man. He asked the servant to bring in the wine jar, opened the red cloth cork, and a strong, fragrant, and domineering aroma of wine rushed to his face, as if even his clothes were stained with those smells. The old man was slightly surprised. With his understanding of that student, the wine scent was either bland or of poor quality with a mixed smell, and the common people could get two taels for a few cents. But this is obviously a rare wine. Just the smell aroused his addiction to alcohol that he had quit for many years. The old man looked at Ian and then at the wine jar. It's hard to be both. Ian pointed to the wine jar. It's candy. The old man smiled. If you say it's candy, then let you taste it. Ian's eyes lit up. Okay. It was said to be a taste, but only a little bit was dipped with chopsticks. Ian opened his mouth and howled, took a bite and sucked it, and immediately his little face was wrinkled into a ball, the end of his eyes was red, and he vomited his tongue in embarrassment. The old man laughed. Good things like wine, wait until you grow up to drink it. The old man was not polite to the good wine sent to his door by a cheap student and directly poured it full and drank 2 bowls in one breath. He also sighed in his mouth. Your senior brother is good in everything, but his mind is not good. He has worked so hard to climb to this point. I don't know how many people he has used means to get down. I wanted to remind him to be careful of your senior brother. But people regard our master and apprentice as a scourge, and it's not good to stay shamelessly. What you step on to go up. Then don't blame what you were beaten down by. Ian looked at the wine jar as if he was looking at a scourge again. He was confused when he heard the teacher's words. He didn't quite understand what the teacher said. Old man, after drinking these, let's go. Senior brother? Senior brother? How can there be 2 senior brothers? The elder wore a familiar expression, saying, There are many former disciples of my sect, and while our relationships may be superficial, each one can be considered your senior brother. Is it so rare to have 2 senior brothers in Xiaoqing? Yet, I never expected. The old grudges between Qishan and the governor of Xiaoqing, which stirred considerable trouble in the past, are well known to me. Upon entering Xiaoqing, my instinct led me to embrace the path of a scholar, and discovering Qishan nearby, I realized the unfortunate fate awaiting the governor's disciple. He remarked, Your senior brother, Qishan, is known for his strategic foresight. His appearance in enemy territory signifies that he possesses the confidence to strike decisively and redeem past humiliations. Ian listened with a perplexed expression. Keep your distance from them, the elder muttered with a smile, recalling past events. A gentleman of ill repute should not be trusted. Ian replied, still utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Chishan and Guqi had managed to clarify their misunderstandings, and the atmosphere, once tense and fraught with hostility, now bore a semblance of ease akin to old friends reuniting. Observing Chishan's calm demeanor, Guqi frowned. It seemed Chishan was even more adept at reading minds. Are you curious why I am unafraid of your scholarly path? Guqi admitted, a bit. Chishan replied, because I have encountered far more formidable ones. Guqi's curiosity was piqued. Sipping his tea, he gazed at the rising mist, his eyes sparkling with intrigue. To have garnered such a sense of caution from you, Kaiwan Liang, I am indeed eager to learn more about this scholarly path. Surely, its possessor cannot be an insignificant figure? Chishan confirmed, indeed, he is not. Who is it? Guqi inquired. Chishan replied, the one who obliterated your homeland. Guqi was momentarily speechless, murmuring, so it is him. The one who swept through the northwestern nations, indeed far from being an insignificant figure. However, does he not lack a scholarly path? The existence of a scholarly path is not guaranteed to every scholar. Its attainment is linked to one's intrinsic qualities and is not dictated by talent or effort. Some prodigies may never discover their own scholarly path, while others of mediocre talent might stumble upon it after a night of revelry. Although some scholars conceal their paths, others choose to reveal them to enhance their leverage. The individual Chishan spoke of had openly admitted to lacking a scholarly path, as it did not impede his accomplishments. Chishan internally rolled his eyes, surprised that Guqi would take such claims at face value. How could someone who has vanquished the northwestern nations and deftly navigated countless assassination attempts lack a scholarly path? If I were to declare in your presence that I lacked one, would you believe it? The northwestern nations, in their struggle for survival, resorted to every conceivable tactic, from open battlefield confrontations to clandestine espionage and assassination. That individual was a key target, yet no one succeeded in their attempts. Guqi countered, I certainly do not believe it. Chishan agreed, thus, I do not either. Guqi, puzzled, asked, how do you know he possesses one? Given the intent to conceal. It was evident that this scholarly path would attract suspicion or other hazards. He recalled their limited interactions, primarily as a nominal student and master, and questioned how Chishan could possess such confidential knowledge. Chishan paused, his hand steadying the teacup, and replied, by chance. What is his scholarly path? Guqi pressed, concerned that Chishan might hesitate to disclose. He continued, considering his age, he should be enjoying his twilight years and is unlikely to return to service. I've heard he vanished after resigning a few years back. Sharing a detail or two should pose no risk. Chishan stated, there is nothing that cannot be shared. While I am uncertain of its precise effects, one thing is clear. Should he employ his scholarly path, regardless of friend or foe, he will sense any presence encroaching upon him. Guqi's lips twitched in disbelief. No wonder the northwestern nations were unable to triumph. They were helplessly outmatched by Xian's growing power, rendered transparent to their adversaries. The battlefield dynamics shifted unfavorably before the fight even commenced. Truth be told, had that elder not been too advanced in age, and others in Xian not hindered progress, unifying the Northwest would not have been a mere dream. This scholarly path, while not overtly terrifying, proved to be a considerable headache in the context of warfare. Guqi took a deep sip of tea, lamenting, what a pity. It seemed more like envy than regret. Observing the prowess of another's scholarly path while reflecting on his own was indeed disheartening. The other's path instilled fear in enemies more than it did in allies, while Guqi's path seemed to only evoke caution among his own. In negotiations, perhaps it might yield remarkable results. However, in tumultuous times, it was of little value. Chishan's fearlessness stemmed from this understanding. Mind reading? As long as he did not regard Guqi as an ally, there was truly nothing to fear. Contemplating this, Chishan's expression softened, even extending a generous inquiry about Guqi's health. Observant individuals could readily discern that Guqi's health was concerning, bearing the appearance of one destined for an untimely demise, likely due to his own lackluster and often feared scholarly path. Guqi replied dismissively, for now, I can manage. Since the emergence of the scholarly path, he had never known a moment's respite, living amidst a cacophony of chaos and surrounded by malice, unable to find solace even at night. plagued by bizarre dreams infiltrating his consciousness. Were it not for his extraordinary resilience, he might have succumbed to madness long ago. The cost outweighed any gain significantly. Qishan proposed. I might have a solution. Guqi raised an eyebrow, intrigued. What is it? Qishan suggested, dismantle the Danfu. The operation of the scholarly path relies on one's scholarly intent. Without it, the path would naturally cease to exist. If it cannot be turned off, then it should be forcibly shut down. Guqi was at a loss for words, nearly spilling his tea in frustration. What kind of absurd suggestion was that? Just as Guqi restrained himself, a commotion erupted below, accompanied by raucous shouts. Qishan's heart raced, and he swiftly pushed open the window to witness the scene unfolding on the bustling street below. Guqi, moving slowly, remarked with a smile, why the rush? It's not necessarily your dear Shenlang causing the ruckus. Oh, it truly is him creating a scene. Qishan retorted. If Xintang were to hear this, she would surely protest her innocence. Why am I the one causing trouble? The troublemakers have come to me. With a familiar youthful voice calling from above, Xintang sighed as she recognized the customer at her stall. Why do I encounter you no matter where I set up shop? Xiaolu laughed. It seems fate has brought us together. He casually tossed a piece of silver towards her, nonchalantly uncorking a jar of wine and gulping down half of it in one go, wiping his mouth with his sleeve and exclaiming, what a delightful drink. Xintang rolled her eyes. What brings you here? Xiaolu pointed towards the governor's office, explaining. My brother went to present a formal greeting, but I had no desire to witness their verbal sparring, so I planned to wait outside. I never expected to find you here selling wine, which clearly indicates our fateful connection. Xiaolu chuckled. We should go hunting outside the city sometime. Xintang replied. Given the state of affairs outside Xiaoqing, the mud has been thoroughly consumed by the townsfolk. What could we possibly hunt? Xiaoli's enthusiasm waned at her words. Ah, Shun, you have a point. Just then, a group of intimidating, burly men stormed toward them, quickly surrounding Xintang's wine stall. Xintang looked bewildered, while Xiaolu appeared unfazed, as if he had anticipated this. Xintang rose and clasped her hands, asking, Gentlemen, what brings you here? One of the burly men pointed at Xiaolu, demanding, Do you know him? Xintang remarked, I see. The leading burly man turned pale and bellowed, Destroy this stall. Xintang interjected, Stop. Why are you vandalizing my stall? She bravely stepped forward to halt the violent actions of the group of strongmen. Get away. Yet, reality was not a television drama, and they were not inclined to relent due to Xintang's courageous stance. Instead, their anger intensified. The burly leader perceived her as an obstruction and was about to reach out with his broad hand to grasp her shoulder and toss her aside. Fortunately, Xintang was quick to evade him. However, her stall suffered greatly, being kicked over, and the jars of wine on the bench shattered with a crash. Xiaolu hurled a jar of wine at the attacker, exclaiming, My wine, you wastrels. As the liquid splattered, the potent aroma of alcohol filled the air, drenching half of Xintang's face, leaving her dizzy and disoriented. She shook her head to dispel the discomfort. The burly leader waved his hand, commanding, Break the legs of these two pretty boys. With that, the men seized wooden benches and clubs. The vendors had long fled when the strong men appeared, fearing for their stalls. As the situation spiraled towards an inevitable violent confrontation, timid bystanders screamed in panic, trying to hide and escape. Xintang stood there, bewildered. Xiaolu, like a black butterfly dancing through the air, evaded the strong men's attacks with grace. He would leap and twist, his garments fluttering, captivating the onlookers who became completely engrossed and began cheering. He slipped away like an eel, leaving the strong men frustrated and covered in dirt. Xintang thought, what on earth? Is this a fight or a dance? Must he flaunt such skills? Guqi observed silently. Xintang's quips were soon interrupted by her assailants, as she too had become a target. Unfortunately, these were merely ordinary men, and Xintang was unclear about the situation's origin, hesitant to use lethal force. The nauseating sensation continued to rise within her, making her evasions feel somewhat forced. However, she quickly devised a plan. Gentlemen, look at me. I am but a weak woman, unable to bear burdens or wield strength, merely selling wine to support my family. She used the wall for leverage and leaped, dodging a flying wooden piece, calling out, You have mistaken me for someone else. Xintang's voice was clear and resonant, piercing through the air, likely audible to half the street. From the second-floor private room, Qishan watched the spectacle, bewildered. Guqi couldn't help but chuckle. Shenlang is indeed handsome, with a delicate appearance that could easily mislead the common folk into mistaking him for a lady. However, It is somewhat unbecoming for him to feign femininity while being attacked. Qi Shan's expression darkened. Is this how you insult Xin Xiaoling in front of me? Those who achieve great things do not concern themselves with trifles. Qi Shan shot a glance at Gu Qi and said solemnly, I do not see this as begging for mercy. If you wish, you could easily draw your sword and dispose of them in mere moments. But is that necessary? Are they not all ordinary people? This was clearly an act of benevolence. Do you understand the concept of leveraging one's appearance? If one's looks can avert conflict, it is not a loss of valor. What is wrong with masquerading as a lady? This is a gift from one's parents, a distinct advantage. Those who are unattractive are often met with disdain. Gu Qi smirked slightly. I have heard you. Qi Shan retorted. I know you have. Gu Qi remained silent. The notion of mind reading, such a daunting affair, was akin to being internally chastised without the ability to voice it. If mentioned, the other party would shamelessly confirm it, bringing ridicule upon oneself. In the bustling street below, Zhai Lu was equally taken aback by Shun Tang's astonishing proclamation. I had no idea Xin Xiong had such a lovely guise. Shun Tang felt a chill. This one statement not only dispelled the strongman's doubts about her gender, but also branded her with the label of a cross-dresser. She glared coldly at Zhai Lu, who seemed to flaunt his appearance, wishing to deliver a kick to his backside to silence his foolishness. Fearing that the commotion might attract the attention of the authorities, Shin Tang resolved, seizing Zhai Lu by the collar and leaping onto the rooftop. The group of strongmen could not pursue them and soon lost their trail. Once safe, Shin Tang confronted Zhai Lu. What have you done to provoke these men? Zhai Lu, inherently optimistic and eager to right wrongs, chuckled at the thought of the strong men's flustered faces. However, seeing Shin Tang's growing fury made him anxious, and he stifled his laughter. I was simply acting heroically. Shin Tang, her cheeks flushed, replied icily, You call this heroism? Zhai Lu, somewhat sheepish, explained, I had just arrived in Xiaoqing and witnessed those men bullying vendors, demanding an operating tax and resorting to theft if denied, even harassing the vendor's daughter and pushing elderly individuals. I intervened and returned the extorted money to the vendors. I had no idea they would remember me so well after all this time. Shin Tang scrutinized Zhai Lu, nodding. If it were me, I would remember you for a month. Her fists itched. This young man had stirred up trouble, and now she bore the brunt of it. Selling wine to support her family was no easy task, especially due to his handsome looks. Shin Tang sneered, because few possess such a unique appearance as yours. Beautiful faces are commonplace, ugly ones, diverse. Zhai Lu, confident in his looks, did not genuinely believe he was unattractive, but he sensed Shin Tang's dissatisfaction and distress. Driven by a desire to appease, he awkwardly promised to compensate Shin Tang for the losses at her stall, ensuring she would not suffer. This somewhat calmed her. As her breathing steadied, her cheeks blended seamlessly with her complexion, revealing no trace of her earlier discomfort. With a finger pressed to her brow, she inquired, Tell me, aside from collecting this operating tax, have they committed any other heinous acts? Zhai Lu, puzzled, asked, Why do you want to know? Shin Tang turned in the direction they had come from, declaring, Break their legs. If they have committed other crimes, drag them outside Xiaoqing to face justice. Is this your version of heroism? Just beating them up and leaving it at that? You only create more trouble for the vendors. Zhai Lu retorted, If I don't beat them, what should I do? Shin Tang stamped her foot and coldly replied, If you lack the ability to reform them, you might as well give them a chance to be reborn. Zhai Lu gasped in shock. As the excitement in the long street dissipated, Qi Shan also closed his window. Within a quarter of an hour, a dusty carriage emerged from the direction of the county office, driven by a small boy. He paused, staring at the wine-soaked ground, while an elderly man inside the carriage asked, A yin, what has happened? A yin shook his head, nothing, as the carriage passed down the street and approached a tavern. The elderly man lifted the curtain to glance at the window of the second-floor private room. Soon after, he lowered the curtain and closed his eyes to rest. Have you found those two pretty boys? The leader inquired. No, not here. Not here either. Not on the east side. As the reports from his subordinates returned one by one, the burly leader's face grew increasingly dark, culminating in a furious fist against the earthen wall to vent his pent-up frustration. He spat a thick, yellow glob of saliva at the wall and growled, Withdraw. We will catch them next time. His subordinates eagerly chimed in, Indeed. Xiaoqing is our territory. They cannot escape. The leader's expression softened slightly. Brothers, you all have worked hard today. Let us treat everyone to some drinks. Upon hearing the good news, the other ruffians' faces lit up with joy. The merchants were struggling in their business, And those ruffians who thrived on exploiting vendors were also faring poorly, barely able to collect any stall taxes. In the past, they could at least enjoy a few drinks with some snacks, but now their palates had become as bland as a bird's. If someone offered a meal, how could they not be pleased? Speaking of drinks, a clever one brought over 2 familiar wine jars, which were none other than the bottles that Shin Tang had displayed before her stall was overturned not long ago. The leading burly man asked, "Were they all smashed?" A younger associate replied cleverly, "No, I took 2 jars amidst the chaos." Even though the street-sold rice wine was of poor quality, it was a shame to have it all destroyed. He had intended to take advantage of the situation and secretly seized 2 jars before the stall was toppled. Now, he presented them to curry favor with the leader, hoping to make a lasting impression, which might lead to future benefits or favorable assignments. Perhaps even rising to become the second in command under the leader. This group of ruffians made their way to their usual tavern, and as they passed by, merchants hurriedly avoided them, fearing they might be targeted for stall taxes. The tavern owner spotted them from afar, cursing his ill fate inwardly. This group, who often drank on credit, was back again. However, since his business relied on their protection, he had no choice but to greet them with a smile, feigning joy. He rasped, "What brings you esteemed gentlemen here today?" The leading burly man plopped down onto a seat and waved his hand dismissively. "No need for pleasantries. Serve us good wine and dishes. Today, I shall pay." Upon hearing this, the tavern owner's eyes brightened. He had discerned a pattern. While other ruffians liked to run up debts that turned into bad debts, when their leader came to treat, payment was guaranteed. When it was time to pay, they relished slamming coins on the table, their voices booming enough for everyone in the tavern to hear. The tavern owner replied, "Very well, I shall bring the wine right away." What he called good wine was, in reality, a low-alcohol, somewhat sour rice wine, murky in appearance, with a slightly bitter aftertaste. More affluent patrons shunned such beverages. The burly man took a sip and found it rather bland. Suddenly, he recalled the rich aroma of the wines they had smashed earlier. Unable to resist, he uncorked one of the jars and took a taste. Good wine. At that moment, a familiar face flew in through the door, crashing to the ground and rolling several times before colliding with a table leg. The ruffians, startled by the noise, turned to look. There stood a slender young man, accompanied by another dressed in black. The former held a sword in his right hand while dragging it, his left hand slightly lifting his garment, poised to retract his kicking foot. Clearly, the one who had kicked was the sword-wielding youth. One of the ruffians leaped to his feet, pointing at Shin Tang. "That person is in women-esque clothing. Boss, it must be them." "Huh." The black-clad companion, Zhai Lu, nearly burst into laughter. "How bold of you to come looking for death." The burly man spat disdainfully. "Just the 2 of you?" Zhai Lu retorted. "To be precise, it's just Brother Shin." Shin Tang, sword in hand, addressed them coolly. "Will you come one by one, or shall we all go together to meet our demise?" The ruffians found this amusing. A single person challenging their group and claiming to send them to the afterlife. The burly man, infuriated, laughed mockingly. "Such a young age, and already trying to play the hero. Fine. Since you wish to die, I shall grant you your wish. Attack and kill them both. If you don't succeed, I'll ensure you die." Zhai Lu, arms crossed, watched the scene unfold. As a ruffian charged towards him, he exclaimed, "Why me? It's Brother Shin who wants to take you all on. What do you want with me?" Before he could finish his complaint, Shin Tang's sword whooshed past, barely missing his nose as it embedded into a wooden pillar, causing him to stumble back in alarm. The ruffian pursuing Zhai Lu narrowly avoided the blade, which was mere inches from his throat. With an impassive expression, Shin Tang beckoned her sword back to her hand just in time to deflect a barrage of tables and stools hurled at her. The ruffians, adapting quickly, grabbed jars from behind the counter as makeshift weapons to strike at Shin Tang. Zhai Lu shouted, "You lack martial virtue." He too seized a jar and hurled it. The 2 jars collided midair with a crash, spilling murky liquid everywhere. Zhai Lu picked up a large shard of pottery and charged forward, relying on brute strength to kick and punch, fighting in a manner just as chaotic as the ruffians. "Brother Shun," he instructed amidst the fray, "this is not how one should wield a sword in battle. To deal with such ruffians, one must strike with fists, flesh against flesh. That's the mark of a true man." Suddenly, he ducked, causing the 2 ruffians attempting to flank him to collide with each other. He rolled aside and swept his long leg, knocking one down with a hefty punch. The tavern erupted into chaos, the sounds of clashing and shattering echoing down the street, drawing in curious onlookers from nearby. As ruffians were sent flying, the crowd cheered, some daring souls inching closer to catch a glimpse of the gallant hero. Shin Tang seized one ruffian by the neck, dragging him out of the tavern and carelessly tossing him into the pile of ruffians like refuse. Bravo! A true hero! The crowd erupted into thunderous applause. Zhai Lu, seemingly accustomed to such scenes, wore an expression of pride, his eyes sparkling with delight. He bowed to the applauding crowd, smiling. Thank you, everyone. It is our duty to uphold justice. Observing the exuberant Zhai Lu, Shin Tang fixed her gaze on him, lingering for a moment before deciding to act. Zhai Lu, as if sensing danger, nimbly dodged while covering his rear, exclaiming, Brother Shun, why the sneak attack from behind? Shin Tang regrettably withdrew her foot, stating coldly, We have yet to attend to serious matters. Zhai Lu paused, realizing what she meant, and added, I've encountered many ruffians like these who delight in extortion. They may be minor evildoers, but to say they've committed heinous crimes would be an exaggeration. They fear taking lives guilty, but not to the point of death. Shin Tang scoffed. Have you interrogated them? Zhai Lu replied, Not yet, but jumping to conclusions without inquiry? Truly a farce. Silence. Zhai Lu found himself at a loss for words, forced to retreat into silence. Shin Tang stood with one foot planted on the shoulder of the ruffian leader, her sword poised threateningly against his brow. Speak the truth, or I shall end your life. Zhai Lu could not help but interject, Brother Shun, you're so righteous. Shin Tang lifted her eyelids slightly, casting a cold glance at Zhai Lu. Speak plainly. Righteousness does not condone coercion. Without another word, she conveyed her disdain through a look that suggested Zhai Lu was being foolish. Their exchange only fortified the ruffian's perception of them as mere inexperienced youths. Akin to the heroes in popular tales, self-proclaimed champions of justice, seeking to vanquish the weak for thrills and a sense of accomplishment. This was precisely what the ruffians feared least, for such bravado was akin to a paper tiger, incapable of inflicting genuine harm. Shin Tang retorted fiercely, Nonsense. I intend to coerce a confession. Zhai Lu, observing Shin Tang's familiar demeanor, could detect the strong scent of alcohol wafting from her. He hesitantly asked, Brother Shun, are you intoxicated? Not at all. I can consume countless cups without becoming inebriated, Shin Tang declared. Zhai Lu thought to himself, there's a good chance she is indeed drunk. Yet, he could not recall when she might have indulged, as they had been together since the onset of their escapade. The memory of that exhilarating night, when Shin Tang had been brimming with vigor, caused Zhai Lu a moment of concern. He feared she might become unruly in her drunken state, and he would be unable to restrain her. He proposed, Brother Shin, are you not in pursuit of the stolen treasure? He recalled that during her previous intoxication, Shin Tang had mistakenly believed Gong Shou to be the thief and had relentlessly chased him beyond the city limits. Surely, if she were to do so again, Gong Shou would be able to withstand her wrath, wouldn't he? However, Shin Tang's response was unexpected. The thief has already been apprehended by me. Zhai Li's lips twitched at the revelation. And the treasure? Shin Tang gritted her teeth, recalling the bothersome matter at hand. The thief is obstinate and refuses to surrender the treasure. Nevertheless, it matters not. The little thief is now in my custody. The treasure will one day return to its rightful owner. Zhai Lu was at a loss for words, realizing Shin Tang's intoxication was indeed peculiar. She kicked a ruffian attempting to flee back to the ground, incapacitating him momentarily. She then placed her sword firmly against the neck of the ruffian leader, demanding, Confess at once. He remained resolute and silent. Shin Tang decided to show him the gravity of the situation, placing her foot upon his knee and applying pressure. The ruffian's face turned pale as he let out a pained scream. Withdrawing her foot, he writhed in agony on the ground, causing the other ruffians to blanch in fear. Shin Tang declared, I had originally intended to break all your legs, but since you refuse to speak, I will proceed with the necessary measures. She prepared to crush one of his legs. No, you cannot harm him. A voice from the onlookers interjected. Shin Tang looked down. Does this man hold a special status? Upon her question, some of the crowd suddenly changed their expressions. Some hesitated to speak, while others quietly slipped away. An elderly man emerged from the crowd, stating, This man is known as Snakehead. His brother has taken to banditry in the mountains and is a formidable figure. He is not to be trifled with. The old man, a humble street vendor, worried that Shin Tang and her companion might inadvertently invite calamity upon themselves in their quest for justice. Shin Tang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, so he possesses some influence. Fear not, elder, apart from what I have mentioned, do these ruffians engage in any other malevolent deeds? The old man, exasperated, replied, "Why do you not heed my counsel? Do not worry. I am not like those who simply beat someone and walk away. If these ruffians are guilty of heinous crimes, I shall send them to meet the king of hell. And if that second in command is indeed their protector, I shall deal with him as well, ensuring that you will face no further troubles." Zhai Lu felt a sense of indignation wash over him, as if he were being implicitly judged. The old man, seeing Shun Tang's stubbornness and her bold claims, sighed in resignation, hoping that the two young ones would recognize the danger and flee the city before it was too late. It turned out that Snakehead, relying on his bandit brother, had gathered a crew of ruffians in the city, preying upon local merchants for profit. When this was reported to the county government, they initially sent someone to apprehend Snakehead, but he was released shortly thereafter due to his connections and bribes. Subsequent reports from merchants resulted in dire consequences, ranging from ruin to death. Snakehead primarily extorted taxes from vendors, but he also engaged in other nefarious activities, such as coercing women into prostitution, human trafficking, predatory lending, and even murder to settle debts. The merchants, though furious, could only comply and pay the extortion. Shun Tang fixed Zhai Lu with a knowing smile. "No heinous crimes?" Zhai Lu hesitated. "Well, there are some." "And no bloodshed?" Zhai Lu faltered again. "There has been some." It seemed the bandit den was indeed quite notorious, and experiential wisdom was unreliable. Zhai Li's face turned crimson as he awkwardly shifted the topic. "Brother Shun, is it time to settle accounts with these miscreants? Their wickedness warrants death. None shall be spared." Shun Tang nodded in agreement. "Yes, to the woods outside the city." The mention of that bandit lair sounded ominous. "Indeed, let us raid it together," she proclaimed, and with that, she began to gather the ruffians, preparing to deal with them outside the city. Zhai Lu, witnessing this, appeared terrified. No, Brother Shun, should we not first seek out Mr. Qi? If not, I can go find my brother instead. Just the two of us?" He felt uneasy. Despite Shun Tang's literary prowess, he doubted her capability in this matter. Shun Tang regarded him with a peculiar look, causing Zhai Lu to squirm uncomfortably. "Why do you gaze at me so, Brother Shun?" To his astonishment, Shun Tang retorted with a mischievous glint in her eyes. "Zhai Xiaofeng, are you incapable?" Zhai Li's fair complexion flushed a deep red. After a moment, he sprang to his feet in anger, exclaiming, "What do you mean incapable? How am I not capable? I am perfectly capable." Shun Tang quipped, "Capable, are you? If so, why must you always have someone by your side cheering you on?" The black-clad youth, now red-faced with indignation, gritted his teeth and declared, "Let's go. Just the two of us is more than enough." Yet, deep down, he hoped it was merely an ordinary bandit lair, manageable in size, one he could handle alone, especially with a drunken Shun Tang by his side. Shun Tang placed her fingers to her lips and whistled. "Motorcycle, come forth." After a brief pause, nothing happened. The bewildered onlookers murmured, and Shun Tang felt a twinge of embarrassment. Lowering her voice, she called out, swift as the wind, "My prized motorcycle, come forth." Meanwhile, in the stable at the rear, Gong Shuwu sat shirtless on a wooden stool, grooming a magnificent black stallion taller than him. The horse was strikingly beautiful, its coat sleek and glossy, with snow-white hooves. It was gentle and allowed Gong Shuwu to wash it, even as he intricately braided its mane into elegant styles. Beside him lay a set of pristine white horse armor. Gong Shuwu gazed at the warhorse and sighed, "Old friend." Before he could finish, he and the horse turned towards the other side of the stable, where a snow-white mule, previously solid, began to fade rapidly until it vanished completely. Gong Shuwu was perplexed. What could Shin Wulong want with the motorcycle? As the motorcycle materialized out of thin air, the crowd gasped in astonishment. They had heard tales of individuals conjuring grand steeds, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Their astonishment was shared not only by the crowd, but also by Zhai Lu. "Brother Shin, are you not a literary figure? It is widely acknowledged that literature lacks a steed. Only those with the valor of a warrior can conjure a horse from thin air. The higher the level of valor, the more exquisite the warhorse that emerges, adorned with superior armor, providing meticulous protection. Although what stands before us is a mule, in all aspects save its appearance, it is indistinguishable from a warhorse. Alas, it lacks armor." Without a word of explanation, Shun Tang, light as a flying swan dancing upon the sea, leapt onto the back of the motorcycle, tightening his legs around its girth, and commanded, "Go." The motorcycle responded to the command, dragging along a group of ruffians who were unable to break free, stumbling forward amidst their continuous wails. "Zhai Lu, unable to contain his curiosity, hurriedly urged his valor to keep pace. "Brother Shen, wait for me." In his haste, he nearly forgot the incantation for the transformative steed. There are many incantations for transforming into a horse, each serving a specific purpose. For instance, the phrase mount and charge signifies readiness for battle, requiring significant energy for the formation of both horse and armor. In contrast, ride with the reins loose consumes less energy, necessitating only a saddle and stirrups, suitable for leisurely short distances. Meanwhile, prepare the steed and sharpen the weapons occupies a middle ground, indicating that the horse is well rested, and weapons are ready for use, remaining vigilant for any sign of conflict. As the incantation was completed, a magnificent steed, red with white legs, adorned in armor, approached from a distance against the wind, swiftly shifting from illusion to reality. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, instinctively parting to avoid being trampled. Xiaolu took a few quick steps, lightly tapping the ground with his toes, and seized the reins of the warhorse, skillfully mounting it as it steadied itself, accelerating to pursue Shintang. "Brother Shun, shall we race?" The warhorse beneath Xiaolu, tall and robust, with striking features and long legs, exhibited tremendous acceleration. In no time, he caught up with Shintang, who had slowed to a leisurely pace. He proposed the race, only to be met with a cold refusal. "Not a chance." "Why not?" Xiaolu retorted. "This little trot is hardly satisfying. Besides, I am immensely curious about your mule." Shintang candidly replied, "It is somewhat shameless to compare a fine warhorse with my motorcycle mule in terms of speed. In warfare, warhorses charge into battle, while mules, even if they can be used in combat, are merely for carrying supplies. Who would form a cavalry unit with mules? Even those with vast resources cannot afford such extravagance." Xiaolu gazed down at his warhorse and mused, "But it wishes to race." The beings conjured by the incantations draw their energy from their creator, possessing a certain connection to their maker's intentions. Xiaolu could distinctly sense his mount's eagerness to spread its legs and compete with the snowy mule beside it. Shintang coolly remarked, "Let it hold back." Xiaolu inquired further, "What if it cannot?" Shintang glanced at the ragged ruffians, forced to jog behind, panting heavily, and honestly replied, "Indeed, I wish to rid the world of such evil, but if I agree to race with you, how will they keep up with our 4 legs? By the time your warhorse is satisfied, they would be left as mere skeletons." Xiaolu reluctantly abandoned the notion, secretly lamenting Shintang's unique intoxication, retaining a rational mind tempered with compassion. Without the contrast of appearances, outsiders would scarcely discern that he was still inebriated. Such a grand display. What if the bandits' informants catch wind of it and prepare in advance? What then? Shintang replied, "What is there to fear? A strong offensive." Xiaolu responded, "A strong offensive? Without a literary figure to steady the ranks?" Shintang's expression remained impassive. "Indeed. Slaughter them indiscriminately." Xiaolu fell silent. The two, with their grand demeanor and imposing presence, were allowed to pass through the city gates without scrutiny. Shintang skillfully navigated to a secluded grove. Dismounting, Xiaolu discovered 3 bodies lying there, ravaged by animals, swarming with flies and teeming with maggots, devoid of any garments, the remains of 2 men and 1 woman. Their cause of death was uniform. Each had met their demise by AP fortune arrives with enlightenment. In that moment, the words of his elder brother lingered in his mind, and he finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. Xiaolu, who could kill without a flicker of remorse, nearly tumbled off his horse, threatening to expel the meager rations he had consumed the previous day. "Ah, elder brother." Similar occurrences had never been rare. Xiaolu protested, but Zhai Huan, with an expression of indifference, replied, "Until you possess the ability to help them escape hunger, never criticize their actions or interfere. Unless you have the sacrificial courage of the Buddha, who offered flesh to feed the eagle, to stand in their stead. Xiaofeng, they must survive." Zhai Huan's voice remained as gentle as ever, yet it conveyed a sense of unprecedented helplessness to Xiaolu. Despair from his cousin, whom he had always admired, rendered powerless. Xiaolu, with a heavy heart, remarked, "My elder brother claims these individuals wish to live more than anyone, yet the world desires their demise more than anything. Harm does not affect the living, it merely leaves behind a corpse. What right do outsiders have to label them as cruel or inhumane? It cannot be said." Upon hearing this, Shintang stood still, gazing at the 3 severely decayed, incomplete corpses beneath her feet, lost in thought for an extended period. After a while, she mused, "Indeed, Guan Wu said. When the granary is full, one knows etiquette. When clothing and food are sufficient, one knows honor and disgrace. Yet these common folks cannot even claim to be full granaries or sufficient in clothing and food. Their very insides are empty. A family cannot gather enough clothing to cover a single body. What talk of etiquette and honor is there? In such circumstances, to judge their actions through the lens of etiquette, honor, and ethics is the height of arrogance. Noticing Shun Tang's unusual expression, Zhai Lu reached out to nudge her arm, attempting to rouse her from her stupor. Shun Tang took a deep breath and waved her hand. I am fine. Brother Shun, what shall we do with these few? Zhai Lu glanced at the trembling ruffians and made a swift gesture across his throat with his thumb. Some of the thugs, sensing their fate, collapsed to their knees with a loud thud, their foreheads striking the ground repeatedly, producing a sound that echoed painfully in the ears. Fearful and trembling, they wept and pleaded, "Hero, spare us." Yet, there were those who remained defiant, such as the burly leader. He doubted that Shun Tang and her companion had the audacity to kill him, knowing well his connections to the bandit lair's second-in-command. As for Shun Tang's claims of targeting the bandit lair, he believed they could not possibly accomplish such a feat. Shun Tang declared, I intend to kill. Zhai Lu conjured a knife with a wave of his hand, ready to carry out the execution at Shun Tang's command. Yet she continued, however, it seems a shame to kill them all. Zhai Lu questioned, a shame? Shun Tang scoffed, what purpose does their survival serve? Once dead, they are merely buried in the earth. Yet, the thought of allowing this group to live unsettles me. Xiao Fong, how do you intend to deal with them? Zhai Lu replied, we must kill them. We cannot take them with us. Not only have these ruffians offended us, but that white-haired old man who stepped forward, and the onlookers as well, should be included in this reckoning. Releasing the tiger back into the mountains poses no danger to us, but the innocent bystanders will suffer. Shun Tang questioned, you mean, to take them with us? How would we do that? Zhai Lu suddenly grasped another interpretation, exclaiming, Brother Shun, do you intend to recruit them? Killing and burying them would cost virtually nothing, but recruiting them would be a colossal hassle. Shun Tang pondered. When did I say such a thing? Zhai Lu, looking troubled, replied, I do not mean to press on your sore spot, but each person represents a mouth to feed. With 2 or 3 dozen individuals, that translates to 2 or 3 dozen mouths. What will be the daily expenditure? Even if Brother Shun is compassionate enough to recruit them, would they pledge their loyalty? You yourself are in dire straits, nearly destitute. Shun Tang's mind remained muddled. She did not comprehend how the conversation had shifted to the idea of recruiting ruffians. She was merely curious about how to manage them. Wait, let me think it over. Before she could formulate a coherent thought, the burly leader sneered and spat. You think I'll serve some pretty boy? Dream on. When my brother finds out, you will all. Suddenly, a flash of steel sliced through the air, and a head rolled to the ground. A crimson fountain of blood sprayed forth, splattering several feet away. Shun Tang casually flicked the blood off her sword and coldly regarded the lifeless body that had fallen without its head. The warm, viscous blood drenched her clothing and the top of her right foot. In that moment, it felt as if countless tiny insects were crawling upon her skin. Yet her expression remained unfazed. With a chilling gaze, she parted her lips and indifferently stated, if you're going to die, spare me the words. Do you truly believe I lack the courage to kill? Zhai Lu was taken aback. He knew Shun Tang was decisive and capable. Yet he had not anticipated such an abrupt display of ferocity. Observing the head roll to his feet, its eyelids still trembling, frozen in an expression of astonishment. Zhai Lu sighed and kicked the head back. Let us bury the head along with the body. Let them rest in peace, preserving their dignity in death. As for whether it might be exhumed later, he could not guarantee that. His only task was to bury them. Brother Shun, next time, please give a warning before you strike. Shun Tang asked a warning? For what purpose? Zhai Lu pointed to the terrified ruffians, to prepare them psychologically. Did you not catch a whiff of urine? Indeed, the cowardly ones had already lost control of their bladders, and the area around their groins was noticeably damp. Shun Tang acknowledged, I did sense it. It is both foul and offensive. She stepped forward with her sword, causing the ruffians to cower in terror, hastily prostrating themselves, their heads thumping against the ground, creating a hollow sound in the mud. They fervently pleaded for mercy, vowing loyalty to Shun Tang if only she would spare their lives. Shun Tang curled her lips into a hint of a smirk, likely reflecting on how they had once bullied merchants and driven families to ruin, never imagining they would meet such a fate. Her gaze swept over the ruffians, yet she did not strike again. Just when the ruffians believed they might be spared, Shin Tang executed 2 more, leaving behind 2 heads that would never close their eyes again. The remaining ruffians trembled upon recognizing the faces of the slain. They were the closest aides to the former leader, second only to him in authority, sent by the bandits' second-in-command. They had feigned submission while harboring murderous intent, planning to strike when Shin Tang lowered her guard, but their brother had been killed by a stranger. Their fates were sealed. Death was their only destiny. If that was the case, they might as well take someone down with them. Zhai Lu, unfazed, smiled and clapped his hands, proclaiming, "Brother Shun, your insight is unparalleled. Such hidden dangers cannot remain." Shin Tang, somewhat taken aback, had initially only intended to eliminate the 2 most troublesome threats, planning to deal with the remaining ruffians afterwards, yet she felt compelled to spare their lives due to Zhai Li's praise. After a moment's thought, she sheathed her sword. The other ruffians, witnessing this, hurriedly bowed their heads in loyalty. Shin Tang's expression soured. "You lot, dig a pit and bury the bodies." The ruffians exchanged glances but complied without hesitation, fearing that any delay might earn them the sword that had just spilled the blood of their comrades. This would surely haunt them for a lifetime. Lacking any digging tools, they resorted to using their bare hands. After a short while, their fingers were stained black, and their fingertips throbbed with pain, yet none dared to cry out. Zhai Lu observed and sighed, stepping forward. "You lot, step aside. At this rate, you'll ruin your hands without digging a proper hole." Shin Tang watched him closely, curious about his next move. The ruffians cleared a path, and Zhai Lu, with a glimmering weapon at his waist, conjured a long knife from thin air. Gathering his strength, he concentrated his energy into the blade, its dark glow intensifying until it coalesced into a near-tangible mist. With a powerful shout, he swung the dark blade towards the ground. A deafening roar reverberated, and a palpable tremor ran beneath their feet. Splintered debris erupted skyward, accompanied by billowing plumes of smoke, as a concussive wave of particulate matter assaulted their faces. Shin Tang reflexively raised an arm to shield herself. As the haze dissipated, a gaping chasm marred the earth, easily capable of accommodating 6 corpses. Zhai Lu, however, remained unfazed, not even a bead of perspiration gracing his brow. He nonchalantly gestured to the petrified ruffians, instructing them to inter the bodies. The thugs, now utterly stupefied, found their cognitive faculties paralyzed and their legs reduced to gelatinous masses, rendering them incapable of standing. They were seized by an existential crisis, questioning their initial assessment of the duo as mere pretty boys. What manner of dandy could so clinically decapitate 3 individuals without a flicker of emotion? Moreover, the instrument of execution was a slender, almost dainty longsword. Consider the executioner's cleavers, invariably boasting broad, thick blades, designed for both sharpness and ease of handling. To employ such a delicate blade, seemingly ill-suited for even slicing meat, and achieve such seamless decapitations bespoke not only a razor-sharp edge, but also a terrifying level of physical prowess. The ebony-clad youth, who had nonchalantly cratered the earth, was even more fearsome, especially considering they had pursued him on more than one occasion. One of the thugs instinctively massaged his neck, overwhelmed with relief at his fortunate escape. With the excavation complete, the interment proceeded swiftly. The corpses were unceremoniously dumped into the pit, and the loose earth was hastily shoveled back in. The entire process was completed in under 15 minutes. Throughout the ordeal, Shin Tang remained motionless, clutching her sword, her eyes closed in what appeared to be deep contemplation, or perhaps even slumber. "Lord, the burial is complete," a designated representative stammered. With the pit filled, a collective sigh of relief escaped the thugs. Shin Tang's eyes snapped open. "What is the location of the bandit den? Does anyone know?" I know." A thug, eager to curry favor, responded with alacrity. "Excellent, you shall lead the way," Shin Tang said, raising an eyebrow and beckoning him forward. The other thugs reluctantly followed. They were now gripped by trepidation, fearing that they were being conscripted as cannon fodder in Shin Tang's assault on the bandit stronghold. However, defiance was not an option. Following meant a slightly delayed demise, while resistance would result in an immediate, messy end. The thugs were expressions of abject misery, regretting their fateful encounter with the 2 formidable figures. Shin Tang mounted her steed with an air of detachment. "You will not participate in the fighting. Your presence would be futile. You will merely observe from a safe distance. However, any attempt to flee will be construed as collusion with the bandits." With a command, the horse, seemingly sensing their destination, responded with palpable excitement, its gait noticeably more spirited. Jila followed suit on horseback. The Four Treasures Prefecture was plagued by rampant banditry. The brigands typically holed up in the remote mountains, initially content with petty larceny, preying on merchants and travelers. However, as the prefecture authorities became increasingly preoccupied, the bandits grew bolder and more avaricious. In the rear stables, Gongshu Wu meticulously cleansed his beloved warhorse, changing the water thrice. He then used a soft cloth to buff away any residual moisture before re-adhering the ornate horse armor. Stroking the horse's mane, he murmured, "Return for now. I will summon you again when I have the opportunity for a proper ride." The horse nuzzled his palm affectionately. "I shall not renege on my promise," Gongshu Wu assured it. The warhorse reluctantly transformed into martial energy, retreating into the tiger tally. Surveying the disarray, Gongshu Wu recalled the training grounds of the Gong estate, the military camps, and a year prior, when he could freely engage in combat, charging into battle alongside his comrades. Now, he was forced to live under an assumed identity, concealing himself behind a face that even he barely recognized. His old companion was displeased, and he was even more so. He had spent the entire afternoon grooming his warhorse, and even with his robust constitution, he was drenched in sweat. The oppressive heat, coupled with his mounting frustration, left him feeling thoroughly uncomfortable. Noticing a small basin of clean water, he grabbed a cloth, soaked it, and wiped down his bare torso. The afternoon breeze brought a welcome coolness and a fleeting respite from his melancholy. As he rose and began fastening his garments, he detected footsteps approaching the main courtyard. One set belonged to Qi Yuanliang, while the other was unfamiliar. The stranger's gait was even more unsteady than Qi Shan's, suggesting either a libertine weakened by indulgence or a chronic invalid. "Brother Yuanliang resides here?" Qi Shan retorted. "Is that not self-evident?" He suppressed the urge to roll his eyes. If Gu Qi were truly ignorant, how had the arrow bearing a note pierced the wooden post of the small courtyard? Gu Qi betrayed no embarrassment. An uninvited visit is hardly the same as a formal call. Upon entering the courtyard, his gaze immediately fell upon Gongshu Wu. Qi Shan had disguised Gongshu Wu to such an extent that, aside from his height, his features were now unremarkable and easily lost in a crowd. "Master Qi has returned." Gongshu Wu greeted him. Qi Shan returned the courtesy. "Master Gongshu." Gongshu Wu's gaze shifted to Gu Qi, "And this gentleman is?" Qi Shan replied with a smile. "Wang Chao is an old friend of mine, surnamed Gu, given name Qi Wang Chao. This is the valiant Gongshu Wu." He provided a brief introduction. Gongshu Wu and Gu Qi exchanged perfunctory bows. Gu Qi was unaware of Gongshu Wu's true identity, knowing only that he was a skilled martial cultivator who had suddenly appeared in Qi Shan's entourage a few days prior. Despite his ordinary appearance, his imposing presence suggested that he was no ordinary individual. Qi Shan removed his wooden clogs and offered Gu Qi a pair of soft indoor slippers. "Is the courtyard unusually quiet today?" Gongshu Wu replied. "Shin Wulong has gone out to peddle his wares. One person could generate enough activity for 6 or 7. So it was indeed less lively." Qi Shan was aware that Shin Tang had resumed his role as a wine seller and had even engaged in a skirmish with a group of thugs. However, he had not yet returned, raising concerns that he had encountered further trouble. Gu Qi expressed surprise. "Master Shin has not yet returned?" Gongshu Wu confirmed. "Not yet. He also took the motorcycle." "Motorcycle?" "The name of Master Shin's mule." Gu Qi seized upon the key detail. "If I understand correctly, that motorcycle is a manifestation of spirit speech? Master Shin keeps it tethered in the courtyard?" Such creations were unique and could only exist one at a time. Gongshu Wu gestured toward the stables. "Tethered there." Gu Qi remarked, "Master Shin is extravagant." Of course, this extravagance did not refer to Shin Tang's financial resources. Everyone knew that Master Shin was penniless. Spirit speech constructs were known to be wondrous, seemingly alive, yet composed of refined vital energy. Few would allow such creations to exist in the world for extended periods, as they were living beings, not inanimate objects like pancakes, plums, or Dukong wine. Their activity incurred a cost, borne by the creator. A warhorse, for example, consumed a significant amount of energy, even when stationary, and even more when burdened with armor and a fully armored rider. Even Gongshu Wu could only sustain his warhorse in combat for a maximum of 2 hours. Hence, Gu Qi's comment about Shin Tang's extravagance. Qi Shan opened the wooden door and was greeted by Su Shang, who was pawing at the doorframe. He knelt down and scooped up the cat, apologizing and cooing. "Oh, Su Shang must be famished. It was my fault." Here, try this. He produced a packet of dried fish from his sleeve. And I'll clean your litter box. The pungent odor emanating from the room assailed Guqi's nostrils, but Qishan remained unfazed, as if his sense of smell had abandoned him. It is said that one who dwells in a fishmonger's shop eventually becomes oblivious to the stench. I believe that should be amended to one who resides in a feline's abode eventually becomes immune to the odor. Qishan ignored his complaints. If he could not tolerate the smell, he could return to his moonflower pavilion. He dutifully cleaned Su Shan's litter box, tidied up the items it had shredded, opened the windows with a forked pole, and lit an incense burner, quickly dissipating the lingering odor. As the sun began to set, Chu Yao returned from his labors, preparing to wash his hands and prepare sustenance for Wulong. Shin Tang had not yet returned. Chu Yao and Qishan exchanged concerned glances. Master Wu, Shunzai Langjin, could not be trusted to his own devices. In contrast, Gongshu Wu remained relatively calm. He had witnessed Shin Tang's prowess that fateful night, and with such skills, it was highly probable that if anything were to occur, it would be due to others' misfortune. Gentlemen, there is no need for excessive concern. Shin Wulong is both clever and resourceful. Should he encounter trouble, he is likely to extricate himself. Perhaps he will return by dawn. Gong Shouwu paused momentarily before adding, "At this age, it is quite normal for a young man to spend the night away. Let us not forget the distinctive industries of Xiaoqing. Young people, after all, are often driven by their curiosity." Qishan understood the implication of his words, and rather than improving, his expression darkened. His intuition warned him that Shin Xiaolang had stirred up trouble once more. Reflecting on the altercation with the ruffians that afternoon, Zhu Yao suggested, "Let us go inquire further." Qishan nodded in agreement. In truth, there was no need for special inquiries. News of the band of thugs in Xiaoqing being taken down by two wandering knights had spread like wildfire. Even an elderly woman from the cottage, while out buying vegetables, had heard several versions of the tale. Upon hearing it, Qishan immediately recognized Shin Tang's involvement. "Is there any word on where the two knights have gone?" he inquired. The old woman replied, "They say they intend to dismantle the bandit nest as well." Qishan was taken aback, as was Zhu Yao and Gu Qi. Gongshu slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "A true man should act thus. Shin Wulong is indeed to my taste. If not for Shin Tang's poor tolerance for alcohol, the two of us would have celebrated together." Qishan and Zhu Yao shared a glance, knowing this was not the time for frivolities. Although Gu Qi wished to linger for the spectacle, he understood the precariousness of their situation. One misstep could provoke Qishan's ire, and as a guest, he was in a vulnerable position. Thus, without needing prompting from the host, Gu Qi took the initiative to take his leave. Behind him, he could hear Qishan grinding his teeth in frustration, articulating, "Two individuals going to confront a bandit den? Why doesn't Tishin Yuli ascend to the heavens and stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun?" Zhu Yao remarked meaningfully, "We have indeed underestimated him. Is this what one calls a lack of ambition? If he truly possessed ambition, one wonders how he would act." Shin Tang, of course, had not ascended to the heavens, but she had ventured into the mountains. Which mountain, you ask? Even she was uncertain. The ruffians leading her could only guide her part way before they faltered. They were aware of the vicinity of the bandit hideout, but the specifics of the route remained elusive. If the information were common knowledge, eliminating the bandits would be a straightforward task. Shin Tang was aware of the complexities involved and did not press the issue further. The ruffian, feeling as if he had been granted a reprieve, expressed his gratitude profusely, fearing that Shin Tang might misconstrue his earlier misdirection as a deliberate attempt on his life. He felt a chill run down his spine, but unexpectedly, fate turned in his favor and he retained his life. As night fell, their movement became increasingly cumbersome, and they needed to locate the bandit hideout swiftly. Zhai Lu, however, was not particularly enthusiastic. He was more concerned about whether Shin Tang's drunken brother had sobered up. "Does Xiaofeng have a solution?" he asked. Being called upon, Zhai Lu smiled and replied, "If it were still daylight and we had ample manpower, we could surely search the mountains and find them. But alas, we are currently only two and unfamiliar with the terrain. This approach is unfeasible. For now, we must wait to ambush or draw out our quarry." Shin Tang suddenly interjected, "What a pity. Why does Shin Lang express such sentiments? I'm regretting that the second-in-command's brother was buried too soon. He should not have been buried. He ought to have been made to carry the heads of these men up the mountain. The bandits are cautious and will surely send out scouts to monitor the area. Wouldn't the news then reach the second-in-command's ears? There is no need for me to seek them out. The big fish will come to me, saving me the trouble of the chase." Shin brother appears gentle, yet acts with ruthless decisiveness. Upon reflection, this is indeed a swift and conclusive method, albeit one that breeds enmity, akin to a vendetta. Shin Tang sighed. Let us first scout the mountain. The ruffians, knowing they had no choice, complied. As they reached the mountainside, the golden sun had set. Fortunately, the night sky was clear, adorned with countless stars, and the luminous moon guided them, allowing the ruffians to navigate without complete blindness. Shin Tang, feeling a bit bored, produced several flatbreads. Xiaofeng, would you like some? Zhai Lu, having not consumed anything yet, and given the high energy demands of a warrior, felt his stomach protesting. The flatbread Shin Tang offered was like a lifeline in the snow, yet, with youthful exuberance. He lamented, it's a pity there's no wine to accompany the bread. Shin Tang gestured for him to bring forth the wine pouch. Although they lacked a wine jar at that moment, Zhai Lu had brought along a wine pouch. Today, he seemed to have dressed with care, while still clad in black. The fabric was exquisite and soft, with subtle elegant patterns adorning the edges. Even the coarse waist belt had been replaced with a black leather strap, embellished with golden and jade accents, and adorned with an array of trinkets, small knives, flint, a wooden box containing scissors, fragrant pouches, money bags, jade pendants, and a black tiger talisman, along with 2 exquisite wine pouches, perfect for drinking. Zhai Li's spirits lifted at her reminder, and without further ado, he unfastened one of the wine pouches. Shin Tang quipped, am I not to drink? Shall we share a pouch? Zhai Li was taken aback, you drink as well? I've said it before, I can drink 1,000 cups without becoming intoxicated. Zhai Li, would a lightweight drunkard become even more inebriated if he drank again, or would there be no change? His curiosity piqued. Ultimately, he handed over the second wine pouch. Shin Tang filled it to the brim, returned it, and then tilted her head back, taking a generous gulp of Lanling wine. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Zhai Li hadn't taken a drink. Rather, he was observing her face with a hint of apprehension, puzzled. Is there something on my face? Zhai Li shook his head, utterly intrigued. Shun brother's earlier act of indulgence made it somewhat believable that he could claim to be impervious to intoxication, provided he was unaware that she was, in fact, a habitual drunkard. The ruffians, hearing the faint sounds of chewing, were already fatigued from hunger, their bellies rumbling, as they desperately tried to swallow saliva to quell their appetites. At that moment, a shadow fell from above. One of the ruffians instinctively reached out to catch it. Soft, round, and with a hint of wheat fragrance. It was a flatbread. In no time, more flatbreads descended from the heavens, landing precisely in the hands of the others. Up ahead, the dark figure chuckled coldly. Eat up, don't starve to death. If you die of hunger, who will do the work for me? The ruffians, too hungry to ponder the source of Shin Tang's bounty, devoured the flatbreads with gusto. Perhaps due to generous ingredients, they felt full after just one. A stark contrast to their usual need for 2 or 3 to satisfy their hunger. One ruffian rubbed his belly, exclaiming, this is wonderful. If I were to die, at least I wouldn't be a starving ghost. Zhai Li, thoroughly enjoying his drink, looked up and noticed distant flickers of light. His spirit ignited, and he tapped Shin Tang's shoulder. Shin brother, look there. There's fire. There are people. Could they be bandits? Shin Tang's expression hardened. Follow. The rest of you keep up. Zhai Li gestured with his left hand, and a sleek, black longbow materialized, ready for action. Their commotion had not gone unnoticed. From a distance, a voice called out, halt. Shin Tang raised her hand, signaling for everyone to stop. Who goes there? As she spoke, she drew her long sword, while Zhai Li, with a stern expression, knocked an arrow, ready to shoot at the slightest provocation. After a moment, the voice called out again, we are the guards of the Lin family from Lingzhou, escorting our family members south to visit relatives. Shin Tang and the 2 parties introduced themselves, with a middle-aged man claiming to be a guard of the Lin family from Lingzhou stepping forward to negotiate. Observing that Shin Tang and her companion were young and well-dressed, and noting Zhai Li's understated demeanor, he felt a sense of relief. They did not appear to be bandits. The man expressed his apologies, explaining that he had heard tales of rampant banditry in the area and had recently endured a fierce battle with a gang, resulting in numerous casualties among his comrades. This experience had compelled him to exercise caution. Shin Tang quietly noted the fresh bloodstains on the man's face and the blood-soaked bandage on his arm, while the guards behind him, some standing and others seated, remained vigilant, most of them bearing wounds that attested to their recent skirmish. Understanding his wariness, she graciously fabricated a story. claiming that she and her brother had lost their provisions while wandering in the mountains and were in dire need of fire and food to survive the night. She assured him that once they descended the mountain the following day, her family's servants would come to express their gratitude. Zhai Lu, smiling foolishly, nodded in agreement. Though internally, he was astonished at Shun Tang's naive reasoning. The middle-aged man did not immediately acquiesce to her request, stating he needed to confer with his companions. Shun Tang, possessing remarkable hearing, caught snippets of their conversation, revealing that his comrades shared his concerns. However, since Shun Tang had approached alone to borrow fire and food, they perceived little threat from her. Ultimately, they agreed to assist her. The man gestured for them to come closer, calling out warmly to the two siblings. Shun Tang donned an innocent smile and thanked the guards, expressing her gratitude for their kindness. Despite the season not yet being autumn, the cold winds of the mountain nights worried her, as she and her brother were underdressed and fearful of falling ill from the cold. The middle-aged man, however, thought her concerns trivial, believing that two young people with ample vitality could not easily succumb to the chill after merely a night in the wilderness. He led Zhai Lu to gather the scant provisions they could spare, having recently lost much in their encounter with the bandits. With only a limited supply of food and water, he awkwardly apologized, saying, "Alas, this is all we have. I hope you do not find it lacking." Zhai Lu, however, was grateful for their willingness to help, especially given the condition of the injured guards. As he contemplated how to delay their departure, he turned to see Shun Tang animatedly conversing with the wounded guards by the campfire, her eyes sparkling with admiration and curiosity. She appeared so youthful and naive that one might mistake her for even younger than her 12 years. Zhai Lu, taken aback by her exuberance, thought that if he were not aware of their recent acquaintance, he might believe she was his younger sister, given her affectionate demeanor. Nevertheless, seizing the opportunity, he naturally took a seat beside her and inquired, "What story are you sharing?" At that moment, the middle-aged man's expression tightened slightly, as he began recounting a tale of a villager who, during a rainy night in the mountains, encountered a male fox spirit. Shun Tang listened with rapt attention, her excitement palpable as she imagined the story's unfolding, which involved the spirit rewarding the villager with wealth and a beautiful wife, only to be tragically separated due to their differing natures. While the tale was trite and implausible, the man's captivating narration lended an air of credibility, particularly to the impressionable youth who hung on his every word. Zhai Lu chuckled inwardly, suspecting that if the story held any truth, it was likely a fabrication born of desperation for wealth. Shun Tang, thoroughly engrossed, showered the storyteller with praise, enhancing his sense of accomplishment and momentarily alleviating the pain of the injured guards. As they exchanged several similar tales, Shun Tang skillfully revealed details about her background, portraying her family as wealthy yet foolish, naive enough to be easily deceived. Through their unguarded conversation, she gleaned intriguing insights about the Lin family guards, who were indeed from a prosperous household that had relocated south due to the turmoil of war, seeking refuge with a powerful relative. However, what piqued her interest was the conspicuous absence of any family members among the guards, who were all battle-scarred and weary. Shun Tang, despite her suspicions, chose not to voice her concerns, fearing it might provoke undue alarm or reveal her misunderstandings. Instead, she deftly shifted the topic to the bandits, prompting the guards to express their deep-seated animosity towards them, their voices filled with anger and a desire for revenge. Feigning fear, Shun Tang clutched Zhai Li's arm, her voice quivering as she lamented, "Brother, are the bandits really so terrifying? We wouldn't happen to cross paths with them, would we? I miss our parents and regret entering these mountains for hunting." Zhai Lu, momentarily frozen, maintained the facade of being frightened by her performance. He then earnestly implored the guards to allow them to stay nearby for safety in numbers, reasoning that their combined presence would deter any bandits. The guards hesitated for a moment, but ultimately conceded, reassured by Shun Tang's earlier display of innocence. With their request granted, the two siblings sighed in relief. As night fell, Shun Tang, weary, leaned against a tree to rest, while Zhai Lu remained close by. They were utterly unguarded, and the guards, convinced of their harmlessness, resumed their vigil. Unbeknownst to them, however, Shun Tang, seemingly asleep, noticed a faint thud in the distance, accompanied by the soft sound of fabric brushing against wood. She slightly parted her eyelids, her gaze quickly scanning the large wooden crates guarded by the sentinels. The sound emanated from one of these boxes. Surely, there was a person inside. Indeed, something was amiss. The moon hung high in the sky, casting a gentle glow. Occasionally, the distant hoot of an owl broke the silence. The campfire crackled quietly, interspersed with sporadic popping sounds. Confident that Shen Tang and her companion were sound asleep, a prominent middle-aged man gathered the other guards around the fire to deliberate their next course of action. What other options did they have? One hot-tempered individual abruptly interjected, gesturing menacingly, as if to kill. "We've come this far. Why not go all in?" Indeed. Had they not all agreed to share both fortune and misfortune? Since the world had turned against them, it might be better to seize a stronghold and become outlaws together. The speaker, seemingly refined and well-educated, continued, "With these treasures, we could secure our futures, so why toil as mere lackeys?" Voices erupted in a cacophony of opinions. Some expressed a desire to turn to banditry, while others hoped to divide the spoils and return home as wealthy men. Shen Tang's intelligence was validated. They were indeed the guards of the Lin family from Lingzhou. However, some information had been deliberately concealed, such as their perilous journey south to seek kin, which had already claimed several brothers along the way. As they beheld the wealth contained within the crates, gold, silver, precious gems, and antiquities, temptation took hold, and they plotted to amass riches at the cost of lives. Most critically, the individuals they were escorting were frail and defenseless, making it all too easy for misfortune to befall them in these turbulent times. Once the truth surfaced, they would have long vanished with their ill-gotten gains. Their motives extended beyond mere greed. The urgency of their employer had led to the hasty burial of fallen comrades, with some bodies left unceremoniously abandoned. The compensation offered was paltry, a mere token compared to the Lin family's vast fortune. Why should they risk their lives for such trifles? It would be more advantageous to rebel. The families of the fallen could receive proper restitution. After much scheming, they reached a consensus. Originally, they planned to act near Xiaocheng, but a band of robbers had disrupted their plans, resulting in the loss of several crates filled with treasures during the ensuing chaos. After regrouping, they found that over 20 brothers had perished, and the remaining men bore various injuries. At this juncture, a member of the Lin family raised concerns about their unusual behavior. Fearing exposure, they decided to eliminate all witnesses and dispose of the bodies. Before they could rest, Shen Tang and her companion arrived once more. "Let us do this," the middle-aged man said, gazing into the fire, and after a prolonged silence, he finally spoke up, and all eyes turned to him, awaiting his decision. "Let us count what we have and divide it into 150 shares. Anyone who wishes to leave may take their portion." Upon uttering this, dissent arose. Why should it be divided into 150 shares when there are barely 60 of us? Shouldn't we divide it into 60 shares? The middle-aged man barked. What about the fallen brothers? Should they not receive their due? Another guard retorted, "I am from the same village as Mao Da, Wang San, and Zhao Si. I should take their share back to their families." The middle-aged man's expression darkened. "What do you mean by that?" "I mean no offense," the guard replied. The middle-aged man's frustration grew, his temper flaring. "Do you think we would covet their money?" "I never said that," the guard countered, as tension mounted, veins throbbing on the man's forehead. At this moment, others began to voice their intentions to claim their deceased brother's compensation for their families. While some spoke with genuine intent, many were driven by greed. As the voices grew louder, it became clear that at least 7 or 8 shared this sentiment. The middle-aged man clamped his jaw, insisting he would return the compensation to the families himself. A guard who opposed him scoffed, "Anyone can speak pretty words. Look into your own conscience. You don't even believe that yourself. How can we trust you?" Then came a third voice, questioning why the hard-earned money the ruffians deemed it improbable. Once the storm had passed, they would surely be safe. However, a more rational one posed a pragmatic question. In such darkness, how do we descend the mountain? Falling and dying from the heights may be a swift end, but the fear of encountering ravenous wolves or other venomous beasts, witnessing ourselves being consumed alive, is far more terrifying. Upon hearing this, many of those who were about to rise quietly returned to their seats, cautiously glancing towards Shen Tang and her companion, fearful that any attempt to flee might cost them their lives. The temperature in the mountains was low, and the night wind was cold. The ruffians, disregarding the unpleasant odors that clung to each other, huddled close together to extract warmth and a sense of security. Many even buried their heads in their knees to sleep. Suddenly, they were shaken awake by the ruffians assigned to keep watch. "Stop sleeping. Get up. Something has happened. Wake up, wake up." Groggy and bewildered, they inquired, "What has occurred?" As they followed the direction indicated by their companion's finger, they found only an impenetrable darkness. Squinting in the moonlight, They could barely make out some shadowy, twitching forms. Their nerves instantly tightened. Are wolves approaching? Wolves, my foot, retorted a companion irritably. It's fire. The fire over there has suddenly gone out. Can you hear? Suddenly, they recalled that this direction was where the two dark figures had been, and they had been getting along quite well with that unfamiliar merchant group. One ruffian, with sharper eyes, noticed something glinting in the moonlight, and shortly thereafter, a shadowy figure staggered and collapsed, blood spurting forth. After a few moments, chilling screams echoed through the air. The ruffian's legs turned to jelly as they cried out, "Bandits have come." Could it be that the bandit lair has learned of their former leader's demise and sent someone to avenge him? Will they come for us? Instantly, some ruffians considered fleeing down the mountain. Yet, their movements were no match for Shun Tang's voice, as a dark figure emerged from the shadows, brandishing a dripping blood-stained sword. At that moment, the clouds that had obscured the moon began to part, illuminating her figure, which was shockingly stained with blood. "What are you doing?" The dark figure shot a cold glance at them. Those preparing to escape found their legs giving way, collapsing to the ground, shrinking back as they bowed their heads in supplication. Shun Tang flicked her wrist, shaking the blood from her sword, and coldly ordered, "Follow me." Reluctantly, the ruffians had no choice but to comply, some supporting each other, while others had to fend for themselves, scrambling and rolling to keep up. The night wind through the forest carried the scent of blood, assaulting their senses. When they finally beheld the grisly scene of the massacre, even those ruffians who prided themselves on their fearlessness were struck with terror, collapsing to their knees. Bodies lay sprawled on the ground, each with fatal wounds either at the neck or gaping holes in their temples. These individuals had only just breathed their last. Their corpses were still warm, and the blood that flowed from them remained hot. The earth had soaked up the blood, becoming thick and viscous. Each footfall left behind a bloody imprint, leading any unsuspecting passerby to believe it had merely rained. Shun Tang Ji, disregarding the grime and gore, she manually wiped the clotted blood from the corpse's face, further cleansing it with her sleeve for unequivocal identification. Once confirmed, a sudden surge of ferocity impelled her to thrust the hairpin deep into the cadaver's eye sockets. Xiaolu gasped, reflexively shielding his eyes. Fueled by an unquenchable, searing hatred, she relentlessly pierced the lifeless eyes over 100 times, reducing them to a pulpy slurry of blood and gore, until she collapsed backward, utterly spent. The two ruffians awaiting to remove the body nearly embraced in shared terror, trembling uncontrollably. After an extended pause, the young girl regained her composure. Clenching her jaw tightly, she suppressed the boundless fear within, rose, straightened her sleeves, and, with a deliberate attempt at maturity that belied her youthful, round face, advanced and offered a deep, traditional salute to Shun Tang. "I extend my gratitude, benefactor, for avenging the 24 souls of my Lin family." Xiaolu arched an eyebrow, clapping his hands together in amusement. A young lady of formidable courage. The girl's already pale face drained of even more color. Shun Tang playfully threatened to kick Xiaolu. "Why do you delight in startling people?" Xiaolu hopped away, protesting. "Startling? Nay, I was merely offering praise." Though unaware of the specifics, he could surmise the general situation. A child of 8 or 9 witnessing the slaughter of her family by their own guards, their bodies discarded in the remote mountains, only to be spared and encounter another group of unknown disposition. To act with such resolve was truly remarkable. At the very least, her courage was undeniable. Shun Tang slammed the wooden chest shut, using it as a makeshift seat. "Where do you hail from? What transpired? Do you have other kin? And why were you concealed within the chest?" Xiaolu cautioned, phrased the questions more delicately. Shun Tang shot him a glare that momentarily evoked the stern countenance of his elder brother, Zhai Huan, prompting him to silence. "Xiaolu, that's not right. I'm the elder brother here." Seeing no immediate threat from Shun Tang, the girl slightly relaxed her tense posture, clutching the hairpins so tightly that her fingernails threatened to pierce her palm. She forced herself to answer, "My name is Lin, from Lingzhou. I was traveling south with my grandmother, mother, stepmother, uncle, siblings, and servants to visit relatives. But the household guards turned treacherous, committing murder for wealth, including herself. There were 25 in total. So many women traveling with only one male relative? That's truly." Xiaolu frowned. In such turbulent times, one had to guard against both external enemies and internal treachery. Sending only an elderly uncle, along with an unknown aged brother, was reckless. The girl bit her lip, lowering her head, her eyes reddening. Who could have foreseen that guards they had trusted for 7 or 8 years would suddenly turn traitorous? The guard captain was especially trusted. Having once saved her father's life due to her playful nature, she had been frolicking with her sisters, hiding in a wooden chest, thus escaping the massacre. Her elders, concerned, had discreetly perforated the chests for ventilation. Upon awakening in the chest, she wondered why she hadn't been found. Peeking through the holes, she witnessed the guards raising their blades against her family, the elderly and women defenseless, including her gravely wounded uncle, all perishing. All she could do was stifle her cries. But she knew she would inevitably be discovered, plunging her into despair. Then, fortune turned. Everyone else is already only I remain alive, she wiped away tears. Sniffling to prevent nasal mucus from flowing, her nose reddening. She pursed her lips, attempting to swallow her emotions, but the more she suppressed, the more bitter she felt. Finally succumbing to a complete breakdown, tears streaming like a broken string of pearls, a pitiable sight. Shintang pondered for a moment. Besides the relatives you were traveling to see, do you have other kin you can rely on? Preferably nearby. The girl stood rooted to the spot, shaking her head. Her expression lost. She truly didn't know what to do. All those she could depend on were gone. Jailu sighed. So pitiful. Why not take her in? Shintang wanted to stab him full of holes with her sword. Take in? How old is she? Jailu. He jumped, his voice rising 7 or 8 octaves. I meant take her in as a servant, at least giving her a chance at survival. Perhaps you could help her find relatives in the future. Shinxiong, what were you thinking? Did you think of that take-in? Shintang. She couldn't help but cover her face. All right, her thoughts were impure. Shintang composed herself, clearing her throat to alleviate the awkwardness. You heard him, right? Would you like to come home with me? Once the situation stabilizes, we can contact your family or travel south to find them. You're too young to survive alone. The girl pondered for a long time. Her face streaked with tears before nodding vigorously. Thank you, benefactor. However, she hesitated, as if troubled. Shintang guessed her thoughts and said, We'll do it at dawn. It's too dangerous to search in the dark. Just pray that the wild animals aren't too ravenous, or that they at least leave behind intact remains. In this era, children of 8 or 9 were often regarded as adults. Having witnessed her family's tragic death, she knew to collect their remains for burial. Thank you, benefactor. The girl bowed deeply, filled with gratitude. She added, My given name is Ainwan. No formal name. The girl remained silent. Shintang, may I presume to give you one? Using your given name isn't convenient. If your surname is Lin, how about Feng? Lin Feng? Jai Le Lin Feng? That's too masculine. Shintang rolled her eyes. Do you understand the meaning of Linxia Jifeng? Jai Le Linxia Jifeng? Then it's even more unsuitable. Shintang was curious. How so? She thought the name was quite good and meaningful. Except for not sounding like a girl's name, it was fine. Jaila hesitated. In this era, even some royal families were struggling to survive, like the Xian Kingdom's royal family, let alone ordinary people. The circumstances of the girl's relatives were unknown. Perhaps they could be contacted soon, and they would be willing to care for the orphan, giving her shelter. If the relatives were heartless, it would be like stepping into another pit of fire. However, it was more likely that they wouldn't be found. After all, in this chaotic world, human life was cheaper than grass. Jai Lu approached Shintang and whispered, making sure the girl couldn't hear. If the girl follows Xinxiong, no matter what her future holds, she will be a servant for now. The name Linxia Jifeng is too grand. I fear she won't be able to bear it, and she'll die young. Shintang chuckled. Xiaofeng, are you superstitious? Jaila said, better to believe it than not. Shintang contradicted him. I don't agree with Xiaofeng's view. In such a perilous situation, she managed to survive, which shows that heaven hasn't forsaken her. As the saying goes, when the time is past its peak, adversity turns to prosperity. Who knows if the future won't be smooth sailing? Seeing her insistence, Jailu didn't try to dissuade her. Shintang made a final decision. All right. From now on, you'll be called Lin Feng. The girl's emotions had stabilized, and she bowed deeply, lowering her gaze, and said softly, Lin Feng greets Lang Jun. Shintang said, as for your courtesy name, we'll choose it later. Upon hearing this, Jai Lu and Lin Feng looked at her in astonishment. Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Lin Feng twisted her sleeves, pursing her lips, and remained silent. Jai Lu was speechless. A courtesy name is given at the capping ceremony. The girl is still young. Shintang, men are capped at 20, but didn't you get your courtesy name before 20? Jaila said, it's different. In this world, men could condense a literary heart and martial spirit, and as one of their symbols, The literary signature and martial tiger tally would engrave the owner's name to show their identity. No one knew who started it, but it was believed that getting a courtesy name early would help the condensation of the literary heart and martial spirit. Therefore, in the past 200 years, no matter how young, as long as they could sense the energy of heaven and earth and successfully guide it into their meridians to open up their dantian, they could get a courtesy name. Generally, it was given by parents or teachers, but there were also special cases where they chose it themselves. The courtesy name for women was different. If a woman hadn't been betrothed by the capping ceremony, it would be given by her parents. If she had been betrothed or married before the capping ceremony, it would generally be given by her husband. Brother Shun is certainly not the lady's parent, and it seems rather inappropriate for him to take a name for her. It does not adhere to proper etiquette. If Brother Shun has intentions towards the lady, that would be a different matter. Zhai Lu felt as if he had seen through Brother Shun's intentions. Indeed, there appeared to be a sinister motive. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Shun Tang felt a chill run down her spine. This intuition did not last long. As the ruffians had already moved the body to a designated area, their eyes darting towards Zhai Lu with a faint glimmer of hope that he would dig a grave, which would not only save time but also yield a deep and spacious pit. Zhai Lu was always eager to help. All right, watch me. There was no rush to dig the grave. Shun Tang intervened, halting his actions, and inquired of the ruffians whether the body had been thoroughly searched. Nothing valuable should be overlooked. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and waste should be avoided. Shun Tang, who understood the virtue of frugality, insisted that even a small piece of silver is still money and should not be disregarded. Zhai Lu remained silent. The ruffians, besides moving the body and searching it, also had to transport the wooden boxes belonging to the Shun family. Each box was heavy, some scattered on the ground, others piled onto the cart. Some contained gold, silver, and jewels, while others held antiques and personal belongings of the womenfolk. Shun Tang held a torch, inspecting each box, while Lin Feng nervously followed behind her. In total, there were 27 boxes, including those taken by the bandits. There might be as many as 50. The contents of the boxes indicated that the Lin family was likely quite affluent, with a rich heritage. If it weren't for Shun Tang and Zhai Li's presence, the ruffians would have likely pounced upon the treasures. Shun Tang instructed Lin Feng, "You handle these boxes." Lin Feng looked up at Shun Tang in surprise, hesitating to speak. Zhai Lu interjected, "Isn't this a bit inappropriate?" Logically, these were spoils of war, but they had recently belonged to the lady and her family, now deceased. It seemed improper for Brother Shun to have her collect these items. Shun Tang rolled her eyes. "Where's the impropriety? Most of this belongs to the women. Would you have these filthy men handle it? Have some decency. At least leave them with a clean reputation behind. Besides, who knows if we will find the bodies tomorrow? If not, their clothes can still be used to build a proper tomb." Zhai Lu was taken aback, not expecting Shun Tang to consider this. Shun Tang paid no heed to Lin Feng's astonished expression and continued, "As for your belongings, keep them for yourself. They are a means of self-defense." She paused and added, "As for your mother's things, pick one or two to keep as mementos. In the future, they can help you remember her." "Why do you look like you're about to cry?" With tears still lingering in her eyes, Lin Feng expressed her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you, my lord." Shun Tang, feeling guilty for having taken the money and being thanked multiple times by the sole survivor, felt her composure slipping away and awkwardly ruffled Lin Feng's hair, saying uncomfortably, "Don't mention any thanks, just go." Once Lin Feng turned away, Shun Tang covered her face. Zhai Lu sighed and praised, "Brother Shun is indeed a true gentleman. He has underestimated the intentions of a gentleman with the mindset of a petty person. How shameful, how shameful." She buried her face in her hands and muttered, "Stop talking. Did you not see how embarrassed she is, wanting to dig a hole to hide in?" Zhai Lu was perplexed. After spending nearly half an hour, they finally finished organizing the items. The boxes were repacked into the cart, ready to be transported down the mountain the next day. Shun Tang generously allowed the ruffians to eat the provisions prepared by the guards, reasoning that if one expects labor, one must also ensure that the workers are well fed. As for the young Lin Feng, with many mosquitoes lingering in the woods, Shun Tang had her sleep in the cart, specifically instructing, "No matter what happens later, stay in the cart and do not wander about." Lin Feng looked up at her anxiously, glancing at the ruffians. Shun Tang understood her concerns and explained, "It's not these ruffians. They lack the guts to cause trouble. It's the bandits. There's a bandit den in these mountains, and they must have been the ones who robbed you. It's not every day they come across a lucrative target. They won't let an opportunity slip by. They are familiar with the terrain, and after the commotion earlier, they must have noticed. They will definitely come to ambush us by late night. Upon hearing the word bandit, Lin Feng visibly flinched. Biting her lip, her brows furrowed with worry, she hesitated. But the bandits are numerous, and their strength is unknown. Why must you take such risks? It would be wiser to descend the mountain at night and discuss plans tomorrow. The young lord before her appeared very youthful, likely only 2 years older than herself. The other was slightly older, but still bore a boyish charm, suggesting he had yet to reach maturity. Lin Feng had been hiding in the boxes, her view limited, but she knew the guards were all injured, and the 2 young lords had a surprising advantage. Comparing them to the ferocious bandits was akin to seeing 2 rabbits among a pack of ravenous, snarling dogs. The disparity was enough to make one anxious for their safety. Shintang did not outright reject her concern, but asked, "Why not?" Lin Feng lowered her head and replied, I was hiding in the box and fell asleep, so I do not know how many bandits came the first time. However, the Lin family guards paid dearly, each sustaining injuries to break through the encirclement, indicating that the bandits are formidable. If they regroup and return, they will surely come with sufficient manpower, perhaps even overwhelming numbers. Despite her youthful appearance, Lin Feng spoke with a maturity beyond her years, articulating clearly and thoughtfully. Shintang chuckled. "May your words be a good omen." Lin Feng blinked in confusion. A good omen for me? Indeed, it would be favorable if they truly came in full force, saving her the trouble of climbing the mountain to find their lair. Lin Feng was increasingly astonished, even forgetting to close her mouth. But, my lord, in the face of overwhelming strength, numbers and weaknesses do not matter. Lin Feng, upon hearing this, ceased to worry, her gaze instinctively falling to Shintang's waist, seemingly searching for something, but she could not find it after several glances. Shintang, amused, picked up the delicate and transparent flower seal, saying, "Is this what you were looking for? It's rather difficult to find at night." Shintang's flower seal was exquisitely crafted, while Zhai Li's weapon insignia was a dark jade disc shaped like a tiger's head. He was dressed in black today, and with the dim light of night, even someone with perfect vision would struggle to locate them. Lin Feng immediately felt half of her worries dissipate. It was time to rest, after a couple of hours. There would be much to do. What would they be busy with? Naturally, they would be busy counting the spoils from the bandit den, truly achieving the goal of leaving empty-handed and returning home wealthy. Lin Feng obediently replied, "Yes." The cart's curtain was drawn down, and the ruffians buried the body and found a spot to sleep. Only Shintang and Zhai Li continued to work through the night, to gain the upper hand. They did not remain under the trees but chose to climb them, hiding in the treetops to observe the enemy, ready to strike first if necessary. However, Zhai Li had a question. What if they did not come in the middle of the night? Shintang sat on a branch, enjoying a large cake in one hand and a cup of rice wine in the other, savoring her midnight snack while sharing with her companion. If they don't come, then we will attack them in the morning. I cannot forgive them for leaving me to feed the mosquitoes all night. Why do the mosquitoes not bite you? Shintang swatted 2 more mosquitoes, only to turn around and find Zhai Li completely undisturbed, sitting still. Zhai Li replied, "Oh, they do bite. I just attract them." Every summer, he would be covered in bites until his brother informed him that if one cultivates their martial arts to the extent of releasing their energy, the mosquitoes would have no power over them. Hard work pays off. At an age when he had yet to perfect his archery skills, he instead mastered the release of his martial energy, spending 2 years refining it into a thin layer that enveloped his skin, thus repelling the mosquitoes. From this point onward, the winters became warm and summers cool, impervious to the extremes of temperature. Even the mosquitoes, with their piercing mouths, could not draw his blood. Indeed, his brother would not deceive him. Shintang. Damn, the cold of anger shakes me. Once again, it is exclusive to the martial gallant. How infuriating. Is there a bias against the literary minds? When will the scholars of Wenxin stand tall? Shintang wore an expression devoid of emotion, yet Zhai Li, 2 trees away, felt a shiver run down his spine, rubbing his arms to suppress the goosebumps that had arisen. They had fed the mosquitoes no, not fed. They had waited for an hour, and time was nearing the hour of the pig. Beneath the tree, the raucous snores of the ruffians rose and fell. Above, Shintang's patience had worn thin. Her face was cold, the mother sword polished to a gleam, her eyes brimming with impending malice. At that moment, a faint rustling sound emerged, initially resembling the whisper of the night wind through the trees, but upon closer inspection, one could discern peculiar breaths. Zhai Li's gaze sharpened as he signaled to Shun Tang that this group of bandits was stealthily approaching from that direction. After a moment's concentration, he indicated that their numbers were at least over 100. Some tread heavily, likely ordinary folk, while others moved lightly, clearly trained in martial arts. Possibly even those who had condensed their martial gallant. Even if they were merely low-tier public officials, they were not to be trifled with by ordinary folks. They were still some distance away. Shun Tang whispered, "We cannot ascertain if the bandits possess bows and arrows. We must not let them come too close. It would be better to take the initiative." Although she did not care for the lives of the ruffians below, having taken them under her wing, they ought to die with some value, rather than being butchered in their slumber. Zhai Li chuckled. "There should be no bows and arrows." Shun Tang asked, "What makes you so certain?" Zhai Li replied, "Because our campfire has been extinguished." Shun Tang understood with a nod. With the fire out, visibility diminished, and the enemy could not even find them. To launch a surprise attack with bows and arrows and inflict significant casualties would require hundreds of archers to shoot in volleys, decimating half their numbers. Otherwise, with only a dozen arrows, hitting anyone would rely on sheer luck. Could a bandit lair muster hundreds of archers? Clearly, that was impossible. They had barely over 100 men. Arrows are consumables, and bows are not inexpensive. With that money, it would be wiser to procure a couple of large sabers. To be cautious, they must strike first. Zhai Li conjured a longbow with his left hand, while his right fingers grasped the string, slowly drawing it back, relying on his ears to gauge the enemy's approximate location. Should they leave any survivors? Shun Tang responded, "Let them test their luck." Was this the meaning of him weighing their chances? Zhai Li understood. The bandits had no inkling that the lurking dark star had sharpened its blade, targeting their vulnerable necks. Shadows stealthily approached. If Shun Tang were present, she would be astonished to recognize several familiar faces among those escorting members of the Gong family to Xiaocheng, led by the very officer in charge. "Confirm this location?" "Boss, confirmed." Before long, the scout returned with a report. "Boss, they all seem to be sleeping, and quite soundly. Snoring away." The leader furrowed his brow at this news. Such a lack of vigilance while sleeping? Had they not stationed any watchmen? This was exceedingly peculiar. The leader said, "What is so strange about this?" His subordinate, lacking insight, received a sharp glare from the leader, who continued, "Is that thing around your neck merely for decoration? You fought with them during the day, gnawing away at their numbers. They are trapped in the mountains and cannot descend. Even ignoring the fact that we might return to fight, wild beasts and birds of prey would surely take their share. Do you find it normal for them to sleep so deeply?" The subordinate conceded the point. The leader glanced towards Shun Tang's camp, speculating, "There must be an ambush nearby, lying in wait for us to take the bait." The subordinate hesitated. "So should we strike?" The leader scoffed derisively. "Now that we are here, how can we leave empty-handed? An ambush must catch the enemy off guard. If it is seen through, it becomes a mere joke. You, take 6 brothers and approach from here. You and your men. Take 10 brothers from that side. Lao Jiao and Lao Ma will lead their teams. The rest will follow from behind." He chose not to charge everyone in at once, but to spread out and encircle them. From the intelligence received, it appeared this merchant convoy had only 4 or 5 dozen guards left, all of whom were injured. In such circumstances, they could only band together, utilizing the terrain to determine the direction of their ambush, positioned on the mountain path at an angle to the camp. A small number would feign sleep, their snores thunderous, thereby lowering the enemy's guard and inducing complacency, while the remaining ambushers lay in wait, ready to strike when their target appeared, catching them off guard. To be safe, the leader opted to disperse their forces, sending multiple teams to attack. As long as one team discovered the ambush position, they could unite to encircle and eliminate the camp's guards. Normally, this strategy would prove effective. However, the reality diverged significantly from his expectations. The snores from the camp were genuine. The ruffians had been snoring for over an hour, and the only ambush consisted of Shun Tang and Zhai Li lurking in the trees. Oh no, not Zhai Li, just Shun Tang. The leader's dispersal strategy still posed some trouble for them. As Zhai Li strained to discern the sounds, he whispered to Shun Tang, "They have chosen to act separately, which is not ideal. We must move quickly." If the bandits could concentrate their forces, even with imprecise archery, they would still manage a shot, and Shun Tang would not need to run back and forth to slay them. At this moment, scattered apart, it would be significantly more challenging for just the 2 of them to take down all the bandits. Shun Tang tilted her head and took a sip of liquor. "Do not panic." Wiping the remnants of the drink from her lips with her sleeve, she smiled. "I shall slay a man with every 10 steps." Raising her sword, she leaped down from the treetops, gathering literary energy into the blade, her momentum soaring to its zenith, and with a powerful swing, an invisible, transparent sword aura erupted with a deafening crack, crashing down towards the ground. Boom! The earth ruptured, a sword mark stretching across the ground beneath the bandit's feet. Dust billowed skyward, creating a momentary obscuration akin to dark clouds eclipsing the moon, shrouding all light. A white silhouette shot through the haze like a meteor, the almost tangible malice bearing down upon them. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. The leader was struck with terror. Who is it? He summoned his martial gallant, conjuring a long spear nearly a yard in length, thrusting it towards Shin Tang, aiming directly for her vital point, only for the seemingly fragile blade to effortlessly deflect the attack. The spear tip collided with the sword, the immense force causing the leader's hands to tingle, bringing with it an inexplicable familiarity, yet he could not place it at that moment. It was only when Shin Tang, in the midst of countering him, dispatched several bandit lackeys, the sword reflecting the moonlight, that realization struck him like a thunderbolt, his pupils trembling. "It is you." "Indeed," Shin Tang replied, initially taken aback. But upon recognizing the spear, memories flooded back like a tide. "Truly, an enemy's path is narrow," she coldly mocked, "since the guest has arrived. Why not leave your life behind?" The leader, consumed with rage, retorted with a laugh, "Today is your day of demise. Is it? You might want to open your eyes wide and see who is truly at a disadvantage now." Shin Tang's attitude toward such individuals, who were both inept and fond of empty threats, was one of relentless aggression. The leader felt a chill in his heart. At this moment, he finally noticed someone above unleashing cold arrows, at least four at a time. Each arrow struck, he distinctly remembered that this young man had barely managed to survive under his command just months ago, and now, in their confrontation, he found himself utterly outmatched. The latter seemed to regard him with disdain, effortlessly parrying his attacks, while simultaneously dispatching other bandits with ease. Even as he wielded his nearly 10-foot-long halberd with precision, executing a flurry of strikes, remained unfazed, not even allowing the tip of his weapon to graze her clothing. Where was the earlier image of him retreating in disarray? With just a single sword, coupled with hidden archers, had effectively trapped their 100-strong group in a state of paralysis. Appeared to read his confusion. Suddenly, she advanced, and the leader, caught off guard, could not respond in time, compelled to abandon his long weapon for a shorter blade. In that instant, he summoned every ounce of martial energy from within, channeling it into a devastating swing aimed at close range, a strike so swift that evasion was impossible, capable of cleaving a person in two. Yet, to his astonishment, the collision of his blade's energy with the unexpected force created a swirling cocoon of black and white that erupted into a terrifying shockwave, sending him flying several yards away while remained unscathed. He tumbled to the ground, dizzy and disoriented, blood spilling from his mouth. Smiled, surprised, "Are we?" Though she fought with the boldness of a warrior, the literary insignia at her waist silently proclaimed her as a scholar. How could a scholar not prioritize self-preservation? Perched atop a tree, noted the flicker of literary energy and pouted in displeasure, recalling's admonition against playing the support role. Clearly, possessed a mastery of literary skills. As prepared to deliver the final blow to the incapacitated leader, he unexpectedly raised his hand, bloodied and gasping, shouting, "Stop! I concede." The tide had turned. He had led over 100 men, of whom more than 30 lay dead and another 30 wounded. The remaining few tasked with rearguard support were paralyzed with fear, scrambling away in a panic. The outcome was unmistakable. Scoffed internally. Did he not care for his dignity? She tightened her grip on her sword. At that moment, a series of anguished cries echoed in the distance, startling both and the leader. From that direction? Surely, it was the fleeing soldiers. Before the leader could ponder the situation further, deserters began to tumble from the trees like raindrops. Thud, thud, thud. Each one landed near his feet, wailing in agony. Some bore bruises, while others suffered fractures and concussions, all evidently thrown down by unseen hands. The few who remained standing looked as though they had encountered a specter, retreating step by step in sheer terror. The overwhelming aura of power stifled their will to fight, leaving them trembling. The leader's face turned ashen as he attempted to prop himself up with trembling elbows, only to find every part of him in agony, his efforts thwarted time and again. What was happening? Leaped down from the treetops, approaching. She arched an eyebrow and remarked, "This night is anything but tranquil." Just as one storm subsided, another arose. followed her gaze into the darkness. Clang, clang, clang. The sound drew closer. Ent's previous ease evaporated, his smile fading, his eyes betraying a rare seriousness. As the figure approached, the sounds became unmistakably familiar, the clinking of armor. The newcomer walked with a steady, powerful gait, each step deliberate, building momentum. He sensed that, should this person gather enough force, even in his prime, he would struggle to resist. An undeniable adversary. Step partially in front of, lowering his voice, the newcomer poses a threat. If conflict arises, I would appreciate S assistance with literary arts. Momentarily taken aback, responded, I fear that will not be necessary. Just as was about to inquire further, a towering figure emerged from the shadows, clad in a black tiger-headed helmet adorned with a red tassel and armor fashioned from interlinked black plates, a sight both striking and formidable. With shoulder guards and arm bracers bearing tiger motifs, he was a vision of a general returning from battle. Leaning closer to, whispered, It's that thief. Exhaled, indeed. It is Lord Gong Shuwu. Not only did he recognize Lord Gong, but two pale-faced scholars followed him, one being and the other, both looking as though they were merging with the night. Upon their meeting, Gong Shuwu visibly relaxed, his armor dissipating into a black energy that returned to his waist. Without the burden of his heavy armor, he approached with a lighter step. Finally found you, he said. Chuckled, Lord Gong, for a handful of bandits. Was it necessary to don armor? You quite startled me. I nearly donned my own to engage you in battle. He preferred agility over endurance. And compared to peers of similar skill, his stamina and strength were not particularly robust. His armor was relatively light to facilitate swift resolutions, avoiding prolonged conflicts. If we encountered a formidable foe, would you wait to be cleaved in two? Gong Shuwu replied, Caution is paramount, especially with two scholars accompanying us. Speaking of those scholars, both Gong Shuwu and turned to. The young lady stood confidently, sword in one hand, the other resting on her hip, chin slightly raised, exuding an air of righteousness. Unfazed by the silent inquiries from the two scholars, she felt no remorse for her nocturnal escapades, believing wholeheartedly in her righteous mission to uphold justice, punish the wicked, and redistribute wealth. She was not alone in her endeavors. She had by her side, if were to become upset, sighed, adopting a tone reminiscent of comforting a child. Next time, I will surely bring you along. All right? She reflected sincerely on her actions. Who had spent the entire night worrying, should have felt relief at her presence, yet witnessing's demeanor caused a pang of discomfort in his stomach, his anger flaring. At that moment, interjected, was merely inebriated. Upon hearing this, S' expression twitched, his voice rising several octaves in disbelief. You mean he has been drinking again? Replied. I'm not certain where began drinking, but since coming up the mountain, he has consumed at least 3 gin. Sighed, his patience wearing thin. As long as is safe, that's what matters. He took several deep breaths to suppress his rising ire, reminding himself not to argue with the drunk. As for the 3 of them, they had scoured multiple peaks in the dark for an entire night, and once sobered up, they would address the matter at hand. Gong Shuwu noticed a commotion in the nearby woods and furrowed his brow, preparing to investigate, when a small, youthful girl emerged from the brush, her face drawn and weary. Recognized her and called out, Miss Lin, you're awake. Lin Feng stepped forward, reassured by his voice. All eyes turned to her. Though young, she did not shy away. Bowing respectfully before approaching, I awoke upon hearing the commotion. In truth, she had not slept at all, haunted by the sounds of battle that sent shivers down her spine. Her mind replaying the horrific scene of her family being slaughtered by guards not long ago. Yet, the chaos had subsided, leaving only an unsettling silence. She could not rest easy and secretly came to check on the situation. Qi Shan inquired, Who is this? Shen Tang replied, This is Lin Feng. Lin Feng? Yes. She will be following me from now on. Following. Qi Shan cast a strange glance at Shen Tang. Zhai Lu added, Mr. Qi, Miss Lin recently encountered great misfortune. Her family fell victim to the hands of thieves, and now she is all alone. Brother Shen, out of pity for her plight, intends to keep her by his side to care for her. Brother Shen means well and harbors no ulterior motives. Qi Shan. It's better not to say anything. Once spoken, he could not help but think awry. Shen Tang directly retorted, Zhai Xiaofeng, your words are steeped in tea flavor. Pray tell, what ulterior motives do I possess? Zhai Lu. Although he did not comprehend the meaning of steeped in tea flavor, he could guess it was not a compliment. Driven by survival instinct, Zhai Lu chose to change the subject. How should we deal with these bandits? Shen Tang replied, If they are fortunate enough to survive, we will incorporate them. If they cannot endure and die, we shall bury their bodies right here. It will nourish the soil. Shu Yao keenly caught a particular word. Incorporate. Shintang proudly lifted her chin. I now have dozens of little brothers. Chiyo smiled, praising. Wang Yi is valiant. Chi Shan rolled his eyes heavenward. At that moment, he noticed the injured bandit leader. With his remarkable memory, he easily recognized the man's identity and raised an eyebrow. Isn't this the chief officer who escorted the Gong family? He is of some official rank. How has he ended up in this state? Upon hearing the name Gong Shouwu's spine stiffened, his sharp gaze nearly piercing through the man. The bandit leader had not anticipated becoming the center of attention. He glanced at Qi Shan, feeling a vague sense of familiarity. When he saw Shintang beside Qi Shan, he suddenly remembered. Was she not the one who saved the Gong family's fugitive heir from his grasp that day? Truly, it is a narrow path for enemies. Cursing inwardly, the bandit leader maintained a stoic expression. Indeed, that is me. The reasons behind this are rather complicated. Shintang, curious, asked, what complicated reasons could compel someone with a bright future and a government position to turn to banditry? Clearly, she wished to delve deeper to satisfy her curiosity. The bandit leader, having his wounds exposed, remained silent. Without waiting for his response, Shintang pointed toward the camp and said, this is not a place for conversation. Let us discuss it over there. The earlier commotion had been quite loud, and even the most slumbering ruffians awoke. They had expected to engage in a bloody battle with the bandits to reclaim their lives, only to find that the fight had already concluded. Shintang unceremoniously directed them to get to work. What work? They needed to bury the bandits' corpses, did they not? Those who still had breath left needed to be kept under control, and the few uninjured captives had to be secured, did they not? Who else would perform these tasks if not the ruffians? Qi Shan's expression grew more peculiar. What is the situation with these people? Shintang replied. They are the newly incorporated ruffians. Qi Shan. He intended to cultivate and nurture Shintang's ambitions, guiding her along the path he envisioned for her. Yet he also understood that with her innocent and naive disposition, it would take time. He had prepared himself for a prolonged campaign. Little did he know, in just a single day of not watching, Shintang had already incorporated dozens of young men. Qi Shan was baffled. What had caused such a rapid advancement? How did Xin Shaoling suddenly decide to recruit these people? Shintang answered honestly, I initially did not intend to incorporate anyone. What use is it? Raising them would require money. It would be far simpler to kill them all at once. But when Xiao Fang dismantled my excuse, it would feel shameful not to incorporate them. Qi Shan. He understood every word, yet when assembled into a sentence from Shun Xiaolong's mouth, he found it incomprehensible. What did she mean by dismantling excuses? What did losing face entail? Qi Shan was once again puzzled, wondering what had hastened the process. Shintang inexplicably began to feel eager. If Yuan Liang thinks incorporating these people is inappropriate, I can send them on their way to the underworld. Killing these people would spare her the expense of raising them. It would effectively save a considerable sum. A dual approach of increasing income and reducing expenses would soon lead to prosperity. Qi Shan. He pressed his fingers to his temples, feeling a headache coming on, and waved his hand in refusal. No need, no need. Since they have already been incorporated, let us make use of them. Qi Shan chose to abandon his inquiry into the drunken logic. As long as the outcome met expectations, nothing else mattered. Shintang looked somewhat reluctant and said, oh. Unbeknownst to the ruffians, who had just skirted the gates of death, they hurriedly tidied up the camp and rekindled the bonfire. Lin Feng climbed onto the cart and brought over a few stools for Shintang and the others to sit. Shintang urged her not to fuss and to sit down and enjoy some pancakes. With food to eat, wine to drink, and the tale of their enemies' downfalls to listen to, both their spirits and bodies could find delight. The bandit leader, providing the material for the tale of downfall, disagreed. However, circumstances prevailed. Whether he wanted to cooperate or not, he had to comply. The bandit leader began. That day, we escorted that group of Gong family criminals to Xiaoqing, confirming their numbers with the receiving officials at the Yaoling Pavilion for female criminals and the station troops in Xiaoqing for male criminals. Everything was in order, and we planned to rest for 2 days before returning to report. While they claimed to rest, it was, in fact, an opportunity to indulge in the unique offerings of Xiaoqing. The journey had left many feeling stifled. Lost in the comforts of the place, they lingered for 2 more days. Just as they left Xiaoqing and had not yet reached the official road, they encountered several bandits with unusual expressions. They discovered an urgent letter on one of the bandits, and its contents led the bandit leader to decide to turn to banditry. Qishan frowned. What did the secret letter say? The bandit leader clenched his fists, his face reflecting his tumultuous emotions, trembling uncontrollably, with veins throbbing on his forehead. After a lengthy pause, he finally steadied himself, exhaling deeply. It states that there are citizens discontent with the tyrannical rule, plotting rebellion in secret. The ruler, Zheng Qiao, was enraged upon hearing this and ordered his confidants to suppress those rebels. To quell Zheng Qiao's fury, the responsible confidant would rather wrongfully execute 1,000 than let one escape. Ultimately, they failed to capture any rebels. However, Zheng Qiao remained unconvinced and pressured his confidant repeatedly. This confidant was ruthless. To appease the ruler, he sacrificed the heads of the citizens from over a dozen villages. Yet, the truth could not remain concealed, and this incident acted as a fuse. Coupled with Zheng Qiao's humiliating conduct towards the royal family of Xian and the old ministers, it ignited a full-blown rebellion. The confidant of Zheng Qiao, responsible for overseeing this matter, was not of commendable character, having frequently engaged in deceitful practices, such as masquerading ordinary citizens as military heroes. Qishan continued, suggesting that if someone were to subtly imply to that confidant, the slaughter of villages could occur. Branding them as rabble and presenting the evidence to Zheng Qiao would not be beyond the realm of possibility. After Zheng Qiao assumed control of the Xian kingdom, a series of actions had already incited public discontent. Adding fuel to the fire, the situation would undoubtedly escalate. Taking this as an opportunity, it would not be surprising to see various factions rising in rebellion, with the only coincidence being that the hometown of the bandit leader was also in that region. All other details were likely orchestrated by unseen hands, stirring the entire situation into chaos.